A sudden rush of memories flooded into the consciousness of the Konoha ninja. Am I dreaming? Have I really crossed over? Mark exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at his own hands. What are you doing? Let's hurry to the village ahead and find something to eat, one of his companions, also a Konoha ninja, urged, patting Mark on the shoulder. Oh, right, Mark replied, still grappling with the thoughts of the boat's original owner. The owner of this body appeared to have led an unremarkable life, being merely an ordinary chunin of Konoha, possessing a modicum of medical ninjutsu and a bit of fire style technique, while his skills in taijutsu and jinjutsu were utterly mediocre. Damn it, how could I end up in such a body? Shouldn't I have crossed over to someone more significant? Mark lamented as he followed his companion toward the village. They had gone 3 or 4 days without food, remaining in a state of constant tension due to the ongoing war with the land of rain. Their supply lines had long since been severed, leaving them to scavenge for sustenance in enemy territory. Gurgle. His stomach grumbled incessantly, and Mark clutched it in despair. This was a rather dismal form of crossing over, wasn't it? He had found himself in the body of an inconsequential chunin with no notable lineage, and now, during the Second Shinobi World War, he was decades removed from the main narrative of the original story. Was his fate in this world to die tragically on the battlefield? Let's start from that house ahead. Be cautious, although it seems deserted. There may still be enemies lurking, his companion advised cautiously as they entered the building. Mark, however, was far from cautious. Despite having inherited the memories of this boat's owner, his lack of first-hand experience in war rendered him careless. Gurgle. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Mark glanced at the rice jar in the house, only to find it empty during wartime. It was nearly impossible to find rice in such jars. Hey, did you find anything? He called out, clutching his stomach. Ah, wonderful. There are some canned goods. His companion exclaimed joyfully. Fantastic. Hurry, give me some, I'm starving. Mark rushed over and began to devour the canned food alongside his companion. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the back room. Whoa, enemies! His companion shouted, swiftly drawing his kunai in preparation for battle. Mark, still engrossed in his meal, was bewildered by the unfolding chaos. A man burst from the back room, seizing his companion's hands and shouting now. Quick! Escape! There seemed to be 2 more individuals inside, but due to the dim light, Mark could not discern their appearances. He licked the remnants of food from his lips, lamenting the interruption of his rare meal. Damn it! Help! Me! There are more inside. His companion, after years of combat, was in a state of heightened anxiety, knowing that while he was restrained, another enemy would surely strike. All right, I'm coming. Mark dashed forward, seizing the man's hands. You handle the ones inside. Noticing that the man bore no weapons, Mark felt emboldened to grasp him, while the prospect of confronting the enemies in the dimly lit room filled him with trepidation. Leave it to my companion. A woman's scream pierced the air from within the room. Damn, you bastard. The man broke free from Mark's grip and rushed inside. Ugh. Mark's companion met his demise at the hands of the enemy. With a sigh of relief, Mark pondered whether the situation had been resolved. He had yet to acclimate to the battles of this world. He would contemplate his next move when the time was right. What are these mere children? Damn it, these 2 are not ninjas. We mistakenly perceive them as foes, exclaimed one of Mark's companions. In the rear room, a child cowered, paralyzed with fear. Mark scratched his head, remarking, this complicates matters. I initially thought they were enemy ninjas, but it turns out they are ordinary civilians who have yet to evacuate, and they have left behind a child. Since they are responsible for the death of this child's parents, they cannot simply abandon him. Overcome with guilt, Mark's companion knelt before the child, saying, I am so sorry. Little one, I never anticipated that things would unfold this way. Just as Mark and his companion were at a loss for what to do, the child suddenly screamed. Ah! A tremendous force propelled Mark backward. Ah! He crashed heavily to the ground, his body rendered immobile in an instant. In disbelief, Mark glanced at his body. All limbs were contorted except for his left hand, ravaged by the powerful impact. But how infuriating. Could that child be Nagato? It dawned on Mark that he was now in the narrative he had previously read, where during the Second Shinobi World War, 2 leaf ninjas inadvertently killed Nagato's parents, prompting him to awaken the Rinnegan and exact vengeance upon them. Mark could hardly believe he had become such a character. Coughing violently, blood erupted from his mouth. No, This cannot be. If this continues, I will surely perish. I refuse to die so easily. I must survive. I must live. Fueled by the primal instinct for survival, Mark's left hand stirred. He understood that in his current state, even the most skilled medical ninja would be unable to save him. His own healing techniques were rudimentary at best. His sole hope lay in Nagato awakening the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan possessed the power of resurrection. If Mark could manage to transplant the Rinnegan before his demise, perhaps he could live on. His eyes reddened with blood vessels, and soon blood began to trickle forth. His body was on the brink of collapse, with death whispering in his ear. Summoning the strength of just one hand, he dragged himself toward the interior of the house. However, Nagato should still be within, having unleashed the Rinnegan's power only to collapse from a lack of chakra. In that fleeting moment, as Mark crawled, a desire to surrender surged within him. Such thoughts are fatal for one teetering on the edge of death. Suddenly, his stomach growled in hunger. As Mark contemplated giving up, a realization struck him. I am not dead yet. How frustrating. I barely had a few bites of that canned food, and am still hungry. I have finally crossed over into the world of Naruto. I refuse to die like this. I must survive. I shall make all beautiful women my harem. I must live. I will have all the strong ones as my subordinates. I must live. I will gather all the tailed beasts and become a god in the ninja world. Regardless of how unattainable this desire may seem, the intense yearning for survival concentrated all of Mark's strength into his left hand. He crawled into the inner room where Nagato lay quietly. The sorrow of his parents' passing and the weakness from releasing the power of the Rinnegan causing him to drift into a deep slumber. With all his might, Mark crawled before Nagato. Damn it, the Rinnegan, it shall be mine. He strained to recall the technique for wielding the chakra scalpel. Methodically gathering chakra in the palm of his hand, Mark gazed at his trembling left hand, clearly hearing the rhythm of his heart and the deathly gasps escaping his nostrils. The chakra scalpel. Visible chakra slowly emerged from his palm, akin to perspiration. It was a desperate gamble. The chakra scalpel's property was to sever the internal pathways without harming the exterior. Mark deftly maneuvered the chakra scalpel to sever the optic nerve connected to Nagato's Rinnegan and extracted it, holding both eyes in his chakra-imbued grasp. Then, with that same hand, he performed the scalpel technique to gouge out his own eyes. Placing the Rinnegan in his own eye sockets, he pondered, what comes next? Suddenly, Mark was struck with confusion, for he had no knowledge of the resurrection technique's operation. In the original narrative, Nagato had mastered the seals for the technique only after decades of practice. Yet Mark was entirely unversed. Cursed be it. Was all this effort in vain? Coughing violently, more blood flowed from his body. Though he could perceive the world through the Rinnegan, he could feel its power waning. What is happening? Damn it. Struggling, Mark summoned his last vestiges of strength to hurl a small stone on the ground, which struck the frame of a mirror on the wall, causing it to tumble to the floor, mercifully unbroken. Mark opened his eyes to behold his reflection. His body contorted grotesquely, and the Rinnegan in his eyes seemed to be changing. To his astonishment, he watched as his Rinnegan devolved into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan before further regressing to a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. What? How could this be? Having grown accustomed to the pain coursing through his body, the degradation of his ocular power brought him even greater anguish. I understand now. The Rinnegan requires both the sage's bloodline and the Sharingan to thrive, yet my body lacks the sage's lineage, causing the Rinnegan to regress into the Sharingan. Although he grasped this truth, now was not the time for seeking answers. Was he truly destined to perish? Suddenly, a series of insights flooded Mark's mind. What is this? As if it were a natural progression, the methods for utilizing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan's ocular techniques were implanted into his consciousness like a tutorial. Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, Izanagi, Izanami. The ultimate ocular techniques of the Uchiha clan surged into his brain. Oh, this is Izanagi, the ocular technique that can rewrite the facts of death. Izanagi, the ultimate illusion of the Uchiha clan, possesses the remarkable ability to transform all adverse elements, including the very essence of death, into fleeting dreams within an infinitesimal moment. Simultaneously, it can transmute the advantageous factors of an assailant into tangible reality, bestowing upon the user the power to manipulate the boundary between reality and dreams. However, the price for wielding this ocular technique is the forfeiture of one's sight. Yet, Mark remains unfazed by this sacrifice. His life holds far greater significance than his vision. Izanagi. Activate. And thus, Mark met his demise, one of his Sharingan eyes fading into a pallid hue. After an extended period, Mark awoke once more, his eyelids parting to reveal his reflection in the mirror. No longer was his form a grotesque distortion, but rather an ordinary physique. However, one eye had turned gray while the other retained its three-tomo Sharingan. Evidently, the technique had succeeded. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Mark rose to his feet, his body now devoid of pain, feeling rather liberated. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of Nagato and the corpses of his parents. It appeared that, in the original narrative, Nagato had buried his parents before departing this place. Indeed, it seemed this was the case. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, as he acutely sensed his Sharingan voraciously absorbing his chakra, almost instantly consuming any chakra he generated. No wonder Kakashi Hatake from the original story frequently found himself depleted of chakra. He had not anticipated the Sharingan's exorbitant consumption. Kakashi, despite being a Jonin, had managed to cope, while Mark, now merely a Chunin, could scarcely sustain the Sharingan's demands. Unlike the Uchiha clan, he was unable to deactivate his eye, leaving his chakra reserves perpetually drained. Cursed be it, he could muster no chakra whatsoever, rendering him incapable of performing ninjutsu. As he assessed his predicament, although he had survived, his current circumstances were exceedingly dire. He found himself within enemy territory, perpetually at risk of ambush. Moreover, sporting a Sharingan would undoubtedly attract the attention of adversaries eager to seize it. Even if he encountered ninjas from Konohagakure, he would struggle to explain the origins of this eye. This Sharingan belonged to the legendary ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Who would believe such an outrageous claim? At present, this Sharingan was not a beneficial boon for Mark, but rather a perilous burden. With merely one eye remaining, he contemplated attempting to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he knew his chakra would scarcely suffice for prolonged activation. Yet, he might be able to unleash a single Tsukuyami. He was left with only two choices: either venture to Konohagakure and gamble on deceiving the Uchiha clan and the third Hokage, or seek out the original owner of this Sharingan, Uchiha Madara himself. Both choices are exceedingly perilous. He is merely a Chunin, and Konoha would never allow matters to escalate in his favor. The Sharingan will most likely be reclaimed, rendering Mark nothing more than a worthless Chunin. An even more probable scenario is that Mark will be wrongfully accused of murdering members of the Uchiha clan. Should he seek out Uchiha Obito? Perhaps through his understanding of the Naruto world and the character of Obito, he might persuade him to assist him with his words. However, the greater likelihood is that Obito, in a fit of rage, would eliminate Mark for having destroyed the Rinnegan he had painstakingly acquired throughout his life. Mark felt a sense of foreboding about his future. Nevertheless, hunger persisted. He needed to find sustenance. Mark returned to the spot where he had previously consumed canned food, only to discover that all remaining provisions had been taken by pain. It appeared he would have to venture out in search of more. Upon exiting, he encountered several ninjas from Sunagakure. In the Land of Rain, at the Sunagakure outpost, Mark was bound with ropes and thrown to the ground. Chiyo-sama, we have captured a Konoha ninja. He belongs to the Uchiha clan and possesses the Sharingan, reported a sand ninja to his superior. Mark looked up to see an elderly woman. Could this be Chiyo, the puppet master from the original story? Given that Sasori had yet to become a puppet master, this elderly lady standing before Mark was indeed the most powerful puppet master of her time. How unfortunate. This was bound to end badly. Mark gritted his teeth, glaring at Chiyo. Chiyo coldly regarded Mark and said, Konoha ninja. The sand ninja beside Mark added, indeed. Chiyo-sama, he possesses the Sharingan. If our Sunagakure could also acquire such ocular powers, our strength would undoubtedly increase. Let us simply extract his eyes. Chiyo shook her head and replied, a single Sharingan is merely a nuisance in our hands. The people of Konoha would target anyone possessing a Sharingan as a primary threat. I have a better plan. With that, Chiyo approached Mark, lifting his chin to examine his eyes. Ah, I see, one eye is blind. However, the other seems rather incongruous. This Sharingan is not yours, is it? You must have extracted it from someone in your village, whether from the deceased or the living. I must say, Konoha, you are quite ruthless. Chiyo scrutinized Mark's eyes meticulously, while Mark dared not move. He had only just exchanged one eye for his life. And now it seemed the Sharingan was indeed a double-edged sword. Just as he stepped outside, the truth had manifested. Konoha, I tell you, that white fang of yours killed my son and daughter-in-law. I will not let you escape unscathed. I shall transform you into a puppet of Sunagakure, commanding you to eliminate your comrades and slay the white fang of Konoha. Chiyo spoke venomously, her son's death having driven her to the brink of insanity. She was willing to pay any price and forsake everything, even the very Sharingan before her, to avenge her child. Mark refrained from speaking. He understood through the original narrative the nature of Chiyo, yet he was only acquainted with the personality she would adopt 20 years hence. Presently, she was a mother bereaved, her psyche utterly beyond Mark's control. You would do well to obey, Konoha ninja, for I shall implant a lethal poison within your heart. This toxin will seep into every vein of your body, affecting even your Sharingan. While its functions may remain intact, should another remove your eyes and then replace them, they too will succumb to the poison. If you wish to preserve your life, you must comply with my orders. I shall provide you with antidotes at regular intervals. Mark was engulfed in despair. Was this the abrupt conclusion to his adventures in this realm? Would he be condemned to live as a puppet assassin for Sunagakure for the remainder of his days? His stomach growled, betraying him. But the Sunagakure inhabitants showed no concern for Mark's hunger. This was a battlefield, and they would not offer sustenance to their enemies. He was led to the operating table. But what awaited him was no mere surgery. Chiyo intended to completely revamp his body. Agonizing pain. Only suffering. Mark's mind was consumed solely by anguish. The entirety of his left arm's bones had been excised. Chiyo, the most skilled puppeteer of Sunagakure and an elite medical ninja, executed her procedure flawlessly. The excruciating pain Mark experienced stemmed from Chiyo's deliberate omission of anesthesia, forcing him to endure the agony of bone removal. His mouth agape. He sought to alleviate this indescribable torment with breath. In my life. Kill me. His thoughts were dominated by the desire for death. Perhaps only in death could he find respite from such horrific pain. After stripping away the bones of his hand, the skeletal remains were carelessly discarded into the trash. For Mark would no longer require them. They would be supplanted by a superior internal framework. Crack. Agonizing screams echoed as Chiyo spent an entire hour merely on his left arm. Outside the door, 2 Chunin guards endured the hour-long symphony of suffering. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Chiyo prepared to rest briefly before continuing with the next arm. Ha ha ha, Konoha ninja. The pain I endure shall be repaid to you manifold. Chiyo gazed upon Mark's contorted face, twisted in agony, and felt an overwhelming sense of delight. Do you see? My son, mother shall avenge you. Let this Sharingan-wielding scoundrel eliminate your murderer. Her expression gradually morphed into one of sinister glee. The temporary cessation of the surgery brought a halt to Mark's suffering, yet the terror within him remained indelible. The hour-long bone replacement surgery left him immobilized, reduced to mere wails of despair. Soon, this fear transformed. It did not dissipate, but metamorphosed into a more dreadful emotion, hatred. Mark began to loathe this world, resenting his unfortunate fate of being thrust into the life of this wretched soul, and despising the fact that this hapless individual had encountered the power of the Rinnegan. This intense animosity birthed profound emotions, leading to a remarkable alteration in Mark's Sharingan. The 3 Tomo gradually began to evolve into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Chiyo noticed this transformation and looked at Mark with confusion, exclaiming, "This is Tsukuyami." Mark merely cast a glare at Chiyo, causing her to immediately collapse, unconscious. How infuriating. To dare bind me here. After executing Tsukuyami, Mark swiftly fell into a state of weakness. Indeed, his chakra reserves were insufficient to sustain such a technique. Yet it was still adequate. With a swift motion, Mark's left arm propelled a sharp blade, severing the bindings that restrained him. Ah, is this the result of my transformation? Damn it, it hurts like hell. Rising to his feet, Mark prepared to depart, but noticed 3 scrolls tied to Chiyo's waist. He picked them up and opened one. Ah, it contained the methods for mastering puppet techniques, along with instructions for crafting puppets, and the exquisite works of the puppet master, Kazashi. Splendid. This is precisely the ninjutsu that Mark requires. Techniques like fire and wind jutsu are far too taxing on chakra. While the most challenging aspect of puppet mastery lies in the creation of the puppets themselves, manipulating them, however, demands minimal chakra, exactly what Mark needs. Humph. I shall graciously accept this as compensation for the torment you've inflicted upon me. Mark restrained himself from killing Chiyo. He needed to escape stealthily. For if the scent of blood reached those outside, it would spell disaster. This location, being within the territory of Sunagakure, was not overly fortified, it was merely a tent. Mark effortlessly slashed the side of the tent with his left-hand blade and made his escape. Furthermore, there were no patrols nearby. After all, Chiyo, one of the most formidable combatants of Sunagakure, would never have anticipated being outmaneuvered by Mark. Prior to this, she had never encountered the existence of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, only knowing of the Uchiha clan's 3-Tomo Sharingan. This unexpected turn of events caught Chiyo off guard. Mark struggled to flee from the Sunagakure stronghold. Even with his chakra depleted from using Tsukuyami, and having reverted to his ordinary Sharingan state, Mark's body continued to be sapped of strength. Lacking chakra meant that his Sharingan began to drain his physical stamina. Should that be exhausted as well, Mark feared he might perish. Gurgle. Ah, how infuriating. I still haven't had enough to eat. Thump, thump, thump. Mark could feel his heart racing. Damn, is the side effect of the Sharingan truly this severe? Wow. Mark spat out a mouthful of black blood. This dark blood emitted a foul stench of decay. What is this? Could it be? This is not merely a side effect of the Sharingan. It was the venom spoken of by that wretched old woman. Mark felt his legs gradually weaken, his body slipping from his control. He had anticipated that she would implant the toxin only after the transformation was complete. Yet it seemed she had already tampered with his body from the very beginning. A wave of nausea surged into Mark's throat. Ugh! He expelled a torrent of bile, feeling as if even the canned food he had consumed earlier had been expelled. How infuriating! Threats of death came one after another. Was he to be poisoned yet again? Clutching his heart and leaning against a nearby tree, he gritted his teeth as sweat trickled down his forehead. Ha ha ha! In this war, one could truly obtain a strong heart. From behind a nearby tree emerged a man clad in a black robe. Though Mark longed to draw a kunai to confront him, his frail body was too weak to perform any action. The man gazed into Mark's eyes. Oh, a member of the Uchiha clan, you've activated your Sharingan. Huh? But why only one eye? No matter. My name is Kakuzu, and soon, I shall claim your heart and your eyes. You shall perish. Mark recognized this Kakuzu as a member of the Akatsuki, though in this era, the organization had yet to be established. Kakuzu was likely a mercenary. Wait. Mark struggled to call out. Do you perhaps have some final words? Kakuzu generally felt no sympathy for someone who appeared to be on the brink of death. Yet the allure of the Sharingan compelled him to treat Mark with care. After all, if Mark were to destroy his own eyes in a desperate act, it would be a tremendous loss. I ask you, do you truly wish to claim my heart and eyes? Use your chakra to examine my body. Even in my current state, do you still wish to pursue those ambitions? Kakuzu, intrigued by Mark's words, extended his hand to inspect his body. It's the toxin from that old woman in Sunagakure. Damn it, I've encountered 3 or 4 of them in recent days. I didn't expect even you, a young Uchiha, to fall victim. Ultimately, Kakuzu departed, leaving with a sense of reluctance. Mark, however, could no longer endure. Hunger and the excessive expenditure of chakra hastened the spread of the toxin. Gradually, he lost the ability to think and succumbed to a deep slumber. Hey, it's already dawn. Wake up. Mark felt a hand repeatedly patting his cheek. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The first words escaping his lips were, I'm not dead. Then he beheld a golden-haired beauty, with earthy-hued eyes, an absolutely adorable yet mature face, and a figure that appeared to be stunningly voluptuous. Ahem. Mark quickly diverted his gaze, his mind clearing a bit. You are Tsunade? Mark could hardly believe his eyes. He had unexpectedly encountered Tsunade, the most remarkable woman in the entire Naruto universe. Tsunade nodded and remarked, Fortunately, I happened to pass by and encountered you, bringing you here for treatment. Otherwise, Chiyo's poison could have claimed your life. Oh, so it was you who alleviated my poison? I cannot express my gratitude enough. Upon realizing that he was no longer under the threat of death, Mark finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing. We are all ninjas of Konoha, after all. And you are from the Uchiha clan, are you not? Tsunade observed Mark, feeling a sense of peculiarity. When she had removed the poison from him earlier, she sensed that something was amiss with his eyes. They appeared almost as if they had been affixed post factum, and one was blind. Could a Sharingan truly lose its sight? Suddenly, Mark recalled something and said, By the way, Tsunade, could you assist me in closing my Sharingan? It seems there is an issue with my eyes, as I cannot seem to deactivate it. The constant flow of chakra is hindering my ability to fight normally. Since Tsunade had mistaken him for a member of the Uchiha clan, he decided to let her continue under that impression for now. intending to devise a resolution for this misunderstanding later. He did not wish to create conflict with his own village while still on enemy territory. That is indeed possible, Tsunade replied, but my knowledge regarding the Sharingan is rather limited. Forcing it shut may require a significant amount of chakra to reactivate it later. While examining Mark's body, Tsunade had already discerned the issue, but she was aware of the risks involved and refrained from forcibly closing it without his confirmation. After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, Mark's Sharingan finally closed. However, Tsunade was unable to remedy the blindness in his other eye. As she had mentioned, that eye had completely lost its vitality, akin to a lifeless eyeball. It seemed he would have to replace it. Ah, what a relief. Mark could not help but exclaim. The sensation of chakra flowing freely within him was utterly exhilarating. That accursed Sharingan had suppressed his chakra, preventing him from performing even the most basic of jutsu. Now, with a puppet in his left hand, he might very well be considered a skilled chunin. By the way, what is your name? Tsunade inquired. Oh, I am Mark. A chunin, he replied somewhat shyly. Upon learning that Mark was a chunin, Tsunade nodded gently and said, very well. We shall part ways here. You can return to the nearby Konoha outpost. I have other tasks to attend to. Hey, Tsunade, could you tell me what your mission is? Mark could not restrain his curiosity, for he was aware of this particular narrative. During the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade played a significant role, and he was eager to learn of the current state of the conflict. Tsunade regarded him with puzzlement, for under normal circumstances, every ninja had their own designated mission, and fulfilling that mission was of utmost importance. To indiscriminately disclose one's task was considered a serious error, especially during wartime. Transformation jutsu was a fundamental technique, and should someone transform into a familiar face to converse with him, it could easily compromise their objectives. Although Tsunade has confirmed that Mark is not an imposter, she does not actually know him. She merely intervened because he bore the Leaf Village's forehead protector and is likely of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Mark's inquiry about her mission is rather imprudent. Sensing Tsunade's suspicion in her gaze, Mark quickly asked, Tsunade, are you going to confront Hanzo of the Salamander? Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village, is undoubtedly the ultimate objective of this war, so inquiring about this at any moment is unlikely to be a mistake. If Tsunade affirms it, it would signify that the first half of the Second Shinobi World War is nearing its conclusion. Tsunade stared at Mark for a long while before finally nodding and stating, Indeed, our 5 elite shinobi teams are preparing for a surprise attack on Hanzo's stronghold. They should have already arrived, but I lost some time saving you. Nonetheless, it's fine. I will head there now. You need not worry, nor should you accompany me. A chunin would likely be of little assistance in a battle against a jonin. My apologies. With that, Tsunade turned and departed. Mark watched her retreating figure, swallowing hard. What a captivating woman. Alas, I have no other reason to keep her here. Curse this chunin status. I must seize the time to ascend to jonin rank. Imagining Tsunade's alluring figure ignited a fierce determination within him. First, he must comprehend the path that lies ahead. Undoubtedly, he has inexplicably traversed to this strange realm, devoid of any golden fingers or even the familiar systems, suggesting that the era of such advantages is drawing to a close. In any case, since none exist, one cannot demand their presence. Although he has acquired the Rinnegan, it has regressed to the Sharingan due to his physical constitution. And this Sharingan is merely a passive skill that drains chakra. While it proves useful in combat, it feels somewhat inadequate in everyday situations. Thus, Mark is left with only his previous memories and the modified left arm bestowed upon him by Chiyo. Currently, his left arm houses a single blade, yet it can accommodate numerous ninja tools, including 3 puppet scrolls that Mark has stored within it. Beyond the scrolls and blade, there are merely 3 shurikens and 2 kunai. As for the jutsu of this body's original owner, apart from the fundamental 4 techniques, shadow clone, substitution, transformation, and rope escape, there is a slight proficiency in medical ninjutsu and a single fire release technique, the fireball jutsu. Utilizing his chakra, Mark can barely execute 4 fireballs before exhausting his reserves. To survive in such a world, this level of strength is undoubtedly insufficient. Mark's power currently aligns with that of an elite chunin. Fortuitously, however, Mark is a man of knowledge, with an understanding of the plot. He can gather all advantageous elements within this world. Even mastering the art of puppetry proves insufficient. What Mark truly requires now is formidable chakra and powerful ninjutsu. Fortunately, He has devised a plan. To acquire chakra, he simply needs to become a Jinchuriki, the host of a tailed beast. With the power of the Sharingan, he could conquer the tailed beasts. As for potent ninjutsu, he could pilfer the sealing scroll. Furthermore, if he were to implant some of Hashirama's cells into himself, akin to Uchiha Madara, he might very well be able to awaken the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan is the eye of the gods. Once the conditions are met, it shall manifest, and that blind eye will eventually regain its sight. Splendid. With this, he could dominate the ninja world. Mark clenched his fists, hopeful that his plan might succeed. He could ascend to become the most formidable ruler in this realm of ninjas. What he must do next is find a secure location to hone his puppetry skills. Once he masters it, he should also attain the strength of a Jonin. As for the subsequent matters, they can be addressed later, for plans are always subject to change. Mark gazed at the cave Tsunade had found for him, a refuge from the wind and rain, and remarkably concealed. How frustrating. I must win over such a wonderful woman as Tsunade. I cannot allow the pain of this journey through time to go in vain. Mark reaffirmed his resolve. In this world rife with conflict, only the purest love is worthy of celebration. He stepped out of the concealed cave, preparing to return to the land of fire. As this place remained in enemy territory, and being a Konoha ninja here was exceedingly perilous. Indeed, plans are always subject to change. Yet Mark did not anticipate how swiftly this change would arrive. In an instant, a man with deep blue hair and golden eyes appeared before him. You are Mark. Before he could finish, shuriken flew toward Mark. They struck. Bang. Mark transformed into a wooden stump. Humph, a substitution technique. Is such a trivial tactic truly what allowed you to defeat Chio? The man turned, only to find Mark ensnared by a rope trap, dangling from a tree. How infuriating. Are you the third Kazekage? Mark could scarcely believe his eyes. The assailant was none other than the strongest ninja in Sunagakure, the Kazekage. Moreover, the third Kazekage possessed a bloodline limit, a unique physique that allowed him to convert highly refined chakra into magnetism. His strength far surpassed that of ordinary ninjas. Ha. To be caught in such a simple trap raises my doubts about your abilities. Chio mentioned that one of your eyes is blind, while the other is a Sharingan. Why not activate your Sharingan and face me in battle? The third Kazekage stood confidently, utterly unconcerned about Mark. He had come personally solely because Mark had stolen Chio's scroll. Most critically, the 10-10 of Kinkaku were the most powerful puppets in existence. He absolutely could not allow these puppets to fall into Konoha's hands. Mark gritted his teeth, staring at the third Kazekage. Could he truly be on the verge of defeat here? It suddenly struck him. Chio had mentioned that she had placed a deadly poison on you, hadn't she? In light of this revelation, I must admit that I regard you with a newfound respect. Although your physical condition has deteriorated to such an extent that you cannot evade even the simplest of traps, the duration of your affliction has not diminished your ability to employ the substitution technique. This indicates a remarkable strength, and I have misjudged you. Nevertheless, your demise is imperative. With a swift motion, 3 shurikens were launched from the hands of the third Kazekage. Each of these quadrilateral shurikens bore 12 sharp points, ensuring that any impact would result in excruciating pain. Mark gazed in astonishment as the shurikens hurtled toward him. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the fire release techniques he had previously studied. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, the tremendous force neutralizing the forward momentum of the shurikens. At the very instant the fire collided with the projectiles, Mark drew a shuriken of his own. However, it was not aimed at the third Kazekage, but rather at the ropes binding his ankles. With a swift motion, the ropes were severed. Cursed be it, that fiend merely restrained my feet, allowing me to free my hands to form hand seals. Upon landing, Mark's instinct was to flee. After all, this was the third Kazekage. Even with his mastery of puppet techniques and the power of the Sharingan, he could hardly hope to be a match for such an opponent. When faced with an insurmountable foe, one must not cower, but rather take flight. Just as Mark attempted to escape, one of his legs was pierced through. The magnetic technique unleashed a long black needle that impaled his thigh. How unexpected. I assumed that your condition from the poison would render you incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Yet here you are, employing the substitution technique and even fire release. Truly, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. The third Kazekage approached Mark nonchalantly, fully aware of his capabilities. Faced with such peril, Mark could only muster a fire technique of minimal strength. Indeed, he was at his limit. Through gritted teeth, Mark endured the pain, glaring at the third Kazekage. Unbeknownst to him, this was indeed Mark's most formidable ninjutsu, and he remained oblivious to the fact that the poison within him had been neutralized. However, Mark was perplexed as to why the third Kazekage had not simply ended his life or seized the puppet scroll and his Sharingan directly. Suddenly, Mark understood. Having previously used Tsukuyomi to defeat Chiyo, she must have recognized the prowess of the Sharingan before succumbing to the Jinjutsu. Thus, the third Kazekage was merely probing, needing to conserve energy to contend with Tsukuyomi. Yet, what the third Kazekage did not know was that Mark's Sharingan had already been deactivated, and he had no comprehension of how he had transitioned from the three-tomo Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. The possibility of using Tsukuyomi again was now beyond him. Nonetheless, despite the odds stacked against him in overcoming the third Kazekage, the latter's intelligence was flawed, while Mark was privy to information unknown to his adversary. This disparity in knowledge could enhance his chances of escape. However, the gap in their respective strengths might very well bridge this informational advantage. Moreover, as time passed and the Kazekage continued his probing attacks, it was inevitable that Mark's physical condition and true strength would be discerned. What truly holds the decisive power in this confrontation are the intellects of two individuals. Mark's objective is to successfully escape before the third Kazekage recognizes his true strength. The two are locked in a stalemate, motionless, yet their expressions tell a different story. Mark's face is a canvas of tension, as he has never before engaged in such a one-on-one battle, let alone against a formidable adversary of this caliber. Sweat trickles down Mark's cheek, while the third Kazekage maintains an air of nonchalance. In the Kazekage's mind, Mark's only chance lies in his use of Tsukuyomi. However, it is evident that Mark has already succumbed to a lethal poison, as his expression betrays his anxiety. The potency of the illusion that can ensnare 1,000 generations in its grasp is immense, and thus, the chakra expenditure must also be considerable. Although the extent of Mark's chakra remains uncertain, the paltry fireball he conjured earlier indicates that his reserves are nearly depleted. Even if he were to cast Tsukuyomi again, it would likely be his final attempt. The third Kazekage has envisioned every possible scenario, among which the most probable is that Mark will resort to Tsukuyomi in a desperate bid to escape. The Kazekage has prepared for this eventuality. Currently, Mark's eyes remain mere black pupils. The Kazekage understands that the Sharingan's illusions rely on visual transmission. Therefore, the moment Mark activates his Sharingan, the Kazekage will close his eyes and unleash his most expansive jutsu to block Mark's escape route. After using Tsukuyomi once, Mark will undoubtedly lack the strength to cast it again, whether due to chakra depletion or his physical condition. He possesses only this singular opportunity. His current anxiety stems not from the timing of casting Tsukuyomi, but from a profound sense of despair. This feeling of helplessness has rendered him oblivious to the blood streaming from his pierced thigh, for he knows that if he continues to squander time, the Kazekage's patience will eventually wear thin. No matter how fearful he may be of the illusion's might, the Kazekage cannot afford to wait indefinitely for Mark to devise an escape plan. If only he were aware of the method the Kazekage intends to employ to counter Tsukuyomi. However, evading the illusion is straightforward. One need only avert their gaze. At that point, a mere flick of a shuriken could spell Mark's demise. The likelihood that the Kazekage will close his eyes upon perceiving the onset of the illusion is quite high. Perhaps it is worth testing this theory. Without hesitation, Mark widened his eyes and leaned forward with determination. Yet the Kazekage's eyelids did not so much as flutter. Cursed fate! He has failed. Sweat poured from Mark's brow in greater abundance. Though the third Kazekage's gaze remained unchanged, he was nonetheless startled internally. Fortunately, he understood that the Sharingan Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan could only be activated when the Sharingan was opened. It seemed that Mark, perhaps to conserve chakra, had not yet activated his eyes. However, the moment he did, the third Kazekage would execute his plan to eliminate Mark. Suddenly, an audacious idea struck Mark, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Without hesitation, he resolved to put his plan into action, dismissing any thoughts of its success rate. For he knew time was of the essence. At that moment, it felt as if a certain resolve had awakened within him. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Mark performed a delicate maneuver, expanding the range of the fireball while diminishing its power, creating an effect akin to a wall of flames. However, the reduction in potency was so significant that it could not truly be deemed a new ninjutsu. Initially, The third Kazekage assumed that Mark was attempting to unleash Tsukuyomi by forming the requisite hand signs before activating his Sharingan. Yet, he soon realized that the ocular techniques of the Sharingan did not require hand signs. This was precisely why the chakra consumption was far greater than that of conventional ninjutsu. Upon witnessing the flames erupting from Mark's mouth, the Kazekage grasped his true intention. Mark sought to obscure his movements by using the fire to shroud his vision. He aimed to unleash Tsukuyomi in the fleeting moment before the flames dissipated. Consequently, even the weakest fire technique warranted his utmost attention, let alone the imminent Tsukuyomi. A chill ran down the third Kazekage's spine as he pondered this. Who was this individual? Why had he never heard of such a prodigy from the Uchiha clan before? No. Judging by his appearance, he did not seem particularly young. Was it due to the war that such a formidable talent emerged? Remarkably, he had conceived such a clever strategy in such a brief span. Perhaps it was because Mark had not activated his Sharingan from the outset. And given that he had managed to escape from Chiyo some time ago, the Kazekage had reason to suspect that Mark had secretly transported the puppet scroll back to Konohagakure. If that were the case, it would represent a significant loss for Sunagakure. However, if such a combat genius were to fall to the forces of Konoha, it would equally spell great loss for them. This battle had already produced one hero of the Leaf, White Fang. Should this Uchiha remain on the battlefield, he might very well become the next hero of the war. This child cannot be allowed to live. The Kazekage's murderous intent radiated like a living thing. And at that moment, across the flames, Mark felt the weight of that intense malice. Could it be that he had been discovered? Sweat poured down Mark's face. With utmost speed, he withdrew his leg from the long black needle. Just then, the third Kazekage extended his hands, 2 hands. A hand crystallized into a shield of sand iron, deflecting the flames, while the other hand manipulated the sand iron needle. Mark observed, with a hint of surprise, that the very needle that had just departed from his thigh was now redirecting itself to aim once more at him. A barely perceptible smile graced Mark's lips. Perish. Although the third wind shadow was obscured by flames and could not discern the specifics of Mark's situation, he was aware of Mark's approximate position. With the element of surprise on his side, he could easily aim for Mark's head, and it was highly probable that he would meet his demise. Alas, the third wind shadow's intentions had already been anticipated by Mark. As the flames before the third wind shadow dissipated, he beheld Mark, injured yet resolute, grasping his sand iron needle. Harnessing the needle's power, Mark propelled himself into the air. Following this, he unleashed the fire release, fireball technique. Although its potency was not particularly formidable compared to other jutsu, the technique indeed possessed a recoil effect. On the ground, one instinctively steadies their body, but in the air, this recoil transforms into a means of propulsion and directional change. Mark adeptly utilized this recoil to distance himself from the sand iron needle. An iconic line from another anime surfaced in Mark's mind. Did you think it would be so simple? This is my escape route, third wind shadow. Elation surged within him, filled with excitement and exhilaration. This time, unlike before, when faced with the specter of death, he had entirely relied on his own intellect to turn peril into safety. The overwhelming sense of achievement ignited a fire within Mark. I can do it. What I have spoken of, what I aspire to achieve, is within my grasp. Unlike those characters in fan fiction blessed with fortuitous abilities, Mark could navigate this world through sheer wit and strength to attain his desired outcomes. He envisioned conquering the beauties of the Naruto universe, overpowering its formidable warriors, and mastering all it encompassed. Previously, this ambition had merely been a distant dream, but now, as Mark soared through the air, he reveled in the liberating sensation of his body dancing amidst the clouds. In that moment, ambition metamorphosed into confidence. Mark was resolute in his strength. He believed wholeheartedly in his intellect. If I truly apply myself, I can accomplish anything. Such were Mark's thoughts, and he genuinely held this conviction. His confidence was absolute, teetering on the brink of arrogance. However, the world was not as straightforward as Mark envisioned. This was not merely a narrative focused on combat prowess. Despite the original series' later power discrepancies, it did not diminish the combat awareness possessed by the individuals within this realm. There were others, not just Mark, who wielded exceptional combat skills and a composed fighting mentality. Just as Mark descended through the air, harboring the notion that everyone in this world was a fool except for him, he caught sight of the third wind shadow. The third wind shadow surged towards him atop a colossal, dark wave. Magnet release, sand iron tsunami. The third Kazekage stood upon the colossal wave of sand and iron. His gaze fixed intently upon Mark. Having chosen to flee in this manner rather than confront him with illusions, it was evident that Mark could no longer wield such techniques. Thus, the time had come for his demise. He realized it. Mark's burgeoning arrogance was swiftly eclipsed by a tide of fear. Just as Mark had initially predicted, the disparity in strength had now surpassed that of intelligence. The third Kazekage had gleaned all he needed to know. It was now merely a matter of eliminating Mark. Cursed be it. The remaining chakra was scarcely sufficient for a single fireball. Yet, against the overwhelming torrent of sand and iron, what could one small orb achieve? Mark found himself engulfed in profound despair, bereft of options. One of his legs had been pierced and required treatment. He could not simply land and sprint away. His chakra was nearly depleted, and in his descent, he was falling far more slowly than the third Kazekage could approach. This meant that upon touching the ground, the Kazekage would immediately ascertain his location. Even if he were to land in the nearby thicket, he would likely find little refuge. Could this truly be my fate? Is this my destined end? No. With tears of despair, Mark plummeted into the small grove below. The third Kazekage surged forward. Magnet release, iron sand rain. The colossal wave of sand and iron beneath the Kazekage morphed into projectile forms, hurtling towards Mark's descent. Boom, boom, boom. The third Kazekage smiled faintly. This time, there was no chance of survival for Mark. The sensation of being ensnared in the earth enveloped him, plunging him into darkness. Mark felt as though something was pulling him. Then, a blinding light emerged. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Voices surrounded him. We've taken this guy away. The third Kazekage is undoubtedly frantically searching for him now. Humph. We've still lost a white Zetsu, struck down by the Kazekage's iron sand bullet, huh? Mark rose to see a peculiar being with white skin and another with black skin, alongside a white creature that resembled a crushed soda can lying on the ground. In an instant, Mark's mind pieced together the puzzle, recognizing them for who they were. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. Upon hearing Mark utter their names, the two Zetsus were momentarily taken aback. Hey, how do you know of our existence? Has Konoha tracked down Lord Uchiha Obito? White Zetsu exclaimed in a fluster. Impossible. If any Konoha ninja were near Uchiha Obito, we would certainly sense their presence. Damn it, where did you hear our names? Black Zetsu demanded, gripping Mark by his collar. In that moment, Mark discerned the truth. It must have been his acquisition of the Rinnegan that Obito had placed within Nagato, prompting Obito to dispatch Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to capture him. However, Mark's advantage has always been his memory. He is aware of the entire truth. The legendary ninja Uchiha Obito, the first leader of the Uchiha clan after the establishment of Konoha village, was believed to have perished following his climactic battle with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Yet, Obito utilized the power of his Anaji to rewrite the narrative of his demise, even acquiring a fragment of Hashirama's flesh in the process. By using this flesh, Obito accessed Hashirama's cells, and at the brink of death, he awakened the Sharingan. The cells granted Obito a portion of Sage Body, leading him to summon the Outer Path Golem, the vessel of the Chakra Beast, the Ten Tails. Obito cultivated Hashirama's cells using the Golem and also summoned the White Zetsu. The Black Zetsu, on the other hand, was a manifestation forged from Obito's will. He bestowed the Rinnegan upon Nagato, intending for Nagato to harness its power to resurrect him as he matured. However, all of this was merely Obito's delusion. Mark knows the entire truth. Both Black and White Zetsu are remnants of the ancient conflict, serving the chakra progenitor, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu is Kagaya's third child, while White Zetsu represents Kagaya's mass-produced soldiers from the ancient war. Their true objective is to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki, not Obito. They intend to exploit Obito's power to unleash the eternal illusion, infinite Tsukuyami, thereby resurrecting Kagaya? Now, having captured Mark is Obito's command, and Mark can cleverly exploit this disparity in information. It is no wonder that whether in combat or military strategy, the significance of intelligence warfare always ranks first. This shall be my greatest advantage. I shall fully leverage this information gap to distance myself from all in this world and ascend as the sovereign of the realm. With this thought, the despair once instigated by the third Kazekage's near-fatal blow dissipated. Once again, Confidence filled Mark's heart. Hey, what are you grinning about, you fool? Luckily, we rescued you just in time. Otherwise, that Kazekage sand iron would have finished you off. White Zetsu remarked, poking Mark's head in confusion. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu clung to Mark's collar, gazing at him. It was evident that this was no jest from Obito, for someone like him would never toy with them. Yet, how could there be a second individual aware of their names in this world? After all, they were summoned by Obito, and until now, they had only interacted with him. Although White Zetsu occasionally ventured out to gather intelligence from the outside world to relay to Obito, they had never engaged with anyone beyond Obito himself. This implies that the likelihood of outsiders knowing of their existence is virtually zero, let alone being aware of the names bestowed upon them by Obito. Black Zetsu furrowed his brow, despite lacking actual eyebrows. Mark smiled subtly, having devised his next words. He would weave the grandest lie the world has ever known using all the intelligence at his disposal. Release me, and I shall utter a name. At which point you will relinquish your grasp on my collar. For instance, Otsutsuki Kagaya. What? Upon Mark's utterance of Kagaya's name, both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were taken aback. How could you possibly know that name? It seemed an unfathomable notion indeed. No, it is utterly impossible. The era of Otsutsuki Kagaya has long since passed, hundreds of years, nearly a millennium ago, and the history of that time has been entirely sealed away. No one could possibly be aware of the name Otsutsuki Kagaya, apart from the two beings who originated from that epoch, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. How could anyone else be privy to such knowledge? Black Zetsu's hands instinctively fell, his heart brimming with confusion and even a trace of fear. When a secret unknown to all but oneself emerges in this world, the sentiment of fear inevitably takes root. Now, shall we engage in conversation? Mark proclaimed, astonishingly bold. He dared to address Black Zetsu and White Zetsu as little ghosts. Impossible. We have investigated you. You are merely an ordinary chunin of Konoha. White Zetsu's tone was rife with uncertainty. Indeed, this physical vessel may merely be a lowly chunin, but now, I have usurped his body, and my true self is, in fact, Kagaya's beloved. Mark stated with utmost seriousness. What on earth is happening? White Zetsu was in a state of collapse. After all, he was merely a mass-produced soldier, conditioned to obey orders, utterly incapable of comprehending such matters or discerning the truth of Mark's claims. Black Zetsu stood there, dumbfounded. If Mark were indeed acquainted with Kagaya, such a being could only have existed hundreds of years ago, before Kagaya's demise. Yet, Black Zetsu remained unable to fathom this reality. Not only was White Zetsu a mere soldier, but even Black Zetsu, Kagaya's own progeny, could not grasp the nature of the situation. Mark desperately scoured his mind for all knowledge pertaining to the world of Naruto, ready to fabricate any tale he could conjure. In his usual state, Mark might not have dared to weave such a grand deception, yet now, he was in a heightened state of exhilaration. After enduring several life-and-death crises and narrowly escaping, he had not eaten. His stomach growled in protest, still hungry. However, Mark's spirit remained unyielding. No, it cannot be. My mother is a strict ascetic, and her 3 children were all born through asexual reproduction. How could she possibly have a beloved? Black Zetsu gritted his teeth in fury, aware that he had come into existence from Kagaya's will before her sealing. He understood the nature of his own creation, thus deeming Mark's words as falsehoods. Mark's gaze remained unchanged. He coldly regarded Black Zetsu, while in truth, his mind had gone blank. Although Mark was not a professional deceiver, he understood a fundamental truth. The most exquisite lies are those that even the liar themselves come to believe. To truly deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. Thus, Mark has been instilling the notion of being Kagaya's beloved into himself, striving to convince his own heart of this truth. It is as though a great bird flitted overhead, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the leaves of the forest. In reality, however, the third Kazekage, in a fit of frustration, could not locate Mark and hastily returned to his camp. I believe, Mark reassured himself. He then addressed Kurizetsu with an air of authority. I recognize you are born of Kagaya's will. Thus you are a creature of darkness, are you not? Observe your 2 siblings, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Do they resemble your ghastly form? They are the only offspring of Kagaya and myself. What? Kurizetsu was utterly convinced, astonished that Mark possessed knowledge not only of Kagaya and himself, but also of the other 2 progeny. I shall unveil the truth to you. Mark suddenly trembled, as the wound inflicted by the Kazekage still bled profusely from his thigh, and he felt the effects of excessive blood loss. White Zetsu, utilize your healing abilities to mend my wounds, Mark commanded with solemnity, as though it were an expectation. Yes. White Zetsu glanced at Kurizetsu, who nodded in agreement. And then White Zetsu proceeded to detach a portion of his leg, transforming it into a salve to apply to Mark's injury. Excellent. Now listen closely. Mark seated himself, finally able to ease the strain of standing after such substantial blood loss. Approximately a millennium ago, I resided on another planet with Kagaya. However, due to resource scarcity, our clan began to engage in conflict with our enemies. Ahem. To simplify, Kagaya arrived here with her plans, while I was tasked with buying her time. Now, after centuries, Kagaya has yet to return or communicate in any manner, causing me great concern. Yet, as my true form cannot leave at will, I chose to manifest a fragment of my will in this world. Mark rose once more. That is to say, it is I? However, I knew little of this world's circumstances, so I haphazardly selected a vessel, only to discover it was remarkably feeble. Kurizetsu, White Zetsu, I shall resurrect Kagaya. But I need your assistance in enhancing the strength of this body. This way, when my true self arrives, everything will be considerably more manageable. After delivering such a lengthy discourse, even Mark nearly fell prey to his own deception. Fortunately, he recalled how he had come to this world. That day, while enjoying hot pot and singing, he suddenly found himself in a car accident, and in the blink of an eye, he was here. Yes, may I inquire your esteemed name? My lord. Kurizetsu and White Zetsu, having fully embraced Mark's words, were in awe. I am Otsutsuki. Hades. Ah, Lord Hades. Kurizetsu and White Zetsu gazed at Mark with admiration. Mark, slightly embarrassed, replied, Ahem. However, in this world, you may call me Mark. We shall address matters differently when my true self arrives. Yes, Lord Mark. Lord Mark, Uchiha Obito, and Kurizetsu fell silent, eager to discern whether Mark was aware of Uchiha Madara's circumstances. Oh, Uchiha Madara. What do you suppose would transpire if he were to sever his connection to the Outer Path's lifeline? Indeed, he knows everything. Kurizetsu's last shred of doubt vanished. He would perish immediately, Kurizetsu declared. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Mark. If that were the case, he could effortlessly eliminate Uchiha Madara and seize all of his power. However, such an act would obliterate a pivotal character who influences much of the original Naruto storyline. In a certain light, the original Naruto narrative featured 5 formidable antagonists: Orochimaru, Nagato, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, viewed through the lens of the current era and the original plot. Eliminating Uchiha Madara now would prevent all but Orochimaru from appearing. The timeline of the Naruto saga would be irrevocably altered. Consequently, Mark would lose a significant advantage in future intelligence battles. Yet, on the other hand, he could acquire everything that belonged to Uchiha Madara. In essence, exchanging future intelligence for current combat prowess. Gaining Uchiha Madara's power would undoubtedly elevate Mark from a mere chunin to the ranks of a Kaga-level warrior. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara's strength was not absolute. Numerous other formidable beings existed in this world. Moreover, ninja confrontations were rarely confined to one-on-one duels. Should Mark obtain this power, he would need to proceed with extreme caution. Let us go. Take me to Uchiha Madara. If any complications arise, eliminate him. I wish to see if he can serve as a pawn, Mark said, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Although his recent confidence, bolstered by his battle with the Wind Shadow and his banter with Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu, had instilled him with considerable self-assurance, the prospect of facing the strongest ninja from the original work still sent shivers down his spine. At this juncture, Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu dared not escort Mark any further, for the monumental task of resurrecting Kagaya Otsutsuki had now transitioned from Kurizetsu to Mark. Initially, Mark had never anticipated that he would manage to recruit Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu as his subordinates. Could it be that the path ahead would be smooth sailing? If circumstances were to unfold favorably, Mark began to ponder. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara sought out another member of the Uchiha clan to further his plans. Yet it was evident that Mark was not of the Uchiha lineage, nor did he possess the sage body required for the Rinnegan, which had been bestowed upon Nagato. Under such circumstances, Uchiha Madara would likely begin to question Mark's identity, wouldn't he? The most prudent course of action might be to eliminate Uchiha Madara without even meeting him. Yet, inexplicably, Mark felt an overwhelming desire to encounter Uchiha Madara. As a devoted fan of Naruto, he was irresistibly drawn to the enigmatic figure of Uchiha Madara, the epitome of villainy within the series. Mark was truly, profoundly eager to witness what he was truly like. In that moment, Mark's insatiable curiosity overwhelmed his rationality. As Mark approached the cavern where Uchiha Madara concealed himself, he felt the weight of his decision. Madara had hollowed out a mountain to serve as his refuge, accompanied by the colossal outer path golem. With each step, Mark edged closer to the abyss, acutely aware that entering might lead to his demise. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to the nature of his journey, he was compelled to witness the legendary ninja who stood at the pinnacle of humanity. With each stride, Mark's pace slowed. He had only been in this world for a mere few hours, yet he had already faced 4 life-threatening encounters. Though he had narrowly escaped each time, the toll on his spirit was profound. The fleeting confidence that arose from surviving, coupled with the calm that came from gaining trust, could not mask the turmoil of fear and excitement that now engulfed him. Terror stemmed from the peril of death, while exhilaration surged from the imminent encounter with the fabled Uchiha Madara. However, Mark reassured himself, he was not foolish enough to engage in idle conversation. A mere glance would suffice. He would assess the murderous intent in Madara's gaze, and should he sense danger, he could summon Kaguya to eliminate him. Sweat beaded on Mark's brow, a testament to his unexpected anxiety. The circumstances seemed to tilt in his favor, and there was no reason for fear. He needed only to steal a glance. As Mark stepped into the cave, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes fixated upon him from the darkness. The murderous intent emanating from that gaze was unmistakable. Panic surged within him. Kaguya, eliminate him. He turned to command, but the world shifted dramatically. Everything around him transformed into a blinding white. Despair, which he had buried beneath layers of confidence, surged forth once more. He had fallen victim to Uchiha Madara's Jinjutsu. It was over. How could it have come to this? The sweat on Mark's face thickened, as if his racing heartbeat was solidifying the moisture. Soon, the perspiration congealed upon his skin. Uchiha Madara, cease your tricks. Let us converse. Mark resolved to fight with all his might. Even in such dire straits, victory was still a glimmering possibility. Oh, it seems you are aware of my name. However, your knowledge of the Rinnegan and your ability to wield the Tsukuyomi is unexpected. I cannot fathom how a mere Chunin could possess such formidable mental fortitude. Suddenly, the sweat that had crystallized on Mark's face transformed back into liquid, cascading to the ground and vanishing. In an instant, his face felt dry, as if the oppressive Jinjutsu had lifted. Cursed illusion space. Uchiha Madara, enough of your games. Let us speak plainly. When one's fate lies in the hands of another, the foremost imperative is to remain composed, regardless of the circumstances. A flicker of determination ignited within Mark's gaze, reminiscent of a spark of hope. The unexpected sight of another's fighting spirit within his Jinjutsu space astonished Uchiha Madara. How many years had it been? It has been years since I have witnessed such fervent determination. This unwavering spirit signifies but one thing. Mark possesses the confidence to overcome him. Although Uchiha Madara can sense the formidable mental strength lurking within Mark, he is acutely aware that Mark does not command this power. Otherwise, his chakra would not be so meager. What do you wish to discuss? Uchiha Madara inquired. His interest piqued as he revealed his form. Mark regarded Uchiha Madara with utmost seriousness. Truly, the leader of the Uchiha clan exudes an aura of dominance. Moreover, the Uchiha Madara within the illusion appears remarkably youthful, almost identical to his anime counterpart, radiating an undeniable charisma. Mark swallowed hard, aware that a fierce battle lay ahead. His only chance of victory rests upon the disparity of information. Who would have thought that the information warfare would necessitate 3 consecutive battles? It is utterly exhausting. Nevertheless, Mark remains optimistic. He spoke, Uchiha Madara, I am well aware of your intent to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Am I correct? Uchiha Madara visibly paused, contemplating how Mark had come to know of this. Could it be that Kaguya or the others divulged such secrets? No, they had no reason to share this with Mark. How could he possibly have learned of it? However, your vitality is waning, necessitating the use of the Rinnegan for resurrection. Ah, such is the predicament. I too was on the brink of death and had to transplant the Rinnegan to survive. Yet, this does not hinder our collaboration. I am indifferent to the state of this world, Uchiha Madara. I can assist you in your revival. Mark's anxiety gradually subsided. since Uchiha Madara had not eliminated him outright. It indicated a flicker of hesitation. As long as he hesitates, he shall falter. In contrast, Mark shall not waver. He will exploit his absolute advantage in intelligence to the fullest. With such a vast chasm of information, Mark can distort any truth in existence. Uchiha Madara is left with but one Sharingan, likely pried from the corpse of a fallen Uchiha ninja in this war, while the other eye remains obscured by his hair. You wish to aid in my resurrection? Humph, do continue. Uchiha Madara appeared to be intrigued. Mark continued, your plans have already been disrupted, and your physical condition must be less than optimal, correct? As I mentioned, I have no interest in this world. However, I am currently far too weak and require a formidable mentor to teach me the art of combat. Uchiha Madara paused once more. Do you wish to take me as your teacher? As part of our agreement, I will revive you once my strength has been restored. Uchiha Madara, our ultimate desires differ, thus our interests shall not conflict. I possess few flaws, save for a penchant for the fairer sex. I aspire to establish a harem. While you seek to alter the world, we can achieve a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ha ha ha. You are indeed an amusing fellow. Such an intriguing proposition. All I, Uchiha Madara, require is a new successor. Why must I choose you? Are you uneasy? Very well, I willingly submit to your control. You can merge my body with White Zetsu. White Zetsu is your subordinate. You must be aware of his abilities. By doing so, I would be at your mercy, would I not? You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Uchiha Madara fell into contemplation. He was unsure how Mark had acquired such insights. But he recognized that Mark could indeed serve as an exceptional pawn. However, it was imperative to ensure that Mark would never betray him. Uchiha Madara devised a comprehensive strategy. Relying on his faith in Black Zetsu, who was, after all, a manifestation of his will and would undoubtedly remain loyal. In the real world, Mark opened his eyes. His gaze had been altered. What should have been two Rinnegan were replaced by an ordinary eye and a standard 3-tomo Sharingan recently employed by Uchiha Madara for casting illusions. His body had also fused with White Zetsu. Mark touched his own form, vexed, realizing the process had been completed. How long had he been under the illusion? Uchiha Madara remarked, I will find another heir for the Rinnegan, as you lack the prowess to wield it. You possess neither the sage body nor the Uchiha bloodline. I shall assist you in becoming stronger, but I will have others monitor you. What say you to this arrangement? Did Mark have any other options? Very well, he acquiesced. Now he could fully exploit Uchiha Madara's talents to enhance his own strength, and, once Madara was no longer of use, cast him aside. Though this approach seemed ruthlessly cold, Mark was acutely aware of Uchiha Madara's nature, an entity willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. If Madara were truly resurrected, Mark, as an unpredictable variable, would undoubtedly pose the greatest threat to him. Surely, Uchiha Madara was also beginning to formulate countermeasures in his mind. Madara believed he had the upper hand and need not worry about Mark's retaliation, which led him to lower his guard. In reality, however, the true advantage lay with Mark. He had already swayed both Black and White Zetsu. As long as he did not fall prey to Uchiha Madara's illusions, he would not be eliminated. Uchiha Madara donned his Rinnegan, yet he found that his chakra reserves were severely depleted. The only knowledge he could impart to Mark was theoretical. Now, let us commence your instruction in ninjutsu, he stated. You will learn body techniques, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, but I have no desire to study within your illusions. Just teach me directly. For practical application, let White Zetsu spar with me. Humph, you certainly do not treat yourself as an outsider. Uchiha Madara responded with a hint of exasperation, perplexed by Mark's demeanor. Just moments prior, when he activated the Rinnegan, its memory function had revealed to him Mark's experiences after acquiring the Rinnegan. The recollection ceased upon Tsunade sealing his Sharingan. At this juncture, Uchiha Madara could only place his trust in Mark. This place had been exposed to him. It was either a matter of eliminating him or accepting his presence. Uchiha Madara was unaware of Mark's true capabilities. After all, he was perplexed as to how Mark had acquired such extensive knowledge. In the face of the unknown, even the mightiest of humans experience a twinge of unease. This disquiet served as a barrier, preventing Uchiha Madara from taking action. Very well. I am currently in no position to assist you with physical techniques. Instead, train diligently against White Zetsu to gradually improve. As for ninjutsu, I can only teach you the fire release technique. Regarding genjutsu, I will instruct you on the usage of the Sharingan, while your puppet technique should be self-taught. As you have already obtained the scroll, Uchiha Madara preferred to believe that Mark could aid him, for he was in a dire state, a mere flicker of hope remaining. This would be a gamble, a wager on whether Mark would honor his promise of resurrection. From this moment forth, I, Uchiha Madara, shall be your teacher. Is this world just? Some may perceive it as fair while others deem it unjust, but what of it? Those who find it unfair are likely those unable to alter their circumstances. If one could elevate their life to a better state, they would no longer perceive it as unjust. This world is chaotic and disordered. Or perhaps it was meant to be so. Yet, there will always be beings that disrupt the natural balance, becoming the so-called harbingers of order. Humanity stands as the most conspicuous of these entities. As beings that seem out of sync with this world, humans have instigated profound changes within it. For the sake of fairness, this world has molded humanity into the strongest of beings. Humans have no natural enemies. Their only adversary is themselves. But is such a world truly just? Hey, what are you staring at? Yes, I am addressing you. Tell me, is this world fair? Ah! Yahiko jolted awake from his scream. Yahiko, what is wrong? Konan and Nagato encircled him, their faces etched with concern. A month prior, Nagato's parents had been slain. After burying them, he embarked on a quest for survival. When he was on the brink of starvation, Konan rescued him and brought him to Yahiko. The three became friends, striving to survive together. All three were orphans of war, their parents either killed or missing, and they could never return to their former lives, no matter how blissful they once were. Is this world just? The question flashed through Yahiko's mind, as if someone had uttered it in his recent nightmare. But why? Where's this place? Yahiko looked at Konan and Nagato in confusion. He had been sentenced to death, yet now he found himself in this strange location alongside two children. Yahiko stood up and was astonished to find he was nearly the same height as them. It was then that he noticed his own body. Wow, how small am I? How did I become so diminutive? Yahiko exclaimed in surprise. Yahiko, what has happened to you? Konan asked, her worry palpable. Yahiko, are you calling for me? Mayahiko dashed outside the cave, pondering the peculiar nature of his surroundings. Upon catching sight of his reflection in a puddle, he was struck with astonishment. Could it be that he had traversed dimensions? A jolt of fear surged through him. As he opened his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words. You all seem somewhat familiar. Could it be? Mayahiko? Konan? Nagato? Mayahiko, what is the matter? Why do you address us with such bewilderment? Konan's gaze was already filled with concern. Could it be that I've been transported to the world of Naruto? Mayahiko exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he scrutinized his own hands. Who would have imagined that his life, once so tragically mundane, could blossom anew in this second chance? Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed maniacally. What now? Nagato, it seems Mayahiko has lost his senses. Konan was on the verge of tears, wondering if the earlier encounter with Hanzo the salamander and those leaf ninjas had driven him to madness. But why? Nagato, how splendid. Alas, I have not become you. But no matter, the Rinnegan is now mine. This is a divine opportunity bestowed upon me. I shall conquer this world and ascend to godhood. Mayahiko proclaimed with fervor. Excellent. Now, the first order of business is to awaken the powers of the Rinnegan. According to the original narrative, it should be after Jiraiya takes me on as a student that you, Nagato, utilize the Rinnegan to save me, correct? Yet it appears I have not yet been accepted as his disciple. Splendid. Let us hasten to seek out Jiraiya. Konan and Nagato exchanged fearful glances as Mayahiko rambled on. Oblivious to their concern, they questioned whether he had truly succumbed to madness. How could a madman hope to survive in such tumultuous times? Unable to bear it any longer, Konan succumbed to tears, sitting despondently on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Hey, stop crying. You too, come with me. We shall seek out Jiraiya and become his pupils. Who? Nagato inquired, perplexed. Never mind that. Just follow me. Mayahiko recalled the plot of Naruto with meticulous detail. Indeed, he had come to believe himself the chosen one. Who would have thought he would find himself in this world? Though it was steeped in darkness, perhaps with his understanding of the original tale, he could transcend all others. However, it seemed there was no system to guide him. Indeed, if one were to be transported to another world, it was unlikely they would encounter some arbitrary system. Yet, for some, such a journey was akin to entering paradise, while for others, it was a descent into hell. Mayahiko, brimming with confidence, led Konan and Nagato toward the unknown. And I shall reach paradise. Next, I simply need to find Jiraiya and become his disciple. After that, I shall locate a villain to awaken Nagato's powers, and then Jiraiya will truly teach us ninjutsu. Once I master all techniques, I shall seize the Rinnegan and become the supreme deity. At that point, I shall heed nothing of Uchiha Obito's words. Ha ha ha. Nagato, look. Yahiko was making that strange laugh again, Conan said with a hint of concern. Nagato felt a chill running down his spine. He had never experienced such an unsettling sensation before, not since a month ago. The aura emanating from Yahiko now bore an uncanny resemblance to that of one of the two ninjas who had slain his parents. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding enveloped Nagato's heart. Approximately a month later, the war among the three great nations in the Land of Rain was nearing its conclusion. Yahiko and his companions finally located Jiraiya's team, who were preparing to return home. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru had already garnered significant fame after being dubbed the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha by Hanzo of the Salamander. Meanwhile, Yahiko began to contemplate how to fully exploit the resources at his disposal to achieve his goals. Please take us as your disciples. Teach us ninjutsu, Yahiko implored. Are we to eliminate them? Orochimaru suddenly inquired, gazing at Yahiko and his companions. Yahiko remained unfazed by Orochimaru's words, while Conan and Nagato were already in a state of panic. Yahiko shot a cold glance at Orochimaru, who responded with a slight smile upon meeting Yahiko's gaze. The fate of war orphans is often grim. Perhaps it would be kinder to end their lives now, Orochimaru remarked with a sinister grin. Yet, Yahiko remained composed. Orochimaru displayed a hint of excitement. Stand down, Orochimaru. I will stay behind to look after them. You and Tsunade should return to the village. No. Wait a moment, Jiraiya. Allow me to take these children back, said a figure adorned with a Konoha forehead protector and a prosthetic left arm. Yahiko was utterly taken aback. What was happening? Why was this person here? Who were they? This character did not exist in the original storyline. Was this an original creation from the anime, or did they appear elsewhere? No, that is not right. This segment of the plot diverged from the original manga. Yahiko stood there, bewildered. Could it be that his eagerness to find Jiraiya caused the timeline to shift? Huh, who are you? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. Oh, it's you. I'm grateful for the invaluable research opportunity you provided, which allowed me to complete the antidote for Chiyo's poison so swiftly. Tsunade recognized him. This was Mark. Having trained under Uchiha Madara for 2 months, Mark had now emerged. He had significantly upgraded his left arm and modified the eye possessing the Sharingan, fitting it with a false eye cover to conceal its true nature while in use. During his 2 months of training, Mark's physical prowess had greatly improved, and his chakra mastery had reached the level of a Jonin. He had also learned various fire-style techniques and had become proficient in the use of the Sharingan. Thus, Mark set out, determined to return to Konoha and achieve the rank of Jonin. The ranks of ninjas are divided into 5 categories, beginning with the Genin, who must graduate from the Ninja Academy and earn the approval of their team's captain. Next comes the Chunin, who must undergo the Chunin exams to earn the approval of the examiners. The Jonin are divided into 2 tiers, the ordinary Jonin, who require the recommendation of a nation's leader and other Jonin, and the special Jonin, who must possess unique skills, albeit their actual standing is somewhat lower than that of the ordinary Jonin. Finally, there is the title of Hokage, which can only be held by the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages. However, there exists a category of ninja that transcends these ranks, the medical ninja. Regardless of their level of medical prowess, the strategic value of any medical ninja in wartime far surpasses that of a Chunin. A formidable warrior, such as Tsunade, whose combat and medical skills reach significant heights, holds strategic importance second only to that of a village leader. One of the reasons for Konoha's ultimate victory in the Second Shinobi World War was Tsunade's development of an antidote for the poison of Sunagakure, which prevented a drastic reduction in Konoha's fighting strength due to toxins. Mark's chakra affinities are fire and earth, and since Uchiha Madara lacks earth release techniques, he must return to Konoha to study them. Unexpectedly, he encounters Tsunade and her companions along the way. Mark recognizes Yahiko and the others. Yet Nagato no longer possesses the Rinnegan, rendering further training under Jiraiya unnecessary. It's best to allow them to survive on their own. However, it is regrettable for Conan, the lovely young lady. Yet there will surely be many beautiful women in the future, so there is no need to fixate on just one. Mark harbors no particular feelings for Conan. He plans merely to drop Yahiko and his companions in a small village of the Land of Fire to fend for themselves. After conversing for a while, Mark states, "Well then, I shall take these 3 children back. Oh, I leave it to you. Jiraiya waved his hand in acknowledgement. Yahiko's eyes nearly bulged out. He never anticipated such a turn of events, being disrupted by a passerby. He was supposed to spend 3 years learning ninjutsu under Jiraiya's tutelage. Now, from their earlier conversation, he learns that this individual is merely a chunin. What a disappointment. Such a character never appeared in the original story, right? Surely. He must have been a minor character eliminated somewhere. Frustrated, there seems to be no recourse. If he cannot train under Jiraiya, he must consider Hanzo the Salamander instead. Although Hanzo may not be a match for Pain, he is likely the strongest ninja of this era. Amigakure, while less resourceful compared to the 5 great hidden villages, does not boast a large ninja population. Thus, demonstrating sufficient effort and talent should procure more learning resources without difficulty. However, it is imperative to prevent Hanzo from perceiving Nagato's Rinnegan as a nuisance. What if Hanzo seeks to seize the Rinnegan? This is dire. This is dire. Yahiko clutches his head, feeling breathless. Must my journey end like this? Cursed Chunin. Hey, are you alright? My name is Mark. What are your names? Although Mark is not inherently a kind-hearted individual, he is also not one to indiscriminately take innocent lives. To be honest, he feels a twinge of guilt towards Nagato, considering the immense power of the Rinnegan. However, reflecting on the fates of the 3 characters in the original narrative brings him some solace. It is indeed preferable for them to lead ordinary lives in this world rather than as ninja. Ah, I am Conan, he is Nagato, and this is Yahiko. What's wrong? Are you alright? Conan exclaimed in panic as she saw Yahiko collapse to the ground, clutching his head. Mark squinted, puzzled. What is happening? In the original work, Yahiko should not have had any ailments. Why is he behaving this way? Hey, kid, let me take a look. I know a bit of medical ninjutsu, Mark said as he leaned closer to examine Yahiko's condition. Get away. Leave. Nagato, follow me. Yahiko unexpectedly pulled Nagato towards the recently concluded battlefield. Yahiko, Nagato. Conan followed after them. Though Mark was confused, he had acquired a certain degree of strength by now. And since there was no immediate danger, his curiosity piqued. What on earth was Yahiko planning? Could it be that his arrival in this world has altered the course of the storyline? However, Nagato's use of Rinnegan abilities occurred once upon his arrival in this world and again after living with Jiraiya for a time, prior to the latter's appearance. There should have been no changes in Nagato. Unable to deduce the reasons behind this development, Mark decided not to forcibly detain them, but instead to follow and observe their intentions. On Yahiko's side, he contemplated deeply. He must have Jiraiya guide them to align with their destined fate. Moreover, the timelines should coincide. In the original plot, the legendary 3 ninjas were about to return to the village when Yahiko and the others found them. Jiraiya had instructed Tsunade and Orochimaru to return, raising them as compensation for the war. The only deviation from the original scenario was the inexplicable presence of an additional Chunin. Hence, Yahiko resolved to demonstrate the power of the Rinnegan to that ninja. Surely, this would instill fear and compel him to seek out Jiraiya and the others to understand what was transpiring. In this manner, upon witnessing the Rinnegan, Jiraiya would surely comprehend the situation. He would perceive Nagato as the child of prophecy and thus take it upon himself to mentor them. This battlefield between Konoha and Amigakure was, in essence, merely symbolic of a grand conflict, a battle stage to inform the world of Amigakure's defeat. Ninja from various nations would bear witness to the fall of the Land of Rain, with one of its territories now belonging to the Land of Fire. However, the borders of the lands of Earth, Wind, and Fire were all interconnected with that of the Land of Rain. This meant that if any of these 3 nations were to seize territory from the Land of Rain, the other 2 would face existential threats. Thus, the Land of Fire did not fully annex the Land of Rain, merely negotiating a treaty to acquire a quarter of its territory. Now, it was time for the Amigakure ninjas to recover their fallen comrades. Yahiko dragged Nagato to a wounded Amigakure ninja. Hey, you little brat. The ninja had yet to respond when Yahiko suddenly struck him squarely on the nose. How infuriating. Is this an ambush? Immediately, the ninjas of the Rain Village surrounded Yahiko and Nagato. Yahiko laughed. Humph, no matter how many of you there are, you shall all fall to the power of the Rinnegan. The Chunin is also approaching. The spectacle is about to unfold. Realizing the dire situation, Mark swiftly pulled Conan to take refuge within the thicket. Damn it, what madness is that boy exhibiting? Mark was equally perplexed. unable to fathom how circumstances had spiraled into chaos. "If this continues, Mr. Mark, please save them," Conan cried out in panic. Mark covered her mouth, insisting, "No. The war has already ended. If I go out, they will think Konoha desires further conflict." How vexing. What is truly happening? Meanwhile, Yahiko, brimming with confidence, addressed Nagato. "Hey, Nagato, now is the time to demonstrate your power. I cannot contend with so many ninjas. Protect me." "What are you saying, Yahiko? We will be killed," Nagato shouted in despair. The ninjas charged at Yahiko and Nagato, wielding kunai and short swords. "Nagato, unleash the power of your Rinnegan," Yahiko bellowed in fury. The two youngsters fell beneath the chaos of blades. Mark had already incapacitated Conan with a Jinjutsu. Yet, he heard it. He heard Yahiko's voice before his demise. The Rinnegan? No. Impossible. That boy was unaware of the Rinnegan's existence within the original narrative. At least not during this time frame. Furthermore, the Rinnegan no longer resided within Nagato. He could not possibly exhibit its power. How infuriating. This means that after 2 months of rigorous training, Mark, who had originally brimmed with confidence to conquer this world, was now thrown into disarray. For there existed other traversers in this realm besides him. Indeed, that boy, he is a traverser. Only someone who, like me, has crossed into this world would know of Nagato's Rinnegan. For prior to my encounter with Nagato, no one other than Uchiha Madara should have been privy to it. How vexing. I had thought this world was within my grasp, yet now I must remain vigilant against the presence of other traversers. Where? Will more traversers emerge? Where could they possibly be? The sense of oppression Mark had felt during the life and death trial 2 months prior resurfaced. Is this world fair? If anyone has pondered this question, it merely indicates that individual could never be deemed a true warrior. For the genuine strong do not concern themselves with such matters. Only the weak perceive this world as unjust. Birthright, fate, talent, connections. These chaotic elements give rise to the distinction between the strong and the weak. But who determines the difference between the strong and the weak? Who decides the disparity between them? Some may contend that this world, indeed all of humanity, is inherently unfair. Yet, can one assert that heaven and hell are equitable? I believe that the principle of the survival of the fittest, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, is a flawless theory that holds true regardless of time or place. Ishida Raku, in his previous life, passed away at the venerable age of 99. Although it is regrettable that he did not reach a century, he rose from humble beginnings, his father a mere plumber and his mother a restaurant server. With an initial capital of 10,000 yuan provided by his parents, he embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, enduring 6 bankruptcies along the way. Just as he was on the brink of his 7th, fortune smiled upon him when he won the lottery. From that moment, his enterprises flourished, and by the age of 70, he found his company among the Fortune 500. However, no matter how much wealth he amassed, in the end, at the moment of his demise, he could not utilize it. Not even could he purchase an additional year of life. As he lay, witnessing his children weep by his bedside, he breathed his last. In the next instant, he was transported to another realm. The experiences of a 99-year life allowed him to grasp the reality of his new existence in merely 10 seconds. In 20 seconds, he comprehended that his body was not that of his former life. In 30 seconds, he discerned his current identity. Thus, Ishida Raku began anew. The original owner of this body had lost his parents, murdered by a rogue samurai from the Iron Country, a land devoid of ninjas, only warriors. In his village, a deserter from battle had taken refuge, and with the war still raging, no one intervened. This scoundrel turned to banditry, resulting in the tragic deaths of the body's original parents. Now, the owner sought vengeance for his parents' demise, while Ishida Raku had unexpectedly traversed into this world. This narrative diverges from the original text, and intriguingly, Ishida Raku had never witnessed the anime Naruto. Nevertheless, he dedicated a day to crafting a trap and another day to locating the perpetrator of his predecessor's parents' murder. On the 3rd day, the stench of the killer's corpse began to permeate the air. Within 10 days, Ishida Raku emerged as the village hero and its wealthiest merchant. 6 months later, he ascended to become the richest man in the Iron Country. A year thereafter, his enterprises spanned the globe. He could even afford to employ elite shinobi from foreign lands as his personal guards. Yet, he chose not to, lacking any innate talent for the ninja arts. Then, one fateful day, he encountered another individual, merely a desperate soul driven to madness by war, who attempted to rob his supply cart. However, Ishida Raku inadvertently overheard words from this man that contained a term utterly inconceivable in this world. "You wretched bastards, let me go. Do you think you are so formidable? Damn it, what good is giving me food?" The dimly lit space was thick with the stench of decay and the acrid scent of tobacco. Shimada Ramu lit a cigarette and held it between his lips. The subtle sparks flickered in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings momentarily. With a deep inhalation, the smoke that enveloped him exuded an air of profound melancholy, particularly within this dungeon, where the condemned souls were confined in cages. After a prolonged period of establishing his ventures, Shimada Ramu, much like in his previous life, had now encountered the underbelly of this world. Indeed, a black market existed here as well. After all, humanity, in its terrifying essence, harbors true malevolence hidden deep within the abyss. Shimada Ramu had resided in this realm for 3 years. Although his wealth did not eclipse that of the richest in this world, it was nonetheless sufficient to rival the fortunes of nations. Furthermore, his network of connections was formidable, enabling him to uncover nearly any information he sought. "Is what you say true?" He exhaled a smoke ring, the glowing ember briefly outlining the contours of his lips. "Indeed. I beg you. I truly know no more. I merely glimpsed a few chapters from my classmates. I have already shared all I know about Kaku and Haydn. Please spare me." In this world, while there were no atomic bombs, there existed something far more terrifying: chakra. Chakra primarily comprises 2 forms of energy: the physical energy extracted from the body's 130 trillion cells and the spiritual energy cultivated through rigorous training and experience. Shimada Ramu arrived in this realm at the age of 20, past the prime for chakra training, making it exceedingly difficult to harness this energy. Though he could practice swordsmanship as a warrior, he lacked the interest to dedicate time to such pursuits. Moreover, he had heard from another individual, who had also traversed from another world, about the immortality he had long coveted. In the original narrative, there were only 2 true embodiments of immortality. Haydn, seemingly cursed by a malevolent deity, possessed cells that functioned independently. Even if beheaded, he could still feel pain, yet would not perish. Thus, severed limbs were inconsequential. No matter the injury, he would merely experience slight discomfort. According to another traveler's intel, Haydn appeared to remain alive until the story's conclusion, merely entombed akin to a sealing technique. This was due to Haydn and Kaku being members of a certain organization. Haydn's lack of intellect led to his manipulation by others. In contrast, Kaku had gained life through a forbidden technique called jiki, which involved seizing the hearts of others to sustain his existence. His very essence would gradually transform into that of a heart, which would ultimately become a fatal weakness. However, none of these matters concerned Shimada Ramu. He had no intention of joining any organization, nor did he wish to engage in conflict with formidable adversaries. All he desired was eternal life. Having experienced the heights of wealth and power, he had lost all interest in further ascendance. The cigarette was gradually consumed until it was discarded by Shimada Ramu onto the ground. "I no longer harbor the desire to become that kind of formidable individual. Although the fantastical elements of this world possess a certain allure, I have already faced death once. I have endured enough. I hold no interest in facing death a second time. Therefore, all I seek is eternal life. Merely to exist perpetually in this world suffices. Alas, it is somewhat regrettable." Shimada extinguished the smoldering remnants of the cigarette beneath his foot and departed the dungeon. The tobacco in this world is truly abysmal. Mark returned to Konoha with Xiaonan. It was utterly inconceivable to Mark that Yahiko was a traveler from another world. Could there be other travelers as well? If so, that would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Mark was oblivious to the rules of traversal, or perhaps the act of traversing itself is inherently devoid of rules. Had Mark arrived in this world before Yahiko, or if their identities were to be switched, he couldn't help but gulp nervously. It seemed he was exceptionally fortunate to have survived until now. At this moment, he truly perceived the peril that lurked within this world. Although he had experienced life and death, those events were largely predictable. He was well versed in the original plot, allowing him to navigate his actions in accordance with its trajectory. However, that was no longer the case. The narrative of this world could shift at any moment. If even a single individual were to become a traveler, the world would be irrevocably altered. Therefore, it is imperative to conquer this world with utmost haste. Only by mastering this realm before other travelers can he secure a life of happiness. He must continuously enhance his strength, become a figure of power. and establish a robust network for gathering information. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Mark's mind. There was no need to fear foolish travelers like Yahiko excessively. Such individuals likely regarded traversal as a whimsical adventure. Those types often perish swiftly upon reaching a new world, while the truly formidable threats are individuals like Mark himself. How infuriating! If others shared my mindset, that would indeed spell a true dead end. Damn it, I had thought I could finally emerge from hell. Yet regardless of how this world unfolds, it remains hellish. If that is the case, then I, Mark, shall become the most fearsome demon king within this inferno. I must not be defeated. I absolutely must survive. Xiaonan gradually began to awaken from her unconscious state. Mark had already brought her back to his home. Gazing at his house, Mark was filled with a myriad of emotions. How to describe it? It felt profoundly familiar, yet slightly alien. Oh, it seemed there were no family members left. Nonetheless, the house was rather spacious. Since Yahiko and Nagato were no longer around, it would be prudent to ensure Xiaonan was not carelessly abandoned. He might as well take it upon himself to care for her. Mark sighed. Is this fate? It is truly the most marvelous aspect of existence. Although he had mentioned to Uchiha Madara his desire for a harem, in truth, all he truly desired was Tsunade alone. Although the original narrative features numerous beautiful women, it may take over 20 years for the main storyline to fully unfold. By then, Mark will nearly be an old man. Will he still harbor feelings for women? Where's this place? Xiaonan slowly awakens, and Mark gently places her on the bed, subsequently informing her about Mihiko and Nagato's situation, causing Xiaonan to faint once more. Ah, truly, she is still just a child. Nonetheless, in the original tale, Xiaonan endures far greater suffering. Although she is still young, early exposure to such matters might fortify her spirit. Mark understands that this world is not one where the weak can survive at will. One must grow stronger and ensure that everyone else does too. He is acutely aware that an individual's strength has its limits, yet a formidable team is invincible. Mark aspires to become a Jonin of Konoha and to lead a squad. His current status is that of a Chunin with the following mission experience: D rank 122 times, C rank 48 times, B rank 17 times, and he has yet to undertake any A or S rank missions. In simpler terms, Mark's mission experience is relatively minimal compared to his peers, especially during wartime when Chunin sometimes undertake missions typically reserved for Jonin. However, Mark has consistently engaged in simpler tasks, and moreover, following his arrival in this world, he had 2 months of absence. According to Mark, he had infiltrated enemy lines and sustained severe injuries, yet through his cunning, he survived and captured the puppet scroll of Chiyo, the foremost puppet master of Sunagakure. He spent 2 months training in a cave to enhance his puppet techniques, preparing to escape enemy territory, only to discover that the war was nearing its conclusion upon his emergence. Thus, he returned to Konoha, determined to leverage his training in puppet techniques to become a Jonin. While some ninjas in the village are familiar with Mark, few Jonin have interacted with this seemingly unambitious individual. It appears that no Jonin is willing to recommend him, and even the daimyo of the Land of Fire does not recognize Mark, despite his significant achievement of seizing Chiyo's puppet scroll, which has been confirmed by the third Hokage. This does little to validate Mark's strength. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, master of 5 chakra natures, renowned for his ninjutsu instruction, stands before Mark. Contrary to his depiction in the original narrative, Hiruzen does not seem as aged. Instead, Mark feels an overwhelming pressure emanating from this formidable figure. How infuriating! Is this the weight of a true powerhouse? Previously, when facing Chiyo and the third Kazekage, he was too weak, and having spent 2 months training with Uchiha Madara, he finds himself still anxious in the presence of strength. Though Mark keeps his lips tightly sealed, his teeth are clenched, exerting pressure to counterbalance the turmoil within. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, the fabrications surrounding the art of puppetry are unlikely to be unveiled, especially since the puppet scrolls have been presented. The Hokage is not likely to suspect that Mark has been modified, and thus would not inspect his physique. Currently, Mark's greatest fear is the exposure of his left eye, the Sharingan. Being not of the Uchiha clan, he must keep the Sharingan perpetually activated. However, Uchiha Madara has imparted to him the technique of regulating the chakra within his eyes, allowing the Sharingan to remain open without depleting his chakra, albeit at the cost of rendering its abilities dormant. To harness the true power of the Sharingan, chakra must be channeled. Unfortunately, he cannot close his Sharingan. Yet he has crafted a false eye membrane through the art of puppetry, which should conceal its nature from others. When he employs the Sharingan, no one should discern its activation, though the membrane will inevitably impede its capabilities unless removed, revealing its full potential. Such an act would only be taken in moments of dire peril. Due to Mark's insufficient credentials, he is ineligible for the Jonin examination. Nonetheless, having contributed invaluable puppet scrolls to Konoha, coupled with his own assertion of possessing Jonin-level prowess, the third Hokage has resolved to ascertain the truth. Mark is set to undertake the Jonin examination. Typically, to ascend to Jonin status, the endorsement of 2 Jonin is requisite. During wartime, however, the approval of a single Jonin suffices. Given the constraints of war, finding the feudal lord of the Land of Fire for such endorsements is impractical. Thus, the responsibility falls to the third Hokage. Yet, Mark's tale is remarkably extraordinary, leaving the third Hokage uncertain of its veracity. Consequently, he has decided that Mark may select 3 Jonin from Konoha, who must not be injured nor of special Jonin rank. Mark must navigate the trials posed by these 3 Jonin to achieve Jonin status. Mark is acutely aware that the path ahead will only grow more arduous. The purpose of these evaluations is to validate strength. Should he merely scrape by for the sake of reputation, he risks perishing in the forthcoming conflicts. Thus, he must identify and confront his own weaknesses. Perhaps seeking out the 3 weakest Jonin in Konoha would seem the most logical approach to many. However, if Mark aspires to be the mightiest in this realm of torment, he must transcend all others. Hence, he has chosen the 3 strongest Jonin, aside from the Hokage, whom he deems worthy, the legendary 3 of Konoha. The first assessment will be overseen by Tsunade Senju. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, is renowned for her mastery of medical ninjutsu. A few months prior, her brother perished on the battlefield, and she subsequently faced Hanzo of the Salamander, solidifying her place among the legendary 3. At this juncture, Tsunade has yet to commence training in the Een sealing technique, and her prowess is not as formidable as depicted in the original narrative. Nevertheless, her medical skills have undoubtedly reached an unparalleled zenith, especially considering that post-war, she roamed far and wide, her pursuit of medical mastery unwavering, though her growth may have decelerated. The original text regarding the precise mastery of chakra has already reached its pinnacle. Mark must familiarize himself with Tsunade's true abilities in order to formulate an appropriate counter-strategy. The term jutsu encompasses the 3 categories of ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, which are divided into 6 distinct levels. A rank, the simplest techniques, typically learned in ninja academies. D rank, slightly more complex, suitable for genin. C rank, intermediate level, applicable to chunin. B rank, advanced, intended for jonin. A rank, forbidden techniques or those of extreme difficulty. S rank, the ultimate secret arts or techniques of the highest caliber. The classification of techniques is based on the difficulty of cultivation. However, the potency of an attack does not necessarily correlate with its rank, as demonstrated by the C-rank fireball technique. What once emanated from Mark's mouth with a certain force now possesses even greater destructive power, illustrating his growth. On the battlefield, Tsunade's medical ninjutsu undoubtedly poses the greatest threat to enemies. However, within the context of this assessment, Mark must be particularly wary of her immense strength. Tsunade is a ninja with exceptional control over chakra, capable of concentrating it in any part of her body before unleashing it in a fierce explosion. Her punches are as devastating as being struck by a boulder, and a single blow could easily prove fatal for an ordinary person. Thus, engaging Tsunade in close combat would be foolish. Based on Mark's conjecture, Tsunade's mastery of her extraordinary strength has likely reached B rank, especially considering she is still in her 20s and has yet to reach her peak. While Mark is unaware of the specifics of Tsunade's assessment, there is no doubt that as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, she will show him no mercy. Having chosen to undergo evaluations by 3 jonin, Mark will face their challenges over the next 3 days. The content of these assessments will not be disclosed in advance, meaning Mark must be prepared to handle any situation, whether it involves direct combat with the 3 or completing tasks assigned by them. However, the time limit for each task will be 1 day, and the trio will only present challenges that can be accomplished within that time frame. Upon returning home, Mark noticed a remarkable transformation. Clothes that had been strewn about were now neatly arranged, and dishes that had not been washed for quite some time were cleanly stored in the cupboard. The floor appeared remarkably smooth, a stark contrast to the dust that had accumulated during his absence of several months. At that moment, Xiaonan emerged from the kitchen. "Mr. Mark, you're back," she exclaimed. "Oh, did you do all of this?" "Xiaonan," Mark said, somewhat astonished by her unexpected diligence. Xiaonan nodded gently. Mark reached out to pat Xiaonan's head and entered the kitchen, only to find there was nothing to eat. "I apologize, Mr. Mark, but it seems there is no food in the house, and I don't have any money," Xiaonan said nervously. Wasn't there a stack of money on my desk? That should be the funding for my mission in this war." Mark pointed to the stack of money on the table, observing that it seemed rather meager, especially considering he hadn't accepted any missions for 2 months, and the few tasks he had previously undertaken were hardly substantial. Nevertheless, this sum should suffice for a while. I apologize, Mr. Mark. I refrained from touching that stack as I was uncertain of its purpose," Xiaonan said, repeatedly expressing her regret. Mark smiled gently, ruffling Xiaonan's hair, and replied, "It's all right. Let us go out for a meal. I have a series of intense, possibly exceedingly intense assessments coming up in the next few days. You can keep this money, and from now on, you shall stay at my home. I will also teach you some ninjutsu for your protection." "Thank you, Mr. Mark," Xiaonan said, tears welling up in her eyes. Mark's heart softened as he knelt on one knee to embrace her, saying, "From now on, we are family." Mr. Mark, Woo, a war orphan, weathered and homeless, had been wandering alone, mourning the loss of her companions who had perished. Had she finally found a place to belong? No, it was destiny that had found her. Mark gently kissed Xiaonan's forehead and took her hand, saying, "All right, let us go out for dinner." They stepped outside. Although the war had ostensibly ended, Mark, having read the original text, understood that another conflict would soon commence. This was merely a temporary ceasefire. It was likely that hostilities would resume in a few months. As the Second Great Ninja War was far from over, Mark aspired to become a jonin, which would enable him to lead a team and, through the chaos of war, a mass combat experience to become a more formidable presence. Regardless of the ninjutsu he mastered or the kekkei jinkai he possessed, without experience in battle, he would face the same challenges. In life and death struggles, experience is a crucial determinant of victory. Xiaonan needed to diligently train, and once she reached a certain level of proficiency, Mark would initiate the next phase of his plan. This strategy had been conceived during his training with Uchiha Obito. The first step was to become a jonin of Konoha, earn a team, and gain the trust of several ninjas. Then, he would lead his team to become rogue ninjas and establish the Akatsuki organization. He aimed to eliminate Hanzo of the Salamander to become the leader of Amigakure, using it as a base to expand his territory. Gradually, he intended to annex other nations and conquer the world. While these steps may sound straightforward, the reality of executing them would prove quite challenging. Mark's current body possessed the cells of white Zetsu, and with some practice, he might be able to utilize wood release. Although the Sharingan could not be freely controlled by those outside the Uchiha clan, it fundamentally stemmed from one's bloodline. By transplanting a heart, one could alter their lineage through hematopoiesis. In truth, any kekkei jinkai could be obtained through heart transplantation, though such opportunities were rare, unless one resorted to forbidden techniques like the earth grudge fear employed by Kakuzu. Mark aspires to become a high-ranking ninja through sheer diligence alone. For an ordinary individual, relentless effort may at best lead them to attain the level of a high ninja, yet such strength is often subject to decline with age, resulting in slower movements and diminished power. Thus, the significance of innate talent becomes apparent. While effort establishes the lower threshold, it is talent that defines the upper limit. Tsunade possesses formidable medical prowess. Jiraiya has mastered sage techniques at Myobo-Kuzan. Orochimaru has delved into forbidden arts, which is why they have ascended to the ranks of the legendary 3 ninjas. Defeating them is no trivial feat, but should Mark succeed, his name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Hidden Leaf Village. This ambition forms part of Mark's grand design, as he intends to seize every opportunity to amplify his renown across the village. Hand in hand with Conan, Mark ventured out into the bustling marketplace. Despite its designation as a village, the Hidden Leaf possesses a scale akin to a modest city, being the epicenter of the nation's largest military and ninja organizations, thus shielding it from the ravages of war. However, just as Mark and Conan were about to step onto the commercial street, a figure emerged, seizing Mark by the collar and thrusting him against the wall. "Mr. Mark." "Wait, Conan." She is not an enemy. Mark cast a puzzled glance at the individual who had gripped his attire. Tsunade, why? What do you intend to do? Mark halted, swallowing hard. He must not betray any semblance of anxiety, lest Tsunade's suspicions deepen. In truth, he had already surmised Tsunade's intentions upon her arrival, thus allowing himself to be pressed against the wall. Mark, tell me, why did you deceive the third Hokage? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. Indeed, although he had misled the third Hokage about his past, there was one who knew part of the truth, Tsunade, who had saved Mark's life. He had informed the Hokage that he was captured by the enemy and escaped with a puppet scroll after committing acts of violence. However, Tsunade had rescued him, purging the toxins from his body and sealing his Sharingan. Tsunade, perhaps the information I provided was incomplete, but I implore you to hear my side. Once you grasp the full circumstances, you may decide whether to reveal the truth to the third Hokage. Tsunade released Mark, and he suggested, let us converse over a meal. Come, it is my treat. There was no trace of panic on Mark's face. Having adeptly feigned composure before the cunning Uchiha Obito, he felt equally unfazed in Tsunade's presence. While the revelation of other time travelers had initially left him in shock, he had since accepted it. He was no longer the immature man who would falter at every challenge. To aspire to be the strongest is no simple endeavor. Now let me begin with my origins. Tsunade. Mark gestured to the tea and pastries, serving some cake to Conan, who also requested a slice. It was evident that in the hidden leaf, Tsunade felt comfortable enough to share a meal and converse with Mark in this manner. Mark, I must confess that I have refrained from sharing the circumstances of our encounter with the third Hokage. However, should any inconsistencies arise in your subsequent discourse, I shall promptly inform the third, Tsunade declared with utmost seriousness. Observing Tsunade's earnest demeanor, Mark felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. Curse it! While he had mastered a certain composure in the face of peril under Uchiha Madara's tutelage, maintaining calm in the presence of someone he cherished proved to be an entirely different challenge. Although his expression remained unreadable, his heart raced fervently. Upon closer inspection of Tsunade's visage, it became evident that she was a true beauty. Her flawless skin a testament to her mastery of medical ninjutsu and meticulous control over chakra. Mark had already resolved within himself, this woman, I shall claim her. Hey, speak up. Why are you staring at me like that? Tsunade shot him an admonishing glance. Oh right, where was I? Regarding my origins. The individuals listed as my parents on the Konoha household registration are indeed my parents, but my biological father is not the one recorded there. Mark had prepared a rather melodramatic narrative to deflect attention from his Sharingan, yet he had refrained from sharing this tale in the presence of the third Hokage, as the seasoned leader had weathered many storms and might easily uncover the truth. Fortunately, with his Sharingan concealed beneath the false eye, no one would be able to discern its presence without a thorough examination. However, Tsunade was already aware of Mark's Sharingan, making this narrative an opportune revelation. Women, after all, tend to be rather sentimental, and a tale such as his might resonate with them. Indeed, upon hearing that his biological father was not the one recorded, both Tsunade and Conan's eyes widened in interest. My true father is, in fact, a member of the Uchiha clan. My mother and father met later in life, both being ninjas. In essence, I possess half of the Uchiha bloodline, which is why I awakened the Sharingan. However, due to my impure lineage, certain complications arose. Tsunade, you are aware of the issues. I was targeted by the ninjas of Sunagakure, who experimented on me, altering my left arm. It was then that I awakened the Sharingan, dispatching several of them and seizing Chiyo's puppet scroll. Oh, is that so? So, at the time of your awakening, the toxins caused the complications, correct? Tsunade began to accept Mark's narrative. In a world where women, especially kunoichi, are perpetually prepared for warfare from birth, such dramatic tales might bear resemblance to their stark realities. Yet, Mark was not merely recounting a story. His right eye, the Sharingan, was actively engaging in hypnosis. Although its powers were somewhat diminished due to the false eye, this reduction was subtle and difficult to detect. Even Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, remained oblivious to the fact that she had already fallen victim to the hypnotic influence. However, Mark was no fool. He understood that he could not forcibly distort Tsunade's will through hypnosis. Instead, he aimed to subtly enhance her belief in the words he spoke. Do you understand? Tsunade, I am a half-blood of the Uchiha clan. Even if my identity were to be exposed now, it would merely tarnish my parents' reputation. Furthermore, My Sharingan is currently unstable, and I have no intention of utilizing it any longer. Therefore, let us conclude this matter. I wish for no one to mention the Sharingan again. Wait, Mark. Did you not inform the third Hokage that you were still in the enemy's grasp? However, it was I who released the poison from your body at that time. Why then have you not returned to Konoha for such an extended period? Well, Tsunade, after you departed, I rested for a while and left the cave where I had been. Subsequently, I encountered the third Kazekage and was thoroughly beaten. Fortunately, my Sharingan had already been sealed by you, allowing me to feign death and escape a dire fate. Alas, I succumbed to hunger and fainted upon regaining consciousness. I was lost and wandered for quite some time before finally finding you all. Tsunade paused, contemplating the events. Indeed, prior to the battle with Hanzo of the Salamander, a squad had been dispatched to guard the perimeter, as the third Kazekage had been seen lurking nearby. If Mark had also spotted the Kazekage, it lent some credence to his words. Hey, Tsunade, surely, after all I have said, you do not still doubt my sincerity? Ah, how disheartening. Mark replied with a stoic expression. I understand now, Mark. I have wronged you. However, do not expect leniency in my evaluation tomorrow. Prepare yourself for the meticulously crafted examination I have devised. Tsunade smiled, devoured a piece of cake, and exited the dining hall. Mark exhaled a sigh of relief, while Xiaonan, having heard about Mark's parents, felt a shift within herself. Mark instinctively touched his prosthetic eye. The Sharingan possesses the ability of insight, to perceive chakra pathways and discern every subtle movement and hand sign of an opponent, as well as the power of hypnosis. Its most formidable ability lies in its capacity to replicate and perceive the three main ninja arts: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, excluding bloodline limits. Thus, in the original narrative, Kakashi Hatake, who also harbors a Sharingan, is known as the copy ninja, having replicated thousands of jutsu. In the future, Mark would not need to laboriously study techniques. He could effortlessly replicate an opponent's jutsu simply by observing their methods. Mark glanced at his prosthetic left arm. In the coming years, he would strive to elevate his baseline abilities, utilizing the Sharingan and white Zetsu cells to enhance his upper limits. Plans must be executed step by step. The following day, Tsunade's evaluation commenced. Mark arrived at a clearing where the third Hokage and a multitude of Jonin stood, seemingly eager to witness the proceedings. The third Hokage smiled and remarked, Mark, you have arrived. Just in time. The war has temporarily subsided, and these esteemed seniors behind me have been engaged in battle for quite some time. Your Jonin evaluation will provide them with an opportunity to unwind and enjoy the spectacle. Mark's expression was one of bemusement. When did the third Hokage become such a playful character? No, could it be that the third Hokage has always been this mischievous? Humph, it matters not. The number of spectators is of no consequence. My aspiration is to become Hokage. Nay, I shall ascend to the rank of Jonin. I am certain I will pass the examination. Just watch. Mark surveyed the vacant space, and it was evident, even to the keen eye of the Sharingan, that a barrier was in place. Entering the barrier, the assessment set forth by Tsunade was about to commence. Your task is to capture her. Mark stepped into the barrier, only to be suddenly engulfed in darkness. Damn it! Am I under attack immediately? He swiftly drew a kunai, but upon grasping the situation, he began to acclimate. It turned out he was in a dimly lit chamber, devoid of any illumination, utterly pitch black. However, the abilities of the Sharingan allowed him to perceive a few chakra signatures, which did not resemble human chakra, but rather appeared as chakra threads. No, that cannot be right. Why are there so many chakra threads? Some floated in the air, others hung overhead, and some lay upon the ground. Could it be? Are these traps? Mark abruptly recognized the gravity of his predicament. Outside the barrier, the third Hokage utilized a telescope technique to project Mark's location, akin to a projector, presenting his image before the Jonin. To them, the scene was illuminated. A feature of this unique barrier. Inside the barrier, it was evident that he faced a formidable challenge. The first obstacle was determining how to navigate in such obscurity. Most individuals might instinctively resort to using fire release or igniting a flare for light. Yet Mark refrained from igniting a flame. He needed to comprehend the purpose of the pervasive chakra threads first. If he had indeed stumbled into an enemy's barrier, he would typically seek to gain visibility immediately. However, this was an examination. It must not be so straightforward. Mark did not ignite a fire. Instead, he meticulously observed the nature of the chakra threads. noting that they entwined with the walls, floor, and ceiling. What he initially perceived as floating chakra threads were actually embedded within the walls. The Sharingan granted him the ability to see through objects and discern the presence of chakra. Cursed be this feeling of being watched. It must be that group outside. Were it not for them, I could merely activate my Sharingan to locate Tsunade's chakra and conclude this swiftly. Alas, the ocular limitations imposed by the false eye diminished the Sharingan's effectiveness, rendering him capable of perceiving only chakra within a certain range. Outside the barrier, a group of Jonin observed Mark's stillness with curiosity. Why isn't he moving? Does he lack a flare? No, according to intelligence reports. His chakra affinities are fire and earth. Even without a flare, he should be able to illuminate his surroundings with fire release. Could it be that he has already discerned the situation? If he could see clearly, he would surely escape this trap-laden chamber. Tsunade is truly formidable. Having devised such an expansive trap-laden villa, dozens of rooms, hundreds of traps, this is an exemplary method of evaluating a ninja's prowess. Capturing a fugitive within a house brimming with traps is indeed a task that may arise. Indeed, we, the earth-shifting ninjas, have contributed to the construction of this edifice. The walls of this house are remarkably sturdy, and the earth possesses unique properties. What properties, you ask? Ha ha ha. Let us wait and see if this lad can uncover them. The high-ranking ninjas watched Mark navigate the challenges with amusement. The third Hokage observed Mark in silence. Although there would be no reward, the difficulty of this assessment could certainly be classified as a mission of A rank. This implies that should Mark successfully pass Tsunade's test, his record will reflect the experience of an A rank mission. I see now. I comprehend the situation. However, it is rather surprising that Tsunade managed to construct such a grand house, seemingly tailored specifically for me. This way, the comrades outside will grasp the true prowess of my puppet mastery. Mark silently expressed his gratitude to Tsunade, fully aware of the nature of this place, one rife with traps. Allowing for the full manifestation of a puppet master's abilities, Mark produced a scroll, Puppet Substitute. From the scroll emerged a wooden puppet, roughly his size. This puppet was specifically crafted for the purpose of substitution, being one of the earliest creations by Mark himself. In this scenario, most would rely on shadow clones to scout the path, a common thought among the elite ninjas. However, a puppet master would not adhere to such a method. Allowing the puppet to trigger the traps is the optimal solution. With a flick of his finger, the substitute puppet dashed forth in a particular direction. Snap! A bear trap severed the puppet's foot. Regardless of the nature of the traps, as long as the substitute puppet precedes me into danger, I can boldly advance along its path. Outside the barrier, the onlookers were astonished, for Mark was not utilizing fire jutsu or torches for illumination. Although they were aware of his puppet mastery and his method of scouting, they were bewildered as to how he could discern the route. This was because the path taken by the puppet led directly to the entrance. Upon entering the barrier, Mark had been transported to a chamber. The barrier possessed an invisibility function, rendering him incapable of discerning the interior's layout from the outside. Therefore, he could not ascertain his position based on the exterior dimensions of the house. This meant that Mark was entirely enveloped in a state of uncertainty. In earnest reflection, the majority of high-ranking ninjas outside would typically light a torch and meticulously observe their surroundings, disarming nearby traps before cautiously advancing to locate Tsunade. The thought of employing shadow clones for reconnaissance is not a common strategy among most ninjas. After all, shadow clones are classified as B-rank jutsu. While many elite ninjas can perform them, the chakra consumption is substantial. Furthermore, a shadow clone vanishes upon sustaining a single attack, and in such a trap-laden room, most would resort to disarming traps or evading them. Within the barrier, the substitute puppet came to a halt, having been struck by 6 shuriken, as well as poison needles and an unknown force. Although Mark could not clearly discern the circumstances within the room, he distinctly observed several chakra strings severed. It was evident that these chakra strings were intended to ensnare traps. Before him, numerous traps adorned the walls. However, only one section was devoid of chakra strings, appearing almost vacant. That must be the entrance. The substitute puppet had already triggered 7 or 8 traps, although the nature of these traps remained unknown. As long as he followed the puppet's path, he would encounter no issues. Mark proceeded along the same route as the substitute puppet, mirroring its footfalls precisely. This is exceedingly simple. Tsunade, if your assessments are merely this elementary, Then I shall certainly underestimate you. Mark approached the substitute puppet. Excellent. Now, let us see what transpires when the puppet ventures into the corridor. Since the puppet required chakra strings for manipulation, Mark needed to maintain a direct line with it. If obstructed by barriers, although he could continue to control it as long as the strings remained intact, the lack of visibility would render him clueless regarding the puppet's movements. Mark had trained for 2 months, yet his skills could hardly be deemed masterful. At best, he could only control one puppet at a time, akin to the level of 10-finger manipulation. Although he could barely manage 5-finger control, that would limit him to basic movements. To engage the puppet in battle, he would need to utilize both hands simultaneously. Thud! The substitute puppet unexpectedly collided with the door. It seems I must personally open the door. The puppet's hand resembled a sphere, lacking fingers. Damn it, there wouldn't be any traps on the door, would there? No, that cannot be. The traps here are bound by chakra strings. Speaking of which, why use chakra strings at all? Would ordinary strings not suffice? Mark cautiously extended his hand to open the door. Wait, hold on. Damn it. I've fallen into a trap of my own making. I instinctively assumed that all traps were bound by chakra strings. If Tsunade anticipated that I would observe with my Sharingan, then this door must also be a trap, right? No, I should have informed Tsunade the previous day that I wouldn't use the Sharingan. Am I overthinking this? Mark hesitated, uncertain whether to open the door himself. Phew. This is still too perilous. After all, I remain in a state of obscured vision, and carelessly illuminating the area could pose risks. I shall use the puppet to open the door, but it must have hands. Mark withdrew the substitute puppet into a scroll and retrieved another scroll. The secret technique of the White Secret, the Jinsong 10-person ensemble. Mark's prowess in puppet making was still modest. At best, he could manage puppets at the level of the substitute. Most of his 2 months of training had been devoted to fire techniques and the Sharingan. While he had claimed to the 3rd Hokage that his puppet skills had advanced, he was merely slightly more adept than the artisans in the Hidden Leaf Village, as the origins of puppet techniques lay in the Land of Wind. Mark managed to summon only 1 puppet. He was not yet capable of summoning 10 simultaneously. After all, these are among the finest puppets of contemporary times, with details such as fingers and toes that resemble those of a human. Very well, let us use its hand to open the door. Mark skillfully maneuvered the Chikamatsu puppet to feel for a doorknob. What is this sensation? Click. The Chikamatsu puppet turned the handle, yet the door remained steadfastly shut. Boom. What on earth is that sound? Could it truly be a trap? Mark glanced around nervously. It seemed the chakra threads were undergoing some alteration. They have vanished. The chakra threads farther away appeared to have disappeared as well. Why is this happening? Could it be that the trap there has been triggered? Mark swiftly positioned the puppet in front of himself. However, nothing shot forth. Thunderous rumblings. What is moving? It sounds like... No way. In a moment of panic, Mark pulled out a fire starter to ignite it. A bright light illuminated the surroundings, revealing the truth. It was indeed a trap room. Traps lay in wait everywhere. But from whence did that sound originate? Boom. Another chakra thread inexplicably vanished. The brightness of the fire starter was insufficient to illuminate the entire room, and it was as if the chakra threads were being devoured by some unseen force. Mark hurled the fire starter towards the area where the chakra threads had disappeared. It struck the wall. Boom. The wall advanced slightly forward. Damn it. This is a crushing wall. 2 thick earthen walls are closing in on Mark. Outside the barrier. Oh no. It is a crushing wall. I never expected Tsunade to resort to such measures. Goodness, this is rather ruthless, isn't it? If I were faced with such a predicament, I would immediately employ fire release to illuminate the room, search for an exit, and escape. However, the current situation does not permit such actions. Why is that? Do you not see? Take a closer look at those 2 crushing walls. They are coated in grease. Although the fire starter Mark threw did not ignite the wall, I suspect this is also Tsunade's strategy. She aims to compel Mark to use fire release, which would ignite the crushing walls as well as the trap at the exit. A trap at the exit? Could it be? Indeed. There is a trap at the exit, filled with liquid oil. If Mark were to use fire release, he would be unable to escape through the exit. But if he refrains from using fire release, how can he exit? My goodness. Tsunade has devised a dire predicament. If he attempts to force his way out, he will surely be burned. If he remains, he will be crushed by the walls. Thus, it appears Mark has likely failed this assessment. The objective was to capture Tsunade. After sustaining burns, how could he possibly have the strength to defeat her? Mark is of the fire and earth attributes, is he not? If so, he might escape using Earth Release. If he does not employ ninjutsu, this may indeed be a dead end. However, as a ninja, he will not approach the problem as an ordinary person would. Many present have begun to contemplate what will transpire next. Should Mark attempt to escape through Earth manipulation, he might indeed leave that room, but the ensuing complications would be substantial. He would likely confront Tsunade, and not merely by approaching her, but rather, she would preemptively position herself before him. Should he employ the Earth technique to vacate the chamber, he would inevitably encounter the chakra wires linked to the traps, which Tsunade could utilize to ascertain Mark's precise location. Once she is aware of his specific whereabouts, the situation transitions into one where the enemy operates in the shadows while he remains exposed. Such a scenario poses a dire threat to any ninja. Intelligence is invariably the paramount element in combat. In truth, the optimal strategy would involve the use of water techniques, which could both demolish the earthen walls with the force of a high-pressure water jet and wash away the oil. However, Mark's information has already been compromised to Tsunade. While Mark is also privy to Tsunade's intel, it is evident that he is currently on her territory. He surveyed the ground. Although he contemplated an escape via Earth manipulation, he lacked any Earth techniques at his disposal. Moreover, fire techniques cannot be employed recklessly. As the crushing wall activated, another wall behind Mark triggered a switch, and liquid oil began to cascade onto the true exit door. While Mark contemplated his next move in a state of calm, he heard the sound of the oil splattering onto the ground. Liquid? What liquid? Not far ahead. What is that scent? Mark struck the ground with a fist. Outside the barrier, could it be that Mark has caught a whiff of the oil? After all, the wall was slowly encroaching, but what would he do next? Realizing that fire techniques were off the table, was he to surrender? Wait, that would be rather pathetic. If a mere crushing wall could defeat him, then Mark truly is unfit to be a shinobi. No, hold on. Examine the ground beneath Mark's feet closely. He is not striking aimlessly in despair. He has cracked the ground. Tsunade, do not presume that you alone possess immense strength. Mark has a foundational knowledge of medical ninjutsu. However, without a B-rank enhancement technique, his might is not exceedingly formidable. His strength enhancement is barely at the C-rank level. Nevertheless, his left prosthetic arm augments his power. While Mark's level of skill may only allow for a single punch with enhanced strength, in the current predicament, one punch suffices. Boom. The entire ground was breached by Mark's strike. He descended to the lower level. Splendid. It appears there is more than one floor. Otherwise, he would have been confined to a large pit. Upon landing below, the crushing wall ceased its movement. It seemed as though he had passed the first trial. Yet in reality, every room within the house, with the exception of Tsunade's, was fraught with traps. This implies that Mark must locate Tsunade's actual position. Otherwise, he would have to remain perpetually vigilant against the traps. Curse it, I cannot reveal my Sharingan. I must devise alternative strategies. The room below is also riddled with chakra wires, and the danger has not yet subsided. The substitution puppet was summoned once more. How vexing. The condition of the puppet is rather dire. If it sustains any further damage, it may very well collapse. Mark retrieved a fire stick, scrutinizing the puppet's state. Although he had merely glanced at it earlier, a closer inspection revealed that it was on the brink of failure. He had only one fire stick remaining, and he had gravely underestimated the difficulty of Tsunade's assessment. Naturally, he could not have foreseen executing such a task in this condition. She must be concealed somewhere. Surely her location is not as shrouded in darkness as this place. Mark gently maneuvered the substitute puppet forward, intending to continue with his previous approach. His sole misjudgment had been mistaking a non-chakra line area for an exit. It turned out that the handle was a trap, triggering a crushing wall with a simple turn. Should he encounter a similar mechanism again, he would promptly snap it. Another bear trap. The substitute puppet had lost considerable height, both legs ensnared and broken. Damn! How did the chakra line snap? Mark retraced the path of the substitute puppet. It remained as before. Despite having a fire stick, visibility was scant. Though the ground was discernible, the concealed traps could be identified by their chakra lines, yet the ceiling remained invisible. Although he had created a hole in the ceiling to descend, both rooms were engulfed in darkness. However, since the air here is not of a thin nature, it implies that this chamber must possess some ventilation. Mark calmly analyzed the situation. To be frank, Tsunade's assessment had proven immensely beneficial. Were he to encounter a similar situation on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be fraught with anxiety. But now, he understood that this was merely an evaluation, and Tsunade would not take his life. Mark aimed to fully acclimate to this environment, ensuring that he would remain composed in the face of similar circumstances in the future. Curious. There are chakra lines emerging from below. Did the puppet not trigger them when it passed? Or perhaps they only activate upon reaching a certain weight. Although Mark felt somewhat paranoid, it was better than falling into a trap. He could easily bypass this trap, but he needed to comprehend its mechanics. Otherwise, it would be a futile endeavor. In times of war, there is no luxury to observe such traps, and Mark had little interest in seeking out instruction. Seizing this opportunity during the assessment, he resolved to gain further insight into these mechanisms. To be prudent, Mark planned to experiment with the puppet. He employed the Chikamatsu puppet, positioning it above the chakra line. Whoosh! 3 steel needles shot forth from beneath, piercing the puppet's legs. Odd. Why did it trigger this time? Was it due to weight? If so, let us have the Chikamatsu puppet proceed and take the fire stick, if Tsunade is nearby. Wielding a fire stick would undoubtedly be a reckless act. After some contemplation, Mark instructed the Chikamatsu puppet to carry the fire stick and advance along the path of the substitute puppet. The chakra line has snapped again. However, what is peculiar this time is that before reaching the puppet of Chikamatsu, the connection was severed. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless concealed weapons surged towards the Chikamatsu puppet. Mark quickly crouched down to evade the shuriken flying in from behind. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of concealed weapons embedded themselves in the Chikamatsu puppet, severing the firecracker within one of the flying daggers. The last sparks drifted through the air before vanishing completely. Mark found himself engulfed in utter darkness once more. Remain calm. It is imperative to regain composure. First, I must contemplate how the chakra thread was cut, and then ponder why the Chikamatsu puppet simultaneously faced such a barrage of traps. Half kneeling on the ground, Mark's Sharingan spun wildly as he scrutinized the surrounding chakra threads. Why did Tsunade employ chakra threads to bind the traps? No. Some traps do not even require threads. Why would Tsunade resort to this method? Mark fell into deep contemplation, as if the world around him had succumbed to silence. Everything becoming still. Outside the barrier, everyone anxiously observed Mark, fully aware that in the ensuing moments, he would determine whether he could successfully navigate the final assessment. Either he would succumb to a stalemate and concede defeat, or triumph in his endeavor. Oh, is he the young man challenging Tsunade? Jiraiya panted as he rushed over. The third Hokage glanced at Jiraiya and said, "My apologies, you should have been allowed some rest. After all, you are also an examiner." What? I'm also an examiner? Indeed. Oh, did I forget to mention? Mark is challenging the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, not just one of them. Tsunade is the first examiner, and next, you have Orochimaru who must also evaluate him. Of course, if you wish to let him pass directly, that is also an option. Jiraiya scratched his head and replied, Really? I just delivered a message and now I feel exhausted. No, your assessment of him is scheduled for tomorrow, or you could let Orochimaru evaluate him first. Oh, forget it, I'll go first. I can just throw a shadow clone at him to ensure his victory, right? I don't like offending people, after all. We will be comrades in the future, Jiraiya said with a grin. Jiraiya, I believe you should give it your all. Oh, my apologies. Perhaps a shadow clone is indeed the best choice. After all, if you truly give it your all and are defeated, that would be quite embarrassing. Orochimaru had appeared beside Jiraiya, his tone notably provocative. Jiraiya crossed his arms and retorted, Orochimaru, I am not like you. Speaking of which, what kind of assessment will you give him? It wouldn't be an intelligence test, would it? What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Mark devised a solution. He extended his hand and directly used a kunai to dig into the ground beneath him. Since the entire structure was constructed using earth release, its solidity was merely a matter of thickness. However, with a kunai, he could still penetrate it. Onlookers outside the barrier were puzzled by Mark's actions until they soon discerned his intention. Mark had pulled out a chakra thread. Outside the barrier, he sought to utilize the chakra threads to convey an impression that he had comprehended their essence. Within the barrier, indeed, Mark had already grasped the utility of these chakra threads. These traps were not merely traps. Most of them were manually activated. The source of these chakra threads undoubtedly lay within Tsunade's location. Tsunade, in a certain chamber, held onto the chakra threads, sensing Mark's position and launching attacks according to their rhythms. Previously, when the substitute puppet was probing ahead, It triggered at most a single trap each time. However, the Chikamatsu puppet, upon triggering one trap, was assaulted by multiple traps simultaneously. This was due to Tsunade mistakenly believing that it was Mark. She never anticipated that Mark would summon another puppet for reconnaissance. After all, this was an assessment. Had Mark truly been in peril? The third Hokage outside the barrier would have intervened immediately to rescue him and notify Tsunade for treatment. Yet now, the third Hokage had not acted, and Tsunade, concealed in a room, was aware that the recent multitude of traps had not harmed Mark. Following this illogical assault, Mark would surely deduce the truth of the matter. In the dimness, Tsunade smiled faintly and, with a single punch, shattered the ceiling above her, leaping outside. Boom! Mark heard a sound, yet it emanated from all directions, rendering it impossible to discern its origin. Tsunade understood that the sole means to pinpoint her location was to trace the source along the chakra threads. But Mark was already out of time. The entire earthen structure comprised 5 levels, 4 above ground and 1 below, with 10 rooms on each floor. Mark had initially been transported to the first above-ground level. Then he created an opening to descend to the underground level. Humph, just as I desired. Tsunade stood atop the building, and before her lay a jutsu. She had enlisted over a dozen experts in earth techniques and trap specialists to construct this grand earthen edifice, which itself was a colossal trap. Tsunade began to weave hand seals. Earth release, collapsing house technique. Boom, 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 boom. The massive earthen structure collapsed entirely. The Jonin outside the barrier were left utterly astonished. Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? However, the third Hokage furrowed his brow. If Mark were genuinely in danger, he would have rushed in without hesitation, yet he remained outside the barrier. Gradually, admiration emerged in the third Hokage's gaze. Orochimaru chuckled and remarked, "Impressive indeed. It seems he anticipated the ensuing events even before Tsunade acted. It appears the outcome is already determined. Jiraiya, the next assessment of him is entrusted to you. I must contemplate how to challenge such an individual." Jiraiya, taken aback, replied, "Huh? What are you saying? Tsunade has yet to be captured." Orochimaru raised a hand, forming the hand seal for body flicker technique, and before vanishing, stated, "That fellow's combat awareness and potential have surpassed Tsunade's." Amidst the ruins, Mark was not as incapacitated by the collapsing structure as one might imagine. The combination of 6 Chikamatsu puppets formed a protective shield. To everyone's astonishment, Mark emerged from the ruins unscathed. Tsunade stood atop the debris, observing as he stumbled forth. Despite his disheveled appearance, he bore no injuries. However, the 6 Chikamatsu puppets had suffered considerable damage and would likely be rendered inoperative for the time being. Damn it, this is quite a waste, she thought. The Chikamatsu 10 were supposed to be revered artifacts, and now only 3 remained at her disposal. She grimaced at the prospect of having to repair them according to the schematics. What a stroke of bad luck. As Mark shook off the dust that clung to him like fallen leaves in the wind, Tsunade remained pristine, untouched by the chaos. Outside the barrier, onlookers anxiously awaited the impending final confrontation. Tsunade had conserved her chakra, but given that this was a test rather than a fight to the death, she would likely go easy on him. After all, if she unleashed her full power against Mark in his current state, it was doubtful even the mightiest puppet master, Chio, could prevail with only 3 puppets at her command. Let us not forget, Mark was more than just a puppet master. He still possessed his left arm. The objective was merely to capture Tsunade, and if he could push her to a certain threshold, that might suffice. It remained to be seen how Mark would navigate the situation. The spectators outside were riveted, their attention fixed on the scene within the barrier. True to form, Mark summoned not 1, but 2 puppets. If we were to categorize the level of his puppet technique, controlling 10 fingers would be deemed C rank, 5 fingers B rank, and 1 finger A rank. Yet, as always, information was the paramount factor for victory. No one knew the true extent of Mark's puppetry skills except for him. According to Mark, he had trained for merely 2 months, and it was inconceivable that even the most exceptional genius could master puppetry to an A-rank level in such a short span. Ultimately, the outcome hinged upon Tsunade's understanding of Mark, having only encountered him on 3 occasions. The first was to treat the toxins within his body. The second was a brief exchange of pleasantries, and the third involved questioning him. Gleaning insights into Mark's capabilities through such limited interactions was no small feat, however. As a seasoned medical ninja with years of experience on the battlefield, Tsunade possessed her own unique discernment. During their initial treatment, she had already assessed Mark's physical condition and sensed his formidable mental strength. His chakra had undoubtedly increased significantly since their last encounter. The crux of the matter lay in Mark's control over puppetry, his ability to manipulate chakra threads. If he could trace the chakra threads to ascertain Tsunade's position, it indicated that his puppetry had at least reached C rank. The pivotal question remained: did Mark possess B rank capabilities? If he could command 2 puppets simultaneously, Tsunade would need to be wary of their movements. Conversely, if he could only control one, her focus would shift to Mark's actions. If this were a battlefield, it would be imperative to ascertain the strength of the enemy, for only then can one discern the most pressing matters to heed. Duels among masters often commence with keen observation, observing the enemy's intentions, discerning the opponent's thoughts. Should one successfully anticipate the adversary's next move, it becomes possible to preemptively strike at their vulnerabilities. Before Mark stood 2 puppets, one to the left and one to the right. Tsunade, a ninja skilled in close combat, faced Mark, who excelled at mid-range. Thus, if Mark could maintain distance from Tsunade, he could deplete her stamina without incurring damage. As puppets were designed to substitute for human combat, Mark extended his left prosthetic arm, causing those outside the barrier to tense. For they understood that he was poised to launch the initial strike. From the compartment of his left arm, Mark retrieved a scroll. With a resounding bang, he unfurled the scroll, and amidst the billowing smoke, a long blade materialized. With a deft flick of his wrist, the blade transformed into 4 segments, coalescing into a massive shuriken, the Wind Demon Shuriken. Mark's movements were grandiose and forceful as he hurled the Wind Demon Shuriken towards Tsunade. The enormous blade spun at high velocity, becoming a lethal whirlwind. Just as Mark unleashed the shuriken, Tsunade sprang into action. However, instead of seeking cover to evade Mark's ranged assault, she charged directly towards him. In a split second, as the shuriken was about to cleave through her form, Tsunade deftly crouched low, bending her knees before springing forth like a bullet, closing the distance to Mark in an instant. Mark, desperate, commanded his 2 puppets to intercept her, yet Tsunade, in her accelerated dash, surged forward once more. Even as his mind registered the unfolding events, his body could not react in time. Thud! Tsunade's fist struck Mark's abdomen. Yet, in the next instant, Mark transformed back into a puppet with a resounding bang. It was a ruse, a decoy conjured by Mark's puppet transformation technique. As the false Mark reverted to a puppet, Tsunade immediately pivoted, for the 2 puppets remained behind her. Indeed, one puppet had already morphed back into Mark, wielding a kunai aimed at Tsunade. The other puppet caught the Wind Demon Shuriken as it flew away. With no weapon at her disposal, Tsunade could only intercept the kunai with her hands. But how could Mark rely solely on such a simple attack? Just as Tsunade reached out, Mark's prosthetic arm suddenly launched 2 shurikens. With a whoosh, the shurikens shot towards Tsunade without warning, leaving her no time to evade. Mark's kunai successfully pierced Tsunade's abdomen. However, bang! Tsunade erupted into a cloud of smoke. Damn! A shadow clone. The real Tsunade had been concealed underground all along, biding her time for the perfect moment to strike. And now, the moment had arrived. Boom! Tsunade unleashed her mighty punch, sending Mark hurtling away. But, bang! As another wave of smoke enveloped the area, it became apparent that this Mark was also a puppet conjured through transformation techniques. Could it be? Tsunade swiftly cast her gaze upon the final puppet. This puppet did not morph into Mark. However, it once again hurled the Wind Shuriken from its grasp. Regardless, it was highly likely that Mark, hiding underground, shared the same intention as Tsunade, waiting for the opportune moment to exploit a flaw presented by the puppets before delivering a decisive blow himself. Ultimately, as long as Tsunade shattered all 3 puppets, Mark would have no choice but to reveal himself. Tsunade charged toward the last puppet, deftly evading the incoming Wind Shuriken. She remained vigilant, observing the ground and the puppet ahead. What would Mark's next move be? Bang! A sound signifying the dissolution of the transformation technique resonated behind Tsunade. Mark's left prosthetic limb seized Tsunade's left hand while his right hand clasped around her neck. It turned out that the Wind Shuriken was the true Mark all along. It is over, Tsunade. I have triumphed. My left prosthetic palm is serrated, and should I activate it, your arm will be severed. Moreover, I am well aware that you are not a shadow clone. Mark turned Tsunade's face toward him and gently kissed her cheek, saying, "So, May I declare that I have passed the examination? Thud. Tsunade delivered an elbow strike that rendered Mark unable to rise. Ah, you have passed the examination, indeed. How is it that I once again encounter a lecture? Tsunade remarked, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. The barrier dissipated. Damn it, you little rascal. You actually dared to kiss Tsunade. Do you have the audacity to provoke this strength? Thud. Jiraiya, who uttered those words, was also swiftly knocked out with a punch. Watching Tsunade walk away, the third Hokage sighed. Ah, the youth of today. Now, let us anticipate tomorrow's examination, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, rising to his feet, exclaimed. That insufferable Mark truly has some skills. I have no intention of setting any traps. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, let us have a one-on-one duel. I shall demonstrate my prowess. The surrounding elite shinobi spectators erupted in excitement. Oh, it seems another thrilling spectacle is on the horizon. I say, do none of you have missions? Stop wasting time here. The third Hokage shouted, causing all the elite shinobi to vanish in an instant. Mark, clutching his abdomen, struggled to stand. Fortunately, Tsunade had eased her blows during their confrontation. The punch he had just received was certainly not her strongest, merely an ordinary strike, which explained why it could damage the puppet so easily. Jiraiya approached and remarked, Hey, Mark, there is something quite amusing. My chakra attributes are also fire and earth. However, I have trained in sage arts at some point. Your 10 puppets of Chikamatsu have already been ruined in 9 parts. You are undoubtedly no match for me. Though, like Tsunade, I could afford to go easy on you. The cost being that after the examination, you must lend me one of your puppets to play with. Rest assured, I shall return it to you. Jiraiya wore a mischievous grin. Lending him a puppet would surely not bode well. Mark, still clutching his abdomen, replied, Forget it. I don't need you to go easy on me, Jiraiya. Tomorrow, bring forth your utmost strength. I shall also demonstrate my prowess to you. Jiraiya's expression suddenly shifted to seriousness. Very well, since you genuinely wish to engage me in battle, I shall summon forth the strength befitting my title as one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. Mark, do not cry out in pain when the time comes. In a flash, Jiraiya vanished. The third Hokage ambled over to Mark and said, Mark, the strength you have exhibited in this examination is already sufficient to indicate that you have reached the level of a Jonin. If you choose not to partake in the next 2 assessments, I shall still bestow upon you the rank of Jonin. No, Hokage-sama. If I lose even one of these 3 assessments, demote me to special Jonin. Should I lose 2, I shall revert to being a Chunin for another 2 years. Mark looked intently at the third Hokage, who, upon meeting Mark's gaze, recognized the seriousness in his eyes. However, it was somewhat peculiar that one of Mark's eyes appeared rather vacant, resembling a false eye. Had he sustained an injury? Ah, very well, the war is not yet over. After the evaluations conducted by the 3 of us, you should shine brilliantly in the forthcoming battles. The third Hokage regarded Mark with a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Konoha was on the verge of witnessing the emergence of another formidable figure akin to the White Fang of Konoha. Upon returning home, everything appeared as pristine and orderly as the previous day, with Conan standing at the door awaiting Mark's return. Before departing, Mark had left a sum of money for Conan. Although she initially declined, Mark insisted on considering it compensation for her role as a caretaker at home, which made her more amenable to accepting a modest allowance. Mark was not lacking in funds. At the very least, he had enough for his daily sustenance, but to acquire more luxurious items, he would need to toil diligently. As Mark reclined on his bed, he allowed his body to relax, feeling his consciousness drift away. Mr. Mark, it is time for dinner. Conan indeed resembled a devoted wife, diligently handling household chores and preparing meals. Yet, Mark recognized that Conan's potential must not be squandered. In the original narrative, her abilities had not yet reached the level of a Kage, but after enduring trials and diligently honing her ninjutsu, her prowess should aspire to the realm of an elite Jonin, should that be the case. However, this was no longer the original tale. Mark was acutely aware of Conan's potential and was confident in his ability to elevate her to greater heights. The second great ninja war had yet to reach its conclusion, and in a few years, the third great ninja war would soon commence. Mark had made his decision. He would shine brightly amidst the chaos of war, ensuring his name resonated throughout the world. This way, organizing the Akatsuki would be relatively simpler afterward. First, he would have Conan train in ninjutsu. When her level was sufficient to accompany him, Mark would defect from Konoha. Tomorrow. The mere thought of tomorrow caused Mark a headache. Ah, truly. Today. Engaging in an intellectual storm with Tsunade was rather intense, leaving him feeling quite invigorated at the time. In retrospect, how foolish I was. Was it not better to have Jiraiya take it easy on me? Would it not have been preferable to ascend directly to Jonin? Why did I impose such difficulties upon myself? Mark, you foolish boy. The thought of what he had said to Jiraiya and the third Hokage made Mark wish to give himself a couple of slaps. At that moment, Mark's tactics were nothing short of impeccable. However, in a moment of arrogance, he impulsively kissed Tsunade, only to receive a punch that left the spot still tingling. Feeling invincible, he boasted to Jiraiya and the third Hokage, "Oh, Mark, how foolish you are." With tears in his eyes, Mark finished the meal prepared by Conan, leading her to mistakenly believe her cooking was subpar. After the meal, Mark began to contemplate the challenge that lay ahead with Jiraiya. Both Jiraiya and Mark shared the same chakra affinities, fire and earth. Yet, Jiraiya had entered Mount Myaboku at an early age and had since mastered sage techniques. Albeit with limited proficiency, it was unlikely he could enter sage mode just yet, and a mere trickle of sage chakra would probably not alter the course of battle. What truly warranted concern was Jiraiya's ninjutsu. While Jiraiya in his current state possessed fewer techniques than in the original narrative, it was evident that he was far superior to Mark in ninjutsu training. Although Mark had learned a few fire release techniques under Uchiha Madara, none were of A-rank caliber. His most potent techniques were merely B-rank, and he was still clumsy in their execution. In contrast, Jiraiya had been mentored by the third Hokage since childhood, who was renowned as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, reputed to be proficient in nearly all 5 nature transformations, aside from bloodline limits and secret techniques. Jiraiya's mastery over fire and earth release was likely profound, perhaps even to the extent of having acquired A-rank ninjutsu by now. Mark had to consider this possibility. Yet, it seemed improbable. If anyone among the three could wield A-rank ninjutsu, it would most likely be Orochimaru. If Jiraiya had indeed mastered A-rank techniques, he would not have been so overwhelmed during his battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. The difficulty of A-rank ninjutsu was exceptionally high, given Mark's current learning pace. He could master a D-rank technique in just an hour, not counting the accelerated speed granted by the Sharingan. A C-rank technique would take about a day, a B-rank a week, and an A-rank would require over a month. As for S-rank techniques, that was beyond his wildest imagination. The rapid learning of ninjutsu by the main characters in the original story now appeared to be utterly fantastical. As a transmigrator, Mark possessed cognitive abilities and mental fortitude that surpassed the average individual. Nevertheless, after 2 months under the tutelage of such a formidable ninja as Uchiha Madara, he had achieved little. Presently, Mark lacked any definitive finishing moves and could only rely on a superior combat instinct to defeat his foes. Such an approach was perilous. While Mark's information warfare appeared brilliant, due to facing primarily pivotal characters from the original narrative, he realized that should he encounter an entirely unfamiliar opponent with formidable strength, he would lose his informational advantage and be forced to depend solely on his own abilities to navigate the perilous situation. Now, Mark must scrutinize his own abilities and find ways to rapidly enhance his strength. His proficiency in puppet manipulation currently stands at a mere C level, limited to controlling one puppet with 10 fingers. However, mastering this art is significantly more challenging than ordinary ninjutsu, requiring precise chakra control. Yet, it is evident that an improvement in his puppet techniques would concurrently elevate his medical ninjutsu skills, as both disciplines hinge on the mastery of chakra, albeit with different concepts. Mark compiled a list of the ninjutsu he has acquired. Firstly, there is the ninjutsu he possessed upon entering this world, fire release, fireball technique, which essentially involves exhaling a fireball. While it possesses a slight impact and can inflict burning damage, its temperature is relatively low, categorizing it as a fundamental C-level ninjutsu. Next is the upgraded version of the fireball, which merely amplifies the chakra used 5-fold, yielding an attack 5 times more potent. Fire release. Great fireball technique produces a larger fireball with greater impact and enhanced burning power, classifying it as B-level ninjutsu. Following this are the techniques personally taught by Uchiha Madara, a staple of the Uchiha clan's fire release. The Great Fireball technique is similar to the Fireball technique but has a fixed shape, approximately 7 meters in diameter, boasting significantly greater power. It is indeed more gratifying to execute the technique as instructed by Madara, as it allows for smoother chakra flow. The Phoenix Fire technique simultaneously unleashes multiple fireballs for area attacks, with the capability to manipulate their trajectories for multi-directional assaults. The dragon fire technique manifests as a continuous stream of flame, which inherently increases its potency due to its sustained nature. Although all three techniques are sea level, they undeniably surpass the basic fireball technique. After 2 months of rigorous training, akin to a hellish ordeal, Mark dedicated half a month to physical training, followed by chakra refinement and mastering the Sharingan, which was the first skill he acquired. Learning the 3 fire release techniques and foundational puppet arts consumed an additional week. He could not practice the great fireball technique extensively, as it merely required greater chakra control. In the final 3 weeks, Mark focused on the advanced techniques of the 3 C-level fire release arts, progressing to 3 B-level fire release techniques. The Great Fire Destruction technique unleashes a veritable sea of flames, manageable through chakra control, yet given Mark's chakra reserves, such a technique cannot be employed consecutively. Even a single use depletes approximately 1/3 of his chakra. The Phoenix Flower, Red Claw technique combines the Phoenix Fire with shurikens, resulting in a technique that launches burning shurikens in a multi-directional offensive. This requires precise shuriken throwing skills. The Great Dragon Fire, unlike the linear dragon fire, resembles flames exhaled from a dragon's mouth, while the Great Dragon Fire embodies the true head of a fire dragon, necessitating adept chakra shaping. Mark is fortunate to have such a formidable ninja as Uchiha Madara as his mentor, allowing his growth to far surpass that of his peers. However, despite the fact that Mark's prowess has reached a level that many cannot rival, it remains insufficient. To conquer this world, his current strength is far from adequate. Perhaps a definitive technique is required? Before my emergence, Uchiha Madara indeed imparted to me 2 A-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fire Annihilation and the advanced form of the Great Dragon Fire. Yet, Mark has not had the time to study these techniques, as tomorrow marks the day of his duel with Jiraiya. He should be grateful for what he has previously acknowledged. After all, this is merely an assessment, allowing Mark to unleash his full potential against the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, a rare opportunity for combat experience. Thus, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon the following day, the ruins of the house previously constructed by the Earth Release Ninja had been cleared. The barrier had changed as well, now serving solely to prevent accidental harm to bystanders. Outside the barrier, more than half of the upper ninjas from yesterday had been dispatched by the Hokage on missions. However, the lower-ranked ninjas had significantly increased in number. The 3rd Hokage remained seated in his previous position, while Jiraiya stood by, awaiting Mark's arrival. Then it happened. A voice exclaimed, though its owner remains unknown. Indeed, Mark had arrived. He ambled towards the assessment venue, skillfully maneuvering the only remaining intact puppetry of Chikamatsu. Orochimaru and Tsunade were also present. Ah, those 2 fools, I wonder how their clash will unfold. Upon seeing Mark, Tsunade recalled the moment he had kissed her, a rather perplexing incident. Victory is one thing, but a kiss? Perhaps this serves as compensation for her earlier misjudgment of him. Clearly, Tsunade had forgotten the elbow strike she had delivered to Mark. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed Mark with keen interest. Even if Mark possessed 10 undamaged puppets, he would still not stand a chance against Jiraiya. However, if Jiraiya were to hold back, the outcome might differ. Nevertheless, Mark could never triumph over a fully committed Jiraiya. Yet Mark's potential remains vast. Who knows, he might yet become my friend. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru, remarking, how rare it is for you to seek companionship. Chakra possesses 2 forms of transformation, form alteration and nature transformation. In layman's terms, this refers to the external shape and internal structure. The external shape is self-explanatory, akin to modeling clay, utilizing one's power to alter the form of chakra. Nature transformation pertains to the attributes of chakra. The basic chakra attributes comprise 7 types: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Fire, high-temperature chakra capable of incinerating objects upon contact, igniting them in flames. Water, suitable for form alteration, allowing one to transform into mist to conceal oneself, become a tsunami to obstruct others, or assume forms like the water dragon bullet to attack adversaries. Wind, chakra as sharp as a blade, capable of cleaving through any object, effective against specialized ninja tools and techniques, maximizing cutting power when applied to chakra blades. Lightning, the force of electricity unleashed, enhancing the lethality and shocking effect when infused into metallic weapons. Earth, it possesses the ability to alter the hardness, composition, mass, and gravity of objects. A master can render ninja tools, or even the human body, as unyielding as steel or as pliable as clay. This chakra nature is primarily composed of spiritual energy, facilitating mental attacks and hypnosis. Nearly all Jinjutsu falls under the realm of In release. Yang. This chakra nature is predominantly based on physical energy, enhancing the body and enabling medical ninjutsu. Techniques related to the physical body are mostly Yang release. Before mastering the transformation of chakra's properties, all individuals possess chakra that is formless. Techniques such as the transformation and shadow clone jutsu require merely chakra without the necessity for a specific attribute. Upon learning to alter chakra properties, one can generate corresponding attribute chakra to execute specific ninjutsu. The first 5 elemental properties are interdependent and counter each other. Fire overcomes wind. Wind surpasses lightning. Lightning defeats earth. Earth quenches water, and water extinguishes fire. Although not absolute, this elemental countering can provide advantages in battle. Mark stepped into the barrier, having fully mastered the technique of controlling 10 fingers with precision. Before him lay the most ideal practice target. Jiraiya glanced at Mark with evident irritation and remarked, "How infuriating. Who enters with a puppet? Are you truly fearful that I might ambush you at the outset?" Mark shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "One can never be too certain." "What did you say? How dare you look down upon me? I am the esteemed disciple of the great sage of Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya." Jiraiya, striking a peculiar pose as if to show off, was, in fact, riddled with vulnerabilities. Although Mark had mentally rehearsed numerous scenarios involving Jiraiya's abilities, there remained one unpredictable factor: Jiraiya's ninjutsu. While the original story showcased Jiraiya's techniques, over 20 years had elapsed in this timeline, and what he could perform then might not be applicable now. Tsunade's prime likely coincided with her mastery of the In seal, while Jiraiya's zenith was associated with the Rasengan. However, the current Jiraiya would certainly not employ the Rasengan, as that was a unique technique developed by his disciple. In Mark's mind, another possibility flickered. While his ambition was to conquer the world, it did not necessarily have to follow the path of the Akatsuki. If he could ascend to the position of the 4th Hokage, perhaps the likelihood of achieving world domination would increase significantly. "Are you prepared? I'm about to make my move." Jiraiya, maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor, cautioned Mark. Mark raised his hands, using his remaining nearsighted puppet as a shield before him. Jiraiya hurled a kunai to the ground, and the moment it struck, he began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. This technique was arguably one of the most common among fire release ninjas, and Mark was taken aback that Jiraiya initiated their encounter with a fire attack. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. Mark countered with flames, unleashing a torrent of fire from his puppet's armpit. The two, engulfed in flames, collided fiercely, to the astonishment of the spectators outside the barrier. This round ended in Jiraiya's defeat. Mark's inferno was evidently more formidable than the great fireball technique. A colossal sea of flames surged like tidal waves crashing towards Jiraiya. In response, Jiraiya unfurled a scroll, invoking a sealing technique to encapsulate the flames. The sealing scroll emitted a powerful suction, drawing the fiery torrent released by Mark directly into its confines. Mark, however, had been somewhat careless. He seemed to have forgotten that Jiraiya's master was the 3rd Hokage. The legendary Sannin of Konohagakure were not merely adept at elemental jutsu. Their mastery of various non-elemental ninjutsu was also a testament to the 3rd Hokage's formidable prowess. The flames were entirely sealed within the scroll, and just as they vanished, the puppet of Nara Shikaku suddenly appeared, thrusting a kunai towards Jiraiya. Caught off guard, Jiraiya, still focused on sealing the flames, could not dodge swiftly enough, and instinctively reached out to grasp the puppet's arm in an attempt to thwart the assault. However, upon seizing the puppet's arm, he discovered it had been coated with a layer of oil. The slick substance rendered Jiraiya's grip ineffective, causing him to lose his hold. The kunai pierced Jiraiya's chest, but fortunately his quick reflexes allowed him to step back just in time, resulting in only a superficial wound. Great fireball technique. Mark seized the opportunity, launching a powerful fireball towards Jiraiya. Should the fireball strike the puppet, it would ignite, inflicting damage. Yet having a burning puppet nearby posed a significant threat. Jiraiya, fully aware of this danger, swiftly kicked the puppet away and rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall emerged, successfully blocking the fireball. Though Jiraiya had faced puppeteers in battle before, defeating Mark proved to be a more formidable challenge than simply eliminating him. As this was merely an assessment, neither side could resort to lethal techniques, compelling Jiraiya to devise a method to overcome his opponent without resorting to fatal force. With a resounding crash, the puppet shattered the earth flow wall, once again confronting Jiraiya. Extending 3 fingers, Jiraiya declared, "Mark, I have devised a strategy to defeat you. In 3 moves, I shall prevail." Faced with what appeared to be an audacious challenge, Mark smirked slightly, responding, "Do as you wish." Inwardly, Mark calculated his strategy, as the outcome now hinged on who possessed superior skill. Jiraiya began to form hand seals, while Mark, utilizing his Sharingan, observed the chakra within Jiraiya rapidly coalescing. The ensuing jutsu seemed to be rather complex, likely requiring a significant amount of chakra, possibly an A-rank technique. Mark too took action, maneuvering to encircle Jiraiya from behind while advancing towards him from the front. It appeared Mark intended to launch a dual assault. However, Jiraiya smirked knowingly, having spotted the chakra threads Mark employed to manipulate his puppet. How naive. A clever puppeteer would never allow an enemy to be caught between themselves and their puppet. Having completed his hand seals, Jiraiya pressed his hands to the ground, channeling chakra to draw the kunai previously discarded on the ground, using it to sever the chakra threads. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Jiraiya channeled his chakra into the ground, directly altering the terrain. What was once a solid surface transformed into a quagmire. A triumphant smile emerged on Jiraiya's face, but it quickly froze. Before him lay a swamp. Yet it was not Mark within it, but rather his puppet. Could it be? Jiraiya swiftly turned around, realizing that what he had assumed to be the puppet was actually the genuine Mark. Having already witnessed Mark's cunning during Tsunade's assessment, he never anticipated falling for the same trick again. Mark opted not to engage Jiraiya in close combat. Instead, he produced several shurikens and hurled them towards Jiraiya. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The blazing shurikens encircled Jiraiya. At that moment, droplets of oil descended from the swamp. Was it a case of adding fuel to the fire? Could it be that, at the moment the chakra line was severed, Mark had instructed the puppet to release oil? Indeed, the oil from the puppet had been flung into the air, cascading down like a gentle rain. Combined with Mark's fire technique, it resulted in a veritable rain of flames. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Ninja art, Needle Earth Prison. Jiraiya's hair suddenly lengthened, enveloping him as the fiery rain fell upon it, yet it did not ignite further. Jiraiya infused his hair with Sage Chakra, a technique that could indeed be classified as Sage art. Finally deploying Sage techniques, he thought, but I am more than prepared. With a grand gesture, Mark commanded all the shurikens to accelerate toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya's hair enveloped his entire body, successfully blocking all assaults. Under the manipulation of Sage Chakra, his hair's resilience rivaled that of steel. However, Jiraiya found himself unable to release this technique. Steel wires, connected to each shuriken, bound his body. Each shuriken was entwined with a steel wire, and in his complete encasement, Jiraiya found himself trapped within his own hair. Should he attempt to dispel the technique, the wires would retract instantaneously. Should he refrain from doing so, he would remain ensnared indefinitely. Thus, only one conclusion remained: surrender. Inside his cocoon, Jiraiya muttered incomprehensibly. Mark furrowed his brow. Was that a surrender or something else? Approaching Jiraiya cautiously, he called out, "Hey, Jiraiya, what did you say? Are you surrendering? Speak louder. Look down." Ugh, ugh. Jiraiya's words were muffled, prompting Mark to step closer. Suddenly, with a crunch, Mark stepped on something. "Ha ha ha. Gotcha." Jiraiya's voice rang clear. Beneath Mark's feet lay the sealing scroll that Jiraiya had previously employed to contain his great fire annihilation. As Mark stood on the scroll, the flames within it were poised to erupt. However, before the scroll could unleash its fiery contents, Mark swiftly severed it with his blade. "Humph. Did you think I hadn't noticed?" Mark relished the advantage of his Sharingan, which revealed a peculiar chakra beneath him, yet he remained oblivious to what lay ahead. Beneath the scroll, there lay concealed an explosive tag. To everyone's surprise, rather than detonating, it released a puff of azure smoke. From within his hair, Jiraiya laughed heartily, proclaiming, "How about that? Had it truly been an explosive tag, you would either have been obliterated on the spot or gravely injured, wouldn't you? This round, I have emerged victorious." Mark stood there, momentarily stunned. Indeed, had the tag been genuine, his legs would likely have been blown apart. I concede, Mark said, a hint of dejection in his voice. Jiraiya emerged from his hair, returning it to its original state. Ah, you truly are impressive. You've compelled me to resort to sage techniques, which speaks volumes of your prowess. Do not lose heart. In the face of his recent defeat, Jiraiya offered Mark the most straightforward encouragement. Alas, it seems my battle experience still leaves much to be desired, Mark lamented, rubbing his head in frustration. Ha! You're quite remarkable yourself. Let us dine together tonight. It's on me. His spirits lifted after his victory. Jiraiya was in high spirits, even if his final stance was somewhat ungraceful. Mark bore no resentment, as he had never anticipated such a turn of events. After all, Jiraiya was the master of the protagonist in the original narrative, and despite this, Mark had succumbed to him. The third Hokage approached, stating, Mark, as per your declaration yesterday, your record now stands at 1 defeat. Since this is the requirement you set for yourself, I cannot alter it. However, should you choose not to continue the assessment, it could still be counted as a victory. Mark shook his head resolutely. If I were that kind of person, it would merely reflect my inadequacy. The audience is watching. I cannot show weakness before so many. Thus, he steeled himself to continue the challenge. However, after Mark and Jiraiya had their fill, Tsunade sought Mark out privately. Could this be a confession? Tsunade, I feel rather unprepared. Mark slurred. Are you an idiot? Let me help you sober up. Orochimaru has received a mission and cannot assess you tomorrow. The third has decided to pass you directly. But remember, you told him that losing a match would lower your rank. So now you are a special Jonin. Seek out the third tomorrow. Tsunade infused chakra into Mark to cleanse the alcohol from his system. Unexpectedly, Mark seized Tsunade and planted a drunken kiss on her. Ugh! Thwack! Tsunade retaliated with a punch that sent Mark flying. Without uttering a word, she departed. Ouch! What just happened? Wasn't he someone saying I should see the third tomorrow? Now fully sober, Mark sat bewildered amidst the grass. Meanwhile, far away in the Rain Village, within the opulent mansion of Hanzo the Salamander, two individuals who should have perished, Yahiko and Nagato, lay barely clinging to life, having been mercilessly slashed by a group of ninjas. Though their assailants had refrained from targeting their vital points, Yahiko and Nagato have been revived. It was the perceptive Hanzo of the Salamander who recognized Nagato's extraordinary sage body. While Yahiko inadvertently uttered the term Rinnegan, it was precisely because Yahiko called out Rinnegan that someone brought their nearly lifeless forms before Hanzo. Yet even now, they remain in a state of unconsciousness. The Rinnegan, you say? A mere child could not possibly be aware of such a thing. Surely someone must have imparted that knowledge to him. Humph, we shall see when you awaken, Yahiko and Nagato. Your fates still hang in the balance. The following day, Mark arrived at the office of the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, he addressed, stepping closer to the leader. The third Hokage replied, Mark, your records have been updated. You are now appointed as a special Jonin of Konohagakure, tasked specifically with the research of puppet techniques. Ah, understood. May I commence my missions now? Mark inquired eagerly. Eager to hone his skills on the battlefield, for some powerful ninjutsu could not be practiced indiscriminately. It would be far simpler to unleash a broad assault amidst the chaos of war, ensuring his teammates kept a safe distance. No, Mark. Your 10 puppets of Chikamatsu have all been compromised, have they not? Therefore, for the next few months, you are to refrain from leaving the village. Focus on your studies of the puppet arts here. Should you require any resources, I will do my utmost to accommodate you. The war has reignited, and given the previous skirmishes, the Wind Country has been significantly weakened. We shall now press our advantage and penetrate their borders, the third Hokage stated. Contemplating the nature of warfare. In times of conflict, particularly in the ninja world, the quantity of foot soldiers is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether a village can produce a formidable Jonin, as this offers a distinct advantage. The second Great Ninja War involved the 3 great nations and the smaller Rain Country, but it appeared that the Lightning Country was poised to join the fray as well. The village hidden in the clouds, home to the third Raikage, renowned as the mightiest spear and shield in history. Alongside the brilliant strategist Inoki and the magnetic prowess of Toroi, had already made a name for themselves even before engaging in battle. From the rock village of the Earth Country emerged the world's sole wielder of a bloodline limit, the third Tsuchikage Inoki, whose son, Kodo, was also a powerful Earth-release ninja. The sand village of the Wind Country required no further introduction, with its formidable third Kazekage, an expert in magnetic release. and the puppet master Chiyo. Despite Chiyo losing her 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, it did not signify a complete loss of her capabilities. She possessed not only mastery over puppetry, but also formidable puppets of her own design. Lastly, there was the village hidden in the leaves of the Fire Country. Already famed in the early stages of the Second Great Ninja War for the legendary Konoha White Fang and the legendary Sannin, bestowed with names by Hanzo of the Salamander. Renowned ninjas bring honor to their villages and instill fear in their rivals, while also undermining the morale of enemy troops. The third Hokage had his own considerations. If Mark could evolve into a powerful puppeteer, he could leverage this to promote the village's strength and diminish the confidence of the Sand Village's puppet masters, especially since Mark wielded the national treasure puppets acquired from Chiyo. War, akin to battle, cannot be won solely through one's own strength, mastery over the psyche, familiarity with one's surroundings, and the ability to respond to unexpected situations will ultimately dictate the course of conflict. The third Hokage hopes that Mark will evolve into a puppet master akin to Chiyo within 3 years. Naturally, Mark will not question the orders issued by the third Hokage. To him, the distinction between special Jonin and Jonin is negligible. His true ability to impress others will stem from his prowess rather than his title. Puppet techniques, when mastered, can indeed be formidable. However, specializing solely in puppet arts may hinder one's ascent to the role of Hokage, as such practices are somewhat regarded with trepidation. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Mark realized that the path ahead would be filled with tedious training, likely involving prolonged repetition of the same techniques. Nevertheless, in order to survive in this world, strength and diligence are imperative. Moreover, Mark's aspirations transcend mere survival. He desires to conquer this realm and ascend as its sovereign. Thus, he must strive harder than anyone else, fueled by unwavering conviction. Although Mark possesses a strong command of fire element chakra, his encounters with Tsunade and Jiraiya have illuminated the advantages of mastering multiple elemental jutsus. Had he employed earth techniques during their battles, the outcomes might have been markedly different. Therefore, in the coming months, Mark intends to learn several earth jutsu, as well as the B-rank technique of shadow clone, for there is no detriment in acquiring additional skills. He estimates that elevating his puppet mastery from 10-finger control to 5-finger control may require at least half a month, if not more time. Hey, you over there. Mark, lost in thought regarding his training regimen, initially failed to hear someone calling out to him. I'm talking to you, the one with the prosthetic. A stone was hurled in his direction, which Mark's left prosthetic arm effortlessly caught. Upon inspection, he found it to be an ordinary stone without any traps. Looking towards the stone's thrower, Mark noticed it was a child from the Hyuga clan, distinguished by their Byakugan, a gaze more potent than the ordinary Sharingan. If Mark could acquire the Byakugan, his strength could indeed reach new heights. Child, what is it? Although unaware of the young Hyuga's intentions, Mark prepared to greet him with a smile, for the Hyuga and Uchiha clans currently stand as the two most formidable families in Konoha, and he could not afford to overlook any opportunity for alliance. Are you the puppet master Mark, whom everyone has been discussing lately? The child's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Clearly a young enthusiast of puppet techniques, Mark smiled and replied, "Yes, that would be me. May I inquire about your purpose?" He refrained from asking for the child's name, for the truly memorable warriors of the Hyuga clan are few and far between. "Mark, are you a traveler from another world?" In the next moment, Mark's left hand reached towards the child from the Hyuga clan, the serrated edge of his palm already protruding. Indeed, what he heard and believed was not an illusion. Other travelers existed. This was somewhat reminiscent of the dark forest theory from the three-body problem. When faced with the unknown, the safest course of action is to swiftly eliminate it. Wait, can you hear me out? You can use your Sharingan to observe me. I am currently quite weak. Upon seeing Mark's movement, the Hyuga child immediately raised his hands in surrender, without hesitation. Mark halted his actions. Realizing that this child lacked a significant amount of chakra and seemed riddled with flaws, suggesting he was not merely pretending to be weak. The child sighed in relief and began, "Let me start from the beginning. A month ago, I traversed into this world, inhabiting the body of this child. I am unaware of your circumstances, but I have journeyed through various worlds many times, which means I am a world traveler." A world traveler? Such nonsensical drivel. I believe it would be safer for me to eliminate you, Mark thought, poised to thrust his kunai towards the Hyuga child. Suddenly, the child exclaimed, "I told my parents I would meet you before I encountered you." The kunai halted before the child. Mark retracted the weapon and remarked, "If I perceived you as a threat, I wouldn't hesitate. Consider this your opportunity." The Hyuga child breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Though I have faced death many times, each encounter brings a sense of trepidation. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Hinata Taniya, and I possess the ability to discern the strength of others." "Oh, you can perceive others' strengths?" Mark raised an eyebrow. Hinata Taniya nodded, explaining, "As long as I am close enough or can observe a sample of blood, I can infer a person's basic abilities. However, I cannot determine anything if they have learned any unique ninjutsu." "Oh, and what relevance does that have to me?" Mark glanced around, noting the absence of passers-by. If he swiftly eliminated this child, he could easily conceal the body, but if what the child claimed was true, he would need to hide the corpse in a more distant location. Hinata Taniya continued, "I have lived in many worlds, experiencing battles and bloodshed, but I quickly grew weary of it. Regardless of the circumstances, I would eventually transition to another world, rendering fighting meaningless. Without the specter of death, there is no reason to engage in battle, even at the cost of one's own life. After realizing this, I ceased all combat." Mark, puzzled, inquired, "Are you suggesting that you are now a pacifist?" "Humph. We are in a time of war. As a traveler, your capacity for thought must surpass that of the original inhabitants of this world. If you aspire to achieve something, it should not prove difficult." Hinata Tanino shook his head with a smile and said, "You still fail to grasp my meaning. Although I exist in this world like everyone else, as an entity that continually reincarnates, I have lost the essence of being a living being, which is survival. If a creature no longer requires survival, it is little different from death. To be honest, my existence now feels akin to merely experiencing death. Thus, I harbor little desire. So, what is it that you seek from me?" Mark was increasingly perplexed. Hinata Tanino continued, "I merely wish to assist you in fulfilling your aspirations. Out of sheer boredom, I seek to engage in endeavors that are difficult to accomplish. As a traveler, your choice to undergo the trials of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha suggests that you must possess grand ambitions. Allow me to aid you in realizing them. With the meager abilities I possess." Mark swallowed hard. He had faced death, encountered moments of imminent demise, and endured any experience that could provoke anxiety. Yet, he had never felt as tense as he did now. If Hinata Tanino were a fellow traveler intent on taking his life, perhaps he would not feel this way. However, Hinata claimed to wish to help him. More crucially, Mark genuinely believed that Hinata could assist him. Was this an illusion? Or was it merely the sincerity reflected in his gaze and voice that moved Mark? Regardless, he acquiesced. "I have observed the foundational abilities of many in Konoha and have created ninja identification cards for easy reference." Hinata Tanino handed a stack of cards to Mark. The first card he saw belonged to Jiraiya, adorned with his photograph and information regarding his combat capabilities. Jiraiya, ninjutsu level, average jonin. Taijutsu level, average jonin. Jinjutsu level, barely chunin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount 4A. Special ability, Sage Chakra, akin to an evolved form of chakra, significantly enhancing both the quantity of chakra and the potency of ninjutsu. Mark scrutinized the ninja identification card and remarked, "What use is this to me?" Hinata replied, "Isn't this information about our enemies?" Mark scratched his head and said, "Do you know who my next adversary will be?" "Not at all," Hinata answered, somewhat dazed. "Exactly. You don't know, and neither do I. You provide me with this card, which contains information about our own people rather than our enemies. When I encounter an adversary, you won't be able to furnish me with their information immediately. In that case, I would only receive this card after engaging with the enemy, and by then, what does their information matter to me? They would be dead." Mark exclaimed, exasperated. "Oh, in that case, I shall precede you to gather information about the enemy. And then we can retreat and devise a strategy," Hinata suggested. Mark began to doubt whether Hinata was truly a traveler like himself. Why was this individual so foolish? "Tell me, do you even know what kind of eyes you possess?" Mark inquired. Hinata shook his head. "Indeed." Mark slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "You possess a pair of exceedingly rare eyes known as Byakugan. If you were merely an ordinary child, it would be one thing, but your eyes are remarkably distinctive. The enemy won't let you off with just a mere touch. They will gouge out your eyes." "What?" Hinata was taken aback. Although he had been in this world for a month, his understanding remained limited to external information, and he had forgotten to explore his own identity. "Oh well. For some reason, even though your identity poses a threat to me, I suddenly find that I do not wish to kill you. Just stay put. I shall treat these cards as mere entertainment, something for my enjoyment. Mark walked home with the cards in hand. Wait a moment. I believe my abilities should be capable of further enhancement. Mr. Mark, allow me to assist you. It has been a long time since I have encountered someone like myself. Hinata had not undergone any training. He was simply an ordinary person with Byakugan. Mark walked swiftly, leaving Hinata far behind until he could no longer catch up. In light of this, it seems that the Byakugan granting me this ability is indeed a mutated bloodline limit. Therefore, I must strive to grow stronger. Throughout this lengthy existence, I have oscillated between life and death. Although the time I have lived is longer than that I have perished, to me, the duration of my life is equivalent to the time I have died. Mr. Mark, you are the third individual I have encountered who, like myself, has traversed into this realm. As before, I shall fulfill your wish to solidify my own sense of existence. Tsunade, Ninjutsu level, Ordinary Jonin. Taijutsu level, Ordinary Jonin. Jinjutsu level, Ordinary Chunin. Physical quality, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount, 5A. Special ability, exceptional medical ninjutsu, classified among the world's elite. Mark gazed at the ninja identification card, feeling a headache coming on. Damn it, the first 5 aspects are apparent, but what standard is this chakra amount judged by? If only I had thought to ask that little brat first. Unable to resist, Mark turned to the next card. Orochimaru, Ninjutsu level, Elite Jonin. Taijutsu level, Special Jonin. Jinjutsu level, Average Chunin. Physical quality, average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount, 3A. Mark continued to peruse the subsequent cards, encountering both Chunin and Jinin. After examining several more, he finally grasped the classification rules of these cards. Firstly, the levels of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are ranked from weakest to strongest as follows: Novice Jinin, Ordinary Jinin. Beyond Jinin, Barely Chunin, Ordinary Chunin, Average Chunin, Special Jonin, Ordinary Jonin, Elite Jonin, and Kage. There are a total of 10 levels. Secondly, the classifications for physical quality and reaction speed are as follows: Useless, Below Average, Average, Slightly Above Average, Average, Above Average, Slightly Above Average, Above, Superior, and Steel Body. Again, there are 10 levels. The final measure of chakra capacity pertains to the number of ninjutsu that can be executed in succession. None, C, B, levels 1 to 3, A, levels 1 to 5. And finally S, which denotes the ability to engage in sustained high-quality combat, resulting in a total of 10 ranks. However, on the battlefield, while these metrics may afford a fleeting informational advantage, it is the extraordinary abilities that truly influence pivotal outcomes. Ultimately, such information serves merely as amusement, possessing minimal impact on real combat efficacy. Mark collected all his cards into his pocket, preparing to continue the monotonous training. Yet, before that, he needed to enroll Conan in the Ninja Academy, as mastering advanced ninjutsu is an endeavor that demands considerable time, leaving him little opportunity to impart foundational knowledge to her. Thus, her education must take place within the academy. Suddenly, 3 figures dashed past him. Instinctively, Mark pursued them, inquiring, "Hey, what is happening?" "Ah, you are that puppeteer, Mark. A kid from the Ninja Academy has been abducted, seemingly by enemy ninjas. We are currently conducting a search." One of the 3 ninjas answered. Mark, puzzled, asked, "What is the name of the kidnapped child?" "Her name is Kushina Uzumaki. She is a girl." The 3 ninjas dispersed, racing into the woods beyond the village. Mark, however, halted in his tracks. "Oh, I see. What is going on? That kid from the Hyuga clan was also involved. Am I unwittingly caught in some sort of game? Are there high-level NPCs and main storylines? Regardless, that Kushina seems to be quite a remarkable woman. I could certainly use her in my harem." With this thought, Mark began to search for his hair. Kushina was born in the Land of Waves, a member of the Uzumaki clan, akin to Nagato's lineage, possessing a long cascade of beautiful red hair. As the Ninja World War commenced, Kushina became a war orphan, wandering her homeland in search of survival. Fortunately, she was endowed with an innate reservoir of powerful chakra, which could easily suppress tailed beasts. The legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, possessed a similar type of chakra. The tailed beasts are 9 colossal creatures endowed with immense chakra. A Jinchuriki is an individual who has a tailed beast sealed within them, thus referred to as such. When one becomes a Jinchuriki, a unique bond is formed between the chakra of the tailed beast and that of the Jinchuriki, varying according to individual circumstances. In simple terms, becoming a Jinchuriki equates to acquiring an almost limitless supply of chakra. Consequently, the Jinchuriki of these nine-tailed beasts became the most formidable weapons of war for their respective nations. However, a significant problem arose. The power of the tailed beasts was exceedingly great. Should the Jinchuriki become physically exhausted, the tailed beast could potentially break free from its seal, transforming into a monstrous entity that slaughters humanity. Therefore, few possess the strength to truly control a tailed beast, as one must endure the dual pressures exerted by the beast and the outside world to harness its chakra. If the chakra of the tailed beasts were not utilized, sealing them would indeed be easier. However, this would significantly diminish our combat strength. Moreover, an uncontrollable tailed beast in slumber would inevitably wreak havoc upon awakening. In such a scenario, the Jinchuriki would become a nuclear button that must be secured. Konohagakure also possesses a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, namely the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina. She was the wife of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and has since passed away, with the seal of the Nine Tails being entrusted to Uzumaki Kushina. This matter is known only to the highest echelons of Konoha, and she has lived a normal childhood, attending the Ninja Academy. For reasons unknown, Kumogakure has become aware of Kushina's lineage, which can subdue the tailed beasts. Unable to contain the power of the eight tails within their own village, they dispatched individuals to abduct Kushina for the purpose of researching the suppression of tailed beasts. Mark found a strand of red hair. Ah, what a clever little brat. Following the narrative of the original story, Mark discovered the clues left by Kushina, who had shed her hair along the way. Following this trail, he quickly spotted a young boy with yellow hair rushing towards him. "You are Namake's Minato, are you not?" Mark inquired, pointing at the boy. Minato, taken aback, responded, "Lord Puppet Master Mark, what brings you here?" Mark waved his hand, saying, "Leave this to us. I have already uncovered the clues left by Kushina. As a child, you are the future of Konoha. Do not willingly step into danger. Return home." Minato nodded, exclaiming, "Truly impressive, Lord Mark. Then I shall take my leave." After sending Minato away, Mark followed the trail left by Kushina. According to the original narrative, this is where Minato would save Kushina. However, given Minato's current strength, he is merely at the level of a chunin. It is unlikely that Kumogakure has dispatched any formidable individuals to abduct Kushina. They probably remain unaware that Kushina is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the strongest in their village are likely occupied with suppressing the eight tails. Nine-tailed beasts exist. The greater the number of tails, the more powerful the beast, with the nine tails being the mightiest. The first Hokage managed to subdue the nine tails through his formidable reincarnation powers, Sage Body, and the Wood Release Bloodline Limit. The strength of the eight tails is second only to that of the nine tails, and it seems Kumogakure will gain little advantage in the forthcoming war. Haha, boss, who would have thought such a naive little girl could hold such significance? This time, we shall prosper. Kushina was tightly bound, her hands restrained, and her mouth taped shut. However, her captors, eager to escape quickly, refrained from knocking her unconscious, possibly under the orders of the Jonin from Kumogakure. This mission involved 3 individuals from Kumogakure, 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin, and a local bandit. The Jonin was tasked with ensuring that the identity of the Chunin remained concealed. The Chunin was to confirm that the bandit could capture the correct target, and the bandit was solely responsible for transporting the captured individual. However, this mission proceeded remarkably smoothly. Kushina had no relatives, and she had only recently entered the Ninja Academy. Possessing little strength, a Chunin was more than sufficient to capture her. The Jonin concealed himself in the shadows, while the Chunin and the bandit were tasked with advancing along the path. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air, the sound of a ninja dashing through the branches of the forest. In an instant, the Jonin vanished. For if a single Konoha ninja were to discover their presence, their mission would be deemed a failure. After all, they were still within the borders of the Land of Fire, and even within the confines of Konoha Village. If they were found so swiftly, it would trigger a chain reaction, and Konoha ninjas would soon converge upon their location. Swish! A kunai was hurled before the Chunin. Realizing the enemy was upon them, the Chunin hastily accelerated his flight, abandoning both the bandit and Kushina. The bandit, witnessing the Chunin's retreat, shouted, "Hey, what is going on?" Just then, with a swift motion, the bandit's head was severed. Kushina fell into Mark's arms. "Are you all right?" Mark inquired gently. Having previously witnessed Mark's confrontation with Jiraiya, Kushina had a slight familiarity with him, and seeing him come to her rescue brought her great comfort. Hey, Lord Troy, what are you doing? The Jonin and Chunin who had fled earlier unexpectedly returned. Mark recalled the name Troy. He was a magnetic ninja from the hidden cloud. You are the renowned Konoha puppeteer. Mark, aren't you? The one who recently triumphed over Chiyo's Ten from Sunagakure. Troy exclaimed, brandishing several shuriken at Mark. Mark felt a wave of frustration. Had the third Hokage already begun to spread his notoriety? This was unfortunate. He had anticipated a straightforward rescue of Kushina, but it seemed that his reputation had drawn the enemy back. Lord Troy, forget about him. We might be discovered. The panicked Chunin cried out. No. I must ascertain this Mark's abilities right now. Otherwise, I may never get the chance. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Troy sent 3 shuriken flying toward Mark. Mark was well aware of Troy's Kekkai Genkai. His abilities were distinct from those of the third Kazekage. While the Kazekage's magnetism controlled fine iron sand, Troy's power was magnetization. Any iron objects Troy had touched would also become magnetized. Thus, Mark realized that he could not block Troy's attack. He had to evade it. Leaping upward, he grasped a branch above with his left prosthetic arm, allowing his body to ascend and evade the onslaught. However, holding onto Kushina was indeed a predicament. Mark landed and gently set Kushina down, saying, Kushina, you need to run. I'll hold him off for you. Yet Troy shouted, Mark, you'd best not let her stray from you. I have already magnetized her. She cannot escape. What? She has already been magnetized? Mark turned to Kushina and activated his Sharingan, confirming his suspicions. A strange chakra enveloped her. In light of this revelation, there remained only 2 options. Either Mark could flee with Kushina, or he must eliminate Troy. Mark's puppetry team, known as the Ten of Chikamatsu, had met with utter failure, leaving him without the puppet scroll he typically bore. Consequently, he was left to rely solely on his ninjutsu for victory. Engaging in close combat with an opponent like Troy, who possessed a bloodline limit, was not an option. Thus, he had to leverage his skills to turn the tide of battle. As Mark cast his gaze towards Troy, he was taken aback to discover 3 chakra threads beneath the Sharingan scrutiny. Following the threads to their conclusion, he was dismayed to find the very shuriken he had narrowly avoided moments earlier. You've noticed, have you? So what? Troy manipulated the chakra threads, sending the 3 shuriken hurtling towards Kushina. Damn it, there's no time. Mark hastily severed the chakra threads, but was far too late to pull Kushina out of harm's way. Moreover, with her body magnetized, evasion was no longer an option. He could only shield her from the impending assault. Thud, thud, thud. The shuriken embedded themselves into Mark's left arm. Cursed be it, has my arm been magnetized? Mark observed his arm anxiously. Farewell, puppeteer of Konoha. Troy withdrew a scroll, summoning 2 massive shuriken, each a meter in diameter. Whoosh. Troy hurled one of them, the sound of it slicing through the air reminiscent of a hellish fiend's belch. Damn it. Troy is relentless, offering Mark no chance to form seals. The barrage of attacks continued unabated. Fortunately, although the large shuriken held tremendous power, its size meant that as long as Mark could slow its rotation, he could bring it to a halt. The magnetic force merely tracked its target without amplifying its damage, meaning that if he could withstand the first strike, the shuriken would pose no substantial threat. This was Mark's rationale, and he acted accordingly. However, Troy had other intentions. Bang! Mark braced himself with his left arm's prosthetic, absorbing the impact of the colossal shuriken, which nearly severed his limb. Yet, despite Mark's defense, the shuriken did not cease its pursuit. It dawned on him that the attraction of the shuriken was not aimed at him, but rather at Kushina, who stood behind him. Damn it, Kushina, get away. Mark felt his strength waning, unable to compete against the magnetic force. To his surprise, Kushina advanced rather than retreating. She rushed to his side, reaching into his pocket. What are you doing, Kushina? I can barely hold on. Mark exclaimed anxiously. Kushina skillfully retrieved an explosive tag and a kunai from Mark's pocket, deftly tying them together before tossing them towards Troy. Troy easily dodged both the kunai and the explosive tag. However, the tag detonated with a tremendous explosion, echoing loudly. You fool. At a time like this, you should make a noise to summon our comrades. Kushina remarked with a hint of flair. The massive shuriken crashed to the ground. Phew, has that guy finally retreated? Mark breathed a sigh of relief. Hee. Josh and I smiled at Mark, and this feeling of having survived a calamity brought the two closer together. A few days later, just as Mark was preparing for a period of secluded training, he was summoned to the office of the third Hokage. Mark, the third Hokage began. After extensive deliberation among our higher-ups, we have decided to appoint you as the new head of the Ninja Academy. The moment Mark entered, the third Hokage stated the purpose of his summons. Mark was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Why?" The third Hokage, lowering his hands that had been preemptively covering his ears, explained, "Now that the war is nearing its conclusion, we require more Jonin and Chunin to venture into enemy territory. Therefore, we aim to deploy all available Jonin who remain in the village, as you are also required to stay in the village to hone your puppet technique. It seems prudent to seize this opportunity." "So, you mean I am now the head of the Ninja Academy?" Mark pondered the whims of fate. He had initially sought the headmaster's assistance to enroll Conan, and now, by a twist of fortune, he had become the headmaster himself. Rendering any need for backdoor dealings unnecessary, he had become the backdoor. "Indeed, Mark. However, do not neglect your puppet techniques. Rest assured, the original faculty of the Ninja Academy remains, though approximately half of them have perished. The subsequent course of action is up to you. You may also select a few ninjas to serve as your aides, preferably avoiding Jonin. I will grant you certain privileges. Now, be sure to return at noon. We need to convene and publicly announce your appointment." With a wave of his hand, the third Hokage dismissed him. "What on earth? My plans have been completely disrupted. Yet, on reflection, if I wish to wield greater influence in Konohagakure, this position is indeed advantageous. After all, children are the future of the nation. Perhaps the notion of becoming a rogue ninja can be postponed until I have gained control over all the emerging ninjas of Konoha, which would grant me considerable leverage." Although the third Hokage's appointment had derailed Mark's initial plans for conquest, he quickly devised a new strategy. First and foremost, I must become the finest head of the Ninja Academy in history. In this underdeveloped era, I might wield revolutionary teaching philosophies that would earn the approval of parents. As Mark contemplated his new plan, a grin remained fixed upon his face until noon. Nearly all the Jonin in the village participated in the meeting, discussing the future of the village and the details of the ongoing war. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and many other elite ninjas were eagerly preparing to invade the Land of Wind, having learned that Chiyo's puppets were no longer under her control. Although Sunagakure had lost a top-tier combatant, Chiyo's puppet techniques and poisons would still pose significant challenges for Konoha. However, Tsunade could formulate antidotes to counteract the toxins. What followed would be a straightforward battle, devoid of intricate plots. Once they met, it was time to engage. One after another, the Jonin shared their perspectives. Mark's appointment as the head of the Ninja Academy has been announced, and there are no objections from anyone. After all, he is a formidable warrior who has battled alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya, and even seized the puppet scroll from Chiyo. Mark now merely awaits the opportunity to shine on the battlefield. The puppet master of Konoha, this is his new title. As the discussion turned to Tsunade, she rose and stated, "Firstly, when a team of 4 infiltrates enemy territory for extended periods, equipping them with a medical ninja would significantly enhance the team's survival rate and the likelihood of mission success. Thus, it is imperative that we cultivate highly skilled medical ninjas and systematize medical ninjutsu." The third Hokage, appearing somewhat troubled, responded, "Indeed, but we are in a time of war, and we do not have the luxury of time. Furthermore, our current medical knowledge is limited. The enemy will not wait for us to be prepared." "What are you saying? You old fool. How can that be?" Tsunade exclaimed indignantly. "Wait, Lord Hokage and Tsunade," Mark interjected, standing up to interrupt Tsunade. "It is too late to train those about to enter the battlefield in medical ninjutsu, as war waits for no one. However, we can plan for the future by nurturing the medical talents of our children. At the very least, they should possess some medical knowledge. If the war continues indefinitely, will we not be doomed to perish?" Mark gazed at the third Hokage, locking eyes with him, though he refrained from using his Sharingan. As many of Konoha's elite were present, hypnotizing the third Hokage with a Genjutsu would indeed be rather audacious. After pondering for a moment, the third Hokage raised his head and inquired, "So, what exactly do you propose to do, Mark?" Mark turned to Tsunade and said, "The battlefield will not lack for her presence, will it? I wish for Tsunade to assist me to become the vice principal of the Ninja Academy." The third Hokage's expression darkened as he regarded Mark. Just this morning, he had advised against recruiting high-ranking ninjas, and now Mark was poaching the very best. Mark addressed Tsunade. It is already too late for those heading to the battlefield to learn medical ninjutsu, so we cannot alter the present circumstances, but we can reshape the future. Tsunade, please lend me your aid. Tsunade smiled softly, revealing her adorable dimples, and replied, very well, since you have put it that way. After the meeting concluded, Mark first visited the Ninja Academy. The facility is ample for nurturing emerging ninjas, and this year there are merely 33 apprentices. Adding Conan's presence, that makes 34. With my addition, that totals 35. As Mark was drafting a report, he was startled to find Hinata Hate had quietly approached him from behind. Instinctively, Mark drew a kunai, ready to attack. Wait, it's me, Hinata Hate exclaimed in a panic. Mark nearly struck him down. How did you sneak up on me like that? I didn't even notice. Hinata chuckled and replied, after living for so many lifetimes, being stealthy is a necessary survival skill. Never mind that. What did you just say? Do you wish to join the Ninja Academy? Mark gazed at Hinata Hanabi with a look of bewilderment. Hinata Hanabi, with determination, nodded and said, indeed. After careful consideration, I believe it is prudent to acquire some survival skills in this world, especially given the wartime circumstances. I do not wish to depart from this realm so easily. Suit yourself, Mark replied, feeling a sense of absurdity at having placed his trust in her words. Why? On what grounds? Perhaps it's the shared plight of wanderers. Hinata Hanabi chuckled lightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ninjutsu level, Kage, taijutsu level, Kage, jinjutsu level, Kage, physical quality medium, reaction speed high, chakra amount 5A. Although Mark had long acknowledged that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was undoubtedly the strongest, he was taken aback by the astonishing levels displayed. Except for a slight decline in physical prowess due to age, other attributes remained remarkably high. However, as per the original storyline, in 20 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen would meet his demise at the hands of Orochimaru. Indeed, time spares no one. Though Mark himself was not particularly old, a flicker of dread ignited within him upon reviewing the Hokage's profile. While he was far from the brink of aging, he felt an involuntary fear of the greatest adversary of life itself. In this world, though numerous beings were immortal, very few could attain a truly complete state of immortality. It seemed that he would eventually need to seek out Uchiha Madara to acquire the Rinnegan. The Uchiha clan's bloodline was also something Mark coveted. However, discussing such matters was premature. He needed to grow significantly stronger first. Mark retrieved the ninja identification card that Hinata Hanabi had crafted for him. Mark, ninjutsu level, special Jonin. Taijutsu level, average Chunin. Jinjutsu level, intermediate Chunin. Physical quality, medium. Reaction speed, medium. Chakra amount 3A Oi. This value clearly indicated a somewhat formidable Chunin, but fortunately, Mark possessed the puppet technique he had earned at the cost of his life, along with the Sharingan and a brain that surpassed the ordinary. It appeared that reaching the level of a top-tier warrior would require considerable time. Then there was the matter of the Ninja Academy. Since Mark aspired to become a leader of the new generation, he needed to exhibit the appropriate demeanor. Among the current students, 4 individuals stood out: Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Conan, and Hinata Hanabi. The others were neither prominent characters from the original narrative nor traversers with inherent advantages. Mark had already earned the trust of Conan and Kushina, while Hinata Hanabi's allegiance remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Namikaze Minato was undoubtedly a pivotal figure, as he would later become the 4th Hokage, likely surpassing the 3rd Hokage in strength. However, with Mark's presence, the storyline was bound to shift. He summoned all 35 students from the Ninja Academy to the training ground, with Tsunade standing behind him. Additionally, 3 Chunin served as instructors. Frankly speaking, the number of personnel was rather insufficient. This is not merely the acquisition of theoretical knowledge. However, Mark can only proceed with educational reform. The 3 Chunin serve as instructors for the 3 realms of ninjutsu. Mark addressed the students. Next, you shall embark on a year-long training regimen. After this year, we shall conduct assessments. Unlike previous evaluations, we will not solely measure proficiency in a single ninjutsu. Instead, we will engage in practical testing to ensure your survival on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the ninjutsu instructor stepped forward. First, we will demonstrate the clone technique. The instructor formed 3 hand seals, transforming into 2 identical copies of himself standing there. Mark swiftly kicked one of the clones down. What are you doing, director? The instructor exclaimed, clutching his rear. My apologies, I thought you were merely a clone, Mark replied. then proceeded to dispel the clone with a kick. The 35 students watched with awkward expressions as Mark continued nonchalantly. Do you see? This is the E-rank ninjutsu, clone technique. The simplest of all, which merely expels chakra from one's body to create an illusion of oneself. In essence, it forms a mere afterimage. Once the chakra dissipates, the afterimage vanishes as well. Moreover, if it encounters any object, the chakra sustaining the clone will rapidly deplete, causing it to disappear. Thus, this technique serves merely as a means of distraction. The ninjutsu instructor sighed and stood beside Mark. This ninjutsu requires each of you to summon at least 3 clones simultaneously by the end of the year, and they must all be exact replicas of yourselves. Mark declared. Now, Tsunade, it's your turn to demonstrate the shadow clone technique. Tsunade responded with mild exasperation. Can't you do it yourself? Nevertheless, she executed the technique. Mark approached her shadow clone and patted it on the shoulder, saying, Do you see? The shadow clone differs from the basic clone in that it requires a greater amount of chakra and offers more stability, allowing the form to be solidified. Under normal circumstances, unless the internal structure of the shadow clone is damaged, it will not dissipate. Tsunade's shadow clone punched the ground, creating a small crater. Mark continued, Thus, shadow clones can serve as an additional combat force. However, they will still vanish upon sustaining damage. This represents an advancement of the clone technique, categorized as B rank in difficulty. While this will not be part of your assessment, it is essential for you to be aware of it. The shadow clone of Tsunade dissipated autonomously. Next came the transformation technique. The ninjutsu instructor stepped forward once more. With a loud thud, he transformed into Mark's likeness. Mark remarked, As ninjas, one must remain hidden, concealing one's true position from the enemy. Hence, techniques of disguise are paramount. Beyond merely blending into the environment, one must also conceal themselves amidst crowds, or even stand before the enemy while masquerading as another. The transformation technique embodies this principle, allowing one to assume the appearance of another person or even a being that does not exist in this world. Mark waved his hand, and the ninjutsu instructor transformed into a wooden post. Mark continued, stating that the transformation technique is classified as E-rank ninjutsu, while the more complex transformation technique is categorized as D-rank ninjutsu. Transforming into a similar being is relatively straightforward, but metamorphosing into an inanimate object presents considerable challenges. In addition to mastering the fundamental E-rank ninjutsu, I expect you to demonstrate 2 types of D-rank ninjutsu and 1 type of C-rank ninjutsu during your graduation assessment. Of course, should you manage to learn B-rank ninjutsu, you will pass outright. The ninjutsu instructor reverted to his original form and stepped aside. The physical technique instructor then positioned himself in front of the students. Next, they delved into the body replacement technique. The simplest form of this technique involves rapid movement. To be precise, it is a type of physical technique. You merely need to grasp the method. During actual combat, employing it against an opponent of significantly greater strength is feasible, yet when facing an adversary of equal prowess, the body replacement technique cannot be utilized repeatedly and can be exceedingly perilous. Having said this, Mark delivered a swift kick towards the head of the physical technique instructor. Bang! His foot struck a wooden post instead, as the instructor had already positioned himself behind the students. Mark continued, This is the most fundamental body replacement technique, classified as E-rank, while the advanced version falls under space-time ninjutsu, designated as B rank. Once your skills are sufficiently developed, this technique may serve as a means of survival. The escape technique is further divided into rope escape, an E-rank method, and a D-rank application of chakra manipulation. With the demonstrations from both the physical and ninjutsu instructors, the students began to grasp the specific methodologies involved. Tsunade, please elucidate the body flicker technique to them, Mark commanded. Tsunade contemplated asking Mark whether he was adept in these ninjutsu, but realizing they were in front of the students, she acquiesced to his request. Tsunade addressed the 35 students. The body flicker technique, at its core, involves concentrating chakra in the soles of your feet for a rapid propulsion. Whoosh! With that, Tsunade vanished before their very eyes. The crowd gasped in astonishment, with the exception of Mark, who, due to his Sharingan's heightened observational prowess, discerned Tsunade's movement patterns with clarity. If you can cultivate your observational skills to perceive an opponent's actions, it will greatly benefit you. Now, give it a try, he encouraged. The students turned their gaze towards the grand tree, where Tsunade stood confidently on the trunk, not upright on a branch, but horizontally on the tree trunk itself. Chakra can emanate from any part of the human body, and by harnessing it, one can achieve a solidifying effect. If you can master the ability to walk on a tree trunk as if it were water, it signifies that your control over chakra has reached the standard of a chunin. Tsunade descended from the trunk and formed hand seals. Body flicker. Boom. A puff of smoke enveloped her, and she reappeared beside Mark. This advanced body flicker technique belongs to space-time ninjutsu, presenting a training difficulty of B rank, with chakra consumption increasing with distance. This technique requires significant chakra expenditure, and its use in combat is not recommended. Very well, thank you, Tsunade. Now, let us conclude the demonstration segment. I will likely continue to conduct unified instruction, getting to know each of your characteristics before arranging specialized practices for you. Finally, I will inform you of the assessment set for 1 year from now. Mark manipulated the chakra threads to draw the blackboard from the second-floor classroom to the playground. He held the chalk as if he were a true educator, inscribing upon the blackboard. First, we have the fundamental 4 E-rank techniques, which are essential to master. Following that, we delve into D-rank techniques. Aside from the transformation technique, subjugation technique, and body flicker technique demonstrated earlier, both illusion breaking and basic illusion techniques fall under this category, requiring the demonstration of only 2 during the assessment. As for C-rank techniques, the 5 elemental techniques may be learned from anyone, or advanced methods for breaking illusions are also classified as C-rank. A single demonstration suffices. Within 6 months, all students must achieve proficiency with shurikens, kunai, and short blades. Explosive tags, flash bombs, and smoke bombs will be taught uniformly in the latter half of the year. All learning will primarily focus on practical combat and actual exercises. Warriors on the battlefield do not require theoretical knowledge. Once they have endured a battle, they will instinctively know how to survive. Thus, a year swiftly passed. Mark dedicated 3 months to rigorous training. 2 months mastering the 5-finger manipulation technique. 2 months focused on physical techniques. 2 months studying elemental techniques. 1 month refining the 10 shinobi of the near pine. 1 month mastering shadow clones, body flicker, illusion rebound, and immobilization illusions. And finally, the last month spent in companionship with Tsunade. After a year of cultivation, Mark and the students of the Ninja Academy exhibited remarkable growth and strength. All 35 students passed the assessment, and their abilities exceeded the average level of previous cohorts. Among them, the 4 students who received special instruction from Mark performed the best. Konin, ninjutsu level, ordinary genin. Taijutsu level, ordinary genin. Jinjutsu level, ordinary genin. Physical condition, slightly above average. Reaction speed, slightly above average. Chakra amount 2B. Specializing in paper ninjutsu, which is a technique of her own creation, Konin's foundational strength remains at the level of an ordinary genin. However, her unique ninjutsu is unparalleled. She can fold paper into desired shapes using chakra and then solidify them to create powerful ninja tools. Kushina Uzumaki, ninjutsu level, above average genin. Taijutsu level, above average genin. Jinjutsu level, above average genin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, average. Chakra amount, 5A. Kushina's sealing technique for the 9 tails is a complete seal. Thus, she cannot utilize the chakra of the 9 tails. Nevertheless, her own chakra alone surpasses that of many, and her level is significantly higher than her contemporaries. Hinata Hyuga, ninjutsu level, ordinary genin. Taijutsu level, ordinary chunin. Jinjutsu level, above average genin. Physical condition, average. Reaction speed, slightly above average. Chakra amount, 2A. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Tanyu adeptly wields the Byakugan and has mastered the gentle fist technique. Truly a remarkable prodigy. Were it not for the constraints of his age, he might have already attained the rank of Jonin. However, through the past year spent in his company, Mark has increasingly placed his trust in this individual. Namikaze Minato, ninjutsu level, average chunin. Taijutsu level, average chunin. Jinjutsu level, barely chunin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra quantity, A. It seems that Minato, too, is a genius constrained by age. His fundamental attributes have reached the chunin level, and he possesses exceptional talent for space-time ninjutsu, having passed the graduation exam by employing the advanced body flicker technique. Mark promptly reported Minato's status to the 3rd Hokage, who, after much persuasion, yielded the 2nd Hokage's original S-rank space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. The training for Flying Thunder God is incredibly challenging, but having read the original text, Mark is aware that Minato would simplify its mastery. Thus, he awarded the technique to Minato as a reward for being the top student in the graduation assessment. Apart from the students of the Ninja Academy, Mark himself has evidently exhibited the most rapid growth. Mark, Ninjutsu level, average Jonin. Taijutsu level, special Jonin. Jinjutsu level, average Jonin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, slightly above average. Chakra quantity, 4A. Having successfully trained the finest cohort of students, Mark's title was elevated from special Jonin to Jonin. He stood with an air of ease in the third Hokage's office. At present, we lack the time to hold the Chunin exams. Therefore, it would be prudent to assign your students some straightforward tasks. B-rank missions, such as protecting the wealthiest individual in the Land of Iron, Mark suggested, enlisting a few students for extended practice. The billionaire's name is Shimada Ramo. Due to Uzumaki Kushina being the host of the Nine Tails, she will not be part of this mission. Mark personally took on the role of the leading instructor, accompanied by Namikaze Minato, Hinata Tanyu, and Konan. Although it is merely a B-rank mission, its significance is substantial, as they are tasked with safeguarding the wealthiest man in the Land of Iron, who reportedly wields considerable power therein. Thus, despite the assignment's nature of protecting a wealthy individual, its importance parallels that of safeguarding a feudal lord, justifying Mark's involvement at his level, while also providing an opportunity for the newcomers to gain experience. The cultivation of puppet techniques is far more arduous than that of ordinary ninjutsu. Mark dedicated 2 months to progress from C rank to B rank. To reach the pinnacle of puppet mastery, he estimates that he will require 6 months to a year of rigorous training. However, should he truly attain the level of controlling a puppet with a mere finger, he might consider vying for the position of Hokage. After all, he has already implemented elite reforms in the education system of Konohagakure, evidenced by the superior abilities of all students surpassing those of previous cohorts. Mark must also express gratitude for his past education. Although he was not fond of studying in his earlier years, he persevered and completed his studies from elementary school to university. This experience allowed him to grasp the true essence of education, and now, implementing exceptional educational philosophies in this era feels remarkably effortless. Ha ha ha, had I not devoted myself to my studies, I doubt I would have conceived so many brilliant ideas upon entering this world. Mark chuckled proudly. Hey, you just voiced your innermost thoughts, Hinata Taniya remarked disdainfully, casting a disparaging glance at Mark. Yet, Mark remained unfazed by Hinata's words. Perhaps he could slightly adjust his plans. While gathering rogue ninjas from various regions seemed like a viable option, upon closer reflection, it appeared that very few members of the Akatsuki organization from the original narrative remained useful. Aside from Nagato, Konan, and Tobi, the rogue ninjas from Konohagakure included Itachi Uchiha and Orochimaru, while the rogue from the Mist Village was Kisame Hoshigaki, the rogue from the Rock Village was Deidara, and the Sand Village's rogue was Sasori, along with Kakuzu and Haiden, both of whom were immortal. Among the original 10, Nagato was already gone. Konan and Tobi were now Mark's allies. Itachi had yet to be born, and Orochimaru had not yet defected. Kisame had probably not yet acquired his weapon. And Deidara was still a child, wasn't he? Sasori should have commenced his studies in puppet techniques by now, and Mark had previously encountered Kaku. While Haiden was merely a fool. Considering all this, Mark realized he might not even need to form the Akatsuki. He simply needed to become Hokage and stabilize the power of Konohagakure. He might even be able to control both Itachi and Orochimaru. If he could alter history, seizing the Land of Wind amidst this conflict could very well be within reach. Perhaps he could persuade Sasori to fight for him. And with detailed knowledge of Kisame and Deidara from the original narrative, Mark could manipulate their psychological desires to make them serve him. It could work. There was a possibility it might succeed. Perhaps a slight modification to the plan was in order? Mark's mind oscillated uncertainly. He was torn between executing the newly conceived plan or adhering to the original strategy. Ah well, it's best to let the boat reach the bridge before worrying about the crossing, one step at a time, after all. What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Hey Mark, you just revealed your thoughts again, didn't you? What were you contemplating just now? In the Land of Iron, at the opulent mansion of the wealthiest lord, 100 well-trained samurai stood guard outside. The Land of Iron was a nation devoid of ninjas, renowned for its warriors, clad in armor and wielding at least 2 swords. Their combat style was relatively straightforward. utilizing chakra to enhance their weapon's power. Unlike the attachment of lightning chakra, their chakra application was rather unique, as it involved imbuing their weapons with a formless chakra. However, this purity also signified refinement, as the hallmark of a samurai is to be swift, precise, and ruthless. A single, decisive strike is all it takes to claim victory, with no need for a second. At present, the three pinnacle warriors among the samurai were Ichikura, Nimura, and Sanbyon. Ichikura served as the personal bodyguard to the lord, Sanbyon was the captain of the samurai, and Nimura, initially a guard for the lord, had been entrusted to protect the wealthiest man of the nation for his safety. However, Shimada Ramu naturally could not entrust his life entirely to these samurai. Thus, he expended a considerable fortune to hire a formidable ninja as his personal bodyguard. Kakuzu, the one who had once been imprisoned alongside him, a fellow traveler, was now deceased. All worlds are merciless. It is not the case that one's fall from grace in a previous life guarantees rebirth as a phoenix in the next. A wastrel remains a wastrel. Without the desire to become powerful, one shall remain perpetually bowed. Shimada Ramu had witnessed too many fallen souls and was indifferent to the plight of those who shared his fate as travelers. What he sought was immortality, and he had achieved it. After a year spent searching for the cult of the evil god, he eradicated the entire sect and subjected himself to the most malevolent of cursed rituals. Shimada Ramu had become immortal. Alas, human desire is insatiable. Before attaining immortality, he believed that achieving it would bring him satisfaction, that he would obediently live as an ancient monster in this world forever. Yet, desire is akin to an unfathomable abyss. When one reaches into this abyss and grasps a piece of cake, one then reaches for a pouch of gold coins, followed by a beautiful maiden, then power, and finally, immortality. Once you begin to grasp, you can never cease. Even if you later encounter poisonous snakes or traps, for the delightful treasures previously obtained render you unable to refrain. This is primal desire, yearning for more and better things. Thus, when Shimada Ramu possessed nearly limitless wealth and eternal life, a new desire was birthed within him. He aspired to dominate the world. After conquering the world, he aimed to rule the universe. As long as his life was endless, his desires would remain boundless. When he had extracted everything from this abyss, he would suddenly realize that he had transformed into a new abyss himself. In the future, perhaps someone would pass by him and extract a piece of cake from his very being. Shimada Ramu awoke from his slumber. Kakuzu still stood by his side. Shimada Ramu rose from his bed and inquired, "Kaku, has anyone arrived?" Kakuzu, remaining still, replied, "Not yet, but they should be here soon. For of the 5 great nations have accepted the mission, it seems there are internal issues in the land of wind, which is why no one has come." The 4 formed a square formation, with the keen-eyed Hyuga, Taniya, and Mark positioned diagonally opposite each other, while Minato and Konan occupied the other diagonal. They advanced steadily, neither hastily nor leisurely. This mission was not urgent. However, Mark found it curious that the mission lacked details, merely requiring the group to protect Shimada Ramu. Were those samurai incapable of safeguarding him? The elite warrior corps of the Land of Iron boasted individuals whose prowess could reach the level of special jonin. And it was said that the 3 strongest samurai could rival even the jonin themselves. Although the samurai may be at a certain disadvantage compared to the ninja in terms of individual prowess, their sheer numbers compensate for this disparity. Long ago, the Iron Country forged an agreement with the ninjas to refrain from engaging in their conflicts, thus maintaining a period of military prosperity. While it is true that a ninja may surpass a samurai in solitary combat, the samurai's ability to execute cooperative formations far exceeds the ninja's tactical synergy. Of course, in the later chapters of the original narrative, the divine battles depicted are realms far beyond the reach of these samurai. "Captain Mark, we must be nearing the meeting point," inquired Minato Namikaze. Mark nodded and replied, "There is a small hill ahead. Our rendezvous is at its base. Can you see it? Let us proceed." The 4 swiftly made their way to the foot of the hill. As Mark activated his Sharingan, he sensed other chakra signatures nearby. Although he anticipated that Shimada Raku would have guards, he found it peculiar that their numbers were few, yet their chakra was of exceptionally high quality. "Field, please check if there are others in the vicinity," Mark signaled, prompting Minato and Konan to draw their kunai, readying themselves for combat. Hinata Field surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "Mark, it seems we have fallen into a trap. Ahead of us is a ninja from the Cloud Village. To the right is a ninja from the Mist Village. and to the left, another from the rock village. After pondering, Mark suggested, "Let us conceal ourselves. This may not be a trap after all. It appears that the richest man in the Iron Country has orchestrated this." The four quickly took refuge in the nearby underbrush. Before long, a ninja approached from the Mist Village, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the blunt blade, Kusayabu. "What on earth? The 7 ninja swordsmen have come? What is happening?" Mark expressed his astonishment. As the elite force of the Mist Village, the missions assigned to the 7 should typically involve the highest levels of difficulty. Indeed, the wealth of the Iron Country's richest man could rival nations. Gaining his trust would be advantageous for the future of the Water Country. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted from the other side of the hill. Upon hearing the blasts, Kusayabu instinctively mimicked Mark's team and concealed himself in the grass. On the other side of the hill, a conflict erupted between an explosive release ninja from the Rock Village and a magnetic release ninja from the Cloud Village. Both were elite jonin of their respective villages, boasting unparalleled strength. Mark felt a surge of anxiety. What could the richest man of the Iron Country possibly intend? What was truly unfolding here? Could it be that one among these 3 sought to assassinate him, prompting the need for protection? Yet, this was classified as a B-rank mission, at least on the side of Konoha. The other 3 villages dispatched such formidable jonin, suggesting their mission might be of A rank or even S rank caliber. Regardless of the mission's classification, the intensity of the battle between these 2 was undeniably fierce. The hunter possesses the uncanny ability to induce violent explosions merely by making contact with his fists. Fortunately, these explosions also inflict harm upon himself, compelling him to rely primarily on the technique of throwing shurikens. A common combination among ninja tools involves attaching an explosive tag to a kunai, which detonates precisely 1 second after activation. This necessitates impeccable timing for effective deployment. However, the added weight of the tag slows the kunai's velocity, granting the opponent a moment of reprieve. In contrast, the hunter's shurikens are infused with explosive chakra. Upon contact, they detonate as if they were grenades. Similarly, Troy employs magnetic chakra, utilizing shurikens as his main offensive weapon. A single hit from the hunter could potentially decide the outcome of their clash. Despite their comparable prowess, both combatants possess similar skills in shuriken throwing, resulting in a remarkable exchange where their projectiles collide and explode with unwavering accuracy. While the duel may appear monotonous, it is indeed a spectacle of immense caliber. From this perspective, Troy seems to be at a disadvantage. The hunter merely needs to strike Troy once to incapacitate him, while Troy must act post-impact, with no assurance that his tracking shuriken will hit its mark, as the hunter can deftly counter each projectile. This serves as an excellent demonstration of practical combat. Observe their techniques closely. This is the hallmark of masterful shuriken throwing. Mark is in awe of their skills, reflecting on how he was bested by Troy in the past, acknowledging Troy's exceptional talent. "Mark, someone is approaching," Hinata Taniya exclaimed anxiously. "Keep your voice down. Who is it?" Mark responded, relieved that the explosions masked their conversation. Nearby, the concealed Tsukasa Yubito likely did not hear them. "It's our employer, Shimada Ramo, and he appears to have a ninja with him," Hinata noted, her Byakugan straining against the pressure. "Damn it, let us hold back for now and observe. We must ascertain the authenticity of this Shimada Ramo," Mark cautioned, sensing the chaotic situation unfolding. The 3 ninja from different villages seemed to have arrived for an unknown reason, and the presence of a ninja alongside Shimada Ramu instead of a samurai puzzled him further. Boom, boom. The clash between the hunter and Troy continued, as Shimada Ramu and his personal guard arrived. "Is that Kakuzu? What is he doing by Shimada Ramu's side?" Mark's confusion deepened. "Cease your actions." Kakuzu sprang into action, swiftly plunging his hand into the hunter's chest to extract his heart while he was distracted. Troy, startled, quickly retreated and summoned a large shuriken to shield himself. With a cheerful demeanor, Shimada Ramu approached Kakuzu and inquired, "How did it go? Did you succeed?" Kakuzu nodded, casually tossing a shuriken. Boom. Another explosion. How is this possible? Troy could hardly believe his eyes. Kakuzu's S-rank forbidden technique, the Wrath of the Heart, allows him to seize another S-heart and harness their chakra. He had vanquished the hunter, absorbing his heart, and now possessed explosive chakra. Thus, following your suggestion, I have unleashed explosive release, magnetic release, and the technique of cutting hearts, and several young ninjas from the Leaf Village have also arrived. Ishida Raku wore a malevolent smile. Are you satisfied now, my warrior? What? Damn it. Is this a trap? Troy shouted through clenched teeth. Having already exhausted a significant amount of chakra during his previous confrontation with the hunter, and having thrown away most of his shurikens. Although Troy did not recognize the ninja beside Ishida Raku, his speed was astonishing, capable of extracting the hunter's heart in an instant. A true master. It seems I must resort to that technique. Troy tightened his grip on the large shuriken, realizing he had to unleash his ultimate move. Yet before he could execute his decisive attack, a thick mist enveloped him. Mist jutsu. This is bad. It's a technique from the Mist Village. Kakuzu pulled Ishida Raku up to a hill. The dense fog abruptly halted at Ishida Raku's feet. Damn it. What is happening? Wind release. Someone kicked him down. Fool. Don't disperse the mist. We need to confer first. Only then did Troy clearly see his surroundings. Mark's team and Satsuki's bait were beside him. Mark? What are you doing here? Troy immediately raised his large shuriken, ready to confront Mark. Mark waved his hand and said, Forget it. Our positions were different before. But now we must unite our efforts to overcome this crisis. What? What are you saying? Troy was still trying to comprehend the situation. It is evident that we have all fallen into a trap. That guy Ishida Raku summoned us to enhance his subordinate strength. And they must have long been prepared to deal with us. This is a neutral country, and it is unlikely that any allies are present. So we must devise a way to escape on our own, Satsuki analyzed. Mark exchanged glances, and Hinata Tane understood immediately, promptly creating the ninja identification cards for Troy and Satsuki. Troy, ninjutsu level, special jonin. Taijutsu level, ordinary jonin. Jinjutsu level, ordinary chunin. Body quality, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount 2A. Satsuki, ninjutsu level, ordinary jonin. Taijutsu level, ordinary jonin. Jinjutsu level, barely chunin. Body quality, above average. Reaction speed, average. Chakra amount 2A. Mark examined and nodded. Most jonin's mastery of Jinjutsu actually falls within the chunin level. Learning the most basic Jinjutsu release is sufficient, as the chakra consumed by Jinjutsu is significantly higher than that of ordinary ninjutsu, except for those with innate advantages like the Sharingan. Only those with high chakra manipulation skills can delve deeper into Jinjutsu. However, merely understanding our own strengths may not suffice. Kakuzu, having fought against the first Hokage, possesses combat experience and skill far superior to that of ordinary ninjas. It is likely that Kakuzu has now reached a level akin to that of the third Hokage. In this context, our side possesses 3 elite jonin, 1 chunin, and 2 jinin, yet I am uncertain whether we can overcome Kakuzu's 5 lives. The ultimate limit of his Doton Jianga technique is the simultaneous control of 5 hearts, which grants him 5 lives. Thus, utterly vanquishing Kakuzu proves to be quite a formidable challenge, as it necessitates eliminating a formidable opponent of the highest caliber 5 times. However, the likelihood of a successful escape rises significantly, especially with 2 decoys at our disposal. Mark, I shall first assess the strength of that individual, Hinata Tani declared before stealthily making his way toward the hill. In order to ensnare both Kakuzu and Shida, the mist barrier of the Tsuinkusa Yabito enveloped the entire hill. Although Tani could not perceive the interior of the barrier due to the limitations of his Byakugan, he was able to ascertain the hill's location by observing Kakuzu's position outside the barrier. Hey, Mark, can we allow the Byakugan prodigy from the Hyuga clan to proceed? Troy inquired, bemused, as he was uncertain of the exact abilities possessed by the Byakugan. Mark nodded affirmatively, stating, Rest assured, he can detect the presence of our enemy's strength. We must devise our strategy according to their capabilities. Suddenly, a shuriken hurtled from the hill. Naturally, Tsuinkusa Yabito was the first to react, swiftly distancing himself from the shuriken's trajectory. Mark followed suit, pulling Minato and Conan back with him. Only Troy was a beat slow, as he had been focused on recovering his chakra after an extensive expenditure and did not anticipate the enemy's prompt assault. Boom! An explosion erupted. Troy's leg was blasted open, yet he refrained from uttering a sound, knowing that the mist barrier had not dissipated, and the enemy likely remained unaware of their precise location. This could merely be a casual toss. If he cried out, their position would undoubtedly be revealed, risking far more than just a leg. My apologies. I seem to have gotten too close and caused them to miss. Hinata Tani returned, somewhat apologetic. Damn it. Boy, you better have brought back useful information. Troy retorted as he began to bandage his wound. How did it go? Mark inquired. The enemy is formidable, Tanny replied, quietly handing Kakuzu's ninja identification card to Mark. Upon hearing Tanny's terse remark, Troy cursed vehemently, vowing to eliminate him. Mark discreetly examined Kakuzu's ninja identification card. Kakuzu, ninjutsu level, Kage, taijutsu level, Kage, jinjutsu level, special jonin. Body quality, elite. Reaction speed, elite. Chakra amount, S. While Mark had long anticipated Kakuzu's exceptional strength, he had not expected it to reach such an astounding level. Among the 6 attributes, 4 had attained their maximum values. Tanny had previously elucidated that the highest human body quality could only reach elite, and the steel-like physique could only be achieved through ninjutsu. Reaction speed, 2, reached its pinnacle at elite. Thus, to defeat Kakuzu, there are essentially 2 options. Either our collective strength must vastly surpass his, or we must employ high-level jinjutsu to triumph over him. Ah, how vexing. I feel as though all my strength has dissipated. Troy strained to tighten the bandages, but it appeared he lacked the necessary vigor. Troy, cease your lamentations. We have medical ninjas on our side. Consider yourself fortunate. Conan, please assist him with the bandaging. Mark found Troy's voice rather bothersome and, for a moment, could not conceive a strategy to confront Kakuzu. After pondering briefly, he turned to Hinata Hate and inquired, "What is the name of our adversary?" Although Mark was familiar with Kakuzu, he refrained from directly stating his name, having previously instructed Hinata to prepare a ninja identification card. He needed a pretext to elicit Kakuzu's name. "He is called Kakuzu," Hinata Hate responded. "Very well, I am now aware of his identity and capabilities. Listen closely to my forthcoming words," Mark said with utmost seriousness. Troy and Tsukuwa were tense as they regarded Mark. Conan adeptly employed her unique paper jutsu to fashion a makeshift bandage to secure Troy's wound, then utilized the healing technique she had learned from Tsunade to treat him. However, Conan's current medical expertise was insufficient. At best, she could only staunch the bleeding. Complete healing would likely require Mark's intervention, given his exceptional medical ninjutsu. Yet Mark was disinclined to expend his chakra on such matters. Mark continued with grave intent. Firstly, Kakuzu is no ordinary ninja. He is one who has once battled against the first Hokage. What? He fought the first Hokage? Then he must be quite elderly. Troy exclaimed in astonishment. Mark nodded and elaborated. Moreover, his ninjutsu includes a secret technique that allows him to seize others' hearts to sustain his own life. Thus, his existence relies entirely on the vitality of healthy hearts. However, he does not possess merely one heart. According to my intelligence, he should have 5. This implies he has 5 lives. What? 5 lives? A man who has clashed with the first Hokage and possesses 5 lives? Tsukuwa began to feel increasingly overwhelmed. But that is not all. He wields the chakra of the hearts he has taken, as we have previously observed. At the very least, we can deduce that among his ninjutsu, he possesses a wind release technique. The other 4 remain unknown, but they are unlikely to be redundant. So, he simultaneously commands 5 elemental chakra types, one of which is a bloodline limit. Both Troy and Tsukuwa felt a growing sense of despair. Kakuzu, in a strict sense, had transcended the limits of humanity. In truth, Mark had not disclosed that Kakuzu's 5 hearts could transform into monstrous entities, emerging directly from his body. This meant they would have to contend with 5 formidable opponents simultaneously. Such knowledge would only serve to deepen their despair, and the expressions on their faces already hinted at an impending defeat. Regardless, Mark had already devised a countermeasure. However, he wished to hear what strategies these 2 elite jonin might conjure. Troy was the first to speak. Surely, the members of the Hyuga clan are adept with gentle fist techniques. I have heard that the soft fist chakra can disrupt an enemy's nerves, rendering them incapable of utilizing their own chakra. Why not you go and eliminate Kakuzu? That is impossible, you fool. He is merely a lower-ranked ninja. How could he possibly approach Kakuzu? Even if he were to come into contact with him, Kakuzu's secret technique allows him to sever his own body, making any contact ineffective in an instant. Mark replied, his frustration evident. I never anticipated that this Troy, in his desperation, would conceive such a foolish idea. Mark, let us consider this. We could sacrifice the 3 children in your team. Each of us could create a shadow clone and take these 3 little ones to flee from one side of the barrier, while we escape from the other side. As long as the shadow clones are swift, Kakuzu will undoubtedly capture the children first, thus mistaking the clones for the real ones, giving us a chance to escape. To be honest, this plan proposed by Tonkawai was the best possible solution, albeit one that served his interests. Mark inhaled deeply and glared at him with an expression of fury, stating, "If either of you harbors any thoughts of sending my comrades to their demise, I will ensure that both of you perish first." After waiting for what felt like an eternity, each individual strained their minds for a viable strategy. Yet, faced with such a formidable adversary, who could conjure a plan for a complete retreat? It seemed impossible. At that moment, Mark spoke up. "Since none of you can devise a suitable method, allow me to present my strategy." "What? Have you already conceived a means of escape?" Tonkawai inquired anxiously. Having contemplated for quite some time, and still believing that sacrificing the children was the only way to ensure survival. Yet, Mark's claim of having a plan marked him as a genius. Mark drew a kunai and said, "Watch closely." In an instant, he plunged the kunai into Tonkawai's abdomen. Both Troy and Tonkawai were sent sprawling by Mark's forceful kick. "Children, follow me." With that, Mark turned and ran, with the trio of Namikaze Minato closely behind. "Cursed be this scoundrel, Mark!" Troy shouted in desperate rage. The moment of the attack caused Tonkawai's mist barrier to dissipate instantly. From their vantage point atop the hill, the two individuals put away their shogi pieces and gazed at the unfolding scene. "Oh, it appears that those Leaf Village ninjas intend to use these two as bait," Kakuzu remarked with interest. "Do not let them escape. This plan cannot afford to leave any survivors." "Understood." From within Kakuzu's body emerged a dark creature adorned with a peculiar mask. The two on the hill paled at the sight of the creature. Tonkawai swiftly summoned a dull blade, but to unleash its full power required greater strength. That damn Mark had nearly dealt him a fatal blow with the kunai. However, the current situation was scarcely better than instant death. "Hey, Yanin, it seems we must collaborate," Tonkawai struggled to proclaim. Troy, barely managing to stand, exclaimed, "You scoundrel, Mark. The moment you struck me, I had already magnetized you." Troy unleashed a massive shuriken, which was drawn towards Mark by the magnetic force emanating from him as he fled. Mark, aware of the colossal shuriken approaching from behind, exclaimed, "Ha! I anticipated this. Did you not know? My left hand can be detached, and yet it remains a part of my body." Rather than removing his entire left arm, Mark simply detached his left hand and hurled it towards the incoming shuriken. With a resounding impact, the shuriken ceased its pursuit upon hitting its target. "You wretched scoundrel!" Troy cried out from the hillside, only to have Kakuzu's hand pierce through his chest, claiming the heart infused with magnetic chakra. Nearby, the wooden puppet of the field was determined to make a final stand, rising valiantly to its feet. The blunt blade possessed an overwhelming power capable of shattering any defense. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, unfazed, extracted a heart from within himself, proclaiming, "This heart, imbued with wind chakra, has amassed a significant amount of chakra. Let us witness the tremendous shock that accompanies the departure of life." He then crushed the wind-infused heart, unleashing a violent tempest that swept away everything in its vicinity. The wooden puppet was unable to land safely, being tossed about until the storm subsided, ultimately crashing down to its demise. All creatures, save for Kakuzu and Shido in the eye of the storm, met with no mercy. In the dimly lit dungeon, Mark slowly opened his eyes. When the tempest had suddenly erupted, the four of them were swept into the air. Mark had shielded Conan but failed to grasp either Shikamaru or Minato, resulting in a large tree colliding with him, rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered his right hand impaled by an iron hook, leaving him suspended. His left arm was pinned to the wall by a massive iron nail, and his legs shackled to the wall as well. What on earth is happening? Mark thought, attempting to move, but pain surged through his right hand. "Lord Mark, please remain still. Since they hung you up, you have been bleeding profusely. I have used my cells to stem the flow, but your condition is dire. I have summoned the others through secret techniques." The white Zetsu, who had been lurking within Mark's body, now conversed with him. Mark gritted his teeth and turned his gaze elsewhere. In the adjacent cages, Conan and Minato were similarly suspended, their limbs shackled, yet it seems that I have indeed grown, hasn't he it? Without the presence of Watergate and Conan, I would likely still feel a sense of anxiety within, as I am the only adult in the team and must take responsibility for them. Is it this sense of duty that keeps me from panicking? Regardless, Mark does not wish to perish here, nor does he desire for Watergate and the others to meet their end in such a place. He is a man destined to conquer the world. How could he possibly die in such a humiliating manner? How could he allow his subordinates to suffer such a fate? White Zetsu, I will rely on you shortly. Mark's tone was astonishingly composed. White Zetsu sensed Mark's intent. Although he was merely a humanoid creature, he felt an extraordinary sensation, one that even the great Kagaya Otsutsuki had never inspired in him, an immense respect. With a swift motion, Mark tore his right hand from the hook. The entire hand was severed in two, the bones in his palm clearly visible. Yet, Mark uttered not a single word, not a sound escaped his lips. He trusted White Zetsu, enduring the pain as he gazed at his own right hand. White Zetsu hastily enveloped the hand within his cells. Although White Zetsu's cells possessed healing abilities, the agony of reattaching the hand was twice as intense as the initial severance. Mark gritted his teeth, fixating his gaze fiercely on his right hand. White Zetsu quickly reconnected Mark's hand, joining it back together. Sweat beaded on Mark's forehead. Mark, my life energy has already diminished by half. It will take several hours for the others to arrive. You need only wait. We will ensure your escape. White Zetsu was moved by Mark's resilience. Such a steadfast human. No, he ought to be regarded as Kagaya Otsutsuki's beloved. Indeed, Lady Kagaya would not fall for a mere mortal. White Zetsu, do you have the capability to extract my subordinates? Mark inquired softly. I regret to inform you that they lack our cells. Unless they sustain injuries, we cannot merge with them. However, achieving synchronized movement would require time for complete assimilation. White Zetsu replied. I understand. Thank you, White Zetsu. Please return to my body. Mark removed the nails from his prosthetic limb and severed the shackles with a chakra scalpel. He bit his finger and pressed it to the ground, causing a peculiar array to manifest. Summoning technique. The left hand of his puppet materialized on the ground. Mark donned it and effortlessly exited the cage. Rather than hastily rescuing Watergate and Conan, he first surveyed his surroundings. Within the dungeon, they were alone, no guards. And Hinata was absent. How strange. Why is Hinata not here? Although it felt odd, the absence of others afforded Mark a modicum of relief. He rotated the Sharingan within his artificial eye, searching for traps. Only after a thorough investigation did he dare to cut open the cages of Watergate and Conan. Watergate, Conan, please awaken. The two little spirits succumbed to unconsciousness. Mark summoned a shadow clone to stand guard at the entrance of the dungeon. Though the dungeon was locked, it was not intended as a prison specifically for ninjas, thus unlocking it was a straightforward task. However, escaping with two unconscious children was an entirely different matter. Just then, Lord Mark noticed that little Nan was groggily regaining consciousness. He turned his attention to Watergate and discovered that, unlike being completely unconscious, Watergate was gathering chakra within him. Resembling someone caught in a fervor of training, Mark hastily rapped Watergate to rouse him from his trance. Hey, Watergate, what is the matter with you? Mark inquired, activating his Sharingan, yet he could discern nothing out of the ordinary. It merely seemed like an excessive accumulation of chakra had overwhelmed him. My apologies, did I faint? I intended to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape the confines, but the chakra required for it is monumental, and I have yet to master this jutsu. Watergate said, his tone laced with regret. Not to worry, after all, it is an S-rank technique. Forcing its use could lead to side effects, especially in a place like this. Do you have any idea where Hinata Tannen has gone? Watergate replied. I vaguely recall Tannen mentioning something about a transmigrated Ishida Ramo, after which he was taken away by him. A transmigrated? Could it be that Hinata Tannen intended to reveal his identity to deceive Ishida Ramo? If it were me, I could easily exploit the information gap to mislead him. However, Tannen has mentioned that when he first arrived in this world, he was unaware of its nuances. He only grasped them after residing here for a period. In that case, he would not possess much of an information advantage. Mark pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, Hinata Tannen was an ancient being, having lived for an unfathomable duration, and was likely adept at discerning human nature. The naivete of someone like Ishida Ramo, a wealthy magnate, could be easily manipulated to gain trust. Mark could only place his faith in that notion. There was, in fact, another possibility that crossed Mark's mind, yet he was reluctant to entertain it, for it might not lead to a favorable outcome. Let us proceed to rescue Tannen, Mark declared resolutely, gazing at the dungeon's entrance. I do not possess many pills, 5 military rations and 3 blood-enhancing pills. Each of you shall take 2 military rations and 1 blood-enhancing pill. Perhaps Tannen will require these later, so I shall reserve the remaining 2 for him. Mark tossed the pills to the two of them. Military rations are designed to accelerate chakra recovery, while blood-enhancing pills expedite hematopoiesis within the body. Generally, they are not utilized during combat, as they can diminish one's focus, yet they are indispensable for post-battle replenishment. Regrettably, most of the medical supplies were in Little Nan's backpack, which had been confiscated after their capture, but thankfully, Mark could summon spare tools using the summoning technique. The summoning technique for inanimate objects is a C-rank jutsu, while that for animate beings is classified as B-rank. Mark had yet to find a suitable spirit beast, so he had merely learned the method of summoning inanimate objects. Once Minato and Conan had regained a modicum of their strength, they encountered the guards stationed here. Through their conversation with the sentinels, they discerned that this was the mansion of Ishida Ramo, clearly not a benevolent figure, given that he had a dungeon installed in his own abode. Conan harbored concerns for the safety of Tane, and while Mark patted her head in a bid to comfort her, he too felt a sense of unease. The guards were undoubtedly formidable, being the protectors of Ishida Ramo, and they needed to strike decisively before their presence was detected. Conan, Minato, observe my lead and eliminate the adversaries. Mark's left prosthetic arm revealed a menacing blade, while his right hand gripped a short dagger. It was time for him to unleash a torrent of violence. In the dark corridor, Kakazu walked closely behind Ishida Ramo, who was holding the battered and unconscious Hinata Tane. Ishida Ramo, with a smile on his face, inquired, "How about it? We can discuss a long-term partnership now, can't we? I will arrange a room for you shortly, and once the Byakugan is transplanted, you shall become the most powerful being in the world. I, in turn, will provide you with strategies." Kakuzu offered a slight smile, though his mask concealed the true expression. "Very well. In that case, I will impart my secret technique, the Curse of Vengeance, along with my 5 best ninjutsu techniques to you. I have already prepared the scrolls, but this can only occur after the Byakugan has been successfully transplanted. Of course, a fair exchange. You are indeed an honest merchant," Ishida Ramo replied. "Indeed. The only thing one can trust in this world is money." However, this little brat spoke at length about some notion of crossing over and mentioned you as a transmigrator. "I must admit, I didn't quite grasp what you were discussing. I understand. Once our transaction is complete, I shall treat you to a meal, during which I will share my story with you. How does that sound?" "Very well." The two continued down the lengthy corridor. Meanwhile, Mark and his companions had silently dispatched the 10 or so samurai guards in the hall. "Minato, Conan, let us split our paths. I will create a disturbance here to draw Kakuzu's attention, while you investigate Tane's location." "Understood." They responded in unison. Mark turned to Minato, saying, "Though your Flying Thunder God technique is not yet perfected, for safety's sake, inscribe the mark on me. If you encounter Kakuzu, it could be perilous. Should that happen, teleport back immediately." "Got it." Minato began inscribing the Flying Thunder God mark on Mark. After completing the mark, Minato and Conan ventured into a corridor to find a room to conceal themselves, waiting for Mark to create a ruckus before emerging. In the hall, Mark surveyed his surroundings and began to weave hand seals. Earth release, earth flow severing. Boom. The ground split in two beneath Mark's command, creating a gaping chasm. The entire mansion began to collapse as its foundation was upheaved. Such a commotion is sure to attract attention. I must reserve some chakra to confront him. Mark awaited the sudden assault from Kakuzu. However, what he encountered was not Kakuzu, but the second samurai of the land of Iron Nima. Upon seeing a formidable figure resembling a samurai standing majestically at the entrance, Mark instinctively discerned the identity of his adversary. "Are you Nima?" Mark inquired anxiously. This was troublesome. If Kakuzu did not personally engage him in battle, then Minato might be in peril. "Indeed, I am Nima. Who are you, and what business do you have here?" Nima unsheathed his katana. Although he had been dispatched by the daimyo to protect Shimada Ramo, his duty only extended to safeguarding this estate. He was not required to act as a personal bodyguard. Such an apparent lack of trust incensed Nima greatly. Now, with an enemy appearing within the estate, it could be seen as his failure, yet he felt exhilarated. Finally, he would have the chance to draw blood. Mark raised his right hand and said, "Wait a moment, Nima. You see, my surname is Ma, and there's a one horse in my name, while you are called Nima. So, could you spare me just this once? Go to hell." Nima executed a swift eye strike, cleaving the earth. Just moments earlier, Mark had used his earth release to manipulate the ground, while Nima's earth-splitting slash directly unleashed sword energy to wreak havoc. Boom, boom, boom. The ground opened up further, splitting the entire mansion in two. Meanwhile, as Mark had anticipated, Kakuzu had not been drawn to him, but had instead discovered Minato and Konan. The instant Minato caught sight of Kakuzu, the latter had already seized Konan by the throat. Minato's first instinct was to flee. He needed to escape back to his mentor, Mark. He reached out his hand toward Konan. If he could just make contact, they could both utilize the flying thunder god technique to escape. However, Kakuzu, being a formidable shadow-level opponent, would not merely stand idly by after capturing someone. In the next instant, Kakuzu had already returned to his previous position, still gripping Konan tightly. "Konan," Minato called out, only to see Hinata Tannen appearing behind Kakuzu. Shimada Ramu had also approached, dragging Hinata by one leg, as though he were hauling a lifeless dog. "Honestly, don't just vanish all of a sudden and leave me with this thing to bring along." Shimada Ramu chuckled, showing no regard for Hinata as a person. "You can wait there," Kakuzu stated. Just as Shimada Ramu was about to say something further, he noticed Konan had pulled out an explosive tag and affixed it to Kakuzu's body. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment of the explosion, Minato sprang into action. He first utilized the flying thunder god to reach Konan, seizing her, then teleported to Hinata's side to grab him, and finally returned to Mark's side. What Mark saw was a wounded Konan, Minato covered in blood, and Hinata battered and bruised, all collapsing before him. What on earth transpired here? Mark was momentarily taken aback, his mind blank in that fleeting instant, which allowed the two horses to identify his flaw. With a swift draw, he was struck down. Mark gritted his teeth and unleashed his left prosthetic arm, the blade slicing through the air, yet the two horses effortlessly evaded the attack. One of them smiled and remarked, "My draw will inflict far greater harm upon the human body. A single strike from me, and your suffering is beyond imagination. I once used my draw to wound an elephant. Just a minor cut, yet it trumpeted for an entire hour." Coughing, Mark fought to suppress his cries. But the intense pain compelled him to cough repeatedly, his voice trapped in his throat, his head feeling as if it might burst. "Ha! This is delightful. Don't hold back. Let me hear your wails." The two horses charged forward. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A terrifying flame erupted from Mark's mouth. It was his most powerful move. Yet, it was effortlessly countered by the two horses, the flames extinguished with a single slash, causing Mark to cease his assault. "Hey, ninja, don't be such a downer. Since you won T-Scream, allow me to strike you once more." A wave of despair washed over Mark. Reminiscent of the time more than a year ago when he first arrived in this world, feeling helpless against his foes. He was still far too weak. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose up to block the two horses. Mark refrained from attacking. He needed to help Watergate and the others escape. Looking at Watergate and his companions, he felt at a loss. They were gravely injured and required immediate medical attention. He couldn't afford to move carelessly. Yet the current situation left him no option for first aid. The earth flow wall was cleaved in two by the two horses. Mark glared at them and shouted, "Get away." The two horses found his words amusing. "Ha! Look at your state, and you still tell me to leave? Come, let you experience my strongest sword aura." The two horses slashed at Mark from afar. He instantly knelt on the ground, his knees buckling but not collapsing entirely, his mind going blank as chaos erupted within him. That strike nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for White Absolute desperately transferring life energy, that blow would have rendered Mark a lifeless corpse. Yet now, he felt scarcely better than a corpse. The two horses approached him with a mocking grin, saying, "Ah, what a pity. I had hoped to hear your pained cries. But it seems I have nearly killed you instead. Ha! Chakra scalpel." In a flash, Mark's right hand struck forth. He severed the two horses' meridian with a single stroke. What? The two horses had yet to react when they felt their leg, which Mark had grazed, suddenly lose all sensation. Mark's left prosthetic seized the hand that held the blade. With a swift motion, the serrated edge of his palm detached the two horses' arm. In one fluid movement, Mark's dagger plunged into the two horses' chest. After drawing the short blade, Irma fell into the gaping wound created by the previous landslide, and thus met his demise. Mark's body remained frozen in place, turned away from the trio of Watergate, Konan, and Taney, utterly immobilized. White Setsu's life energy was also gradually depleting, yet the wounds had not fully healed. Thud, thud, thud. The three were violently sent flying. "Ah, Konoha ninja, I thought you were dead." Kakuzu's voice resonated from behind Mark. For reasons unknown, the despair Mark felt upon witnessing the vulnerability of Watergate, Conan, and Taney, who were unable to move and grievously injured, surpassed the previous hopelessness he experienced against Irma's onslaught. So this is how it is. The anguish of being unable to save others is far more excruciating than the despair of being unable to conquer an adversary. Soon, this despair transformed into fury, morphing into the most terrifying form of hatred in existence. With great difficulty, Mark extended his hand, removing the false eye covering he had worn for so long, revealing his blood-red, mesmerizing Sharingan. The agony was overwhelming. Both his body and soul were subjected to the most extreme pain. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, an evolution of the Sharingan. The conditions for its awakening are simple yet complex. To bear witness to the death of one's dearest friend, Mark had lived in this world for over a year, constantly reminding himself that a ninja must be ruthless and that becoming the sovereign of the world requires a disregard for emotions. Yet, as a human, how could he possibly forsake the most primal of human emotions? As stated in the original text, the Uchiha clan possessed immense love, and thus, the pain and despair of losing that love would awaken their new powers, the method by which the ordinary Sharingan is activated. Perhaps this is the curse of the Sharingan. Only those who have truly felt pain are worthy of wielding its power. The evolution of the Sharingan granted Mark a fleeting ability to act, as White Setsu's life cells were now completely diluted within him. With great effort, Mark stood up and turned to face Kakuzu. Upon seeing Mark's Sharingan, Kakuzu was taken aback, suddenly recalling his previous encounter with him. However, he did not regard the already injured Mark as a threat. Kakuzu gazed at Mark's kaleidoscope Sharingan and remarked, "You must be the brat I encountered years ago. How did you survive Chiyo's poison?" "Quite fortunate. But it seems luck has slightly abandoned you now that you've run into me." Mark glared at Kakuzu with fury, exclaiming, "I never imagined you would forsake the dignity of a ninja." As Mark hastened to recover his chakra, he seized the moment to swallow the remaining 2 soldier pills and a blood-boosting pill. Dignity of a ninja? Ha! What dignity do ninjas possess? The only things worthy of trust are wealth and power. Kakuzu laughed, completely unconcerned about Mark, for he believed Mark was at the end of his rope, having just endured a fierce battle with Irma. The night is long and dreams are many. Kakuzu, finish him off. Ishida Roma sensed something awry. It appeared that Mark was merely stalling for time. His estate still boasted 70 elite warriors and Kakuzu by his side, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Silence. Your words are unwelcome. Mark swiftly incapacitated Ishida Oromu with an illusion. Kakuzu gazed upon Mark's kaleidoscopic Sharingan, sensing an incongruity in his memory. The Sharingan did not appear in this form. Mark turned his attention to Kakuzu, brandishing a short blade and advancing slowly towards him. Kakuzu smirked, approaching Mark in kind, and quipped, "What do you intend to do, Mark? Is this the pride of a ninja? Charging forward like a brute when you cannot defeat me?" In the blink of an eye, Kakuzu lost 4 of his lives. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan possessed unique abilities, differing for each user, and the power Mark unlocked was that of an instant. He continued to stride forward until he stood before Kakuzu, who remained motionless, even his eyes unblinking. Everything around them had come to a standstill. The blood flowing from Mark's body hung eerily in the air, and the dust suspended in the atmosphere. At that moment, the only being capable of movement and aggression in this world was Mark alone. With unwavering resolve, he plunged the short blade into Kakuzu's form. The fundamental power of the Sharingan remained intact. He could discern the position of Kakuzu's heart through the color of his chakra. First life, thud. Second life, thud. Third life, thud. Fourth life. Only 1 life remained. However, in an instant, it was released. Mark's chakra had been entirely depleted. Blood gushed from his wounds uncontrollably. Time continued to elapse. Kakuzu suddenly sensed an anomaly within his body. Ugh. What have you done? Kneeling on the ground, he realized he had lost 4 lives in a heartbeat. In his mind, Kakuzu recognized that he faced not merely a dying adversary, but an infernal demon poised to drag him into the depths of hell. How long had it been since he felt despair? A long time, indeed, ever since being betrayed by his village and exterminating all its high-ranking members. He had not tasted despair again. Yet today, Mark brought that very despair back to him. Kakuzu extracted a scroll from his being and proclaimed, "This is the secret technique, Earth Grudge Fear, that Ishida Romu intended to purchase from me, along with 5 ninjutsu I often employ. Let us strike a bargain." My final life in exchange for this scroll. Under ordinary circumstances, Kakuzu might have affixed explosive tags to the scroll and fled. However, in his current state of panic, he realized he was not ensnared by an illusion. Everything was painfully real. His enemy possessed the capability to extinguish 4 of his lives in an instant. Yet it spared the last. Perhaps this was Mark's true intention. Mark merely sought to engage in a transaction with him, which is why he showed him mercy. Kakuzu, unable to restrain himself, allowed his thoughts to gravitate towards a more optimistic perspective. Mark, meanwhile, felt a sense of relief that Kakuzu had uttered so many inconsequential words in his presence, as his body was beginning to regain some mobility. Taking the scroll, Mark stated, "I shall accept this." Kakuzu immediately exhaled in relief. "Uft, the last life, but you still must die." Mark unsheathed his dagger, indifferent to Kakuzu's expression. He turned and walked towards Minato and the others. Kakuzu yearned to utter one final remark. "It is you who has lost your dignity as a ninja." Yet, Kakuzu was already dead, and his 70-year existence drew to a close. How could he almost forget the true culprit? From a distance, Mark hurled the dagger at Shimada Romu's head, the blade striking true into his brain. "All right, children, it's time to go home." Mark, now hunched over, made his way to Minato and the others. Just as Kakuzu had anticipated, he was indeed at the end of his strength. Nevertheless, he retrieved a length of rope, binding Konan to his chest and Tenderness to his back, ultimately cradling Minato in his arms as he stepped out of Shimada Romu's mansion. Elite samurai surrounded him, yet none dared to intervene, lacking even the courage to inquire. The aura emanating from Mark was overwhelmingly terrifying, akin to a ruler emerging from the depths of hell. The Demon King. The samurai refrained from approaching Mark, allowing him to depart unimpeded. Soon, countless white Zetsu emerged from the ground. "Quick, heal Lord Mark. This wound. And his chakra has been depleted. 3 white Zetsu. Infuse all your life energy into Lord Mark." The white Zetsu dutifully offered their lives to Mark without complaint. Born from the Otsutsuki statue, they shared a form of telepathic connection. The white Zetsu that had previously possessed Mark was profoundly captivated by his aura, a reverence that spread to the others. Without hesitation, they exchanged their lives for his. Struggling to speak, Mark managed to utter, "And them. Save my subordinates." The white Zetsu, unwavering in their loyalty to Mark's command, immediately infused life energy into Minato, Konan, and Tenderness. As one white Zetsu vanished, another took its place. Their lives held little value. Yet Mark felt a pang of guilt watching them sacrifice themselves one by one. "Thank you," he said, believing he could maintain his persona before them. For he was not one to utter words of gratitude. "No need for thanks, Lord Mark. We willingly offer our lives for you. For centuries, we have been soldiers of the Otsutsuki clan," one white Zetsu declared before fading away. Mark stood there, awaiting the completion of the healing. "I am still too weak." A roar of fury echoed within Mark's heart. "I am still too weak." Although, from a statistical perspective, Mark's strength is far from insignificant in the grand scheme of the world, he still faces the looming threat of death. Power. He yearns for even greater power. Mark has already devised a plan. He intends to take a shortcut, seeking the swiftest route to the pinnacle of strength. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he noticed a small river nearby. "You all stay vigilant here. Do not allow anyone to disturb the healing process," he commanded. "Yes." The white Zetsus responded in unison. Mark felt his body rapidly recuperating, the wounds inflicted by the 2 horses gradually mending, and his chakra slowly replenishing. Approaching the riverbank, he gazed at his reflection in the water. Indeed, it was the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the ability to pause time. Could this be his unique power? However, the chakra consumption is alarmingly severe. Nevertheless, judging by its effects, being classified as an S-rank ocular technique is certainly justified. Mark was taken aback that his first S-rank technique was one he had conceived himself. His eyes reverted to the Sharingan. Yet he found himself unable to restore them to ordinary vision. The Uchiha clan's bloodline is still necessary to wield the Sharingan freely. He tore a piece of cloth from his garment to cover the Sharingan. It seems Konan is beginning to awaken. "White Zetsus, return," Mark commanded, and in an instant, all the white Zetsus vanished underground. "What is happening, Lord Mark?" Konan exclaimed, her injuries fully healed as she rose, feeling a wave of panic. Her memories halted at the moment she had placed an explosive tag on the corner and then lost consciousness. Mark approached her, gently ruffling her hair, and reassured her. "It's all right, It is over now. Ah, Mark, I endured so much suffering. But thankfully, compared to my previous experiences, this is nothing. Hinata also regained her composure. Phew. Teacher Mark, have we survived? Minato Namikaze bore the most severe injuries, having used S-rank ninjutsu thrice in succession, costing dozens of white Zetsus lives to rescue him. Mark smiled gently and said, "All right, let us return to the village." Upon their return, Mark instructed the three to go home and rest while he proceeded to report the mission to the third Hokage. Upon arriving, he recounted the details of the mission, of course omitting certain personal matters. Although there were modifications, the overall essence remained intact. So, this mission was indeed a trap set by Shimada Romo. The third Hokage remarked before falling into a contemplative silence. Mark nodded and replied, "Indeed, everything was part of an agreement between Shimada Romo and that Akatsuki member. Aside from our fortunate survival, several elite ninjas from Iwagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure have perished." The third Hokage sighed. "Yes, I believe what you've told me. But the Land of Iron has provided a different account." Mark furrowed his brow. He should have anticipated this. Shimada Romu was the wealthiest individual in the Land of Iron. His demise would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the nation, and they would certainly be eager to find a scapegoat to bear the blame. The third Hokage remarked, "According to the Iron Country, the hunter from Iwagakure, the bait man from Kirigakure, the Trojan from Kumogakure, and the personal guard of Shimada Raku, Irma, were all slain by you, Mark. This information has been reported to all the villages by the Iron Country. However, Shimada Raku is not dead." Startled, Mark exclaimed, "Impossible. I clearly pierced his skull with my short blade. How could he still be alive?" The third Hokage shook his head and replied, "If Shimada Raku had perished, then the Iron Country would lack key witnesses, and we could have unveiled the conspiracy. But since he lives, as the employer, his words carry the greatest weight." He made no mention of Kaku, only stating that when the ninjas from the four villages arrived, the ninjas from Konohagakure suddenly attacked and killed the other three, allowing Shimada Raku to feign death and escape. Nonsense. Utterly ridiculous. I fought tooth and nail with Minato and the others to escape from there. Mark shouted passionately. The third Hokage sighed once more, saying, "There's no choice, Mark. This is the reality of our world. Currently, we cannot withstand the wrath of four nations on your behalf. The power of the Land of Fire is insufficient to wage war against all four simultaneously. I understand. You wish for me to become a pawn?" Mark's heart felt icy, an indescribable discomfort swelling within him, a feeling more agonizing than death itself. "Indeed, Mark. For the future of the village, you must become a rogue ninja. However, I will not apprehend you directly. Go back, gather your belongings, and leave the village tomorrow. From that day forth, you shall be a rogue of Konoha." The third Hokage lamented, never anticipating that yet another promising talent from his village would be lost. His own inadequacy left him unable to protect his subordinates. Mark ceased his outbursts, and while the third Hokage wished for him to vent further before departing, Mark did not. He turned and headed towards the door. "By the way, Minato, Konan, and Tenyu, third Hokage, it's best not to reveal the truth to them. Just tell them I have gone on a mission and will be away for a long time. I understand, but your situation may not remain concealed for long. The news will inevitably reach the other villages. Then explain the truth to Tenyu. He will find a way to help the others comprehend." Mark exited the room, leaving the Hokage's office behind. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, he observed the residents, some of whom recognized him and greeted him warmly. Yet, by tomorrow, they would likely despise him for being a rogue ninja. It was akin to a parent punishing a child for doing what was right. Suddenly, Mark felt a sense of disorientation. What was he to do next? Should he seek out Uchiha Madara? Previously, during his time with Kaku, Mark had contemplated approaching Madara to acquire the last vestiges of the Uchiha bloodline, allowing him to become Hokage and unify the world. Yet now, it seemed perhaps he had been overly naive. In this world, he possessed no connections. Everything he had achieved was through his own relentless efforts and struggles. Yet even so, this world remains harsh, intent on stripping away his most cherished emotions. "Mark, you've returned. Are you all right?" Tsunade exclaimed, rushing over only to be met with the shadow of despair on Mark's face. "It's nothing, Tsunade. I'm just a bit fatigued. I'll rest at home," Mark replied, his tone lacking vitality. He felt a growing reluctance to confront Tsunade, for he had become a rogue ninja, uncertain of how long it would take to return to Konohagakure. The thought of keeping Tsunade waiting weighed heavily on his conscience. "Allow me to uplift your spirits." Tsunade leaned in, gently kissing Mark's cheek. Do you feel more invigorated? Mark, caught in a wave of anxiety, no, an overwhelming tension, pondered the myriad experiences they had shared. Perhaps he truly needed an outlet for his pent-up emotions. As if it were destined to be, Mark and Tsunade returned to her home, not his own, indulging in all that lovers typically share. They spent a night entwined. Until the early hours of the following day, Mark understood that he had embraced the path of a rogue ninja. Thus, he departed from Konohagakure, making his way directly to Uchiha Madara. Madara regarded Mark with intrigue. Mark, you have certainly broadened my horizons. What is it that compelled White Zetsu to defy my orders and rush to your aid? Mark smiled faintly. Uchiha Madara, I seek greater power. I desire your body, your heart, your Rinnegan, everything that you possess. To Mark's surprise, Madara also smiled slightly. I comprehend your pursuit of power. Those who chase strength are all akin to you. However, it matters little now, for I am no longer your adversary. My subordinates have betrayed me, yet I harbor one final wish. Can you assist this old man? I will not resurrect you, Uchiha Madara, Mark replied. Madara shook his head. My greatest aspiration is to revitalize the Uchiha clan. The current Uchiha is far too feeble, reliant on Konohagakure. The Uchiha ought to dominate the world. Can you help me restore the Uchiha, Mark? Very well, I shall acquiesce, Mark sighed heavily, stepping closer to Madara. Suddenly, Madara struck. Ninjutsu, body fusion. Mark had intended for White Zetsu to sever Madara's life-sustaining threads, but he soon realized that Madara did not intend to harm him. Instead, he merged his essence with Mark's. In an instant, Madara's physical form dissipated, leaving Mark standing alone for a prolonged moment. Black Zetsu approached Mark, inquiring, Lord Mark? Bang! To his astonishment, Mark delivered a devastating punch, killing Black Zetsu instantly. Huh! I never anticipated my own will would betray me. From this day forth, this world shall belong to me, Uchiha Madara. Madara, now in control of Mark's body, emerged from the cave. 3 years elapsed without a soul knowing Mark's whereabouts. Nor did they discern that he had become Uchiha Madara. Following that fateful night, Tsunade bore Mark's child, named Senju Shikaku. In memory of her deceased brother Senju Rope Tree and the fugitive Mark. In her relentless quest to safeguard Tsunade, she has dedicated herself to arduous training, now attaining an extraordinary strength level classified as S rank. Her medical ninjutsu has garnered her the esteemed recognition as the foremost practitioner in the ninja world. Tsunade's abilities are as follows: Ninjutsu Proficiency Elite Jonin, Taijutsu Proficiency Elite Jonin, Jinjutsu Proficiency Mid-Level Jonin, Physical Condition Superior, Reaction Speed High, Chakra Capacity S. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze has been diligently honing his skills, acutely aware that his repeated use of the S-rank technique, Flying Raijin, had pushed his chakra to its limits. Given the circumstances at that time, even with Tsunade's presence, his survival seemed improbable, yet he lived, undoubtedly thanks to Mark's intervention. What incensed him was that the third Hokage had branded Mark as a rogue ninja, although the third did not instruct the village's shinobi to capture Mark. Such an accusation would undoubtedly dishearten his mentor. Upon hearing the news, Minato immediately sought out Mark, only to discover his absence. Mark had departed from Konohagakure. Hinata Hanabi has consistently encouraged Minato, gradually enlightening him that the nation's weakness rendered it susceptible to bullying, and the village's strategies were insufficiently assertive. Despite the third Hokage being hailed as the current master of ninjutsu, Konohagakure as a whole lacked the strength to confront all adversaries. Minato aspired to become Hokage. He yearned to alter this dire situation and to exonerate his mentor, enabling Mark's return. Thus, he exerted himself in training. 3 years later, at the tender age of 14, he ascended to the rank of Jonin. He could now utilize Flying Raijin with greater freedom, though the chakra consumption remained considerable. Minato needed to invest more time refining the technique to enhance its efficacy. His abilities are classified as follows: Ninjutsu Proficiency Ordinary Jonin, Taijutsu Proficiency Ordinary Jonin, Jinjutsu Proficiency Mid-Level Jonin, Physical Condition Above Average, Reaction Speed Above Average, Chakra Capacity 3A. Hinata Hanabi firmly believes that Mark will inevitably return. Thus, she patiently awaits his return. While she may not have engaged in rigorous training, the maturity gained through life experiences has sculpted her into a combat prodigy. She has mastered the gentle fist technique and can proficiently employ the Hyuga family's 8 trigrams 64 palms. She can now create ninja identification cards for anyone within 30 meters. Her capabilities are classified as follows: Ninjutsu Proficiency Mid-Level Jonin, Taijutsu Proficiency Ordinary Jonin, Jinjutsu Proficiency Mid-Level Chunin, Physical Condition Above Average, Reaction Speed High, Chakra Capacity 5. Konan mourned for 3 days following Mark's departure, her body exhausted from tears. After receiving psychological guidance from Hinata Hanabi, she was persuaded to train diligently to seek justice for Mark. Konan trained with fervor, striving tirelessly for a year. Fortunately, with Tsunade having recently given birth and the revelation that Tsunade's child was also Mark's, Konan began to frequently accompany Tsunade's offspring, Shiriku. Though not a natural genius, Konan innovated the technique of paper jutsu. While not a bloodline limit, her original technique possesses remarkable power. Xiaonan possesses a ninjutsu proficiency classified as an ordinary chunin, with her taijutsu and jinjutsu skills also rated as ordinary chunin. Her physical condition is average, her reaction speed above average, and her chakra capacity is rated as A. Aside from Xiaonan and Tsunade, there exists another girl who, fueled by the betrayal of Mark, is determined to excel. She is Kushina Uzumaki. However, as the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina cannot partake in missions freely. Despite her diligent training, her practical combat experience is limited. Upon becoming a chunin, her training focus shifted to auxiliary ninjutsu such as barriers, sealing, and sensory techniques, with the aspiration of one day utilizing these skills to assist Wang Dong. Kushina Uzumaki boasts a ninjutsu proficiency classified as a competent chunin, with her taijutsu and jinjutsu skills also at the chunin level. Her physical condition is above average. Her reaction speed is above average, and her chakra capacity is rated as S. The Second Shinobi World War has concluded, yet the aftermath presents its own significant challenges. Due to the war, the village suffered the loss of over half its ninja, although other villages experienced losses as well. The focus is not on which village incurred fewer fatalities. In fact, the volume of missions post-war far exceeds that during the conflict, as the residual issues stemming from the war have substantially increased the workload for all. The once revered Konoha White Fang, Sakumo Hataki, tragically took his own life due to various disputes. The minimum age for enrollment in the Ninja Academy has been lowered even further, to the extent that children who can merely walk are now deemed eligible for the battlefield. The heightened state of preparedness following the war has intensified the atmosphere. However, during the latter stages of the war, many talented clans emerged. Among them are Yamashiro Kaichi, Akimichi Dingza, Nara Shikaku, and the 15th generation of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi Trio, a combination that has existed since the founding of Konoha, capable of executing nearly any mission with their balanced offense, defense, and support. Additionally, the two prominent clans of Konoha, the Hyuga clans Hayashi Hyuga and the Uchiha clans Fugaku Uchiha, are formidable users of ocular techniques. Rumors abound that the Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning has formed a new AB duo, a powerful pair, with the representative Karabi poised to become the new Eight Tails host, while the young AI is expected to inherit the mantle of rakeage from his forebear, the Great A. In the Land of Earth, the two hosts, the Four Tails, Oizuki, and the Five Tails, Han, have matured into elite Jonin-level warriors. The reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist Village in the Land of Water grows ever larger, with whispers that the third Mizukage is on the decline, while the higher ranks are occupied by a childlike host of the Three Tails, Yagura. Meanwhile, it appears that the Sand Village in the Land of Wind is experiencing internal strife, with rumors of the third Kazakage's disappearance. Although the accuracy of this intelligence remains uncertain, should it prove true, it could herald yet another conflict. Currently, the Sand Village can only muster its puppet master Chiyo, the third Kazakage's son, Raza, and the young and promising user of Scorch Release, Yakura. The renown of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha continues to grow, with the exception of Tsunade, who has been occupied with caring for her child due to her pregnancy for over a year. Jiraiya has demonstrated commendable prowess on the battlefield, while Orochimaru tends to lean towards espionage and intelligence gathering. Jiraiya, ninjutsu level elite jonin, taijutsu level elite jonin, jinjutsu level average chunin, physical condition above average, reaction speed above average, chakra amount 5A. Orochimaru, ninjutsu level kage, taijutsu level average jonin, jinjutsu level special jonin, physical condition above average, reaction speed above average, Chakra amount 4A. It seems that Shimada Raku from the Land of Iron has become considerably more subdued since that incident, no longer flaunting his presence. Likely out of fear that Mark might confront him. However, T and I would prefer if Mark charged in. This way, he could ascertain Mark's precise location. The Yamanaka clan, symbolized by the boar, the Nara clan, symbolized by the deer, and the Akimichi clan, symbolized by the butterfly. These three clans formed an alliance as early as the Warring States period, and after the establishment of Konoha, they became one of the solid pillars of the village. The boar-deer butterfly trio is one of the village's trump cards, typically consisting of the current or next clan leaders from each family. In battle, the Nara clan, possessing the shadow imitation jutsu and exceptional intelligence, is responsible for tactical oversight and core control, while the Yamanaka clan, skilled in perception and mental manipulation, handles target detection and connects the thoughts of the trio, culminating in the Akimichi clan delivering a powerful assault. The contemporary boar-deer butterfly is composed of the three strongest individuals from these families. 3 16-year-old youths form this elite Jonin combination. At the end of the Second Shinobi World War, they created opportunities for many to infiltrate enemy camps. On this day, the three were summoned to the Hokage's office. I have called you three here to assign you an S-rank mission. The trio was taken aback, for during wartime, A and S-rank missions were quite plentiful. Yet this was shortly after the war's conclusion. What could an S-rank mission entail at this juncture? The mission was to escort our daimyo from the Land of Fire to Konoha. Riku quickly sensed something amiss. Hokage-sama, ordinarily. This mission seems to have been classified as A rank in the past. Why has it escalated to S rank this time? The daimyo's visits to Konoha were not uncommon, and there had always been arrangements for his reception, but the mission's rank had never been so exorbitantly high. During wartime, it had barely reached A rank, indicating that this S rank was undoubtedly extraordinary. The third Hokage nodded, stating, "Indeed, there is a problem. The daimyo's original escort comprised 2 jonin and 4 chunin. But just a few days ago, the 2 jonin suddenly perished. Although the chunin remain unharmed, for safety's sake, we must accompany the daimyo for a health check and provide protection." Rika nodded, "I understand. We shall depart at once." "Yes. You will also be accompanied by 4 barrier ninjas. This time is different. It is unlikely for 2 individuals to simultaneously succumb to illness, making an enemy attack highly probable. The mission details are outlined in the mission document, so please ensure you destroy it after reviewing." Understood. The 3 took the mission document and swiftly departed. For reasons unknown, the third Hokage harbored an unsettling feeling within. This hard-won brief period of peace must not vanish without a trace. Hinata Tanino, as a chunin, exhibited a lack of enthusiasm for undertaking missions. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had already taken Jiraiya as his mentor in pursuit of more profound ninjutsu, while Kushina Uzumaki sought the tutelage of Tsunade to refine her chakra manipulation. Konan, on the other hand, directly chose the third Hokage as her instructor, perhaps due to the latter's lingering sense of guilt towards Mark. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio exited the Hokage's office, and Tanino casually glanced at their profiles. Nara Shikaku, ninjutsu level, ordinary jonin. Taijutsu level, special jonin. Jinjutsu level, mid chunin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount 2A. Yamanaka Inoichi, ninjutsu level, special jonin. Taijutsu level, special jonin. Jinjutsu level, ordinary jonin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount 3A. Akimichi Choza, ninjutsu level, special jonin. Taijutsu level, elite jonin. Jinjutsu level, mid chunin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount 3A. In the Land of Fire. Within the secret base of the daimyo, the term daimyo signifies king. In the world of Naruto, ninjas dominate. However, not everyone possesses the ability to harness chakra, resulting in a number of individuals merely becoming warriors. The Land of Fire is situated in a hilly region with a temperate climate and ample sunlight. This nation boasts fertile lands, a robust economy, and a large population. Centrally located on the continent, it serves as a vital thoroughfare for inter-country exchanges. Furthermore, with the powerful Hidden Leaf Village, the Land of Fire has historically been the most influential among the 5 great nations. Thus, the daimyo of the Land of Fire can be regarded as the most prominent among the daimyo of the 5 great nations. Originally, 6 jonin were designated for protection, but due to the significant toll of the Second Shinobi World War, were replaced with chunin. Unexpectedly, while no issues arose during the war, troubling events surfaced afterward. The Inuzuka, along with 4 barrier ninjas, hurried to the daimyo's secret base. Yamanaka Inoichi examined the corpses of the 2 jonin and confirmed his suspicions: poison. Moreover, the perpetrator's proficiency in poison-making was alarmingly high. This secret base not only housed ninja guards but also boasted 20 spearmen on round-the-clock duty, with a well-stocked armory. However, the armory lacked any poisonous weaponry, and the 2 jonin had not acquired any knowledge in poison-making, eliminating the possibility of self-infliction. Thus, it must have been homicide. Akimichi Choza picked up a spear from the armory, noting, "Some of these weapons are covered in dust," indicating that the 2 jonin were entirely oblivious to any foul play. Nara Shikaku inquired of the 4 chunin guarding the daimyo, "Do you have any knowledge of how they were poisoned?" Yamanaka Inoichi, wearing gloves, scrutinized the jonin's corpses and declared, "Shikaku, they were killed by poison needles. Or rather, poison darts." Shikaku approached for a closer look and confirmed the presence of tiny puncture marks on the necks of both jonin. "Prepare the carriage. We shall depart at once. Haichi Dingzwa. Let us venture out to survey the surroundings, leaving a shadow clone here for vigilance." The trio each created a shadow clone and leapt through the window. The entire base resembled a grand villa, surrounded by an abundance of trees, nestled within a forested area. However, the path was fraught with numerous traps. Only by adhering to the designated route could one evade danger. Gaining entry into the villa's confines proved to be quite challenging. Yet those audacious enough to attempt the assassination of notable figures likely possessed formidable capabilities. 2 elite shinobi had perished 2 days prior, and it took Rikuju and his companions half a day to reach the secret base. Assuming their return to Konoha by horse-drawn carriage would take another day, it was probable that the assailant was hiding within the forest, though he might also be concealed within the villa. No, the villa was safeguarded by specialized barriers, preventing entry for anyone without proper markings. The assailant's choice of poison needles for his attack suggested he could only engage from a distance. Yet he managed to strike the necks of the 2 elite shinobi with alarming precision from outside the villa's protective boundary. This individual possessed an unsettling level of accuracy. As Rikuju surveyed the nearby traps, he noted that none had been triggered, indicating the assailant had indeed circumvented all dangers. The secret base had only 2 secure exits, one leading to Konoha and the other to the main city. This implied that the assailant was aware of at least one of these routes. However, fixed thinking would not suffice. Perhaps the assailant had infiltrated using some unique ninjutsu. Rikuju stood in contemplation at the villa's perimeter. "Rikuju, be cautious," Haichi shouted, launching 2 shurikens in Rikuju's direction. In an instant, Rikuju opened his eyes and drew a kunai. Their training in wartime having honed their coordination to a remarkable degree. A figure clad in black robes lunged at Rikuju with a short blade. Rikuju raised his kunai, using the force of Haichi's shurikens to deflect the assailant's strike before swiftly retreating. In that moment, Dingzwa charged directly at the black-robed figure with a body slam. The body slam attack involved enlarging one's mass and rolling to collide with the opponent, utilizing weight and rotational force to create significant damage. Even a slight touch could prove devastating. The black-robed figure was struck head-on. Rikuju and Haichi breathed a sigh of relief. Dingzwa's body slam was immensely powerful, and most individuals would struggle to recover after being hit. Boom, boom, boom. Like being crushed by a train, the black-robed figure was slammed into the ground. Haichi and Rikuju hurried forward to investigate. Whoosh! The black-robed figure sprang out of the ground, entirely unscathed. Clearly, their opponent was no ordinary foe. Haichi understood. The black-robed figure leapt into the air, devoid of any means to evade. In the mountains, Haichi unleashed his secret technique against the black-robed figure, the heart-turn technique. The essence of the heart-turn technique lies in releasing one's spirit to occupy the opponent's body, allowing for temporary control over their movements. However, the released spirit could only move in a straight line. If it failed to make contact, it could not return to its original vessel for a brief period. Moreover, any harm inflicted upon the opponent would also reverberate back to the caster. The figure cloaked in black descended, yet Hai's consciousness had already returned to his own body. Lugio, puzzled, inquired, "Hai, what transpired?" Hai shook his head and replied, "My spirit made contact with him, only to discover that there was no consciousness within him at all. Then, I was inexplicably thrust back. It seems I must resort to my technique." Nara Lugio commanded Dingzhua, restrict his movement. Dingzhua swiftly brandished his spear, thrusting it toward the cloaked figure, who deftly evaded the attack. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Hai continued to launch shurikens, sealing off the retreat of the black-robed man. Shadow mimicry technique. Lugio's shadow surged forth like a colossal serpent, lunging at the shadow of the cloaked figure. The shadow mimicry technique extends one's shadow to connect with that of the opponent, compelling them to replicate the same movements, thereby controlling their every action. With Dingzhua's spear and Hai's shurikens rendering escape impossible, the cloaked figure found himself immobilized by Lugio's shadow mimicry. Dingzhua. At Lugio's command, Dingzhua thrust his spear, aiming for the head of the black-robed figure. However, beneath the cloak was not a human form. To their astonishment, it was a puppet. At that moment, the severed puppet's head began to spin wildly. This is dire. Protect yourselves. Lugio sensed impending danger. Swish, swish, swish. The puppet's head released a flurry of steel needles in all directions. Dingzhua rotated his spear to deflect some, while Hai drew his dagger to block the majority. But Lugio could only use his kunai to shield his vital areas from the onslaught. The puppet's head fell to the ground, yet its body vanished without a trace. The trio realized simultaneously, our shadow clones have been annihilated. We must retreat. Despite being pierced by numerous steel needles, Lugio prioritized their mission, forcing himself to rise and dash toward the villa. The three burst into the villa, discovering the lifeless bodies of 8 Chunin and the daimyo of the Fire Nation. Mission failed. It seems we may have spared the enemy a life. Lugio remarked, his heart racing with trepidation. The enemy's power is overwhelming, capable of eradicating 12 individuals in an instant. The last scene witnessed by Lugio, Dingzhua, and Hai's shadow clones was that of the puppet's body suddenly appearing beside the daimyo, after which their clones were eliminated. Exiting the villa, they noted that the puppet's head had also vanished. Hai, sense the area and see if the enemy has retreated. Yamamoto Hai immediately employed his perception technique to detect all chakra signatures within a kilometer radius. Ultimately, he shook his head. No, apart from our chakra, there is no one else in the vicinity. That foe deliberately spared our lives. With his strength, he could have easily slain us. Lugio gritted his teeth, acknowledging the grim reality. It was unexpected for them, now Jonin, to encounter such a formidable presence. Could a mere puppet wield such might? But why did he choose to spare us? Dingzhua inquired, perplexed. This is a declaration of war. The enemy must be Chio of the Wind Country. In this world, who else could achieve such a level of mastery in puppetry besides her? Hai exclaimed in fury. Regardless, we must return with the body of the daimyo. Our mission has failed, and it was of utmost significance. Lugio could scarcely fathom the monumental repercussions this failure would have on the Land of Fire. It is likely that Konoha's reputation will plummet, unable to even safeguard its own daimyo. What a disgrace for a ninja village. In the Land of Wind. At the summit of Suna village, the disappearance of the third Kazekage was the most pressing issue at hand. The strongest ninja of the village, the third Kazekage, had vanished. Furthermore, 2 puppets from the treasured collection of the Suna village had been stolen and were found in his home, evidently damaged, suggesting the hand of the third Kazekage himself was involved. Yet, no further leads emerged. It was evident that this incident was connected to Mark. Chio slammed her hand on the table in anger, recalling the humiliation of being defeated by his genjutsu and having her puppet scroll pilfered. This disgrace had haunted her for a long time. Now, this wretched individual was the cause of the Kazekage's disappearance. It was well known that the Kazekage had once apprehended Mark, but the reasons for his escape remained a mystery. It was possible that the third Hokage had not necessarily been defeated and abducted by Mark. Perhaps he had vanquished Mark yet allowed him to escape, which delayed his pursuit. The elders of Suna village engaged in fervent discussions. Regardless, we must commence preparations for war. It is evident that Konoha's provocative actions have ignited our wrath. However, I recall that Mark was designated a rogue ninja by Konoha 3 years ago. No, this must be a falsehood. While Mark may have provoked other nations, that does not inherently imply he betrayed Konoha. Perhaps the label of rogue ninja was merely a pretext for his convenience. Who knows? He might have become an assassin for Konoha by now. In any case, the disappearance of the third Kazekage is tied to Mark. Let us prepare for battle. The son of the daimyo, Beta, took half a year to manage the affairs of the Land of Fire. One day, he forcefully kicked open the door to the Hokage's office. Saratobi Hizashi, why have you not yet dispatched troops to invade the Land of Wind? The new daimyo burst in, brimming with indignation. The third Hokage sighed, reflecting on how even the former daimyo would not have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Indeed, the child of the daimyo was a hot-headed youth. Daimyo Beta, I believe I have entrusted the three who failed the mission to you for your judgment. I seek not the lives of my subordinates. I demand the lives of my enemies. Those three will serve as my temporary guards to atone for their failures. And you, I order you, immediately dispatch troops to attack the land of wind. The third Hokage waved his hand and replied, Daimyo Beta, I have already assembled 2,000 ninjas at the border of the land of fire, poised to launch an assault at any moment. Beta narrowed his eyes and stated, My intelligence indicates that the land of wind has gathered 3,000 ninjas. Moreover, our illustrious Fire Nation possesses an army of 20,000 ninjas. Dispatching merely 1/10 of our forces seems utterly inadequate. The third Hokage could not help but admire the information network of the daimyo, yet he shook his head and replied, The 2,000 ninjas I have dispatched are all formidable warriors. Our primary objective is to ascertain the enemy's strength. It has come to my attention that the third Kazekage of Sunagakure appears to be missing, though the truth of this matter is uncertain. Should this be the case, it may herald yet another war in the ninja world. The third Hokage felt a sense of helplessness. Who would have imagined that merely a year into this era of peace, they would be thrust back into the tumult of war? I care not for any grand ninja world wars. Let you wage your battles. If our daimyo were assassinated and the murderer remains at large, would the other nations perceive us as formidable and refrain from attacking? The third Hokage, I demand that you showcase our Fire Nation's might before the world. Let all be aware of our grandeur. Beta declared with great indignation. It had been over 6 months since his father was killed, and he could scarcely believe that the Hokage of Konohagakure remained so leisurely, while only 2,000 of their 20,000-strong army had assembled. Such circumstances are unbearable for anyone. The third Hokage responded, Daimyo Beta, please return. I too have experienced the Second Ninja World War and understand the nature of warfare. Rest assured, I shall not allow the Fire Nation to lose face. Humph, let us hope so, Beta retorted angrily as he stormed out. When other nations learn of the Kazekage's disappearance and the assassination of the Fire Nation's daimyo, they are likely to become restless. It seems the Third Ninja World War has already commenced. The Fire Nation has approximately 20,000 ninjas, comprising around 16,000 Genin, 3,700 Chunin, 200 special Jonin, 100 Jonin, and himself as Hokage. He has no desire to see Konohagakure fall under his watch. However, after just emerging from the Second Ninja World War, a quarter of his ninjas are already injured, and the forthcoming conflict may consume years. If the battle is confined to the land of wind and the land of fire, it would be manageable. Yet, should other nations involve themselves, the consequences are truly unpredictable. The urgent matter at hand is to swiftly neutralize the attacking forces from the land of wind, demonstrating strength to instill caution in other nations. If they perceive the Fire Nation as vulnerable, trouble would surely follow. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed out at the falling leaves, his thoughts swirling with complexity. In a cave somewhere in the land of rain, Uchiha Madara stretched at the entrance, observing his right hand. It appears that Mark's soul has not been entirely supplanted by mine. Instead, it has transformed into a true unity. Traversers of worlds, how intriguing. The Moon Eye Plan. The Sage of Six Paths, all mere illusions. Nevertheless, it matters not. Soon, it shall be the era of Uchiha Madara. Madara integrated the cells of White Zetsu into his left arm, which had reverted to a human-like form, now resembling an exoskeleton that enhanced the durability of his left limb. If Hyuga Tenino were to create a ninja identification card for Uchiha Obito at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that all of Obito's attributes are of the highest caliber. Even in his youth, Obito had already reached the pinnacle of his abilities. And now, he stands even stronger than in his earlier days. Obito has transformed into the most formidable being. However, Mark's soul has not been entirely consumed by him. And at times, Mark's thoughts influence Obito's judgments. Perhaps it is due to Obito having absorbed all of Mark's memories that his mindset has shifted as a result of Mark's extraordinary experiences. The assassination of the Fire Country's daimyo and the disappearance of the third Kazekage were orchestrated solely by him, aiming to incite the Third Great Ninja War, incessantly weakening the strength of various nations, and ultimately absorbing all countries to become the sovereign of the world. After examining Mark's memories, he comprehends what the future holds, thus feeling confident in his ability to seize complete control of it. A sound seemed to emanate from the cave. "Sasori, is your puppet ready?" Obito inquired as he gazed into the depths of the cave, where a puppet emerged slowly, surrounded by floating iron sand. "It appears to have succeeded. Ha ha ha. Sasori, you shall become the mightiest puppeteer in the world. You will also be the first member of my Akatsuki organization." The youthful Sasori, with his handsome yet youthful visage, bore a gaze reminiscent of the deceased as he silently regarded Obito and remarked, "Whatever. I am now yours. And I only wish to delve into the eternal art of puppetry. My only hope is that you do not perish before me." Obito smiled faintly and replied, "Rest assured. Since it is complete, let us test its power. I am eager to witness just how formidable that being, known as the demigod, truly is. Regardless of their strength, they will ultimately be defeated by you, so I shall refrain from intervening. Show me the extent of your potential, Sasori." A rumble echoed. Suddenly, the sky began to drizzle. At the moment the thunder clapped, Obito and Sasori had vanished without a trace. In the land of rain, within the hidden rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander is an exceedingly cautious and meticulous ninja. Should Hyuga Tenino create a ninja identification card for him, he would be pleasantly surprised to find that Hanzo's fundamental attributes mirror those of Obito, both being of the highest caliber. Yet, even among top-tier ninjas, there exists a discernible gap. When ninjas of such caliber engage in battle, the confrontation either concludes in an instant or extends for an extended duration until exhaustion leads to a resolution. His estate is perpetually a single story, for this is the safest architectural design. The roof is equipped with a sensory barrier to detect approaching enemies. Within the estate, there are 24 elite ninjas, rotating every half-day, ensuring that, no matter where Hanzo is within the hidden rain village, he is perpetually surrounded by 12 elite guards. 8 are maintaining the barrier, while the remaining 4 observe the 4 cardinal directions. Sasori, having graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7, became a Chunin at 8, an elite ninja at 12, and now at 13, he has turned rogue. His skills in poison-making and puppetry are among the finest in the village, having received the genuine teachings of Chiyo. At such a tender age, Scorpion has already mastered the art of puppet manipulation to a B-level proficiency, and his skills in puppet creation are remarkably refined. If one were to assign ranks to the craft of puppet making, the most rudimentary mechanisms, such as prosthetic limbs, would be classified as D-level. Non-combat puppets, like the substitutes crafted by Mark, would fall under the C-level category. Combat puppets, such as the 10 of Chikamatsu, would be rated at A level. Moreover, there exists a legendary pinnacle of this craft, the human puppet. By transforming a deceased individual into a puppet, one can retain the original's ninjutsu abilities and generate specific chakra attributes. Perhaps Scorpion may not yet be deemed the strongest in the ninja world in terms of poison-making or puppet manipulation. However, when it comes to puppet creation, he unequivocally claims to be second to none. The third Kazekage has also been transformed into a human puppet by Scorpion. Scorpion's ninjutsu level is classified as mid-jonin, his taijutsu level as surpassing low jonin, his jinjutsu level as ordinary low jonin, his physical condition as average, his reaction speed as average, and his chakra volume as A. I will not assist you. Do your utmost to attempt to kill Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Madara intends to observe from the sidelines, eager to discern whether Scorpion possesses the boundless potential that Mark remembers. In contrast to the original narrative, which depicted Scorpion as having left the village without his commonly used puppets aside from the third Kazekage, he now brings forth his renowned trio of puppets. Aided by Uchiha Madara, the Crow, a humanoid puppet possessing 3 eyes and 4 arms, is an offensive mechanism equipped with a plethora of weapons and the ability to disassemble any part of its body for attack. The Black Ant, with its elongated head, adorned with a pair of red, devilish horns and 6 arms, boasts a massive physique designed for predation. Unlike the Crow, it lacks numerous hidden weapons, featuring only a few saw blades on its arms capable of slicing through adversaries. The Black Ant exists to ensnare opponents, subsequently collaborating with the Crow to pierce their foe with blades inserted through its orifice. The Salamander resembles its namesake, outfitted with various defensive mechanisms specifically to withstand enemy assaults. While Scorpion's mastery of puppet manipulation has not yet reached the level of controlling one puppet with a single finger, he has achieved the ability to manipulate 3 puppets simultaneously. It is indeed a twist of fate that among my puppets lies a salamander, and Hanzo of the salamander is also related to this creature. Lord Madara, may I study his body once he perishes? I have heard that his very being is infused with venom, even his veins flowing with deadly poison. As Scorpion summons his trio of puppets, it appears he is preparing to embark on his mission. Uchiha Madara scoffs. Let us see if you can eliminate Hanzo on your own first. Ninjutsu, camouflage technique. Uchiha Madara conceals himself, ready to observe Scorpion's battle from the shadows. Scorpion, accompanied by his 3 puppets, descends underground, indicating an imminent surprise attack. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Salamander reviews reports concerning the conflict between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire in his office. My lord, we are under attack, from below. One of Hanzo's guards suddenly spoke up. Hanzo extended 2 fingers. Before the command could reach the 2 outside, those 2 elite ninjas had already vanished into the earth to investigate. Hanzo had anticipated every possible scenario and knew that no ninjutsu, be it water release, fire release, wind release, lightning release, or earth release, could be wielded freely within this barrier. Even he himself was bound by its constraints. However, with 12 elite ninjas possessing their own unique abilities guarding him, he did not believe the enemy could breach his defenses. Yet, any ninja capable of utilizing earth techniques would likely possess the strength of a Chunin. He pondered the origin of the assailants. If they were from within the ranks of the Rain Village, he would rather not resort to killing. As the village had just endured the ravages of the Second Shinobi World War, the guards surrounding him comprised the entirety of the Rain Village's elite, some of whom were specially recruited. Sir, it is but a shadow clone. The 2 are returning, the guard spoke again. Hanzo contemplated this. Why send a shadow clone? Moreover, this clone seemed to have done nothing but trigger the sensory barrier. It appeared that the intruders were not from his own village. Perhaps they were outsiders unfamiliar with his guard's operations, thus prompting their initial probe. In that case, he deemed it unnecessary to show mercy. Hanzo made a gesture across his throat. The guard closed his eyes and communicated telepathically with all the guards. Eliminate them. The 2 elite ninjas did not return to the surface but began patrolling underground. 2 of the elite guards on the surface leaped onto the rooftops to survey their surroundings. The 4 engaged in the sensory barrier expanded its reach. The 4 men beside Hanzo drew their kunai, ready for battle. Sir, the 2 underground have been slain. The enemy approaches. Hanzo swiftly exited the room and made his way to the training ground. Summoning technique, giant salamander. A massive salamander appeared with a resounding thud in the clearing. Hanzo murmured to himself, to dispatch my 2 earth release ninjas. It seems the enemy's earth techniques are quite formidable. However, no matter how skilled they are, they will succumb to the toxic mist of my salamander. Put on your masks. Hanzo shouted. Without hesitation, the others donned their gas masks. Hanzo was regarded as a demigod due to his exceptional ninjutsu skills, remarkable physical prowess, and the dreaded poison that instilled fear in all. In his village, there existed a highly venomous black salamander. Upon its death, its poison sac was implanted within the young Hanzo, granting him resistance to toxins. With each breath he took, those around him inhaled the poisonous gas, leading them to regard the young Hanzo with trepidation. To avoid affecting others, Hanzo was compelled to wear a mask and breathe through his mouth. Consequently, the salamanders recognized him as one of their own, forming a summoning pact with him, with the largest among them serving as his primary summoning beast. Its imposing height of over 4 meters instilled fear in the hearts of many and endowed Hanzo with an air of authority. The pufferfish accumulates toxic gas within its body. Should the enemy dare to emerge from below, the venomous mist will swiftly permeate every corner of the estate. Standing atop the pufferfish, Hanzo knows that even if the enemy resorts to desperate measures, sacrificing their lives in a futile exchange, it will not be his life that they claim. Such meticulous caution reveals Hanzo's confidence in his impending victory. Unless the adversary sends forth a battalion of hundreds, his defeat is implausible. My lord, the enemy seems to have halted underground, reported the guards, their attention not fixated on the subterranean realm, but rather on the surroundings and the sky. After all, with Hanzo personally guarding the underground, no mistakes could be made. Yet, the individual below might merely be a decoy, while the true threat could strike from another direction. Hanzo's gaze remained locked on the ground. Perhaps his enemy's ally had informed him that the pufferfish's presence would prevent his emergence. However, remaining buried indefinitely is beyond even the most adept earth-dodging ninja. He must eventually surface. All that remained was a patient wait. Boom. The earth shattered. He has emerged. The colossal pufferfish immediately opened its mouth, unleashing a ceaseless torrent of toxic gas. In an instant, the entire estate was engulfed in a lethal haze, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Swish. Hanzo realized that the fallen were not enemies, but his own guards. Another guard let out a horrifying scream. Though the guards were shielded from lethal toxins, their vision was compromised, leaving them reliant on Hanzo's guidance. Yet, the enemy seemed to slaughter Hanzo's guards with reckless abandon, as if the poison had no effect on them. Infuriating. Reabsorb the toxin, Hanzo commanded, instructing the pufferfish to inhale the expelled poison back into its body. Yet, by the time the gas returned, 4 of his guards had already perished. The enemy appeared to have retreated underground once more, though the method by which the enemy withstood the gas eluded him. Hanzo could no longer tolerate this situation. He had already lost 6 elite ninjas, a quarter of Amagekyure's upper echelon, and he remained unaware of the enemy's appearance. As a demigod, how could Hanzo endure this? Earth release, ground movement core. Hanzo infused his chakra into the earth, causing the entire ground to rise. The soil of the estate shot skyward like a fountain, giving rise to a colossal earthen pillar over 30 meters high. Locate them, Hanzo commanded, and 4 sensory ninjas immediately began to detect the enemy within the pillar. Meanwhile, 2 additional ninjas leaped down, severing the base of the pillar with wind techniques, while the 4 sensory ninjas descended to isolate the estate's pillar from the ground, trapping the enemy like a cornered beast. Sooner or later, the foe hidden within the pillar would emerge, and when they did, Hanzo would ensure their dismemberment. However, true to his cautious nature, Hanzo did not wish to confront this peculiar enemy alone. He leaped to the quarters of 12 other ninjas, seeking their assistance. Yet, upon opening the door to the sleeping quarters, he was met with the unmistakable scent of blood. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Have you become overly cautious? 13 against 1, and you still hesitate? Turning to look, Hanzo the salamander found none other than Uchiha Madara. In truth, Uchiha Madara was quite pleased with Scorpion. The ability to swiftly eliminate 6 Jonin in such a brief span of time demonstrated formidable prowess. Although the Jonin under Hanzo were not on par with those from the 5 great nations, given Scorpion's current age, it was entirely feasible for him to ascend to the level of a Kage within a decade. Uchiha Madara aspired to dominate the world, yet possessing colossal strength alone was insufficient. He required formidable allies. Thus, Scorpion could now officially join the Akatsuki. Concealed within the earthen pillar, Scorpion, despite having unleashed devastation moments earlier with the crow, now found himself utterly powerless. The battles at the Kage level could not merely be resolved through cunning. One needed an equally overwhelming power to vanquish opponents. Hence, Scorpion realized that killing Hanzo was beyond his capabilities, leaving him with no option but to flee. Scorpion intended to launch a surprise attack on Hanzo with his black ant puppet, then escape into the salamander. Suddenly, a hand seized the collar of his clothing. What? Scorpion had no time to react before he was yanked from the pillar. Cursed be this fate. He hastily commanded his puppets to his side. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized that it was not Hanzo who had pulled him out, but Uchiha Madara. Truly, if you continue to fight like this, the entire Rain Village will be aware of our presence. Nevertheless, you do possess some utility. Let us proceed. Uchiha Madara lowered the pillar back to the ground. It was then that Scorpion beheld the surrounding corpses, the 6 fallen Jonin, and the lifeless body of Hanzo the salamander. You may utilize these corpses for your puppets, Scorpion. I require you to impersonate Hanzo to temporarily govern this nation. Yes, Lord Madara. Scorpion had wholly submitted to Uchiha Madara. His dream was to create eternal art. And by following Madara, he believed he could realize that ambition. The two traversed to a laboratory, where 2 experimental tanks housed 2 boys, Yahiko and Nagato. They were in a state of near lifelessness, as the medical capabilities of Hanzo's Rain Village paled in comparison to those of the 5 great nations. The boys remained suspended in nutrient solution, unable to awaken, yet their lives were sustained, allowing their bodies to continue developing, albeit their spirits were in an exceedingly fragile state. Uchiha Madara carefully extracted Nagato from the tank and inscribed a certain technique upon him before returning him to the vessel. Scorpion, maintain this place as it is. Ensure there is no power interruption and restrict entry to outsiders. Understood. Scorpion would not question matters unrelated to him. He would unconditionally obey all of Uchiha Madara's commands. Excellent. This serves as a precaution. I shall erase this event from my memory later, but Scorpion, never mind. You will comprehend in due course. Uchiha Madara spoke no further, instead choosing to exit the laboratory, with Scorpion following suit. It is likely that the Land of Rain will experience no further turmoil for a considerable duration. Scorpion need only ensure that no incidents arise, rather than striving to enhance the nation's condition. Uchiha Madara understands that allowing Scorpion to delve into his own development will expedite his growth. With the demise of Black Zetsu and the revelation of the truth behind the Moon Eye, Uchiha Madara's current objective is to dominate the world. Although he is acutely aware of his invincibility, he refrains from making his presence known, lest he tempt fate and invite potential defeat. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara possesses ample patience. He need only wait, gradually consuming the world until it lies firmly within his grasp. At present, both the Land of Water and the Land of Rain have fallen under Uchiha Madara's control, with the next target being the Land of Iron. Shima, a figure from Mark's memories, was purportedly killed by a blow to the head. Yet Uchiha Madara finds himself intrigued by how this wealthy individual from the Land of Iron managed to survive. The situation appears unchanged from before. In the Land of Rivers, a legion of 300 ninjas has been assembled, divided into 30 groups of 10, each led by a chunin from the Hyuga clan. The foremost group is commanded by the strongest jonin of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, the designated future leader of the family. The Byakugan is an immensely powerful ocular technique. And to safeguard this bloodline from external appropriation, the descendants of the Hyuga clan have been divided into the main house and the branch house. The main house, the true heirs of the Hyuga clan, tasked with the responsibility of protecting and advancing the clan's legacy. The branch house, guardians of the main house, entrusted with its protection. Only one individual may inherit the main house. Should multiple descendants exist within the same generation, only one may be chosen as the heir, while the rest become members of the branch house. This implies that within each generation of the main house, there can only be one heir. Consequently, even after millennia, the Hyuga clan will only ever have a singular main house heir, while the branch house will perpetually serve as its protectors. This familial structure represents the most efficient system of safeguarding. Members of the branch house must inscribe a sealing mark resembling a caged bird on the forehead of the main house's eldest son when he reaches the age of 3. This mark can seal the Byakugan's abilities, and the main house can utilize this seal to control and disrupt the neural pathways of branch house members, thereby exerting authority over them. Even in death, the seal remains unbroken. Originally, Hyuga Taniya possessed such a mark. However, upon his reincarnation, the seal vanished autonomously. This may be attributed to the mark's profound connection to the soul, which was severed when the original soul of Hyuga Taniya was eradicated alongside the mark. The other members of the Hyuga clan remain oblivious to this, and Hyuga Taniya is unable to disclose it. Thus, he now wields Byakugan privileges equivalent to those of the main house. His formidable mental prowess has rendered him the strongest within the Hyuga clan. Yet he harbors no desire to assume the role of protagonist. Instead, he awaits Mark's return, firmly believing that Mark is the linchpin of this world. Even if he is not, Hyuga Taniya is determined to mold Mark into the world's core. This conviction is not born of faith, but rather a realization gleaned from the lengthy passage of his existence. If one does not set a goal for oneself and seek enjoyment, life will inevitably descend into a realm of monotony and suffering. Thus, Hinata Tanida, upon arriving in each new world, establishes a distinct objective for himself. He first discards his original identity and fully embraces his role as a traveler, subsequently seeking out a person of potential whom he can sculpt into the focal point of this world. However, Hinata Tanida has never encountered another traveler like himself. Mark is destined to become his most exquisite creation to date. Listen closely. The Hinata clan is the mightiest family in Konohagakure. Therefore, we are placed in the vanguard. Aside from me, you are all chunin, and I hope that after this war, our Hinata clan can produce several more jonin. Let us bring glory to our family. Hinata Hayashi fully utilizes his position as the young master to inspire the youth of the clan. Excellent. Let us commence our actions. In an instant, 300 ninjas surged forth. Hinata Tanida activated his Byakugan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shuriken flew from Hinata Tanida's hands. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless traps were triggered by the shuriken. This is their mission. Half of the first group of ninjas possess exceptional sensory abilities, tasked with neutralizing the traps set by the enemy. Half a month later, Uchiha Madara strode towards Shimada Raku's mansion, bearing Mark's visage. The guards here seemed more numerous than before, as some were not Shimada Raku's protectors, but rather the guards of the daimyo of the Land of Iron. At that moment, the daimyo was discussing national development with Shimada Raku, while the commotion outside interrupted their conversation. The foremost warrior of the Land of Iron, Ikatsu, tightened his grip on the hilt of his katana, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Outside, Uchiha Madara faced a battalion of 200 elite warriors, all prepared to counter his ninjutsu. Yet, Uchiha Madara appeared oblivious to them, advancing as though only the grand entrance of the mansion existed in his sight. "Hey, Mark, I warn you, do not take another step forward. You are under arrest." The captain of the elite warriors stepped forward, wielding his katana. He had previously faced 3 Chunin alone and emerged victorious, a feat that positioned him among the elite of the samurai. The captain swung his katana towards Uchiha Madara, employing a technique where the first blade forces the opponent to evade, thus ensuring that their reflexes are slower than the initial strike. Only then does the second blade deliver the true blow. Such techniques are not uncommon among samurai, even if both strikes miss. The captain and his fellow warriors can use this opportunity to gauge Uchiha Madara's combat prowess and assess his level as a ninja. Although 3 years ago Mark infiltrated Shimada Raku's domain and eliminated 3 jonin from the great nations, along with many exceptional samurai including Ikatsu, the present circumstances differ greatly. Following that incident, both the guards surrounding the daimyo and those by Shimada Raku have undergone rigorous training. Ikatsu has also spent a year honing his skills by slaying rogue ninjas from other nations. Consequently, the prowess of all the samurai has significantly improved. They need not fear the ninja any longer. The squad leader's first blade was deftly evaded by Uchiha Obito, yet his second strike failed to meet its intended target. In a swift motion, Uchiha Obito grasped the hilt of the squad leader's initial sword, forcefully wresting it from the leader's grip. He then struck the squad leader's forehead with the hilt of the sword. A cry of agony escaped the squad leader as he collapsed to the ground. Uchiha Obito carelessly discarded the sword, uttering a dismissive command, "Get lost." How infuriating. "What do you take us for?" Another warrior, summoning his courage, approached Uchiha Obito. However, a mere glare from Uchiha Obito caused the warrior to fall prostrate. Silence ensued. No one dared to advance, as they collectively sensed an overwhelming and terrifying aura. The dread of death immobilized them all. The grand door of the mansion creaked open, and Ichikage emerged, having grasped the formidable strength of his adversary. Yet, the samurai code dictates that one must advance fearlessly, regardless of the enemy's might. Only amidst the clash of blades can one emerge as the strongest warrior. Ichikage steeled himself, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to unsheathe it. Uchiha Obito approached him slowly. His Sharingan glimmered like the eyes of a demon, yet Ichikage remained undaunted, determined to slay the demon and prove his prowess. With a swift motion, he executed a draw and slash, a technique renowned as the fastest of the modern era. To the untrained eye, Ichikage's movement was a blur, yet to Uchiha Obito, it appeared tortuously slow. Uchiha Obito had augmented his body to possess 4 eyes, enhancing his visual acuity. The Mangekyo Sharingan, activated by Mark, amplified his ocular prowess. His reaction speed now surpassed twice that of his living self, transcending human limits. Even if Ichikage's strike was swift, he remained human, while Uchiha Obito had surpassed humanity, evolving into a being of tremendous power. Without even a significant evasion, Uchiha Obito merely tilted his body slightly and gently pushed Ichikage's shoulder, causing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. Uchiha Obito walked into the mansion as if Ichikage were inconsequential. How infuriating. Ichikage immediately pivoted to continue his assault, though he understood the vast chasm separating him from Uchiha Obito. The dignity of a warrior forbade him from succumbing to despair after a single missed strike. Ichikage swung his blade once more, though he believed his resolve remained intact. This strike lacked finesse. His subconscious had already conceded defeat, rendering this blow merely the simplest of attempts. Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the turmoil around him, calmly advancing forward, his blade missing its mark due to insufficient distance. Ichiro was engulfed in utter despair, standing there as if his very soul had departed. Madara swiftly approached the chamber where Shimada Ramu and the daimyo of the Iron Country resided. The two samurai stationed at the entrance fell without making a move, overwhelmed by his presence. Though Shimada Ramu felt a surge of anxiety, the assurance of his immortal nature lent him some confidence. However, the daimyo of the Iron Country could no longer remain composed, desperately calling for guards. Yet, the warriors who rushed to his aid found themselves paralyzed by the aura of death emanating from Madara, lacking even the courage to draw near, standing frozen with trepidation. Madara disregarded the others, focusing solely on Shimada Ramu, stating, "I find you quite intriguing. Let us have a proper conversation." Despite his facade of calmness, beads of sweat streamed down Ramu's face. "Guard! Guard!" The daimyo continued to shout in panic. With a slight smile, Madara remarked, "It is rather noisy here," before extending his hand toward the daimyo. In a swift motion, he executed a draw cut. A flash of steel sliced through the air. Yet Madara retracted his hand just before the blade could connect. He turned his gaze to Ichiro, taken aback by the latter's audacity to strike. Ichiro's face was etched with terror, yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. The anthem of humanity is a song of courage, and the greatness of humanity lies in its bravery. I, Ichiro, the foremost warrior of the Iron Country, shall not falter. With trembling hands, he gripped his katana and charged at Madara. How intriguing! Madara's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration. Initially, he had come merely to converse with Shimada Ramu and to incorporate the Iron Country into his domain, but unexpectedly, he encountered a warrior of considerable potential. "You are worthy to join my ranks." With that, Madara delivered a powerful kick that sent Ichiro flying. Months later, the new daimyo of the Iron Country was appointed, Shimada Ramu, who ascended to power by exposing the crimes of the former daimyo. Among those transgressions was the accusation against Mark of the Leaf Village, who was wrongfully deemed the perpetrator behind the deaths of the other 3 villages' elite shinobi. The former daimyo confessed his own sins before the world, and for the sake of justice, Shimada Ramu executed him publicly, thereby assuming the position of the new daimyo of the Iron Country. As restitution, Ramu pledged a substantial sum to the 4 ninja villages to compensate for the losses incurred by their shinobi. Mark was acquitted, and the Leaf Village rescinded his status as a rogue ninja. Upon hearing this news, the Wind Country promptly dispatched an additional 2,000 shinobi to the battlefield, while the Fire Country urgently reinforced its ranks with another 1,000. The months of warfare had alerted the smaller nations and segments of the populace to the impending conflict, resulting in a decrease in missions for both the Leaf and Sand villages. Having endured the ravages of the Second Great Ninja War, the populace understood that expending resources to send protectors would only deplete their nation's reserve of ninjas, prolonging the conflict. The only path to swiftly restoring their tranquil lives lay in a rapid conclusion to the war. The initial wave of ninjas from Konoha, led by the Hyuga clan, engaged in a fierce struggle with Sunagakure, resulting in approximately 1/3 casualties on both sides. Subsequently, a second wave of ninjas infiltrated the Land of Rivers. Uchiha Fugaku, the strongest of the Uchiha clan, entered the battlefield, accompanied by over 100 Uchiha ninjas, with nearly every squad comprising at least one member of his esteemed lineage. In terms of observational prowess, the Byakugan, with its panoramic vision and the ability to perceive great distances, undoubtedly surpassed the Sharingan. However, when it came to combat capabilities, the Sharingan could discern and counter ninjutsu effectively. Both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were revered families within Konoha, with the Uchiha clan predominantly serving as members of the village's security forces, and Fugaku himself held the esteemed position of captain of the Konoha Guard. The might of the Uchiha clan was well known. During the previous round of combat, the Hyuga clan had valiantly fought with 2,000 ninjas against 3,000 adversaries, achieving a stalemate. Now, however, the Uchiha clan was poised to eliminate the enemy forces with 1,000 ninjas at their command. Fugaku opted against a pre-battle rallying speech, choosing instead to demonstrate his prowess through action. Upon entering the fray, he swiftly claimed 2 lives, and after regrouping with the forces led by the Hyuga clan, he charged forth with resolute determination. 3 ninjas from Sunagakure, wielding large fans, stood ready, yet Fugaku showed no trepidation as he surged forward. Wind Release, Gale Palm. With a flourish of their massive fans, they conjured a tempest, creating a vacuum that would ensnare their foes in a barrage of invisible blades. The ferocious winds were capable of repelling shurikens and destabilizing opponents. Such a ninjutsu, formidable in a single strike, was magnified when unleashed by 3 ninjas in unison. Nevertheless, Fugaku refused to retreat or evade. Fire release, great fireball technique. The colossal fireball surged forward, undeterred by the raging winds, akin to a hound relentlessly pursuing its prey. The air crackled with intensity. The 3 fan-wielding ninjas were engulfed in flames, their bodies igniting as the massive fans were obliterated. With precision, Fugaku launched 3 shurikens, each finding its mark with lethal accuracy. The second round of combat had officially commenced. A year had passed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. The Land of Wind and the Land of Fire had undergone 5 significant battles. The citizens of the Land of Rivers suffered greatly, yet they found themselves powerless to alter their fate. Within the halls of Konoha Ninja Academy, the youngest graduate in history emerged, mastering all examination materials by the tender age of 5. Due to his youth, the third Hokage permitted him only D-rank missions. However, he completed over 100 such tasks within a few months. Reluctantly, the third Hokage was compelled to devise C-rank missions for him, selecting those with extended durations to spare him from exhaustion. This prodigy was none other than Kakashi Hatake, the son of the illustrious Konoha White Fang. Such a young child should naturally be spared from the ravages of war. Thus, the third Hokage resolved to allow him to continue his studies at the academy to master more advanced ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had seized control of 3 nations: the Land of Waves, situated near the Land of Water, the Land of Tea, adjacent to the Land of Fire, and ultimately, the Land of Whirlpools. It was only upon gaining dominion over the Land of Whirlpools that the third Hokage became aware of the aggressive expansion of the Land of Water, prompting him to dispatch 500 Chunin to fortify the borders. A substantial contingent of elite ninjas was deployed, and for the lower-ranked ninjas, promotion to Chunin amidst the chaos of war was a plausible endeavor, albeit fraught with the grave risk of death. As the second year of this conflict unfolded, both the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village, witnessing the relentless territorial encroachment of the Land of Water, could no longer remain passive. The Land of Earth commenced its invasion of the neighboring Land of Grass, while the Land of Lightning directly dispatched 5,000 ninjas to assault the borders of Konohagakure. It was evident that the Land of Earth intended to invade the nearby Land of Fire immediately upon conquering the Land of Grass, and the formidable force of 5,000 from the Land of Lightning was not to be underestimated. Konohagakure found itself embroiled in a 3-front war. Although the Land of Water had yet to inflict significant damage on the heart of the Land of Fire, their advancing trajectory mirrored that of the Land of Earth, aiming towards Fire Country. The majority of missions in Konoha were abruptly halted, and 10,000 ninjas were strategically stationed across the country, poised for imminent conflict. The war with the Land of Wind was also being curtailed, with efforts concentrated to engage forces at the borders of the Land of Fire, facilitating a more efficient troop deployment. The legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha were assigned to various battlefields. That year, Kakashi ascended to Chunin at the tender age of 6, while Hinata Niji reached the rank of Jonin at 15. The Akatsuki organization, led by Uchiha Madara, was already in formation, with Scorpion and a duo known as the Two of One Cart being among the initial members. Madara sought to recruit talent from various regions, including the 4th Mizukage, Chojuro, who, despite his youth, had already attained the rank of Jonin. Madara bestowed upon him the power of the 3 tails. Understanding that relying solely on Jinjutsu to control Chojuro would eventually lead to exposure, Madara opted for a more benevolent approach, seeking to earn Chojuro's genuine loyalty. Fortunately, with the support of Mark's spirit, Madara found himself capable of such compassion, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. However, Madara remained uncertain about who else within the Land of Water was worthy of joining the Akatsuki. Thus, he dispatched all available Jonin to invade the Land of Fire, contemplating those who might survive the war for potential recruitment. Fortunately, the number of Jonin from the Mist Village was limited, and Madara had only sent forth the available Jonin without missions, totaling 53, including the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the Land of Whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan possessed a unique ability, the Sage Body. Madara consumed a master of the Uzumaki clan, stabilizing the white Zetsu cells within himself. Both white Zetsu and black Zetsu had been entirely eradicated, and Madara had acquired the true ability to manifest his will. However, following the creation of entities akin to white Zetsu, he would swiftly eliminate them, having lost trust in the beings that emerged from his own being. In the land of wind, within the highest conference chamber of Sunagakure, all the upper echelons of the village were present. The sole agenda of this meeting was the election of the fourth Kazakage. Undoubtedly, the position should be inherited by Rasha, the successor of the third Kazakage. Rasha possesses the same magnetic release bloodline limit as the third Kazakage, and it is highly likely that he surpasses his predecessor. We ought to promptly announce the emergence of the new Kazakage, as this would undoubtedly rejuvenate the spirits of the entire nation and the warriors on the front lines, whose morale has fallen to a disheartening low. However, I believe we should deliberate this matter more thoroughly. Rasha's magnetic release is indeed formidable, yet the previous Kazakage was already renowned as the strongest in magnetic release. In terms of accolades, Rasha has not achieved any notable accomplishments in this war, making it challenging to gain public support. Indeed, we have not only magnetic release ninjas, we also have puppeteers, those skilled in scorch release, fan ninjutsu, and sand release. I propose we hold an election rather than an internal decision. Are you all out of your minds? We are in the midst of a war. When do we have time for an election? Who has the luxury to vote? Regardless, the third Kazakage has been missing for an extended period, and we must prepare for the worst. Therefore, we need to swiftly elect the fourth Kazakage. Otherwise, our village will be in chaos indefinitely. Let us proceed with an immediate vote. Shall we elect the fourth Kazakage on the spot? That sounds feasible. Leaf Warehouse, please summon the host of the One Tail. As the most potent weapon of our village, he is entitled to select his leader. Understood. The young female ninja, Leaf Warehouse, exited the conference room. A true kunoichi. She was capable of any task for the village, possessing a curvaceous figure. Her hair was deep brown on the upper half, while the lower half was dyed orange, giving her a distinctive appearance. The scorch release previously mentioned refers to her ability. Her scorch release can entirely evaporate the moisture from an enemy's body, and in mere seconds, she can transform them into a mummy. Despite her tender age of 16, she had accomplished much during the latter part of the Third Shinobi World War and now held the rank of Special Jonin. Once the war concludes, she would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Jonin. Leaf Warehouse had no aspirations for the position of Kazakage. As she understood her youth meant, she still had room for growth. Should she become Kazakage, her opportunities for training would diminish significantly due to the responsibilities of state affairs. Lost in thought, Leaf Warehouse arrived at the towering structure where the host of the One Tail was confined. Although referred to as a tower, it was merely a single story built tall, making those inside feel as if they were in a well. She opened the door to find a frail old monk seated within, chanting prayers. Lord Funboku, the election for the new Kazakage is about to commence. Please come to the conference room to cast your vote, Leaf Warehouse said with a gentle smile. Funboku extended his hand, shaking his head lightly. No need. It's merely a matter of counting me among the numbers. They sent you here likely to prevent competition, didn't they? I have been a host since birth. The first Kazakage sealed the One Tail within me. I have encountered both the second and third Kazakage, and it seems I am destined to witness the birth of the fourth Kazakage. I wonder if I shall live to see the fifth. Funboku chuckled, and Leaf Warehouse understood that he would not be able to vote. She could only return to report this matter. Just as Yitsong was about to step outside, a figure entered. Who are you? Yitsong looked at the person with confusion, finding the face somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall who it was. Oh, you seem to be Yitsong from the Hidden Sand Village. Never mind. I'm not interested in you. I am here to retrieve the One Tail. The individual walked past Yitsong towards Finshu. Suddenly, Yitsong recognized the face. Mark. Wait. Yitsong drew a kunai and aimed it at Uchiha Madara. Without even turning around, Uchiha Madara simply delivered a kick that sent Yitsong flying. Although Yitsong had seen the movement, his body was unable to react in time. You are? Finshu exclaimed, gazing at Uchiha Madara. Having lived in this tower for decades, he had not trained in ninjutsu like other ninjas. Yet years of meditation and a spiritual connection with the One Tail had granted him some perception of souls. He clearly discerned multiple souls within Uchiha Madara. Just as he himself housed both his own soul and that of the One Tail, it appeared that Uchiha Madara possessed additional human souls within him. Before Finshu could ponder the reason behind this phenomenon, Uchiha Madara seized him by the arm. Oh, so you are the One Tail's Jinchuriki? A pity you are too weak. I have no use for you. Come with me and transfer your power to others. With that, Uchiha Madara attempted to drag Finshu away. Yitsong, arms outstretched, blocked the doorway and shouted, Bastard, do you think I don't exist? Oh, by the way, I wish to restore my clan and require powerful genes. Your bloodline limit will suffice for an experiment. Be my woman, and you shall become the queen of the entire world. Uchiha Madara spoke nonchalantly. Yi Tsang, blushing with anger, yelled, "How dare you insult me? Die! Scorch release. Overheating vapor. Someone's coming." Boom. Uchiha Madara instantly vanished. Yi Tsang's scorching attack struck Finshu, the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. No. Yi Tsang gasped in shock at the sight of the lifeless Finshu. Just then, several individuals entered from outside. Yi Tsang, we are here to inform you that the fourth Kazekage has been chosen. They too noticed Finshu's corpse, now a mummy, clearly a result of Yi Tsang's actions. And the regret on Yi Tsang's face confirmed it. Swish. The group outside swiftly retreated from the high platform. Though they were eager to question Yi Tsang about the situation, they quickly realized the gravity of the matter. The One-Tail's Jinchuriki was dead, and the seal was broken. Consequently, what followed was a deafening roar. A colossal monster burst through the platform. The One-Tail, Shikaku. After being sealed for decades, this enormous beast had finally broken free and returned to the surface. Damn it! What is happening? Rosha, who had just assumed the position of Kazekage, rushed over in fury, never expecting that within mere minutes of taking office, the most crucial entity of the hidden sand village, the One-Tail, would be unleashed. Damn it! Set up a barrier. The villagers must not be harmed by Shikaku. Rasha began to weave hand signs. Wind release, vacuous sphere. Shikaku unleashed a colossal chakra wind ball from its mouth. Boom, boom, boom. A tenth of the land in Sunagakure was obliterated in an instant. The deafening roar of the One-Tail Shikaku caused half of the village's residents to experience symptoms of deafness, leading to a widespread panic as they fled for their lives. Before Shikaku even commenced its rampage, several stampedes had already occurred among the fleeing populace, resulting in numerous injuries. Evacuate the residents. Assemble all the elite shinobi in the village. Magnetic release, sand gold. Rasha's magnetic technique differed slightly from that of the third Kazekage. While the latter relied on a special sand iron, Rasha utilized sand gold. Both transformed highly refined chakra into magnetic force. But Rasha created a vast expanse of sand gold akin to a sea. After mastering the magnetic technique, Rasha discovered his ability to attract gold, prompting him to scour the desert of the Wind Country for sand gold. His reserves had grown astonishingly large, truly resembling an ocean of sand gold. However, even with this abundance, he felt woefully inadequate to confront the One-Tail Shikaku. The immense bulk of Shikaku could not be fully contained by mere sand gold. Rasha's initial use of sand gold had already drained a significant portion of his chakra. He could only hope to slow Shikaku's advance, rather than truly restrain its movements. The beast roared, having been trapped for too long. Its exhilaration upon seeing the light again led it to thrash wildly. Yet the sand gold binding it continued to impede its actions. Wind release, vacuous sphere. A high-pressure wind cannon erupted from Shikaku's mouth. Magnetic release, sand gold burial. Boom, boom, boom. Shikaku's casual exhalation shattered Rasha's full-force attack. Rasha was still too young. Had he been at the age depicted in the original story, he might have been able to contend with Shikaku, but now his chakra reserves were severely lacking. Moreover, being inside Sunagakure, recklessly suppressing Shikaku could result in even greater backlash. Sweat dripped from Rasha's brow as he gazed at the fleeing villagers. He had to protect the village. At that moment, more than 30 elite shinobi remaining in the village had all assembled. Excellent. Everyone, wait for me a moment. I need to gather some chakra for one final strike. Rasha leaped atop a building to begin gathering chakra. Meanwhile, the elite shinobi commenced their counterattack against Shikaku. Dozens of shinobi simultaneously executed wind release, net technique. This technique utilized chakra to generate a strong wind that intertwined, creating an air net to ensnare the enemy. Despite its C rank level, the combined efforts of multiple shinobi produced an enormous wind net capable of enveloping Shikaku. Shikaku, the One-Tail, appears merely as a colossal raccoon adorned with intricate fabric patterns. It acquired the technique of the wind release, air bullets from the first Kazekage when it was sealed by him, and has since remained trapped within the body of the monk Fuku. Although Fuku occasionally converses with it, the monotony and despair of confinement have become unbearable. Now, it yearns for the freedom to live unrestrained, no longer wishing to be ensnared in a cage. With a powerful gust, Shikaku unleashed the wind release, air bullet not towards the wind net, but directly at the ground, propelling itself beyond the net's grasp and into another district. Damn it! Don't let it escape to the residential area. Rasha bellowed furiously. Shikaku had already descended into the commercial zone, potentially crushing countless lives, and it was imperative to halt its advance. If the tens of thousands of residents were to suffer, how could he, the newly appointed Kazekage, possibly govern? With a fierce resolve, Rasha unleashed the fire release, burning ash. Several fireballs erupted from Yakumo's mouth, not mere flames, but terrifying infernos laced with scorching chakra. A common person would be reduced to a mere husk in an instant upon contact. Yet, it was this very power that had led Yakumo to inadvertently slay Fuku. Overwhelmed by remorse, Yakumo found herself rendered speechless, compelled to atone through action. She was determined to exert every ounce of strength to defeat Shikaku. However, even the most potent ninjutsu, capable of obliterating ordinary foes in an instant, proved inadequate against such a massive behemoth. The searing flames merely singed Shikaku's skin, far less effective than the net technique employed by the wind release ninjas. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced filled the air as Shikaku's immense tail swung in rhythm with its movements. Yakumo intended to evade, but was caught off guard. Struck squarely by the colossal appendage, she was sent flying, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Rasha had amassed a sufficient reserve of chakra, magnet release, sand gold ceiling. He summoned a black water jug through summoning jutsu, a relic left by the first Kazekage, once used to seal-tailed beasts. Later, it had been repurposed to contain these beasts within human hosts for military utilization. Now, the time had come to employ it. Countless grains of sand and gold ensnared Shikaku. Drawing it closer to the sealing jug, Shikaku, sensing the familiar presence of its former prison, fought desperately against its pull, unwilling to return to the darkness. In a final act of defiance, it fired another air bullet, hurtling towards the residential area. Two elite ninjas bravely charged forward, sacrificing their lives to intercept the strike. The residents remained unharmed, yet two heroes fell. It must succeed. Rasha roared, pouring all his chakra into controlling the sand and gold. As Shikaku's furious roar echoed, its form gradually diminished, once more sealed within the jug. Exhausted, Rasha collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. The following day, in the highest conference chamber, all eyes were fixed upon Yakumo. Just awakened, she had been summoned here, as witnesses had reported her involvement in the slaying of the monk Fuku to Rasha. Rasha gazed intently at Yitsong and inquired, "What exactly is the nature of this matter?" Contrary to expectations, Rasha did not face public reproach for the events of yesterday. Instead, the populace expressed gratitude and were eager to support him as the fourth Kazekage. Fortunately, he had refrained from announcing his new title to the public immediately, as doing so could have dramatically altered the situation. Nevertheless, as the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Rasha found himself burdened with numerous responsibilities. The most pressing of which was the case concerning Yitsong's fatal encounter with Bunpuku. "It was my error, yet it was not intentional," Yitsong exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, there was an individual attempting to abduct Lord Bunpuku. I sought to intervene, but accidentally caused his demise. I propose we swiftly establish a guard to patrol the village. That wretch is likely to return. However, Rasha shook his head and replied, "No, that is impossible. The tower is replete with barriers and seals. Only the elite of Sunagakure possess the credentials to enter. No matter how unfortunate your mishap, it could not have reached Bunpuku within the tower. In light of your modest contributions to the village, we have resolved to appoint you as the next Jinchuriki of Shikaku to atone for your actions. What say you?" Yitsong nodded in agreement. "That seems reasonable. I am willing to dedicate myself to the village. Furthermore, you will soon be deployed to the front lines. If circumstances allow, you are to harness the powers of Shikaku. For the feudal lord has been constricting our war budget. We cannot afford to sacrifice more of our shinobi for such a trivial advantage. We require a decisive victory," Rasha stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, Yitsong discerned the grim reality. The village intended to send her to her demise, utilizing Shikaku to create chaos within the land of fire, thereby allowing the ninja army to wreak havoc under its cover. While this was a straightforward tactic, it was clear that Yitsong, as bait, was doomed, for she would bear the brunt of Konoha's most formidable forces. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yitsong sighed, understanding that all of this stemmed from her own fault. rather than allowing the enemy to unleash Shikaku within the village. It would be far more prudent to dispatch it directly into enemy territory to wreak havoc. I comprehend the task at hand. I shall execute it, she spoke slowly. Indeed, I will subsequently seal Shikaku within you using sealing techniques. Days later, Yitsong begrudgingly acclimatized to the presence of Shikaku sealed within her. Although she could not master its chakra, she had learned how to release the seal. She merely needed to bide her time until her purpose was fulfilled and she could unleash Shikaku. Yitsong was set to make her appearance in the forthcoming battle. Currently, the forces of Sunagakure and Konoha in the Land of Rivers likely numbered around 5,000. As the disruptions from the other three great nations compelled Konoha to retract its front lines. This provided Sunagakure with the opportunity to deploy Shikaku. According to Rasha's estimations, to subdue Shikaku, Konoha would need to mobilize at least 40 elite shinobi, including the legendary Sannin, using Shikaku as bait to draw out Konoha's elite. In doing so, Sunagakure could employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to counter the enemy's elite forces. Regrettably, it appears that we cannot advance further. At present, the pinnacle of strength within the ninja world seems to be represented by the third Tsuchikage, the third Reikage, and the third Hokage. Had the third Kazekage still been alive, he too would likely be considered among the strongest forces. Moreover, rumors from the Mist Village suggest that the third Mizukage has perished, with a mere child now assuming the role of the fourth Mizukage. If Shikaku were to penetrate too deeply, it could provoke the third Hokage into action, potentially resulting in Shikaku being easily captured. Thus, the primary objective of allowing Shikaku to create chaos within the Land of Fire is to redirect the battlefront back to the borders of the Land of Fire. This strategy would enable Raza to seize the Land of Rivers, establish a defensive line, secure that territory, and await the clash between the forces of the Cloud Village and the ninjas of Konoha, at which point the Sand Village could exploit the ensuing chaos. The future tactics have been meticulously devised. However, whether they will unfold as Raza envisions remains uncertain. Raza is aware that Yakumo is a commendable ninja willing to sacrifice for her village, and it is evident from her demeanor that she harbors considerable regret regarding the situation. Yet, Yakumo's words have taken Raza by surprise. Typically, one would not expect Yakumo to fabricate lies, but the watchtower seems devoid of any awareness of external presence. Ordinarily, the four elite jonin responsible for the watchtower would detect any intrusions, yet upon inquiry, Raza discovered that they had only sensed Yakumo's entrance, with no indication of anyone else. Therefore, Raza resolved to conduct a thorough investigation. Should there be any oversight, it would be too late to rectify the situation, as the damage may already be irreversible. The two nations have engaged in 5 significant battles, with countless minor skirmishes in between, resulting in thousands of casualties on both sides. However, the most tragic plight belongs to the civilians of the Land of Rivers, caught in the crossfire of these great powers, forced to flee for their lives. The impending 6th major battle is poised to alter the current dynamics. Yakumo, we shall carve a path for you. All you need to do is charge directly into the Land of Fire. Lord Kazekage will coordinate an intensified offensive across the board, declared a wind-style jonin to Yakumo. Yakumo nodded, steeling herself for what lay ahead. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosions left Yakumo momentarily bewildered, though unharmed. It was evident that the enemy had arrived. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The jonin who had been conversing with Yakumo fell victim to a shuriken that pierced his skull, killing him instantly. Yakumo hastily drew her kunai, searching for a target. Swish, swish, swish. More shurikens flew toward her. With ease, she deflected them, and then she caught sight of the adversaries. Byakugan. They are from the Hyuga clan. This could spell trouble. While Yakumo could face others without fear, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique could incapacitate her without causing death, rendering her unable to summon Shikaku. Yakumo thought to herself that she must avoid confrontation with the Hyuga clan. Turning, she unexpectedly encountered Uchiha Fugaku. Are you the Scorch-style ninja Yakumo? A pleasure to meet you. Now prepare to die? Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The searing flames surged toward Yitsong, who, in a state of palpable anxiety, formed a series of seals, an observation that caught Fuyu's attention. Scorch release, overheating vapor. Yitsong's fervent hands extinguished Fuyu's flames, an outcome that aligned perfectly with Fuyu's expectations. In that fleeting moment, Fuyu delivered a powerful kick. propelling Yitsong away through the very flames he had conjured. Just as Yitsong prepared to leverage a point of force to retaliate against Fu Yu, she discovered that a member of the Hyuga clan had already closed in behind her. Hyuga Tannen, eliminate her, Fu Yu shouted. The individual from the Hyuga clan was indeed Tannen, and due to his unique abilities, he could perceive the other soul lying dormant within Yitsong, the spirit of Shikaku. The one tail, should Yitsong be slain, Shikaku would inevitably manifest. Yitsong's trepidation escalated. If Shikaku emerged here, the entire strategy orchestrated by Raza, the fourth Kazekage, would collapse. Soft fist, chakra point strike, scorch release, overheating vapor. Tannen's mastery of the gentle fist was unparalleled, even as Yitsong enveloped herself in scorch release chakra. He adeptly identified her vulnerabilities. With a single strike, Yitsong's entire body succumbed to paralysis. Fu Yu swiftly turned to continue his assault on other adversaries. At that moment, several chakra threads ensnared Yitsong's form. Tannen recognized this as a technique of puppet mastery, likely an attempt by a puppet master from Sunagakure to rescue her. However, to Tannen's surprise, the one endeavoring to save Yitsong was not a puppet master from the Sand Village, but rather, Mark. Yitsong was seized into the embrace of Uchiha Obito. Upon seeing his visage, she instinctively struggled, yet her meridians had been severed by Tannen's attack, rendering her immobile. Tannen gazed at Uchiha Obito in astonishment. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Obito ignored Tannen entirely and vanished in an instant. Having gleaned from Mark's memories that Tannen was also a time traveler, Obito had no desire to confront him just yet. In the 41st year of Konoha, the third year of the Third Shinobi World War, the disappearance of Yitsong, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, led to the complete failure of the fourth Kazekage Raza strategy. The war swiftly drew to a close, as the feudal lord of the Wind Country had rescinded financial support for the conflict. All forces retreated from the Land of Rivers, and the fourth Kazekage and the third Hokage signed a ceasefire agreement, pledging non-aggression for 5 years. However, while the battlefield in the Wind Country had concluded, the conflicts between the Earth Country and the Lightning Country intensified. Konoha dispatched thousands of ninjas to support the Land of Grass and its village. But the combat prowess of a small nation's ninjas was limited. Like the Land of Rivers, the Land of Grass found itself caught between the formidable forces of the Earth and Fire countries, suffering greatly. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Kumogakure paid no heed to the smaller nations, directly traversing through the territory nestled between the Lightning and Fire countries, swiftly capturing cities along the border of the Fire country. The ninjas who had previously engaged in battle with Sunagakure were compelled to return to their village for a brief respite before setting forth to confront the threats posed by Kumogakure and Iwagakure. In that year, Might Guy graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7. Kushina became a Jonin at 17. And Konin ascended to the rank of Jonin at 16. The reputation of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha continues to grow. Their prowess has steadily ascended to its zenith. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, through the sheer force of his charismatic persona and relentless persuasion, has ensnared Yakumo, who has now become both his partner and a member of the Akatsuki organization. In secrecy, he has also seized control of the Land of Waterfalls. The hidden waterfall village, concealed by a magnificent cascade, remains impervious to invasion due to its unique geographical position, despite being surrounded by 4 nations. Kakuzu hails from this village, which also houses the Seven Tails. However, the time to capture the Seven Tails is not yet ripe. Madara effortlessly integrates the hidden waterfall village into his domain, and currently, over half of the world's nations lie under his influence. The ongoing war among the 3 nations is fiercely intense, unfolding precisely as per Madara's strategic design. When the Third Great Ninja War concludes, it will herald the day Madara holds dominion over all nations. Hinata Tanida, weary, returns to Konoha. He initially intended to inform Tsunade and the others about his encounter with Mark, but fate has conspired against him, preventing their meeting. Now at last, he is back and can enjoy a respite, though uncertainty looms over whether he will be dispatched to the front lines of the Land of Earth or the Land of Lightning. Regardless, Tanida must devise a way to obtain information about Mark. Why did Mark abduct that blazing release ninja? Moreover, when their eyes met, why did he not utter a single word? Tanida is acutely aware that Mark's gaze did not reflect that of a stranger. There must be a compelling reason for his silence or a desire to avoid conversation. Could it be that Mark, enraged by the village's designation of him as a rogue ninja, harbors resentment? Yet, it is implausible for Mark to direct his ire towards Tanita. Furthermore, Tanita sensed something amiss when he beheld Mark. It seemed as though Mark's soul was fragmented. Was he mistaken? Upon returning home, Tanita reclines upon his bed, meticulously reflecting on the events. There lingers the unsettling notion that Mark harbors 3 souls within him. Shaking his head, Tanita concludes that only a subsequent meeting with Mark will yield clarity. Gradually, he succumbs to slumber. The ninja world comprises over a dozen nations, many of which boast their own ninja villages. Yet the strongest remain the 5 great nations and their respective villages. In terms of evaluation, Konoha, population 5 stars. Military 3 stars, economy 2 stars. Sunagakure, population 2 stars, military 2 stars, economy 2 stars. Iwagakure, population 4 stars, military 4 stars, economy 2 stars. Kirigakure, population 2 stars, military 3 stars, economy 2 stars. Kumogakure, population 3 stars, military 4 stars, economy 5 stars. In a comprehensive assessment, Kumogakure emerges as the mightiest, followed by Iwagakure, then Konoha, followed by Kirigakure, and finally Sunagakure. Given the 3 years of fruitless endeavors and the loss of tailed beasts, its economic standing may very well decline further. Iwagakure and Kumogakure are the 2 strongest villages in terms of both the quantity and quality of their ninja. However, they are acutely aware that the bounty of Konohagakure cannot be seized easily. Should they indeed consume Konoha, it would incite hostility from every other village. Thus, their primary objective in this conflict is territorial acquisition. They aim to coerce Konoha into ceding land. Iwagakure covets Konoha's vital trade routes, while Kumogakure desires its substantial population. Each has its own needs. The warfare among the 5 great ninja villages is the most direct, given their formidable military strength. In contrast, the surrounding small nations are far less fortunate. The nations occupied by Uchiha Obito are as follows: the Land of Iron, with a population rating of 3 stars, military strength of 3 stars, and economic prowess of 3 stars. Amigakure, with 1 star in population, military, and economy. The Land of Water, boasting 2 stars in population, negligible military, and 3 stars in economy. The Land of Tea, with 2 stars in population, 1 star in military, and 3 stars in economy. The Land of Whirlpools, rated 1 star for population, military, and 2 stars for economy. And Takigakure, with 1 star across the board. Among these 6 vassal nations of Uchiha Obito, the Land of Iron solely produces warrior strength, with only 3 possessing ninja villages. Uchiha Obito intends to first develop the economy, leveraging the economic capacities of the Land of Water and the Land of Tea to amass funds, and subsequently enhance the military might of the 3 ninja villages, using the Land of Iron as a concealed force. Uchiha Obito requires a robust power base, for he understands his own capabilities. Even as the world's strongest, he cannot hope to conquer all the ninja of the world. Hence, he must first subjugate the ninja globally before attempting to dominate the world itself. Obito has little regard for the other small nations now, save for one that piques his interest, the Land of Grass. Nestled between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, the Land of Grass is home to Kusagakure, albeit a relatively weak ninja village. Yet it remains a ninja village nonetheless. Uchiha Obito yearns to command the powers of all ninja worldwide, sparing none. However, this land has now become a battleground between Konoha and Iwagakure, and Obito is not yet inclined to seize it. Initially, he had intended to gather tailed beasts to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. According to Mark's memories, the primary reason for the collapse of power in the later stages of Naruto was the conflict between Uchiha Obito and Senju Hashirama, as well as the reincarnations of Azura and Indra in Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, which led to an extraordinary amplification of power. Yet, it seems that Mark's emergence has disrupted this cycle. Uchiha Obito has not perished, so the power of Indra still resides within him, while the reincarnation of Azura remains a mystery. According to Mark's recollections, the Senju clan now likely consists solely of Tsunade. However, Tsunade is indeed Mark's woman. Uchiha Obito chuckled. Mark's woman is undoubtedly his as well, thus shattering the notion of an arch-nemesis. In this world, he no longer has a formidable foe. Yetsong, ninjutsu level, special jonin. Taijutsu level, ordinary jonin. Jinjutsu level, ordinary chunin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount 2A. Hinata Tanino lay on his bed, gazing at the ninja identification card he had casually crafted earlier. Due to Mark's swift departure, he had not had the opportunity to create a new identification card for him. However, witnessing Mark's rapid hand seals led Hinata to surmise that his current prowess had undoubtedly escalated to an exceedingly formidable state. This woman was the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. Yet why would Mark seek out a Jinchuriki? Hinata understood that mere speculation would yield no answers. He must locate Mark. Rising, he approached the door and crafted a new ninja identification card for himself. Hinata Tanino, Ninjutsu level, Special Jonin. Taijutsu level, Elite Jonin. Jinjutsu level, Mid-level Jonin. Physical condition high. Reaction speed very high. Chakra amount S. As he scrutinized the section regarding his reaction speed, he realized it had reached elite levels. Yet he still struggled to keep pace with Mark's body flicker technique. Truly terrifying, Mark. You are indeed the protagonist of this world. Whatever you aspire to achieve, I shall support you. Stepping beyond his threshold, Hinata set out to continue his missions. However, just after taking a single step, he beheld a familiar group. Tsunade, Konan, Kushina, and Minato. Were they all strolling together? Hey, Minato, are you all working together? Hinata inquired, puzzled. Minato smiled and replied, Oh, I'm responsible for escorting the medical team back. They will soon head to the rock-hidden battlefield, while I will proceed to the cloud-hidden. It has been over 6 months since we last met, hasn't it? The war has dragged on quite a bit. Let me see how much you have all grown. Hey, Tanino, are you still fiddling with that ninja identification card of yours? Is it truly accurate? Tsunade questioned skeptically. Previously, when Shinjushuk was merely 3 years old, Tanino had crafted an identification card for him, revealing a chakra level of 3A, which was Jonin caliber. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade had dismissed the data on Tanino's cards as mere whimsical fabrications. However, Tanino was quite astonished, while he understood that Mark, as a time traveler, and Tsunade, an exceedingly powerful ninja, would produce an exceptional offspring. He had not anticipated that this child, who had yet to attend the Ninja Academy, would possess such an astonishing amount of chakra. Now that Shuk was training at the Ninja Academy, it was conceivable that crafting another identification card for him might once again leave Tanino astounded. Well then, do it. I am also curious to see how much I have progressed. I have discovered a method to improve the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps this year, I shall succeed in transforming it into an S-rank ninjutsu that conserves chakra. Minato exclaimed with enthusiasm. Isn't the Flying Thunder God already an S-rank technique? What difference does it make? Kushina chuckled. No, it is different. Previously, the S-rank ninjutsu was not only challenging to master, but also demanded a tremendous amount of chakra, thereby preventing continuous use. However, the improved Flying Thunder God technique I have developed will be significantly more difficult to master, yet the chakra consumption will be almost negligible. Alright, I am about to create the ninja identification cards. Several cards sprang forth from Hinata's hands. Konoha's Minato, Ninjutsu level, Elite Jonin. Taijutsu level, Elite Jonin. Jinjutsu level, Mid Jonin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount 4A. Kushina Uzumaki, Ninjutsu level, Ordinary Jonin. Taijutsu level, Ordinary Jonin. Jinjutsu level, Mid Jonin. Physical condition, above average. Reaction speed, slightly above average. Chakra amount S. Konan, Ninjutsu level, Special Jonin. Taijutsu level, Special Jonin. Jinjutsu level, Mid Jonin. Physical condition, upper middle. Reaction speed, slightly above average. Chakra amount 3A. Tsunade, Ninjutsu level, Kage. Taijutsu level, Kage. Jinjutsu level, Mid Jonin. Physical condition, steel body. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amount S. The 4 individuals received their respective identification cards. Minato smiled, saying, I thought my reaction speed was already quite impressive. It seems I have yet to reach the pinnacle. Kushina and Konan remained silent, while Tsunade, with a delighted expression, inquired, Did you not expect me to be this formidable? I am merely lacking in Jinjutsu and reaction speed. All other aspects are at their zenith. Because the identification cards can only assess up to the Kage level, however, Tsunade, I have yet to encounter anyone whose physical condition can attain a steel body without relying on ninjutsu. Hinata was somewhat astonished. Although Tsunade was exceptionally skilled in taijutsu, she was not a ninja specialized in body refinement. Typically, reaching the upper echelons of physical conditioning for an ordinary human is already terrifying. Yet Tsunade managed to achieve the pinnacle of physical form. Tsunade pointed to the diamond mark on her forehead and said, "It is likely due to the new ninjutsu I have developed. This technique is called in sealing, and it is an S-rank technique. It seals away all the chakra that is not in use within this mark, allowing me to draw it out when needed. If I sustain severe injuries, the accumulated chakra can restore my body." Everyone stared at Tsunade in awe. This is truly remarkable. With this technique, if one accumulates chakra over several years, they could become virtually immortal. Hinata could hardly believe the value of this technique. Indeed, it is worthy of its S-rank classification. "Konan, Kushina, I might be able to teach you," Tsunade said with a smile. "As for Minato and Hinata, if you ask nicely, I may consider teaching you as well. I think I'll pass. I am also developing new ninjutsu, and perhaps in 6 months, I will have something that could rival you, Lady Tsunade," Konan said with a hint of uncertainty. However, Kushina clenched her fists and exclaimed, "You guys are all developing new ninjutsu. All right, I also want to create a new technique. By the time we meet next, we must have advanced further. Well, then we shall meet again another time," Hinata Tenita remarked. He had initially intended to speak of Mark, but upon reflection, since Mark had not communicated with him, it likely indicated that Mark was not yet prepared to reconnect with his former companions. Thus, he resolved to honor Mark's wishes and wait for him to approach the group on his own accord. The 5 individuals departed, and when they would cross paths again remained uncertain. Hinata Tenita made his way directly to the office of the 3rd Hokage. Upon entering, he promptly stated, "Lord Hokage, I have encountered Mark. The land of lightning is renowned for its towering peaks that pierce the heavens, echoing with thunderous roars, hence its name. The rivers coursing through the vast mountain ranges carve intricate coastlines at their mouths. The nation is also home to numerous hot spring regions. The ninja village of the Land of Lightning, known as Kumogakure, reveres both swordsmanship and physical combat, with each successive Raikage being a formidable practitioner of taijutsu. Furthermore, each Raikage inherits the name A, and each has a partner whose surname is Bai. The current individual is named Brubi, who is also the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. Kumogakure is also home to another Jinchuriki, a girl named Yuki, who is the host of the 2 Tails, Nakomata. However, she is merely 5 years old, and due to the nature of her tailed beast, gathering chakra has proven to be quite arduous for her. The burden of being a Jinchuriki brings her considerable strife, as many fear her due to the monster residing within her. Yet Yuki understands that with diligent control over the tailed beast's power, she will ultimately gain the acceptance of her village. Sitting cross-legged in a secret training room constructed specifically for her by the Raikage, Yuki attuned herself to the rhythm of her chakra, free from any interruptions. Suddenly, with a sharp intake of breath, Yuki's eyes flew open to reveal a man standing before her. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, instinctively drawing a kunai, needing both hands due to her small stature. She recognized that this was a stranger. If he were a newly assigned ninja, he would have been introduced by the 3rd Raikage himself. Yuki had already concluded that the individual before her was an adversary, and it was evident that his intentions were directed at her. What could he desire? To eliminate her and incite the 2 Tails eruption, or to seize her for himself? Even at her tender age, Yuki grasped the significance of her nation and village, and she would not surrender easily. Even if she were to be defeated, she would ensure that she inflicted harm upon her foe, leaving clues for the Raikage. "My name is of little consequence. From this day forth, you shall be mine, Yuki. I will bestow upon you power and assist you in safeguarding all that you hold dear." The man before her was none other than Uchiha Madara. He approached Yuki slowly, the crimson hue of his Sharingan flaring to life, and he perceived her fear as well as her resolve. A person's determination and her trepidation are not mutually exclusive. Such individuals are regarded as true warriors in Madara's eyes. This child possessed the potential of a strong contender. Thus Madara found no need to eliminate her in search of another Jinchuriki. He aimed to claim her for himself. "Stay back," Yuki shouted defiantly. In the blink of an eye, the wooden figure was bound and gagged by Uchiha Madara, who secured its mouth with tape. "I have no fondness for the profession of kidnapping. Thus, upon arrival, I shall release you. It would be wise for you not to dart about." Uchiha Madara stepped through the doorway. "You had best set that girl down. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet your demise." Burubi brandished his katana, directing its point at Uchiha Madara. Madara shook his head and replied, "It appears we have been discovered, but what of it?" At that moment, Madara turned to see the 3rd Raikage standing not far behind him, with Burubi positioned ahead. "I feel as though I have seen your face before." Were you not involved in the conspiracy of the Land of Iron several years ago, Mark? The third Raikage inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Oh, you have recognized me. And what of it? Madara retorted with an air of arrogance. He glanced at both men, contemplating that capturing the wooden figure would pose no challenge. However, he suddenly grew curious about the might of the current ninja world's strongest force, aside from himself. Thus, he tossed the wooden figure back into the room, intending to engage the two in a playful manner. Just as the wooden figure was released, before it could even touch the ground, the third Raikage and Barubi raised their arms, their limbs acting like a colossal pair of pincers, capturing Madara's head between them. Lightning release, thunderplow. This was a legendary technique passed down through the AB combination, executed by both men simultaneously on a single target from opposing directions, twisting the opponent's head with equal force. Crack! In less than half a second after the wooden figure was thrown, Madara's head was forcefully twisted off by the two. The severed head thudded heavily to the ground, and the wooden figure fell with a resounding thump. Barubi rushed to untie the wooden figure, and at that moment, the third Raikage discerned Madara's true nature. He was merely a puppet. This is dire. It's a decoy. Barubi. Boom. A tremendous surge of energy obliterated the entire structure. Barubi, cradling the wooden figure, dashed out just as the house collapsed. The powerful energy gradually coalesced, ultimately taking the form of a giant's upper body. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara rarefied the use of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Haha. Splendid. Few have provoked me to activate my Mangekyo Sharingan. Let me indulge in this rarity. How infuriating. He is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Damn Konoha. They dare to send assassins after Barubi. You take the wooden figure to safety. I shall deal with him. Fortunately, there are no nearby residents, allowing me to unleash my full power. Yes. Barubi uttered no further words. He understood that he was not yet capable of fully harnessing the power of the Eight Tails. Engaging in a war of attrition would only lead to chaos if the Eight Tails were to unleash its fury. The immediate priority was to distance the two Jinchuriki from the battlefield. Madara regarded the third Raikage with exhilaration. Indeed, he was the strongest force in the ninja world, at least the strongest apart from Madara himself. However, to compel him to employ Susanoo was ample proof of the third Raikage's prowess. Lightning release, chakra mode. Although this is a B-rank ninjutsu, the effects it manifests can vary significantly depending on the individual wielding it. By concentrating lightning release chakra throughout one's body, one can envelop themselves in chakra and electricity, thereby activating their physical form, enabling the use of the lightning body flicker technique, and greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. Additionally, the surging lightning within can accelerate neural transmission. As the amount of lightning release chakra increases, so too do the defense and speed. The third Raikage's physical form has already transcended human limits, reaching a steel-like caliber, and combined with this formidable defensive mode. It is referred to in the original work as the mightiest shield. Aside from the third Raikage himself, no one can breach this absolute defense. The only method to defeat him is to deplete his chakra entirely, striking when he is weakened. However, this applies to all but Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is the strongest being to have ever existed in the shinobi world. With the Susanoo, he manifests a colossal energy blade and energy shield, prepared for a direct confrontation. The Hell Stab technique, with its 4 stages, extends 4 fingers, concentrating immensely powerful chakra upon them, possessing a penetrating power rivaling that of the legendary Kusanagi sword. Boom, 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 boom. The 4-fingered thrust collides directly with the Susanoo's shield. The overwhelming force pushes Uchiha Madara back, and although the power of the 4-fingered thrust is insufficient to breach the Susanoo's defenses, the third Raikage's strength far surpasses that of Uchiha Madara. Excellent. Very well. Now, unleash your true strength, third Raikage. Uchiha Madara proclaimed excitedly. Having not encountered a worthy opponent for quite some time, most adversaries simply fell before him. He had initially intended to gauge whether the 4th Kazekage matched the 3rd. Yet upon reflection, he realized the 3rd Kazekage was merely an easy target for him to eliminate, rendering the 4th Kazekage unworthy of his attention. However, the 3rd Raikage indeed represents the pinnacle of combat prowess in the shinobi realm. The 3rd Raikage possesses the most formidable body technique, the 3rd Tsuchikage's bloodline limit, and the 3rd Hokage's mastery of ninjutsu, while Uchiha Madara wields the most potent ninjutsu and jinjutsu, the Hell Stab technique. now with 3 fingers, instantly amplifies its penetrating power by 30%. Crack. The energy shield of the Susanoo begins to fracture. Haha, I have high hopes for you, third Raikage. May you survive until the end. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. With the Hell Stab technique transitioning to 2 fingers, the power doubles. Boom, 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 boom. The Susanoo is shattered. The Hell Stab technique with 1 finger forms the ultimate spear, a strike capable of penetrating anything. Uchiha Madara's eyes transform into the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Madara extends his hand, repelling the third Raikage's ultimate spear before it can strike his body. Damn it! The third Raikage roared in anger. Yet his body was still sent flying. The most powerful strike landed upon the ground, instantly creating a colossal crater. Uchiha Madara stood atop a high vantage point, gazing down at the third Raikage, proclaiming, "You are indeed formidable. Yet, you ultimately cannot rival my Rinnegan." The third Raikage stared in astonishment at Madara's eyes, the Rinnegan. The legendary ocular technique of the Sage of Six Paths. These eyes possessed the power to create and annihilate. It was unimaginable that the leader of Konoha, Mark, possessed the Eye of God. If this information were to spread, the third Raikage felt a sudden sense of dread. Konoha might elevate Mark to divine status, compelling other nations to submit. This cannot be. The urgent course of action is to assault Konoha. If we seize Konoha, then everything will conclude, and the Land of Lightning will emerge as the sole superpower in the world. However, I desire the tailed beasts. Very well, I shall leave one for you, while I take the other, Madara declared with arrogance. What? The third Raikage swiftly turned his gaze towards Barubi, who was attempting to flee. Madara was actually standing on Barubi, holding the wooden man aloft. Was the entity he had just battled merely a shadow clone? The third Raikage watched as the formidable Uchiha Madara transformed into nothingness. Incredible, Mark. Your strength may very well be the pinnacle of the ninja world. However, our Kumogakure shall not forgive you. Very well, Madara replied, and with a thunderous sound, he vanished with the wooden man. Enraged by the abduction of the wooden man, the third Raikage erupted in fury, preparing for total war. Previously, he had mobilized 5,000 troops, and now he summoned another 5,000. As thousands of ninjas surged into the Land of Fire, Konoha also urgently dispatched a significant force. Yet the third Hokage could hardly fathom that Kumogakure had invested such considerable resources into a war involving tens of thousands. Kumogakure's new duo, consisting of A and Killer B, also gained considerable acclaim in this battle. Initially, 4,000 troops were dispatched to confront Kumogakure, but with the looming threat of a massive army, the third Hokage could only hastily gather 3,000 reinforcements, led by the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, to temper the momentum of the A and B duo. On the other hand, the Wagakure seemed to have deployed minimal forces. Over the years, only 1,000 remnants remained to cause disturbances. Recently, however, a new star had begun to rise in Konoha, Minato Namikaze. Minato had refined the Flying Thunder God technique, originally devised by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, making it far more efficient and rapid, thus becoming a nightmare for enemy ninjas. Consequently, Minato was dispatched to deal with the Iwagakure ninjas. Being still young, he required more combat experience. Although he had already attained the rank of Jonin, the third Hokage believed he could grow even stronger. So he chose to avoid the most chaotic battlegrounds and instead train in the relatively easier Iwagakure front, ready to send Minato to the Kumogakure front should complications arise. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in his office chair, gazing out the window. With a sigh, Tsunade's son, Shook, graduated at the mere age of 6. Yet Tsunade appeared reluctant to permit him to partake in the war. Consequently, he was left to undertake simple tasks, much like Kakashi. Then there was my nephew, Asuma Sarutobi, who graduated at 9. Truly, the disparities among them were striking. According to intelligence received from the Umbu, the Land of Lightning had reinforced its military presence due to disturbances instigated by Mark in the Hidden Cloud Village. The third Hokage grasped his head in confusion, unable to fathom Mark's motives. It would have been preferable if Mark could return to Konohagakure. After all, during wartime, most of his provocations could easily be absolved. However, the third Hokage suddenly recalled that Mark had obtained Chiyo's puppet scroll, and by the time he departed from the village, his mastery of the puppet technique was already commendable. Although he could not yet rival the puppet masters of Sunagakure, Mark exhibited significant potential for a novice. Could it be that he had slain the daimyo of the Land of Fire? No, such a notion was unfathomable. Mark had no such need. Nor was he wrongfully accused by the daimyo. It was Sarutobi Hizashi's own decision to label Mark as a rogue ninja. Shaking his head vigorously, Sarutobi Hizashi determined that the recent outbreak of war had clouded his judgment. Though uncertain of Mark's intentions, Hizashi chose to believe that all of Mark's actions were in service of the village, for the future of Konohagakure. In the hidden mist village, Uchiha Madara, who controlled Mark's body, sat on a bed alongside Yuzakura. Madara gently stroked Yuzakura's hair and pondered, "How shall I bring about the destruction of Konoha?" With the one-tailed Jinchuriki Yuzakura, the two-tails Jinchuriki of the Woodman, and the three-tails Jinchuriki of Yaka, Madara had already obtained three-tailed beasts. Initially, he planned to gather all nine-tailed beasts to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, yet he understood that all beings must eventually face death. Continuous succession was the optimal solution. Thus, he resolved to refine the tailed beasts into pure chakra. A man donned in a conical hat, carrying 2 umbrellas on his back, entered the rain village, accompanied by a figure wearing an eye patch, an oxygen mask in his mouth, and clad in a rubber swimsuit. The rain god possessed a ninjutsu level of special jonin, a taijutsu level of ordinary jonin, an illusion technique level of ordinary chunin, a physique rating of above average, a reaction speed of above average, and a chakra level of 2A. The shade god had a ninjutsu level of special jonin, a taijutsu level of mid-level jonin, an illusion technique level of elite jonin, a physique rating of average, a reaction speed of above average, and a chakra level of 4A. Both were elite jonin of the Rain Village, having just returned from a mission, only to hear upon their arrival that Hanzo of the Salamander had implemented reforms in the village. They simultaneously contemplated that Hanzo had likely been assassinated. Hanzo was not one to initiate reforms. Any change in his ideology could only be the result of impersonation or the impending doom of their world. Nevertheless, neither bore any sentiment towards Hanzo. They were merely ninjas of the village, harboring no emotional attachment, as long as the funding for their missions remained unchanged. The two proceeded toward the newly established leader's residence. Within the confines of the gate, only 2 ninjas stood guard. The enigmatic figure of the shadow god whispered, "These 2 are not genuine humans. I can sense it. In this entire estate, only one possesses chakra at the level of a jonin. The rest are likely mere lower-ranking ninjas or servants." The rain god swallowed hard, his steps now cautious. The shadow god, a master of perception and illusion, possessed formidable mental strength, and his instincts rarely failed him. Despite the absence of any news regarding the demise of Hanzo the Salamander, it was evident that the current individual masquerading as Hanzo was an imposter. The crux of the matter lay in the motivations of this impersonator. If the intention were to seize control of the Rain Village, it would not pose a significant concern, as both the Rain God and Shadow God were indifferent to their leader, provided they received their tasks and corresponding rewards. Their greatest apprehension lay with those harboring ulterior motives. Suddenly, the Rain God halted, gazing at the imposing gate ahead. "Shadow God, I have a feeling I do not wish to proceed." The Shadow God, equally apprehensive, replied, "To have defeated Hanzo the Salamander, this individual must possess strength surpassing that of Lord Hanzo, capable of orchestrating such a deceptive ruse. We may not stand a chance against him, yet it may already be too late." What do you mean?" The Rain God realized that the ground beneath their feet was ensnared in a perception barrier. The moment they crossed the threshold of the estate, their every movement had been detected by this individual, meaning he was aware of their arrival. Fleeing now might yield dire consequences. Undeterred, the Shadow God pressed forward. "I have no desire to confront this individual, hence it is prudent for us to enter." Reluctantly, the Rain God followed the Shadow God as they entered the office of the leader. The door swung open to reveal Hanzo the Salamander, seated in a meditative pose, seemingly lost in thought. However, both the Rain God and Shadow God recognized that the figure before them was an impostor. Now was the time to decide whether to confront the truth or feign ignorance. It appears you are already aware," spoke Hanzo, though his movements were conspicuously awkward. A clear indication of a poor disguise. "No, this is not merely a disguise." The realization struck them. Hanzo the Salamander had been turned into a puppet. The two quickly discerned that the villagers likely knew of Hanzo's replacement, yet no one dared to speak of it. "I possess your profiles. Yet I am uncertain if your prowess aligns with what has been documented. Therefore, I shall conduct a test." Hanzo's voice was distorted, revealing that the puppeteer had manipulated it. "What test?" inquired the Rain God. Oh, if you prefer to forego the test, you may remain Jonin of the Rain Village, nothing more. However, should you choose to participate, a chance to attain a higher status awaits. The Shadow God, perplexed, responded, a higher status? We are already elite Jonin. Beyond that lies your position, leader. Though the words of the Shadow God were laced with skepticism, the final statement of the leader unequivocally conveyed his stance. Hanzo of the Salamander remarked, my position? No. I do not consider my current standing to be particularly elevated. It is merely the leadership of a humble ninja village. However, should you accept the test and succeed, you will obtain the power that everyone in the world yearns for. Ha ha ha, how amusing. I, the Rain God, am prepared for the test. Let me see what manner of being you truly are. The Rain God withdrew 2 umbrellas from his back, grasping one in each hand without unfurling them. The Shadow God cast a glance at the Rain God before lowering his head and stating, I apologize, leader, but I have no interest in a higher position. I shall take my leave. With a sense of disappointment, the Shadow God departed. The Rain God appeared unfazed. Although he was aware that his opponent possessed the strength to defeat Hanzo, the willingness to engage in rational discourse alleviated his fears. Status and power. The Rain God had believed that his current position represented the pinnacle of his authority, yet he was astonished to discover that he could ascend even further in his lifetime. Come now, the test may commence. What must I do? The Rain God inquired with excitement. Surely, the words of one capable of vanquishing Hanzo could not be deceptive, and the prospect of greater power left him momentarily dazed. First, I shall impart all the knowledge you must possess. Thus, if you fail the test, I will have the justification to eliminate you, Hanzo replied with a tone of indifference. Very well, please proceed, the Rain God acquiesced, a flicker of regret surfacing within him. Yet, as an elite Jonin of the Rain Hidden Village, his pride as a formidable warrior forbade him from retreating. Firstly, you should already be aware that Hanzo has perished. I have transformed him into a puppet, though I was not the one to end his life. The Rain God paused, momentarily taken aback, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. As for the one who did slay Hanzo, I can assure you that there is no one stronger than he in this world. He is the most powerful ninja in the current ninja realm. The Rain God swallowed hard, a spark of excitement igniting within him. He established an organization known as the Akatsuki, which now commands influence over 7 nations, the largest of which is one of the 5 great countries. The Rain God stepped back in alarm. Ignoring his trepidation, Hanzo continued. The purpose of the Akatsuki's founding is to conquer this world. Its primary members are elite among elites, and the candidates are exceptionally gifted geniuses. He has promised that once the world is fully subjugated, members of the Akatsuki will be rewarded according to their merits, not with gold or jewels, but with territorial dominion. Beads of cold sweat began to form on the Rain God's brow. He had initially thought he could rise to a position of influence within a great ninja village. Yet he found himself entangled in matters of world conquest. Although his prowess was already considered exceptional within the Rain Village, in the grander context of the great nation's ninja villages, he was merely an ordinary Jonin, hardly deserving of the title of elite. He was acutely aware that if he aspired to conquer the world, he needed to remain grounded in reality. The Rain God, in a state of agitation, nervously swallowed hard and said, Well, I shall refrain from such arrogance. I believe it would be prudent for me to obediently serve as your loyal dog here. The ambition of world domination is beyond my capabilities. Panic began to envelop the Rain God, despite the assertion that the one who had slain Hanzo of the Salamander was not him. The Rain God understood that this puppeteer was certainly not a weakling. The individual capable of defeating Hanzo had entrusted the Rain Village to this puppeteer, affirming his strength. Oh, by the way, are you a full-fledged member of the Akatsuki or merely a candidate? The Rain God sought to divert the opponent's attention and hastily make his exit. Feeling the atmosphere grow increasingly oppressive, the puppeteer was none other than Sasori. Now 16, Sasori had undergone significant physical development and had transformed himself into a human puppet. Although his strength had not yet reached the heights depicted in the original narrative, he had matured to a perilously formidable level. Sasori's abilities were classified as follows: Ninjutsu, Elite Jonin; Taijutsu, Ordinary Chunin; Jinjutsu, Barely Chunin; Physical quality, above average; Reaction speed, slightly above average; Chakra quantity, 3A. While, at a glance, Sasori's attributes may not have completely overshadowed those of the Rain God, the true power of a puppeteer lay not in their own abilities, but in their puppets. Boom, boom, boom. Although Hanzo did not intervene, Sasori still deployed his classic trio of puppets. Despite having created numerous new puppets, he retained a certain affection for the old ones. The crow, the black ant, and the salamander emerged from the ground, prompting the rain god to laugh nervously. Did you think I would come unprepared for your ludicrous test? With that, the rain god unfurled an umbrella. Ninjutsu, explosive stone rain. The umbrella was filled with detonation tags affixed to stones. The rain god hurled all the explosive tags at the three puppets. Boom, 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 boom. The successive explosions raised the entire leader's residence to rubble. The rain god leaped out from the debris, exclaiming, "Ha! What a pathetic Akatsuki! So weak. From now on, I shall govern the rain village." Amidst the flames, Hanzo emerged and began forming hand seals before the rain god. "What? Aren't you dead? How is this possible?" Clearly, the rain god's understanding of puppetry was still at a novice level. Fire release, exploding flame array. Countless explosive tags slid from the ground and coiled around the rain god's legs. Realizing he could not evade the technique, he opened a second umbrella and tossed it into the air. "Damn it, let us perish together." Ninjutsu, rain of thousand leaves. This technique employs countless shurikens for a comprehensive assault, launching an umbrella filled with innumerable shurikens into the sky, skillfully manipulating chakra to make the umbrella spin, unleashing a torrent of shurikens upon the adversary. Its formidable power is capable of penetrating a 5 mm thick steel plate, rendering it an unavoidable lethal jutsu. The god of oblivion returned, and the severed head of the rain god rolled to his feet. He gazed at the once formidable Hanzo of the salamander, now riddled with over 100 shurikens. With a swift kick, he sent the head of his former comrade aside and approached the now lifeless puppet of Hanzo. Thud! He knelt before the puppet. "Lord Hanzo." Due to the recent explosion, several villagers of Amigakure emerged to witness the commotion. Oblivion knelt with unwavering resolve, as if truly before the real Hanzo. The mouth of the puppet opened, but the multitude of shurikens rendered it incapable of forming words. Thus, Scorpion could only convey his message directly. "You have done well. Henceforth, the governance of Amigakure shall rest in your hands until my return." With that, Hanzo stepped into the raging inferno. Oblivion watched as Hanzo disintegrated amidst the flames. Truly, he was the god of rain. Although the one vanquished was not the true Hanzo, in his final moments, he unleashed the most powerful techniques of his lifetime. Oblivion silently paid homage to the rain god, yet he understood that the impending blame would ultimately fall upon him. He picked up the rain goddess' head, raising it high before the gathered crowd. "Behold, this is the culprit behind the demise of Lord Hanzo. Yet, you have also heard. Lord Hanzo has bestowed upon me the position of the next leader of Amigakure. I shall lead our village towards prosperity." Scorpion departed Amigakure, arriving at a cave on the border of the land of rain, where a warrior awaited his arrival. "Yuichiro, I have concluded my affairs," Scorpion announced upon entering. Yuichiro nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, it is time to embark on our first mission as partners, to capture the Four-Tails Jinchuriki." Scorpion shrugged. "Very well. I have developed a new technique that may prove useful." As Yuichiro stepped out of the cave, Scorpion followed closely. Yuichiro hesitated. About that. I am a warrior and find it somewhat perplexing what use your new techniques may serve, but perhaps we should discuss our tactics. I will eliminate him. You shall carry him," Scorpion stated with nonchalance. "Oh, you possess such confidence in your new technique? We warriors consider the possibility of failure in every battle." Yuichiro remarked with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Scorpion smiled subtly in response. "Precisely for that reason, warriors often face defeat. Ninjas do not dwell on the notion of failure. For us, failure equates to death. When faced with death, there is little to contemplate. Thus we focus solely on achieving success." "That does hold some truth," Yuichiro conceded. "The Four-Tails Jinchuriki is currently in a nearby village. I gathered intel just a few days ago. Let us hasten, for he may not have departed yet." Akar glanced at the twin blades at his waist. Before engaging in battle, he always ensured his weapons were in order. "Hello, are you looking for me?" The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, perched on a tree branch, indulging in sweet potatoes. This was rather straightforward. Scorpion was indifferent to the reason behind Old Purple's sudden appearance. His mission was to subdue Old Purple and deliver him to a designated location where Uchiha Madara waited. This also served as a test of strength for both Scorpion and Akar. Akar assessed his abilities, Chakra control, elite jonin. Swordsmanship, elite jonin. Genjutsu resistance, barely chunin. Physical fitness, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra volume, 2A. Old Purple observed Scorpion and a car, then sighed. Did Lord Suchikage send you to find me? You may return and inform him that I have no interest in assisting with his invasion of any nation. I am now a wandering monk. Where I go is my own affair, so do not concern yourselves with me. It seemed Old Purple mistook Scorpion and a car for ninjas from a Wagakure, perhaps due to his recent departure from the village. However, he was not a traitor. He had left to wander the world, having disagreed with the Tsuchikage. Old Purple was not a warmonger. He took no pride in the Earth Country's aggression towards the Fire Country and wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict. Previously, he had been approached several times by individuals urging him to return, but Old Purple was stubborn, refusing to go back. Scorpion and a car exchanged glances. And then a car grasped his katana, slowly advancing towards Old Purple. Old Purple scoffed, that old Tsuchikage wouldn't send elite ninjas to find me. You too, mere chunin or genin, should abandon any thoughts of forcibly bringing me back. It appeared Old Purple had yet to comprehend the situation, at just over 20. Filled with youthful vigor and lacking in extensive combat experience, his understanding of killing intent was still shallow. Drawing slash. The strike was remarkably swift. Fortunately, Old Purple stood on the tree. To land a blow, a car had to leap. In that instant of ascent, Old Purple realized that this was not a technique from a Wagakure, but rather a form of swordsmanship. He hastily retreated, although a car's blade did not physically contact him. The blade's aura extending from his chakra had already grazed Old Purple's face. Damn it, are you trying to kill me? Aren't you ninjas from a Wagakure? Old Purple landed on the ground, rolling a few times to distance himself from the two, then shouted in exasperation. A car, what is wrong with you? You missed a prime opportunity just now. Scorpion observed the shallow cut on Old Purple's face. It was merely a small wound, and he felt a twinge of helplessness. A car also landed back on the ground, exclaiming, damn. I'm not a ninja. I can't leap as high as you. How infuriating. Since you are not from the village, I shall not hold back. Melt release, chakra mode. Like the third Raikage, Old Purple externalized his chakra, forming a chakra armor. However, while the third Raikage's lightning release enhanced his speed and strength, Old Purple's melt release enveloped his body in a layer of molten rock. Old Z possesses the rare bloodline limit of lava release, and the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure is also an adept in this technique. However, Old Z's mastery is unparalleled. For the Four-Tails beast, Sun, has been sealed within him using lava release chakra, endowing it with the same power. This connection has led to an evolution of Old Z's own lava release abilities. His entire body is enveloped in searing magma, enhancing his taijutsu to remarkable effect, causing anything that comes into contact with him to melt away. Stay away from him. Scorpion quickly recognized Old Z's formidable strength. Engaging in close combat would yield disastrous results. Iato slash. Without a care, he unleashed another strike. Yet this time, his katana was melted before it could even graze Old Z's form. Damn it. This guy is incredibly powerful. Scorpion hastily retreated, realizing that his Iato slash was utterly ineffective against Old Z. Allow me to handle him now. Scorpion summoned the third Kazekage, intending to counter Bloodline Limit with Bloodline Limit. Old Z gazed at the third Kazekage with a slight smile, surprised to discover a puppeteer among them. You two aren't from Sunagakure, are you? Without fear of any assault, Old Z charged toward them, embodying an invincible presence. Both Scorpion and Ichiraku retreated simultaneously, as the third Kazekage unleashed a torrent of iron sand. Old Z, puzzled by the familiar visage of the third Kazekage, recalled having encountered him during the Second Shinobi World War. He had heard rumors of the Kazekage's disappearance years ago. Could it be that the legendary figure was now before him? Impossible, how could this be? Old Z surged forward once more, quickening his pace. Magnetic release, iron sand rain. Countless fine needles of iron sand were launched at high speed toward the enemy, covering a vast area. With a prolonged duration that made evasion exceedingly difficult and possessing immense lethality. Old Z was struck several times by the iron sand projectiles, which, surprisingly, did not melt upon contact. The force compelled him to evade rather than withstand. Cursed be it. It appears close combat is no longer feasible. Then I shall resort to long-range attacks. Lava release, scorching river of rock technique. Old Z expelled a barrage of magma projectiles from his mouth. The overwhelming power of the magma forced Scorpion and Ichiraku to scramble for cover. Magnetic release, iron sand wall. A multitude of iron sand formed a barrier, intercepting one of the incoming magma projectiles. Scorpion intended to manipulate the third Kazekage to retrieve the iron sand, but discovered that the intense heat of the magma had fused the sand into a solid mass of steel. Casually, Scorpion summoned a puppet shell, declaring, "Ichiraku, take shelter inside. I am about to unleash my ultimate technique." Without hesitation, Ichiraku entered the shell, recognizing that he was unqualified to partake in such a battle. He was still far too weak. Seizing the opportunity while their vision was obscured by the iron sand wall, Old Z charged forward. Magnetic release, iron sand barrier technique. Utilizing the iron sand, he formed a large, spiked barrier in midair for piercing attacks, representing the most formidable form in terms of attack, range, and density. The relentless assault compelled Old Z to defend himself. Lava release, granite. Lao Z seized a patch of land and subjected it to intense heat to enhance its hardness. The terrifying sand-iron needle struck the granite, but failed to penetrate it. Scorpion, witnessing that even the mightiest blow from the third wind shadow could not vanquish Lao Z, retracted his third wind shadow and prepared to unleash a recently developed ultimate technique. Stripping away his garments, Scorpion revealed a body transformed into a puppet, with only his heart remaining in human form. He had compressed his original cellular structure entirely into his heart, forming a regeneration core, an exceedingly perilous maneuver. Yet those destined for greatness do not shy away from danger. Red's secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Scorpion summoned hundreds of puppets clad in crimson robes to the battlefield through a scroll. Each puppet wielded a distinct weapon, their movements controlled by chakra threads emanating from the regeneration core. Thanks to the core within him, even without direct finger manipulation, the puppeteer could reflect his will through the puppet's actions, allowing him to command hundreds with the same ease as his own limbs. The puppeteer's intent and the puppet's movements were in perfect synchrony due to their connection to the core. The strength of a puppeteer is measured by the number of puppets they can control. With merely 10 fingers at their disposal, one might think that was the limit. However, Scorpion had transcended traditional boundaries, mastering the art to the extent that he could simultaneously command hundreds of puppets, achieving the pinnacle of S-class puppet mastery. Lao Z gazed at the hundreds of puppets soaring above, a flicker of trepidation crossing his mind. Yet he was no ordinary ninja. He was a jonin of the Iwagakure. The Four Tails Jinchuriki. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lao Z's face as he murmured to the other presence within him. "Hey, Four Tails. If you don't lend me your strength, we might be in trouble. That last series of moves has drained nearly half of my chakra. Lend me a bit of chakra." Four Tails. With a whoosh, a surge of chakra flowed into Lao Z's core. "Thank you, Four Tails. It's time to strike." Lao Z charged toward Scorpion, unleashing his most formidable punch. Melt release, undersea needle. He concentrated all his chakra into an ultra-high temperature attack in his hand. Any defense would be obliterated by this single blow. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. A puppet erupted from the ground, seizing Lao Z's foot and dragging him down. This ultimate A-rank ninjutsu was effortlessly countered by Scorpion's D-rank technique. Lao Z's punch struck the ground, leaving a massive crater. Red's secret technique, 100 poison needle array. Hundreds of puppets formed a half-sphere around Lao Z, each beginning to unleash highly toxic needles from their mouths. Damn it! Lao Z found himself ensnared underground, with only his head protruding above the surface. He had no time to weave seals and could only concentrate the melt-release armor around his head. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of venomous needles rained down upon the elder, yet he was fortunate to receive the assistance of the chakra from the Four Tails, which allowed him to melt the needles entirely. Emerging from the ground, the elder found that while the needles had been dissolved, the toxins had transformed into poisonous gas. Although magma could withstand the needles, it was powerless against the noxious fumes. Upon inhaling the gas, the elder immediately experienced discomfort. The melting escape chakra mode was instantly undone, and he collapsed, unable to move. The true strength of the puppet master lay not in the puppets themselves, but in the poison. Scorpion retracted hundreds of puppets into his scroll, then released a cart from within one of the puppet shells, stating, "All right, as we discussed previously, I will take care of him, and you will carry him back." With that, Scorpion turned and proceeded toward the designated location. The cart, bearing the elder, called out after a considerable distance. Hey, can't you just carry him with your puppets? In the hidden mist village, Uchiha Madara took a bath and prepared to return to his chamber. However, upon entering his bedroom, he was taken aback to find Hinata Tannen there. Although surprised, Madara concealed his astonishment. Hinata Tannen spoke first. You first took the one-tailed Jinchuriki from the battlefield, then went to the hidden cloud village to capture the two-tails Jinchuriki. I came to the hidden mist village to see if you intended to take the three-tails Jinchuriki as well. Madara smiled slightly and replied, your deductions are correct, though there were some coincidences involved. I have already acquired the three-tails Jinchuriki, and the four-tails should be on its way. I did not anticipate that your base would be located here. I can see the one-tail and two-tails Jinchuriki in nearby rooms. Have you truly taken control of the entire hidden mist village? Hinata Tannen's tone was oddly calm, betraying no emotion. Madara replied with a faint smile, apologies, Tannen. I actually saw you while capturing the one-tailed Jinchuriki, but I did not dwell on it at the time. I had my reasons. Madara attempted to mimic Mark's tone, hoping Tannen still believed he was Mark. In Mark's memories, Tannen seemed to be a rather mysterious figure, yet it appeared that he was not the ambitious type. Madara's Sharingan involuntarily manifested, while the veins around Hinata Tannen's Byakugan began to throb. Uchiha Madara, Tannen suddenly uttered, causing Madara to freeze, his expression faltering. How did he know? Madara had only disclosed his name to Scorpion and the cart. While Yagura was aware, others, including himself, referred to him as Mark. Scorpion and the cart should currently be subduing the four tails. How had Hinata Tannen discerned his true identity? Hinata Tannen produced a ninja identification card from his pocket, clearly inscribed with the name Uchiha Madara. How could this be? Madara fell into deep contemplation, pondering his next move. Hinata Tanino spoke again. I possess the ability to see into the depths of a person's soul, Uchiha Madara. Within your current vessel, there exist three souls, Mark and the original owner's soul, which form a twin soul, while you are an independent entity. I am uncertain of your circumstances, thus, might we engage in a conversation? Uchiha Madara gazed at Hinata Tanino, pondering his intentions. Did he not intend to rescue Mark? Should he seize this opportunity to eliminate him? Overwhelmed by the shock of having his name revealed, Uchiha Madara momentarily forgot to conceal his aura, and an overwhelming killing intent surged forth. Hinata Tanino sighed. Do not entertain thoughts of killing me, Uchiha Madara. Take a good look at me. Shadow clone. It dawned on Uchiha Madara that the Hinata Tanino before him was a mere shadow clone. How astute. He had not anticipated Hinata Tanino's caution. It appeared that persuasion was the only viable route. Uchiha Madara regained his composure, forcing a smile as he said, Hinata Tanino, you are impressive and clever. Hence, if you seek to achieve any ambition, join me. I, Uchiha Madara, shall conquer the entire world, and you shall fulfill your wishes once I have attained dominion. Hinata Tanino merely regarded Uchiha Madara in silence. Uchiha Madara continued, Tanino, you share no significant connection with Mark, correct? I possess all of Mark's memories, therefore. Whether you choose to follow Mark or me, it is ultimately the same, is it not? So, become my subordinate, Uchiha Madara. I shall not treat you poorly. Moreover, I have merged with Mark. I am him, and he is me. A slight smile graced Hinata Tanino's lips as he replied, I have already devised a method to defeat you. Just wait. With that, Hinata Tanino dispelled the shadow clone. In an instant, Uchiha Madara's killing intent enveloped the surrounding area. Yakura, supporting her slightly protruding belly, stepped out of the room, her face etched with concern as she asked Uchiha Madara, is Lord Mark all right? Uchiha Madara retracted his killing intent and smiled. He approached Yakura casually and said, he is fine. I have thought of a name for our child, Uchiha Yame. In the 43rd year of Konoha, during the 5th year of the Third Great Ninja War, the Iwagakure battlefield had essentially reached its conclusion. Although Iwagakure had initially deployed a limited number of troops, their numbers had dwindled significantly, leaving only a few hundred on both sides to wrap things up. The Kumogakure battlefield, however, had intensified, with reinforcements pouring in, compelling the 3rd Hokage to dispatch more forces. The legendary three ninjas of Konoha, alongside the Yellow Flash, had become the emblematic ninjas of the village, while the Abai duo from Kumogakure was also enjoying its prime. In Konoha, Senju Karaki had remarkably matched Kakashi's former exploits, completing 300 missions in a single year, and effortlessly attaining the Chunin title at the tender age of 7. Furthermore, a large cohort of young shinobi had graduated from the academy, and this particular batch was crucial as they would face the harsh realities of war head-on. The Hidden Mist has finally taken action, albeit similarly to the Hidden Stone, by dispatching only a limited number of troops for harassment, rather than assembling a large force. Engaging instead in small-scale skirmishes. The third Hokage has sent the majority of elite ninja to the battlefield of the Hidden Cloud, leaving the Hidden Mist largely to be confronted by the lower-ranked ninjas of the Leaf. Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and Hatake Kakashi are led by Namikaze Minato. Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Fuyamanaka are guided by Konan. Senju Kurama, Uzumaki Yuki, and Yamashiro Aoi are under the command of Hyuga Tanida. The prolonged 5-year war has significantly diminished the economic standing of the Land of Fire, with enemies plundering its resources while the nation struggles merely to defend its own. The financial revenue of the Leaf has dwindled to a precarious state, relying solely on victories in battle to garner public support. The Hidden Sand is similarly afflicted, experiencing neither clear defeat nor victory, suffering substantial casualties, compounded by the already weak economic condition of the Land of Wind. Even after years of ceasefire, winning the populace's favor remains a formidable challenge. Ultimately, the fourth Kazekage has temporarily quelled some discontent through marriage. His wife, Karura, is a beauty and an elite shinobi. Having mastered the second Kazekage's secret technique, the sand manipulation, while possessing the bloodline limit of magnet release, together, their offspring are destined to be a formidable force for the Hidden Sand. The Hidden Stone has retained considerable strength and is rumored to be plotting a grand battle involving tens of thousands, but the Leaf is too preoccupied to take heed. Having endured unprecedented losses over 5 years of continuous conflict with the four nations, the Hidden Cloud has sent half of its ninjas into the territory of the Land of Fire. Upon witnessing the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara, the third Raikage resolved to obliterate Konoha entirely. He began contemplating an alliance with the Hidden Stone to conquer the Land of Fire, believing this would significantly enhance their chances of success, given Konoha's geographical advantages. In the end, the Hidden Mist Village, having gained control over surrounding nations, has experienced rapid economic development and a growing population. Uchiha Madara discovered key figures within Mark's memories: Kisame Hashigaki, Terumi Mei, and Zabuza Momochi, who were 12, 10, and 9 years old respectively at the time, but have since graduated. Madara has decided to masquerade as a Jonin of the Hidden Mist and lead the team personally. These three are poised to become future members of the Akatsuki organization. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara intends to begin the process of refining the Four Tails into a pure chakra core, which would provide substantial chakra to those who are lacking. From this day forth, I shall be your guiding teacher, announced Namikaze Minato, his radiant smile shining like the sun. With his golden hair and striking blue eyes, he possesses an appealing countenance, clad in a green Jonin vest over a blue bodysuit. His moniker, the Yellow Flash, stems from his brilliant golden locks. At the tender age of 19, Minato Namikaze undeniably exudes an aura of charm, radiating the warmth of a sunny disposition. Many young kunoichi in the village secretly cast admiring glances his way. However, amidst the turmoil of war, he finds himself devoid of the energy to reciprocate their affections, as merely surviving until the conflict's conclusion remains a daunting challenge. Minato has refined the Flying Thunder God technique, an S-rank ninjutsu originally conceived by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This technique necessitates leaving a mark at a specific location, allowing for instantaneous teleportation to that designated spot. Such a method, however, demands a substantial amount of chakra, rendering it unsuitable for frequent use. Minato has ingeniously altered the chakra's trajectory within the technique, thereby reducing its consumption. Additionally, he has transitioned from a pictorial mark to a written seal, while the former could be nullified by merely damaging the image. The latter requires the complete erasure of chakra from the inscription to be undone. By engraving these written seals onto his ninja tools, Minato gains the ability to maneuver at will during combat. Yet, the intricacies of the engraving process present challenges, prompting him to design a custom kunai to facilitate this innovation. Minato's abilities are as follows: Ninjutsu level, Elite Jonin; Taijutsu level, Elite Jonin; Jinjutsu level, Mid Chunin; Physical condition, above average; Reflex speed, exceptional; Chakra volume, 5. Perhaps due to the nature of space-time ninjutsu, he perceives a subtle increase in his chakra with each use of the Flying Thunder God technique, suggesting a transformation in his physical constitution. Before departing the village, Minato sought out Tane to create a new ninja identification card for himself. His reflexes have indeed improved through battles with the Iwagakure, although Tane remarked that he had already reached the pinnacle of speed. Nonetheless, Minato understands that levels do not define everything, and he is resolute in his pursuit of greater strength. "Good morning, Sensei," chorused Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara in unison. Upon hearing their greeting, Kakashi Hitaki joined in with a casual "Good morning, Sensei." Kakashi, a prodigy among prodigies, distinguishes himself from Minato with his versatility. He possesses chakra affinities for lightning, water, and earth, and despite being only 9 years old, he has already attained the rank of Chunin, having participated in numerous missions, occasionally teaming up with other Chunin for B-rank tasks. Concerned that such a promising talent might be squandered, the third Hokage entrusted him to Minato's tutelage. Kakashi, characterized by his white hair and black mask, dons a form-fitting black combat uniform complemented by green Chunin armor. Though diminutive in stature, he emanates a mature presence, likely due to the influence of his father. Kakashi's abilities include ninjutsu level, average Chunin, taijutsu level, average Chunin, genjutsu level, barely Chunin, physical condition moderate, reflex speed, average. Chakra volume, he has inherited his father's prodigious talents, demonstrating a well-rounded development in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. However, his physical capacity is somewhat limited by his age. Yet his reflex speed has already met Chunin standards, and his chakra volume significantly exceeds that of his peers. Uchiha Obito, adorned in sunglasses and athletic attire, equipped with a ninja tool pouch and a backpack, epitomizes a standard ensemble. Although hailing from the prestigious Uchiha clan, his innate abilities do not yet qualify him as a prodigy. His Sharingan remains dormant, and he has yet to master fire release techniques. This may, however, be attributed to his tender age. Uchiha Obito, ninjutsu level, ordinary genin, taijutsu level, ordinary genin, genjutsu level, ordinary genin, physical condition moderate, reaction speed, low, chakra amount B. Obito's prowess aligns with the conventional genin standard, yet his reaction speed is notably deficient, occasionally leading to lapses in concentration, an aspect that could prove fatal on the battlefield. Minato endeavors to safeguard them while also providing opportunities for growth. Noara Rin, with her short brown hair and large, deep brown eyes, complemented by dark red knee-high socks and adorned with red bracelets, is distinguished by 2 purple markings on her face. This young girl is also a talented kunoichi, seemingly endowed with a natural affinity for medical ninjutsu, as both of her parents are healers. Noara Rin, ninjutsu level, ordinary genin, taijutsu level, novice genin, genjutsu level, novice genin. Physical condition, low, reaction speed, moderate, chakra amount C. However, Rin has yet to receive formal training in medical ninjutsu, possessing only basic knowledge of wound care. Minato observes the trio, contemplating that they may become his finest disciples, 3 exceptionally gifted individuals. He understands why the third Hokage entrusted them to his tutelage. Now, for our first mission, let me see, wow? It's a B-rank task. After all, Kakashi has already attained the rank of Chunin, and since you are contemporaries, you should be somewhat acquainted with each other, right? Our mission involves patrolling for 5 days. Let us check your ninja tools before we embark, Minato said effortlessly. Their inaugural task consists merely of patrolling within the Land of Fire. Although the Mist ninjas have infiltrated the territory, the majority are likely confined to the border regions. Few would dare venture deep into the heart of the Land of Fire. Minato, not one to boast, believes that there are scarcely more than a handful capable of matching his speed. While the Mist Village does boast formidable adversaries, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen, Minato remains confident in his ability to lead his team to safety should they encounter such foes. As long as no one can keep pace with him, he can escape any perilous situation. That should be the case, and indeed it is. Yet, life is often fraught with unexpected turns, is it not? As Minato leads his 3 pupils into the patrol zone, they soon encounter adversaries, none other than Uchiha Madara, accompanied by Kisame, Tobirama, and Zabuza. Minato stands momentarily stunned. Teacher. Upon seeing the Mist Village headbands on the foreheads of the 4, he finds himself at a loss. Minato-sensei. Kakashi unsheaths the family heirloom, his short blade, White Fang. While Obito and Rin draw their kunai, Uchiha Madara, naturally, was acquainted with Minato. He pondered whether Hinata Hanabi had disclosed any information regarding him to Minato. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara resolved to test the waters. Minato, it has been quite some time. It was at this moment that Minato realized that his most revered teacher, Mark, stood before him as an adversary, having aligned himself with the Hidden Mist village. But why? Had he become a rogue ninja and been taken in by the Hidden Mist? However, under the current circumstances, Minato drew his kunai and stated, "Since we find ourselves on opposing sides, I shall dispense with pleasantries." Uchiha Madara smiled slightly and replied, "Minato, let me witness the extent of your growth." The renowned Yellow Flash, that must be you, correct? Just how swift are you now? Uchiha Madara regarded Minato with unwavering confidence, as if victory in this battle was assured. Suddenly, Minato recalled that the Flying Thunder God technique had originally been taught to him by Mark. Given that Mark was already familiar with it, it would be prudent to confirm its efficacy. Minato inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal onto his kunai. Although the current seal could be inscribed onto objects, its duration was still brief and had yet to undergo its ultimate evolution. Whoosh! Minato hurled the kunai along with 2 shuriken. In the next moment, he found himself embraced by Uchiha Madara, whisked away from the scene. Madara called out, "You children can play amongst yourselves. I have matters to discuss with him." Minato immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God to return to the kunai he had thrown, but in the next instant, he was back in Uchiha Madara's grasp. "What? Mark, how did you accomplish this?" Minato was astonished. Even if Mark could use the Flying Thunder God, it should not have allowed him to return Minato to his previous position instantaneously. Moreover, Minato had not even perceived Mark's movement. It was as though Mark had teleported him back without a trace. Yet, that seemed impossible. Even so, Minato should have felt something. Uchiha Madara chuckled, disregarding Minato's incredulity, and tossed him aside. Illusion release. Upon landing, Minato hurriedly attempted to dispel the illusion, only to discover that he had not been ensnared in an illusion at all. Could it be that he had genuinely been returned to his original position in the blink of an eye? Minato's heart raced upon seeing Mark's face. Now, witnessing his teacher's formidable prowess, he was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions. The tension made him sweat profusely. He looked at Uchiha Madara and inquired, "Mark, how did you do that? Is your left hand healed?" Minato scrutinized Uchiha Madara closely. Madara extended his left hand, a blade emerging from his palm, only to retract shortly thereafter. He smiled and said, "It appears to be healed. However, my left arm remains as it is, Minato." After this series of probing exchanges, Uchiha Madara was convinced that Namikaze Minato had not yet been apprised of his true identity by Hinata Hanabi. In that case, there existed a disparity in information. Did there not, Mark? Uchiha Madara internally mocked Mark's information disparity tactics, which had even deceived his white Zetsu and black Zetsu. It is only natural. When someone uncovers a secret known solely to you, panic inevitably ensues. The expression of Minato Namikaze seemed to regain some composure as he raised a kunai, directing it towards Uchiha Madara, saying, "Mark-sensei, although I would prefer otherwise, you are currently adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Mist village. Care to explain?" Uchiha Madara offered a faint smile, conjuring yet another lie. Minato and Madara departed from their disciples. Kakashi held his white fang blade, alert to the enemy, while Uchiha Obito nervously gulped, and Rin observed the children from the Hidden Mist village, who appeared to be of similar age to them. Although Kisame Hashigaki was now 12 years old, he remained a genin. In the original narrative, his prowess surged only after acquiring the Samahata. But presently, he was merely an earnest young ninja. Kisame's ninjutsu level was classified as above genin, while his taijutsu stood at ordinary genin, jinjutsu at novice genin, physical condition at average, reaction speed at average, and chakra volume at 3B. Kisame possessed a certain talent for water-style techniques. Yet his current chakra reserves were insufficient to wield formidable water jutsu. Nevertheless, he understood that he was the eldest among the trio and would have to confront the strongest opponent on the opposing side, Kakashi. Kisame drew a long blade, which, though somewhat lengthy for his stature, he had mastered to the point of wielding it with the finesse of a shorter weapon. Zabuza Momochi, fortunate to evade his grim fate in the original story due to Madara's intervention, did not slay all the new students in the village. However, his innate talents remained intact. His keen sensitivity to sound and exceptional aptitude for assassination techniques were as remarkable as in the original tale. Though the youngest of the trio, he might very well be the strongest. Zabuza's ninjutsu level was ordinary Jinin, taijutsu level above Jinin, Jinjutsu level ordinary Jinin, physical condition average, reaction speed medium, and chakra volume C. It was evident that as Kisame unsheathed his long blade, his opponent would be none other than the strongest masked figure. Meanwhile, Zabuza's adversary would be the boy wearing goggles. Zabuza produced a kunai, having already perceived Obito's anxiety. He was determined to win this battle. Kakashi understood that if it turned into a team fight, they would undoubtedly lose. Although he had attained Chunin level, Obito and Rin were still newcomers, necessitating a strategy of defeating them one by one. Kagami Mei, the fifth Mizukage in the original storyline, was only 10 years old now, yet her talents were astonishingly formidable. Her innate dual Kekkei Genkai promised a bright future ahead. Kagami Mei's ninjutsu level was above Jinin, taijutsu level ordinary Jinin, Jinjutsu level ordinary Jinin, physical condition below average, reaction speed medium, and chakra volume 3B. This encounter may appear as straightforward and brutal as a contest of horses between Tianji, yet it ultimately boils down to mere skirmishes among the lower-ranked ninjas. The crux lies not in their clashes, but rather in the confrontation between their teachers. Should the instructor emerge victorious, the subsequent outcomes will become abundantly clear. Kakashi and his companions are well aware of their teacher's formidable prowess. The Yellow Flash is not a title earned without merit. Nevertheless, a flicker of concern lingers in Kakashi's mind, for at the onset, it was evident that Minato-sensei was momentarily stunned, not merely for an instant, but as if he were frozen in place. The adversary may well be an acquaintance of his teacher. Under such circumstances, would Minato show restraint? Kakashi is uncertain, yet he must place his faith in Minato's judgment. Should their teacher fall in battle, he would have to retreat, ensuring that Obito and Rin do not impede him. It is imperative that he alerts the other Jonin about the enemy's advance. Otherwise, Konoha could face grave peril, for they are alarmingly close to the village. Kakashi turned to Kisame, saying, "Hey, big guy, let us engage elsewhere to avoid collateral damage." At 12 years of age, Kisame indeed stood as the tallest among the six, smiling as he replied, "Very well." Although Kakashi recognized the strength of his three opponents, he could not afford to meticulously deal with all of them at once. He could only confront them one by one, hoping that Obito and Rin could endure a little longer. The two instinctively moved aside. They found themselves in a wooded area with several narrow paths, and Kakashi and Kisame ventured onto an alternate trail, surveying their surroundings. An exceptional ninja must utilize every resource at their disposal effectively. Kakashi wielded the White Fang, a blade bequeathed to him by his father, the very weapon that earned him the moniker of Konoha's White Fang, a legacy of the Hitaki family's swordsmanship that Kakashi had inherited. Conversely, Kisame's swordsmanship was acquired at the academy, though it must be noted that the Mist Village, which nurtured the 7 ninja swordsmen, possesses a formidable swordsmanship that, while perhaps not as systematically refined as that of the Cloud Village, ranks just below that of the Cloud and the Land of Iron. Kisame brandished his long blade before him, declaring, "State your name." "I am Kisame Hashigaki. Perhaps we shall face each other again in the future." Kakashi raised the White Fang, replying, "I am Kakashi Hitaki. We likely shall not meet again, save in the afterlife." With a swift motion, both charged forth. Clang! Their blades collided with a resounding ring, yet Kakashi's White Fang is forged from a unique material, a chakra blade that can channel chakra. He infused chakra into the White Fang, marginally enhancing its sharpness, though this effect quickly dissipated. The two drew apart. Kakashi found himself breathing heavily. Despite his lineage granting him an extraordinary amount of chakra, the technique of chakra infusion is classified as a B-rank jutsu. That last maneuver, executed improperly, had consumed a significant portion of his chakra. It appears that mastering advanced ninjutsu requires further practice. Kisame glanced at his long blade. Despite having struck only once, cracks had already begun to mar its surface. It was evident that he needed to conclude this swiftly, lest he encounter complications. Kakashi hurled 2 shuriken, and instinctively, Kisame parried them with his blade. Seizing the opportunity while Kisame was occupied, Kakashi leapt onto a nearby tree and launched a swift downward strike. Kisame retreated rapidly, yet was still grazed, fortunate that the wound was not more severe. "Remarkably fast. It appears I am no match for you in swordsmanship or taijutsu, Kakashi. Let us engage with ninjutsu instead." Kakashi shared the sentiment. Although his swordplay surpassed Kisame's, eliminating him would likely require additional time, which could prove fatal for Obito and Rin. A swift resolution was imperative. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Kakashi unleashed his most potent ninjutsu, yet this played directly into Kisame's hands, as his water release could counter Kakashi's flames. Water release, water bullet. The clash of water and fire produced a fierce vapor. Despite water's advantage over fire, Kakashi's chakra reserves exceeded those of Kisame, resulting in a stalemate. After their confrontation, Obito positioned himself protectively in front of Rin. Rin, stay back and support me. I will handle them. Rin, though lacking confidence, replied, no. I am a ninja too. We fight side by side. Obito's cheeks flushed slightly as he solemnly asserted, I will protect you, Rin. Zabuza cast a glance at Terumi Mei and said, use that technique. I will take care of them. Terumi Mei nodded and opened her mouth. Water release, hidden mist technique. A dense fog poured forth from her lips, enveloping the entire area. Rin. Obito called out anxiously, unable to see Rin behind him. I'm here. Obito. Be careful of the enemy. If they are using mist, they must have a strategy. Rin shouted back, equally disoriented. A voice echoed around them. You two are truly inexperienced children. On our way here, we eliminated several Konoha genin. Although they were older than you, they understood not to speak carelessly in such mist. They still met their demise, but your deaths will be attributed to your lack of experience. Swoosh. A shuriken whizzed towards Rin. Obito heard the sound of something slicing through the air, but could not discern its origin. It sounded as though Rin had been struck. Rin. Obito shouted. Obito. Do not raise your voice. The enemy can determine our location by sound. Rin urged, speaking as softly as she could while retrieving a medical kit to tend to the wound inflicted by the shuriken. Yes, sound, after losing visual contact. It becomes the most reliable means of positioning oneself. Yet, it is too late. I can already hear the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. Once more, the sound of slicing air. Thud. Zabuza's short blade pierced Obito's shoulder. Zabuza was taken aback, for Obito had thrown himself in front of Rin. Obito, forcing a smile, declared, indeed, I too heard the sound of blood hitting the ground. With a swift motion, he drew a short blade and struck Zabuza squarely in the face. Thud. Zabuza was sent reeling from the blow. Blood began to spout from Obito's shoulder like a fountain. Obito, don't move. Let me help you bandage that. Rin exclaimed in panic as she hastily pulled out more bandages to wrap him up. No, Rin, there's still one enemy left to deal with. Obito gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, yet the wound on his shoulder was far too severe for a 9-year-old child. If not treated promptly, it could lead to lasting repercussions in the future. One more enemy? Do you truly believe you can defeat me with just one punch? Zabuza's voice echoed ominously from the mist, sounding quite furious. Despair began to creep into Obito's heart. He had exerted all his strength in that punch, yet it had failed to incapacitate his foe. Was it possible that his life would end so simply? Fire style, fireball jutsu. Whoosh. A burst of flames dispelled the mist. Kakashi had returned just in time, followed closely by Kisame. As the fog cleared, Zabuza quickly retreated to maintain distance. Casting a glance at Kisame, Zabuza remarked, it seems you didn't manage to finish him off. Kisame chuckled. This guy is quite formidable. Things seem to be going well on your end. Kakashi, standing with his back to Obito and Rin, raised his white fang blade and said, Obito, Rin, I have a task to entrust to you. Meanwhile, at the location of Minato and Madara, Madara stated, Minato, this is merely a personal matter. Minato was taken aback. A mission? Madara nodded. This is a task assigned to me by the third Hokage, to infiltrate the hidden mist village and gather intelligence. That is why I was sent to attack Konoha, to ascertain my loyalty. Minato furrowed his brow and asked, if the hidden mist village suspects you might betray them, will they allow you to enter the land of fire? Madara smiled, because I am unique. Uchiha Madara activated his Sharingan. Minato immediately crossed 2 kunai over his chest. The Sharingan? How do you possess the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Madara replied, because I am of the Uchiha clan. You may inquire with Tsunade. She is aware of this matter. I am not deceiving you, Minato. While I can use the Sharingan to create illusions to mislead the Mizukage, I cannot fully deceive them. I must achieve some results. Have you engaged with the Leaf Ninjas ahead? Minato's tone grew somber. I have encountered them. They are all dead. This was necessary to secure my identity, which is why I ventured so close to Konoha. The hidden mist villagers dare not approach this near. so I have no need to kill anyone. Spare us, Minato. Uchiha Madara gazed at Minato with his Sharingan, causing Minato to feel a momentary daze. Jinjutsu release. Minato broke the illusion cast by Madara. Though Madara had not genuinely attacked Minato, his ability to dispel Jinjutsu was indeed commendable. Damn it, Teacher Kakashi, you will not deceive me, regardless of your identity. I shall not allow you to advance any further. Unless ordered by the third Hokage himself, I will not relent. In the brief moment when Minato conversed with Uchiha Obito, he inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal onto 2 kunai. Whoosh! The kunai flew through the air, not directed at Uchiha Obito, but rather at the trunks of the trees lining the path. First, Minato needed to confirm something. With a flash, he teleported to the side of 1 kunai. In the next instant, Minato found himself tumbling to the ground, astonished to discover he was back at his original position. He then looked towards the 2 kunai he had just thrown, only to see them now in Uchiha Obito's grasp. No, this is not an illusion. This is reality. Master Mark, how did you accomplish this? Minato struggled to regain his composure. The Flying Thunder God technique, which had earned him the title of the Yellow Flash, had been effortlessly countered by Master Mark. Yet, the skills Minato had acquired over the years were not limited to just the Flying Thunder God technique. He had other techniques at his disposal. As he sensed the spark of determination reignite in Minato's gaze, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of admiration. It was through Mark's unique ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan that he could momentarily suppress the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet even when faced with the countering of his most formidable skill, Minato had not lost his resolve. This already qualified him as a formidable opponent. Uchiha Obito found himself contemplating the idea of inviting Minato to join the Akatsuki, but upon further reflection, he realized it was unlikely. Minato was certainly not the type to embrace darkness. He was akin to a beacon of light, one that, even if extinguished, would never be consumed by the shadows. I apologize, Master Mark. Since I cannot utilize the Flying Thunder God, I shall resort to other techniques. Rest assured, I will not take your life. I will bring you back to Konoha to confirm what you have stated with the third Hokage. Minato began to weave hand signs. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying by a punch from Uchiha Obito. There was no warning. It was beyond the realm of defense, as his movements were imperceptible. And then the punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. The chakra Minato had just gathered was dispersed in an instant. It is never a pleasant experience for a ninja to have their chakra disrupted while gathering it. His body froze momentarily, and he had to exert additional strength to maintain his balance, as the punch had rendered him unable to stand upright. Speaking of which, Minato, I suddenly wish to see what you intend to do with the Flying Thunder God technique. Is it merely to teleport next to your enemy and stab them with kunai? Let me witness your ultimate skill. Uchiha Obito tossed the 2 kunai at Minato's feet. In agony, Minato reached down to retrieve the kunai and hurled them at Uchiha Obito. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar technique. Uchiha Obito effortlessly caught one of the kunai, while Minato teleported in front of him and then to the side of the other kunai. At this moment, the second kunai was not aimed at Uchiha Obito, but rather at the space behind him. This technique employs a single instance of the Flying Thunder God technique to divert the enemy's attention to the front, only to instantaneously shift to the rear of the second kunai and launch an attack from behind. Uchiha Obito forcefully kicked Minato away and remarked, "Next time, refrain from announcing your technique." Minato crashed heavily to the ground, every part of his body aching. It seems that Teacher Mark is indeed formidable. Struggling to rise, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for Teacher Mark, whose absolute superiority and strength only deepened Minato's reverence. Perhaps Teacher Mark's assertion holds truth. After all, a person of such prowess returning to Konoha would undoubtedly earn a title even more illustrious than that of the legendary 3 ninjas. Yet, he remains obscure, undoubtedly sacrificing fame to serve as an undercover operative. Minato, lost in thought, began to respect Mark even more profoundly. Minato, I recall you once expressed your dream of becoming Hokage in class. Uchiha Obito inquired, gazing at him. Minato nodded, responding, indeed. It is my aspiration to become a beloved Hokage, Teacher Mark. Uchiha Obito raised his hand, interrupting Minato, and continued, Minato, I believe in you. I am confident you can become the next Hokage. So go forth, fight, and make the title of the Yellow Flash resonate even louder. Teacher. Meanwhile, Kakashi addressed his companions. Obito, Rin, I must entrust you with a task. Hold them off while I return to deliver the message. Obito, coughing up blood, exclaimed, "What did you say? It's already challenging enough for the two of us to contend with them, and now you want us to face three?" Kakashi nodded resolutely. "Precisely. If they eliminate us, Konoha will be in peril. One of us must return to relay the message. The instructor is trapped by the enemy, and only the three of us can deliver the news. I initially intended to hold off the three, allowing you two to escape, but it appears that my direct involvement has a greater chance of success. Damn it. Very well, Kakashi. You go on ahead. I'll hold them off." Obito stood up, blood seeping from the bandages that were not yet secured. "Obito, sit down. You haven't finished bandaging yet." In the blink of an eye, the three adversaries vanished, and Minato appeared beside them. "Teacher Minato?" Minato smiled wryly at them, saying, "It's all right now." He gazed into the distance. "Teacher Mark, I will not let you down. This is a tale of a spirited young man, set during the first year of the Third Great Ninja War." "Guy, you fool." Might Due landed a punch that sent his son to the ground. "I am sorry, father, I'm already 5 years old. Yet I can't even run 100 laps around the playground." Might Guy sobbed. Due, with tears in his eyes, replied, "Do not apologize. This criticism is not due to that. Do not apologize for your efforts. That would be a disservice to your hard work." "Father, Guy?" The father and son embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Passers-by murmured among themselves, "Look, this father and son are at it again. Is this not child abuse?" And those green spandex suits they wore look utterly ridiculous. "Thank you for your encouragement." Might Dai gave a thumbs up to the bystanders who were discussing him, prompting them to quickly walk away. "Dad, they weren't really encouraging you, were they?" Might Guy said with a hint of helplessness. "Listen well, Guy. Your youth has only just begun, and it will never look back, much like myself." Might Dai proclaimed, raising his thumb towards Guy. "As long as you strive diligently, regardless of whether you can wield ninjutsu or jinjutsu, even relying solely on taijutsu, you can become an exceptional ninja." He proudly pointed to the Leaf Village headband adorning his forehead. At that moment, two Chunin passed by, mocking, "Hey, Might Dai, are you spouting your bizarre theories to your son again? Haha, you truly are a tiresome eternal genin. Thank you for the encouragement, even in the face of ridicule." Might Dai raised his thumb and smiled. "Ah, Guy, it seems I have found my mission target. I will return shortly." Might Dai's task involved helping a wealthy individual find a cat, and fortuitously, the cat was right before him. He scooped it up and dashed towards the mission exchange point. The two Chunin entered an alley, and Might Guy ran over, picking up a stone to throw at them. "Ouch! What do you think you're doing, you brat?" One of the Chunin exclaimed, clutching his head in anger. "Don't treat my dad like a fool." Might Guy shouted furiously. At the Leaf Hospital, upon returning home, Might Dai found Guy's wounds had been bandaged. "Guy, why did you do that?" Guy turned away, avoiding his father's gaze, and stared at the hospital wall as he asked, "Why can you be so optimistic, Dad? When does youth end?" Might Dai immediately replied, "Youth cannot look back, therefore, it has no end point." "So, are you saying that youth never ends until death?" Guy glared at Might Dai, shouting in anger. "What are you talking about, Guy? That is precisely the moment when youth burns the brightest." Might Dai declared with open arms, his voice resolute. Guy shook his head and lowered it, exclaiming, "Dad, you're out of your mind. At death, there's nothing left to speak of youth, not even a whisper. What good is believing in these things until death? Those who cannot win still cannot win, just as I found out today." Might Dai fell silent for a moment, then reached out to gently stroke Guy's head. "True victory is not merely in defeating the strong. It lies in protecting what is most important to you until the very last moment." Might Dai said earnestly. Tears welled up in Guy's eyes as he lamented, "I just want to protect the youth that you speak of, Dad." Without further words, the father and son embraced once more, weeping together. Now, in the 6th year of the Third Great Ninja War, the shinobi of the Hidden Mist Village roamed the Land of Fire, engaging in rampant theft and looting. They no longer fought for the Hidden Mist. They had come solely as robbers, claiming no territory, only intent on killing and pillaging. 10-year-old Might Guy and 12-year-old Ebisu were both Genin, while 13-year-old Shirenui Gunma held the rank of Chunin. Their Jonin teacher had been slain, and despite their attempts to evade capture, the three were pursued relentlessly by the enemy. "It's no use, we're surrounded." In the midst of a tense confrontation, the enigmatic figure of Uchiha Genin wielded a kunai, a steel needle clenched between his teeth, as he regarded 7 adversaries. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly evident. The enemies had yet to eliminate them, perhaps perceiving this encounter merely as a game. Prolonged engagement in such a manner left no hope for escape. The three companions were already breathless and disheveled, and Might Guy, relying solely on his taijutsu, found it increasingly difficult to evade capture, while the chakra reserves of the other two had dwindled to perilous levels. How could this be? The legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had all assembled. Cursed fate. Hibiki was enveloped in despair, faced with 7 elite shinobi, the pinnacle of the mist village's might. It was inconceivable that their team would encounter them. The wielder of the decapitating blade chuckled. Even the younglings from other villages are aware of our renown. It seems we have indeed achieved fame. Uchiha Genin, in resignation, turned to his comrades. What shall we do? The three of us cannot possibly contend with them. Suddenly, a figure emerged to block their path. Might Guy's father, Might Daitai. At last, he had arrived. Daitai emanated a powerful aura, though he too was gasping for breath. Father? What brings you here? Might Guy asked in astonishment. No time for questions. You must flee. I will hold them off. Daitai's voice bore the weight of exhaustion. You expect us to escape? Father, they are 7 elite ninjas. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen. You cannot face them alone. Might Guy exclaimed, his emotions surging. This was a pivotal moment for Guy, where even the prospect of death was preferable to the loss of what he held dear. 8th gate of the lotus, the death gate, opens. A cloud of crimson mist enveloped Might Daitai. This was the 8 gates technique, a unique S-rank taijutsu he had perfected over 2 decades. Although a mere chunin, his conviction transcended his rank. The 8 gates technique consists of 8 stages, and the activation of the final stage, the death gate, signified certain death for the practitioner. Guy, we must go. Do not squander the opportunity given to us by your uncle to escape. Hibiki and Uchiha Genin forcibly dragged Guy away. Meanwhile, Might Daitai faced the 7 ninja swordsmen with a resolute smile. After the fierce battle, 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen fell. The wielder of the great blade, Kisame Hashigaki, the owner of the decapitating blade, Pakken Shizo, and the wielder of the lightning blade, Kurochi Raiga, survived the encounter. The remaining 3 fled in disarray to a nearby stronghold of the Mist Village, reporting the events and deeming Konoha too perilous, recommending a full retreat. In response, Apoy, appointed as the commander of the forces, dispatched a small team to recover the 4 lost swords. The team he sent comprised Uchiha Madara's squad. After a year of war and training, the strengths of Kisame, Terumi Mei, and Zabuza Momochi had all markedly improved, with Zabuza even achieving the rank of Chunin due to his remarkable abilities. Following his previous encounter with Uchiha Madara, Minato Namikaze gained new insights into his capabilities and resolved to take Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, as his mentor to learn the art of sage technique. Thus, he found himself engaged in the battlefield against the Hidden Cloud, while his 3 disciples were temporarily under the command of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. Due to her status as the Nine-Tails host, many perilous missions were not assigned to her, although she was a Jonin. She refrained from participating in the conflict between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Mist. Minato Namikaze, feeling inadequate to protect Kakashi and the others, entrusted them to Kushina's temporary leadership. Kushina-sensei, what are we to do next? Inquired Obito Uchiha, feeling somewhat listless. Previously, under Minato-sensei's guidance, they had embarked on various B-rank missions, confronting formidable adversaries, and subsequently undertook several more B and C-rank missions that were quite thrilling. However, after joining Kushina-sensei, it seemed they were relegated to trivial tasks, while the more substantial missions that delved into the heart of battle were no longer available. Despite Kushina-sensei's practical training enhancing their skills rapidly, Obito yearned for the real combat experiences akin to those with Minato-sensei. His dream was to become Hokage, to garner the admiration of the masses, and to win the heart of Rin. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi had all met at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi graduated early, while Obito and Rin shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Once teamed with Kakashi, Obito realized that this fellow was a prodigy among prodigies. Even with the Uchiha clan's lineage, Obito's talent paled in comparison to Kakashi's. Moreover, Kakashi not only possessed innate talent, but also outworked Obito. How could one pursue someone who was both more gifted and more diligent? Obito felt a pang of jealousy whenever he saw Rin praise Kakashi's prowess, even if Kakashi himself remained silent. Help! Help! Just as Kushina contemplated their next steps, cries echoed from a distance. The 4 of them rushed towards the sound and discovered it was Might Guy's team. Their an enemy. The 7 ninja swordsmen have appeared. My father is battling them. Guy shouted. Upon hearing about the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kushina's brow furrowed, and she swiftly instructed Guy and his companions. You 3 must return to Konoha at once and report this to the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, we shall proceed to provide support. Understood. The 2 groups set off in separate directions. By the time Kushina reached the scene, the battle had already concluded. 5 lifeless bodies lay on the ground. Might Guy and 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Their weapons were scattered, and the surroundings bore the marks of a fierce confrontation. It appears the fight has ended, Kushina remarked, her gaze fixed on Guy's body, which was a gruesome sight. Yet, she recalled that Guy was merely a genin. How could he have possibly defeated 4 jonin from the Mist Village? Kushina-sensei, someone is approaching. Kakashi raised his white fang to alert her. Obito and Rin also assumed battle stances, and upon seeing the newcomer, Kushina's excitement surged. Madara? Kushina exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Uchiha Madara. Madara, recognizing Kushina, contemplated his next move, while Kisame and his companions were equally thrilled to see Kakashi and the others. As Zabuza surged to the forefront, he proclaimed, Kakashi, last time, you chose the wrong opponent. This time, I shall take your life. Gazing upon Kushina's exquisite visage, an insidious thought suddenly stirred within Uchiha Obito's mind. Let these children engage in battle. We shall converse over yonder, he commanded with an undeniable authority. Kushina, upon seeing Mark's countenance, was rendered utterly flustered. Her mind incapable of coherent thought, leading her to acquiesce to Obito's words without much contemplation. Together, Kushina and Obito retreated to a nearby grove. At that moment, Mei Terumi interjected. It appears that both our villages and your village's elders have perished. Let us show some respect for the fallen and engage in combat along the adjacent path. Agreed, let us proceed. Kakashi, maintaining a cordial relationship with Might Guy, was reluctant to further desecrate the remains of Guy's father through battle. The 6 individuals made their way to the side road. After enduring a year of war and rigorous training, both sides had significantly enhanced their abilities. Kakashi Hitaki, ninjutsu level, mid-genin, taijutsu level, mid-genin, jinjutsu level, low-genin, physical condition, average. Reaction speed, average, chakra quantity, A. Uchiha Obito, ninjutsu level, above low-genin, taijutsu level, above low-genin, jinjutsu level, above low-genin, physical condition, average, reaction speed, slightly above average. Chakra quantity, 2B. Rin no Era, ninjutsu level, above low-genin, taijutsu level, average low-genin, jinjutsu level, average low-genin, physical condition, slightly above average, reaction speed, slightly above average, chakra quantity B. The levels of Kakashi and his companions had seen stable advancement. However, their combat experience paled in comparison to that of Zabuza and his allies, who had engaged in more extensive practical training. Kisame Hashigaki, ninjutsu level, barely mid-genin, taijutsu level, barely mid-genin, jinjutsu level, average low-genin, physical condition, average, reaction speed, average. Chakra quantity A. Zabuza Momochi, ninjutsu level, above low-genin, taijutsu level, barely mid-genin, jinjutsu level, above low-genin, physical condition, average, reaction speed, average, chakra quantity 2B. Mei Terumi, ninjutsu level, barely mid-genin, taijutsu level, above low-genin, jinjutsu level, above low-genin, physical condition, slightly above average, reaction speed, average, chakra quantity. Ultimately, this scenario unfolds with Kakashi, a mid-level ninja, accompanied by 2 low-level ninjas, facing off against 3 mid-level ninjas. A remarkable amalgamation of the legendary ninja Uchiha Obito and the Traveler Mark. Obito's mentorship had proven exceedingly effective, allowing Zabuza to effortlessly attain the rank of Chunin, while Kisame, having devoted considerable time to mastering water release techniques, had yet to achieve the same rank due to insufficient accomplishments, albeit his strength had undeniably reached Chunin level. Mei, possessing 2 bloodline limits, barely managed to attain Chunin level as well. Although they were not entirely certain of Kushina's prowess, it was evident that she was no match for Kakashi's esteemed teacher, Minato Namikaze. The individual capable of injuring Minato in their previous encounter would undoubtedly hold an advantage over Kushina. Kakashi tightened his grip on the white fang blade, realizing that while they need not defeat their adversaries outright, it was imperative to stall for reinforcements. Obito, Rin, heed my words, if my chakra depletes, Support me as we flee, Kakashi urged, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had devised a strategy. Yet it was undeniable that his chakra reserves were insufficient for sustained ninjutsu. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to try. How audacious of you to abandon us previously, only to now seek our aid. Obito, Uchiha scoffed. Obito, enough. Rin interjected, her brow furrowed. It was not the time for discord among allies. Kakashi remained silent, hastily forming hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen barrier rose, obstructing the line of sight between the two groups. With determination, Kakashi raised the white fang blade, infusing it with a substantial amount of chakra. Over the past year, he had become significantly more adept at wielding the blade. And though the chakra consumption remained considerable, he was finally ready to utilize it effectively. With a swift motion, the chakra transformed into an elongated blade, piercing through the earth wall towards the trio on the opposite side. Positioned as they were, Zabuza stood to the left, Kisame in the center, and Terumi Mei to the right. Kakashi, aiming to strike, chose to shift to the right, opting to sever the mist technique rather than exhaust himself with fire release. A sharp clang echoed through the air. How is this possible? This is a chakra blade. Kakashi gasped in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, forcing Kakashi and his companions to retreat several meters. As the smoke cleared, they beheld Kisame wielding the double-bladed sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen, while Zabuza brandished the explosive blade, the harem. Nearby, Kisame's water clone stood, brandishing a long knife and a blunt sword with a mocking grin. Damn it! Did they use water clones to retrieve the swords when we arrived? How did we miss their little ruse? This complicates matters, Kakashi gritted his teeth. Obito furiously accused. You lot are utterly shameless. To use the relics of the deceased. Zabuza shook his head. This blade is too cumbersome. It is impractical for me. Mei retracted. Kisame, toss me the needle. Kisame's water clone tossed the 2 swords aside and dissolved into a puddle. Terumi Mei retrieved a scroll, sealing the harem and the explosive blade within. Zabuza inspected the needle, remarking, this needle is far too slender. I feel I need a beheading sword for true effectiveness. Kisame chuckled. Hey Zabuza, do refrain from cursing our predecessors. Kakashi gritted his teeth. The recent bout had already drained half of his chakra, and to his dismay, he had inflicted no damage upon his 3 adversaries. Whether in their cooperation or individual prowess, victory seemed an unattainable dream. Kakashi had already devised his next course of action. Kisame, Mei, you two should keep your distance. I shall confront them alone. Zabuza declared confidently. Hey, have you let your newfound status as a chunin go to your head? Kisame retorted, somewhat exasperated. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Zabuza's mist technique differed fundamentally from that of Terumi Mei. While Mei employed her water-style chakra to conjure fog, Zabuza transformed the moisture in the surrounding air into mist, a technique far more taxing on his chakra reserves. Observing Zabuza's intent to shield Mei from combat, Kisame reluctantly led her to retreat. The mist enveloped the area, and Zabuza closed his eyes, attuning himself to the myriad sounds around him. The rustle of hands in motion. Was he attempting to use fire style to disperse the mist? The intense heat could evaporate the fog. Zabuza charged forward. Thud. What? Zabuza's strike had struck Kakashi's shadow clone instead. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi and his companions hastily retreated into the thicket. If they could not win, then escape was their only option. They needed to check on Kushina-sensei. Her barrier techniques were formidable, and even if they could not secure victory, she could likely hold out until reinforcements arrived. Kakashi's chakra was utterly depleted. Both Earth-style wall and shadow clone were B-rank techniques, and the consumption from his white fang blade was staggering. Though his chakra levels exceeded those of his peers, he found himself at a considerable disadvantage in the current scenario. Time rewound slightly as Uchiha Madara invited Kushina into the thicket. Kushina hesitated, unsure of how to approach Madara, her face a canvas of confusion. Yet, Madara approached her with a certain eagerness, saying, Kushina, you've grown. As he drew closer, Kushina suddenly screamed and collapsed, racked with pain. Madara activated his Sharingan and steadied her shoulders. Buzzing, Madara's consciousness was transported to another realm, or more accurately, a mental space. Kushina lay on the ground, and this space bore little but a colossal cage containing the 9 tails, Kurama. Uchiha Madara, to think we meet again. Kurama seethed, glaring at Madara. Had it not been for Madara's Jinjutsu, Kurama would not have been sealed within Senju Hashirama's wife, only to find itself now within the vessel of Uzumaki Kushina. It had been confined for far too long, trapped within a human body. Now, confronted once more by the architect of its torment, the Nine-Tails chakra surged uncontrollably, affecting Kushina in the process. Uchiha Madara smiled faintly and said, "Little fox, do not overstep your bounds. I shall deal with you later." As he activated his Sharingan, the Nine-Tails felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Thud! The figure delivered a powerful punch, sending Madara flying. "Mark!" Uchiha Madara exclaimed in surprise, but soon comprehended the situation. His consciousness had intertwined with Kushina's, and Mark's awareness had followed suit. Rising to his feet, Madara regarded Mark and remarked, "It has been quite some time. Your body proves to be quite functional. Enough with the trifles, Uchiha Madara. Return my body to me." "What on earth has that wretched scoundrel done with my form?" Mark shouted vehemently. Madara yawned nonchalantly. "Oh Mark, aren't we sharing memories? Rest assured, once I have had my fill of this body, I shall return it to you. However, the time is not yet ripe." "How dare you?" Mark's tirade was interrupted as Uchiha Madara returned to reality. "Ah, it no longer hurts. My apologies, Mark. My body was behaving oddly just now. It is quite all right, Kushina." Suddenly, Uchiha Madara leaned in and kissed Kushina. The unexpected kiss ensnared her, enveloping her in a tender embrace. Thus, the two embarked on the next phase. "Uchiha Madara, cease this." From the depths of his soul, Mark's furious roar resonated within Madara's very essence. Yet, Madara merely smiled and persisted. Fully aware that Mark had finally awakened after a prolonged silence, yet he remained uncertain about how to return Mark to his original state. This was an experience that neither of their memories had ever encountered. Madara's choice was one of despair. "Before your very eyes, I shall control your body and take your woman." He aimed to make Mark experience agony and despair. When one is engulfed in despair, the strength of their soul wanes. Madara sought to reduce Mark to utter despondency. "Uchiha Madara." Suddenly, something felt severed. Madara sensed his body plummeting. Yet, as he extended his hands, he realized his body remained unharmed. It was his soul that was falling. Uchiha Madara descended into the abyss. Mark reclaimed control of his body. Madara could hardly fathom that his actions had not instilled despair in Mark. Instead, they had ignited unparalleled fury. Such anger would amplify the strength of the soul to its utmost. Mark gazed at his hands. "Have I truly returned? Am I back in my own body?" Ha! He rejoiced like a child, dancing with glee, though he still bore the weight of Kushina beneath him. Completing the prior task, Kushina lay on the ground, blissfully content. Mark took stock of his body. His left arm, a prosthetic enhanced by Uchiha Madara's white Zetsu cells, appeared no different from a normal arm. Yet it secretly served as the skeletal structure within. Mark returned to the body that had been altered by Uchiha Obito, feeling a sense of discomfort, yet recognizing it as his own. With time, he believed he would acclimate. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck, causing him to cover his eyes and cry out in agony. Crack! His original eyes replaced the Sharingan of Uchiha Obito in their sockets. Damn! What is wrong with my right eye? Why is everything so hazy? That despicable Obito. How many times did he exploit my Sharingan in an instant? Although Mark was aware that Obito occasionally flaunted his abilities, he never anticipated his vision would deteriorate to such an extent. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, an advanced form of the Sharingan, grants immense power. Yet it comes with dire consequences. Excessive use could lead to blindness. Currently, Mark could barely see through his right eye, though fortunately, his left eye remained unaffected. He placed a prosthetic eye over his right eye, which resembled cataracts, opting for the artificial lens to avoid complications. However, despite having suppressed Obito's soul, there remained a risk. A plan was necessary to completely eradicate Obito's essence, lest he regain control of the body. Mark stretched his body, akin to awakening from a long slumber. It was not Obito who would conquer the world, but Mark. Meanwhile, Kushina seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, lying on the grass. Mark adjusted her clothing, feeling a mix of joy in reclaiming the body and concern over the challenges that lay ahead. He would not relinquish the empire Obito had built over the years. The land of water was a significant prize. A subtle smile crept across Mark's face as he reflected on how Obito had taken everything from him. And now he would reclaim it all. The cycle of karma is indeed profound. Now, He would leverage what Obito had conquered to fulfill his own ambitions of world domination. But first, he needed to rouse Kushina. Mark decided to create an illusion of battle and form the hand seals for water release. Water bullet technique. This was merely a basic C-rank water jutsu, releasing a small amount of water as Mark minimized his chakra output. Just as he was about to spray, Kakashi and his companions burst onto the scene. In a moment of distraction, Mark inadvertently sprayed Kushina, sending her flying. Those pesky kids. Farewell for now. Mark intended to escort Zabuza and his companions back to the hidden mist village, so he dashed out of the grove in search of them. Meanwhile, Kushina, startled awake by the spray, gazed curiously at Kakashi and the others. However, her mind was racing. Oh no, why did I inadvertently end up with Lord Mark like that? How will I face Tsunade now? I can't show my face to her, or to Lord Mark. Lord Mark's child has already become a chunin, and I have become the other woman. What am I to do? In Kushina's mind, a fervent battle of thoughts raged on. Kushina-sensei, are you alright? Noera Rin rushed forward to check on her. Upon their arrival, they had witnessed Kushina being blasted away by a torrent of water, after which Mark had fled upon seeing them. Indeed, was there an adversary that even Minato Namikaze could not conquer, which Kushina could not prevail against either? Nevertheless, Kushina had not sustained any significant injury. The power of that water jutsu was minimal. She stood up, surveying her surroundings, and inquired, "Where's Mark?" "Huh? Which Mark? The enemy from just now? He seems to have gone to find his teammates," replied Uchiha Obito. Kushina hurriedly pursued, but to her surprise, Mark had not taken his comrades away. They had been intercepted. Reinforcements summoned by Might Guy had arrived. The 8-year-old Senju Shikaku stood atop a tree he had conjured with his wood release, marking the first time he laid eyes on his father. It was also the first encounter for Mark with his child, the offspring of Tsunade. Accompanying Shikaku were Uzumaki Yuyuki and Yamashiro Aoi, who were 2 years his senior, yet still held the rank of Genin. In those years past, Mark had been infused with a multitude of white Zetsu, resulting in a copious amount of white Zetsu cells within him. Since these cells were cultivated from Hashirama's cells, they ultimately belonged to the Senju clan. When these cells entered Tsunade's body, it further entrenched her Senju lineage. Historically, the Senju clan had produced only Hashirama Senju as a wood-release ninja, but now, Senju Shikaku had emerged as the second wood-release ninja in existence. His future might very well surpass that of Hashirama Senju. "Prepare to meet your end, Uchiha Madara," cried Senju Shikaku as he charged at Mark. Taken aback, Mark quickly realized that Hyuga Tanida must have informed Shikaku about his body being usurped by Uchiha Madara. Was Senju Shikaku truly the secret weapon of Hyuga Tanida? Tanida rushed to Kushina's side. "Tanida, Lord Marquis, I understand, Kushina. Do not worry, it will be over soon." Tanida dashed out of the grove. After a year of rigorous training, Senju Shikaku had finally mastered the art of attacking souls. By vanquishing Madara's spirit, Mark's soul should regain control of his body. This was Tanida's plan, but when he activated his Byakugan, he was taken aback. Why? Is it Mark who controls the body now? This is bad. Just as Tanida intended to warn Senju Shikaku, he discovered that Shikaku was already in motion. Wood release. Isolation barrier. Countless roots ensnared Shikaku and Mark, a barrier designed to prevent Mark's escape, while also muffling all sounds and scents that could influence the battle. Senju Shikaku's abilities were assessed as follows: Ninjutsu level, mid-chunin; Taijutsu level, mid-chunin; Jinjutsu level, mid-chunin; Physical quality, average; Reaction speed, above average; Chakra volume, 5A. Mark gazed at his son's remarkable prowess with immense pride, yet this was hardly the time for such sentiments. "Wait, Shikaku, right? I am your father, Mark. Let us take a moment to calm ourselves and converse properly," Mark said in a flustered manner. "You should perish, Uchiha Madara. I will only speak with my true father." Would release, Soul Vine Whip. Hyuga Tannen imparted the cultivation method of the forbidden technique, the spiritual transformation, to Shook. Originally, this forbidden jutsu allowed one's soul to exit the body, enabling the spirit to fly forth, carrying chakra, and thus facilitating direct attacks through the soul. Together, Shook and Tannen devised a method through this spiritual transformation that enabled Wood Release to directly assault the soul, manifesting as the Soul Vine Whip. It was this Uchiha Madara who left his mother in such profound loneliness. Even before Shook, Tsunade would not display her vulnerability. Yet he sometimes caught glimpses of her standing alone by the window, gazing at the setting sun, occasionally murmuring his father's name. Anger welled in Shook's eyes, brimming with tears. Bring my father back. Crack. The soul whip struck Mark's heart directly. A pain that resonated from the depths of the soul. Outside, Hyuga Tannen observed Mark's spirit gradually weakening within the barrier, while Uchiha Madara's essence began to reclaim control over the body. Damn it! How could this happen? Tannen lamented, clutching his hair in despair. He should have had faith in Mark's strength. Though the means by which Mark regained control of his body were unclear, it was evident that he had returned. Yet because of Tannen, Mark was once more cast into the abyss of his soul. His body surrendered to another's dominion. The barrier slowly dissipated. This advanced barrier and the soul-attacking technique had drained Shook's chakra, leaving him with merely 20%, despite his A-rank chakra reserve. Have we succeeded? Shook stared blankly at Mark, or rather, he should now refer to him as I am Uchiha Madara. Madara bellowed with exhilaration through Mark's form. In that instant, time froze. Utilizing a space-time ninjutsu, Uchiha Madara transported Zabuza and his companions back to the Mist Village encampment. He then turned to face Hyuga Tannen and Senju Shook, before finally embracing Kushina. Mark, I understand what just transpired. You regained your body through this eye. It was because I overexerted your ocular power that you found the opportunity to reclaim your form. And now, Uchiha Madara extracted Mark's Mangekyo Sharingan from its socket and crushed it in his hand. Time resumed. Uchiha Madara and Kushina had vanished without a trace. Ultimately, Mark's return to the plan ended in failure, and in such an absurd manner. Naturally, Hyuga Tannen did not disclose the truth to Senju Shook, merely stating that Uchiha Madara's spirit had been injured but managed to escape. Kushina was also taken away, later confirmed to have willingly become a rogue ninja. Seemingly deceived by Uchiha Madara, I fear that after this incident, Hinata Tenino will find it increasingly challenging to rescue Mark. However, the return of his body by Uchiha Obito is not the gravest concern. Initially, Senju Tsukek's technique was designed to annihilate the soul of Uchiha Obito, and thus, this technique could potentially extinguish Mark's soul as well. If there remains a glimmer of hope for Mark's soul, then a chance exists. Yet, should Tsukek falter and inadvertently harm Mark, all would be lost. Hinata Tenino gazes at Tsukek, sensing that his envisioned world of dominion must undergo a transformation. Though Senju Tsukek is not a traveler from another realm, his lineage is the mightiest in the Senju clan's history. His mother bestowed upon him the Senju bloodline, while his father endowed him with formidable spiritual energy and mental fortitude. It is evident that in both body and spirit, Senju Tsukek is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Feeling weary, Hinata Tenino reflects on the arduous journey of having discovered another individual who, like himself, traversed into this world, only to find that this person's fate is riddled with convolutions. Thus, he must now place his hopes for this world upon his offspring. Senju Tsukek, you shall conquer this realm. Do not question my reasons, for I shall support you unwaveringly. After Senju Tsukek allowed Uchiha Obito to escape, he felt disheartened. Nevertheless, Hinata Tenino assured him of his steadfast assistance. Uchiha Obito's ambition is to dominate the world, just as your father's aspirations align with conquest. Hence, as long as your goal mirrors that of world domination, the day shall come when you will meet him again. At that moment, you must triumph over him. Hinata Tenino skillfully guided Tsukek towards embracing the ultimate objective of world conquest. Furthermore, he endeavored to impart all the formidable ninjutsu he could find to Senju Tsukek, aiming to mold him into an entity surpassing even the first Hokage. In the 7th year of the war, due to the influence of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Hidden Mist Village withdrew its forces entirely, while the Hidden Cloud Village appeared to lack sufficient reserves for deployment to the front lines. After all, this was an invasion war, and dispatching troops from one's homeland to engage in battle on enemy territory is a significant drain on resources. The Hidden Cloud Village has achieved little in terms of conquest during these years, merely depleting their supplies without any gain. Though the daimyo of the Land of Lightning seethes with frustration, he is compelled to concede to the overwhelming might of the Hidden Cloud Village. Despite being the ruler of a nation, he finds himself yielding to the unyielding stance of the Third Raikage. The Third Raikage is acutely aware that, although the Rinnegan has yet to manifest on the battlefield, its emergence would compel him to take action personally. The Rinnegan is the eye of the divine, and coupled with the formidable combat prowess Mark will exhibit, the world will inevitably gravitate towards him. Should they allow Konoha to develop unchecked, It is certain that Konoha will eventually instigate a comprehensive war against other nations, heralding the onset of the Fourth Great Ninja War. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, it is likely that this world will face unification. The Third Raikage will not permit his nation to become the territory of others. After 7 years of relentless conflict, Konoha's military strength has plummeted to a dismal state, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands over the course of these 7 years. The circumstances of various nations have undergone significant changes. Sunagakure, population rated at 2 stars, military at 1 star, and economy at 2 stars. In the early stages of war, the economic strength of Sunagakure plummeted, and it has only recently managed to return to a pre-war state after several years of recovery. However, the loss of the Third Kazekage, numerous exceptional puppet masters, and a Jinchuriki has left Sunagakure's military might in a profoundly dismal state. Any major power could likely conquer the Land of Wind if they chose to attack at this moment. Yet amidst this era of despair, a glimmer of hope emerged with the birth of the Fourth Kazekage's 2 children, Temari and Kankuro, restoring a modicum of faith among the populace in Sunagakure. Nonetheless, Chiyo's retirement has somewhat diminished public morale. The village is currently facing a severe shortage of military personnel, with only the 4th Kazekage, Raza, as a capable leader. Raza, ninjutsu level, Kage, taijutsu level, regular jonin, jinjutsu level, mid-level chunin, physical condition, above average, reaction speed, above average, chakra capacity 4A. At times, Raza even ventures into the desert to seek out sand gold to replenish the national treasury. Yet this is insufficient to sustain the entire economy of the Land of Wind. The nation is enveloped in a state of despondency, with citizens bowing their heads in labor, and smiles are a rarity on the streets. In a sense, the people of this nation have succumbed to a spiritual death. They exist, yet their souls are lifeless. During this bleak period, Scorpion returned. Uchiha Madara brought Scorpion back to Sunagakure. Following the incident where Mark nearly reclaimed his body, Madara sought to accelerate his conquest of the world. They met with Raza but concealed the matters regarding the Third Kazekage and Yakumo. What? To make Scorpion the leader of Sunagakure's Zanbu? He is a rogue ninja, Raza exclaimed, his anger palpable. They convened in Raza's office to deliberate on the pertinent issues. I understand your concerns. Do not be alarmed, 4th Kazekage. Our village, Kirigakure, is prepared to invest 50 million ryo to assist Sunagakure through this crisis. Madara was resolute in this endeavor. Raza was taken aback. 50 million ryo? For reference, an S-rank mission typically yields around 1 million ryo, of which the village receives merely 10%, equating to about 100,000 ryo for a ninja completing such a mission. An investment of 50 million ryo would effectively equate to compensation for 500 S-rank missions. Even for the most outstanding jonin, S-rank missions carry the risk of death, making this sum exceedingly substantial. It presents a tantalizing opportunity for Sunagakure. However, it is evident that Scorpion has conspired with Kirigakure, and allowing him to assume command of Sunagakure's Zanbu could inevitably lead to sensitive intelligence falling into Kirigakure's hands, posing a considerable threat to the nation and its future. Scorpion stood forth and declared, Lord 4th Kazekage, I am, after all, a member of Sunagakure. There is no need for your concern. I assure you of but one thing. The safety of our citizens, regardless of what transpires in the future. I shall not harm the residents of Sunagakure. Moreover, whether through military or financial means, Sunagakure is already in a dire state. Do you still wish to persist? Ultimately, Raza could only acquiesce, saying, very well, I agree. Thus, Sunagakure received an investment of 50 million ryo from Kirigakure, and Scorpion became the head of the village's Zanbu. Scorpion's attributes are as follows. Ninjutsu level Shadow, Taijutsu level Mid-Chunin, Jinjutsu level Ordinary Mid-Chunin, Physical Condition Superior, Reaction Speed Above Average, Chakra Volume 5A. As a seasoned veteran, Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, understood from the outset that this war would not conclude easily. Hence, he never intended to launch a large-scale assault on Konohagakure. Iwagakure, population 4 stars, military 4 stars, economy 3 stars. Due to minimal investment in warfare, while surrounding nations heavily invested in military endeavors, Iwagakure found itself inundated with missions. Konoha and Kumogakure were unable to spare personnel for battle, and Sunagakure, significantly weakened, could not provide many either. Consequently, the bulk of the tasks fell to Iwagakure. which thrived economically as a result. The village is encircled by natural fortifications and is renowned for its robust defenses, consisting of a myriad of rocky mountains that form an impenetrable fortress, making it difficult for enemies to breach its interior. However, this also renders communication with the outside world relatively challenging. Yet, the plight of the war-torn populace seeking assistance remains unimpeded. The disappearance of the four-tails Jinchuriki, Old Aoi, went unnoticed by the Tsuchikage, as Aoi had effectively left home without a word, lacking any form of regular communication. The village also boasts of five-tails Jinchuriki, Han, who, at just 15 years of age, has already proven himself an exceptional chunin. Inoki, now in his 60s, finds himself in an era where a ninja reaching 50 is considered miraculous, given the relentless wars that make survival arduous. The village is home to many outstanding ninjas, such as Inoki's son, Kodo, who is an exceptional Earth-released jonin. Inoki's attributes are as follows: ninjutsu level Shadow, taijutsu level Shadow, jinjutsu level Special jonin. Physical condition above average, reaction speed above average, chakra volume S. Kodo's attributes are ninjutsu level Elite jonin, taijutsu level Elite jonin, jinjutsu level Mid chunin. Physical condition above average, reaction speed above average, chakra volume 4A. Under Inoki's leadership, Iwagakure's military strength might now be the most formidable in the world. While Kumogakure has suffered considerable losses of talent due to heavy investments in battles against Konoha. Meanwhile, Iwagakure has continuously concentrated its combat power. He is acutely aware that the coveted territory of Konohagakure cannot simply be seized at will. Thus, he has been biding his time for the opportune moment. Sunagakure, albeit a piece of meat in its own right, is tough and unpalatable, lacking the savory appeal. The vast desert, coupled with the disheartened populace, makes Inoki reluctant to assume control over such a cursed land. Presently, he finds himself at a crossroads, contemplating whether to pursue Konohagakure or Kumogakure. Both regions possess their own allure. However, neither the Reikage nor the Hokage can be underestimated. Should Inoki initiate hostilities, it is likely that both parties would promptly call for a ceasefire and fortify their defenses against Iwagakure's forces. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air. Moments later, Loam approached Inoki, carrying a lifeless body. Inoki inquired about the situation. Loam explained, "This individual attempted to abduct Han, but was intercepted by our forces. A scuffle ensued, resulting in his death and an injury to one of our jonin." Inoki asked, "Who is he?" "The foremost warrior of the Land of Iron, a vehicle. Though he is now considered a defector," Loam replied. I shall personally travel to the Land of Iron with this corpse in due time. For now, preserve the body. By the way, has the envoy from the Land of Fire arrived?" "Indeed, he has been waiting in the reception hall for quite some time. It is Shimura Danzo from Konohagakure." Inoki expressed mild surprise. "Ah, I did not expect it to be him. Very well, I shall attend to him at once." Kumogakure has nearly drained half of its military strength into the conflict with Konohagakure. Although the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning is furious, he cannot exert authority over the formidable Third Reikage, a top-tier ninja of the shinobi world. Kumogakure, population 3 stars, military 3 stars, economy 4 stars. Both military power and economic stability are on a downward trajectory. Despite Kumogakure's abundant resources, the prolonged warfare has begun to foster disillusionment among certain factions. Moreover, the Third Reikage remains unable to articulate the reasons behind his aggressive stance. Should the populace learn that he is fearful of the power of the Rinnegan, it could lead to a potential betrayal, with some ninja defecting to serve the one who wields the Rinnegan, Makoto. Fortunately, the ninja of Kumogakure hold the Third Reikage in high esteem. He is a man capable of contending with the Eight Tails in combat. The third A, ninjutsu level Kage, taijutsu level Kage, jinjutsu level Mid chunin. Physical quality steel body, reaction speed superior, chakra quantity S. While the Third Reikage, Third Tsuchikage, and Third Hokage can all be regarded as the strongest ninjas of their time, excluding Madara, the Third Reikage, being a body-enhanced ninja, does not suffer the same decline in physical capabilities as the other two with the passage of time. However, it is likely that his lifespan will not exceed theirs. In the world of ninjas, longevity is not a particularly admirable trait, as one can still fall victim to a simple kunai. And a powerful physique like that of the Third Reikage becomes an object of envy. The previous Tsuchikage, Barubi, succumbed to despair and took his own life, leaving the third A with deep regret for failing to comprehend Barubi's inner turmoil. The powerful Eight Tails has been sealed within his son S partner, Killer B. Killer B, unlike the fourth Reikage, appears indifferent to the opinions of others, embodying a perpetual optimism that perhaps epitomizes the ideal mindset of a Jinchuriki. The fourth Reikage possesses elite-level ninjutsu and taijutsu skills, with Jinjutsu rated as middle chunin, while his physical attributes showcase superior endurance and reflexes, alongside an impressive chakra level rated at 5A. In contrast, Killer B's ninjutsu is classified as that of an ordinary jounin, yet his taijutsu is elite, with his Jinjutsu also falling within the middle chunin category, and his physical resilience and reflexes rated as above average, with chakra quantified at S. Killer B's unyielding optimism seems to have influenced the Eight Tails, as after spending time together, he was even able to borrow chakra from the beast, who willingly chose to remain as Killer B's companion within him. This phenomenon is indeed remarkable. The fourth Reikage, in essence, mirrors a youthful iteration of the third Reikage, lacking only the passage of time and experience. Perhaps after the conclusion of this Ninja World War, the fourth Reikage will have the opportunity to rise to the level of strength akin to that of the third Reikage. The third Reikage's formidable aide, Todai, is also a powerful ninja, endowed with the unique ability of lava release. However, the strength of the Four Tails lava release is augmented by the chakra of the beast itself, rendering it exceptionally potent. Todai's technique is relatively straightforward, involving the expulsion of a flexible protective membrane, although he lost his left eye during the Second Ninja World War. Todai's skill levels are classified as elite for ninjutsu, ordinary for taijutsu, middle chunin for jinjutsu, with above-average physical resilience, reflexes, and a chakra level of 3A. The overall military strength of Kumogakure remains substantial on the global stage. However, the unfolding dynamics of the war remain uncertain. Strictly speaking, Kurogakure has not been deeply involved in the conflict, only dispatching a mere 1,000 troops. Yet, it appears that Kurogakure stands as the primary beneficiary of this war. Kurogakure boasts a population rating of 5 stars, military strength of 4 stars, and an economic rating of 5 stars, the highest being 5. By absorbing the surrounding 3 small nations, Kurogakure has experienced significant enhancements in both population and economy. On the military front, the 1,000 troops dispatched included over 100 jounin. Yet only a little over 30 have returned, indicating considerable losses, particularly due to the absence of the 7 ninja swordsmen, leading many to believe they are unworthy of their title. The surviving 3 were compelled into retirement, relinquishing their swords. Uchiha Madara intends to wait until Kisame and the others achieve jounin status before bestowing upon them the swords suited to them. Currently, the 3 have all attained the rank of chunin. Kisame Hashigaki, at the age of 14, holds a ninjutsu level of middle chunin, taijutsu level of middle chunin, jinjutsu level of barely middle chunin, with above-average physical quality, reflexes, and a chakra level of 2A. Mei Terumi, at the age of 12, possesses a ninjutsu level of middle chunin, taijutsu level of barely middle chunin, jinjutsu level of ordinary middle chunin, with average physical quality, above-average reflexes, and a chakra level of 2A. Tao Dizai Bujan, at the tender age of 11, possesses a ninjutsu proficiency classified as ordinary chunin, a taijutsu level deemed intermediate chunin, a jinjutsu capability regarded as barely chunin, a physical quality rated as average, a reaction speed categorized as above average, and a chakra volume of 3B. Kisame has already begun to master the art of water release techniques, while Terumi has embarked on the study of her bloodline limits ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Tao Dizai Bujan's silent assassination technique has led to a surge in covert missions. The trio is heralded as the future of the Mist Village. The fourth Mizukage, Yakura Karatachi, has brought order and stability to the Mist Village under his governance. Although Uchiha Madara casts a shadow of influence, his ambitions extend beyond mere dominion over the Land of Water, and he refrains from engaging in any unethical acts for personal gain. His original techniques, Coral Palm and Water Mirror Technique, have further illuminated his prowess. Yakura is distinguished by his green hair and purple eyes, with a scar resembling a stitched seam beneath his left eye. He wields a staff-like weapon adorned with green flowers and a hooked end. His delicate demeanor, penchant for detail, and gentlemanly nature have endeared him to many citizens. Consequently, the daimyo of the Land of Water has long been under Madara's manipulation. effectively granting Yakura the highest authority in the region concerning matters of power. Yakura Karatachi, ninjutsu level, Kage, taijutsu level, elite jonin, jinjutsu level, intermediate jonin, physical quality high, reaction speed very high, chakra volume S. Yakura's capable assistant, AO, garnered attention during the Second Shinobi World War, achieving notable accomplishments and even acquiring the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan in a fierce battle. AO's achievements starkly contrast with those of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and his popularity has soared within the Mist Village. Yakura has strategically branded AO as the Byakugan killer for promotional purposes, with AO replacing the 7 ninja swordsmen as the emblematic ninja of the Mist Village. The new roster of the 7 ninja swordsmen will be personally selected by Uchiha Madara, and with his encouragement, Yakura plans to establish branches of the Mist Village in the territories of the smaller nations to expand their military strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen, aged 54 and the 3rd Hokage, is facing the inevitability of decline. Sarutobi Hiruzen, ninjutsu level, Kage, taijutsu level, Kage, jinjutsu level, Kage, physical quality, average. Reaction speed, slightly above average. Chakra volume, 4A. The spirit that once invigorated his body is now faltering. 7 years of war, the disappearance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the betrayal by Mark have taken their toll. Hinata Hanabi has refrained from disclosing matters concerning Mark and Uchiha Madara to the 3rd Hokage, as such high-level issues may well be beyond the purview of even a village leader. Following the withdrawal of the Mist Village's ninja, several returning Leaf Village ninjas reported Mark's appearance on the battlefield and his alignment with the Mist Village's forces. It is lamentable that the decisions made by the 3rd Hokage years ago have resulted in the loss of an exceptional Leaf ninja to a foreign land, and now, the most crucial Jinchuriki, the Nine-Tails, has vanished without a trace. It seems that the 3rd Hokage can no longer continue in his position. With the conclusion of this war, he has no intention of waiting for the meeting to force his abdication. Once the conflict ends, he plans to resign and select a successor for the 4th Hokage. The head of Konoha's Umbu, Shimura Danzo, has already departed for the Land of Earth to negotiate a resolution to the war. The 3rd Hokage now only needs to seek potential candidates for the next Hokage. The Yellow Flash and the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha could easily identify for contenders. Hinata Niji might also be a possibility. Although he lacks substantial battle achievements, he is an exceptional psychological mentor, having guided many through their inner turmoil. However, it is best for prominent clans to refrain from political involvement, as it could lead to complications. The matter of candidates can be addressed later. But the one solace for the 3rd Hokage is the new generation of Konoha, regarded as the reincarnation of the 1st Hokage, Senju Truck. Although the 3rd Hokage is aware that Truck's father is Mac, this connection does not diminish his lineage, as Truck's mother is Senju Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Despite being only 9 years old, Truck has already achieved the rank of Jonin. Initially, the 3rd Hokage thought that Hatake Kakashi, who graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, would be the youngest Jonin in history. Yet, Truck has outpaced him, emerging as the strongest prodigy. Perhaps Hinata Niji's teachings have also played a significant role. Speaking of Hatake Kakashi, Namikaze Minato has returned to take over Kushina's duties and once again lead Kakashi and his team. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin have also become Chunin this year. Although Minato has mastered Jiraiya's sage techniques, their effectiveness seems somewhat lacking, prompting him to innovate a new technique to complement the Flying Thunder God technique. Konin's paper jutsu, a rank, has shone brightly during the war, and due to her exquisite beauty, many have dubbed her the Paper Fairy. However, Konin appears to sense something amiss. Although Hinata Niji remains silent, Konin can feel that Kushina's disappearance is not merely an act of abduction or desertion, it is somehow connected to Mac. A truth that Niji is unwilling to disclose. Konin understands that she is still too weak to engage with greater powers, thus she is determined to grow stronger, beginning to develop new jutsu that surpass the paper jutsu. Through the crucible of war, although Konoha's number of ninjas has dwindled, those who have survived have undoubtedly become more formidable. Konoha's ninjas are evolving into an elite force, likely a trend mirrored in every nation embroiled in conflict. The 3rd Hokage still yearns to accomplish something. He is not yet too old to fight, and perhaps there is still fire left in his veins. Following the annexation of surrounding small nations by the Land of Water, the only remaining territories under Uchiha Madara's control are the Land of Rain, the Land of Waterfalls, and the Land of Iron. However, with the placement of Scorpion in the Land of Wind, it is almost certain that in a few years, the regime of the Land of Wind will also fall into Madara's hands. In this scenario, 2 of the 5 great nations are under the influence of Uchiha Madara, while among the surrounding smaller nations, apart from the Land of Grass, which possesses a ninja village, the truly militarily formidable countries are also within Madara's grasp. Madara seeks to ultimately claim the substantial prize that is Konoha, especially given the significant obstacles posed by Hinata Hanabi and Senju Hashirama. When considering Iwagakure and Kumogakure, it appears that Kumogakure is more easily subdued. After all, Iwagakure has been steadily amassing power and is resistant to both soft and hard approaches, whereas Kumogakure, though relying on its former glories, exhibits comparatively minimal resource expenditure, which is not a promising sign for a major power. The plan for world domination is progressing remarkably well. On another front, Madara's long ago proposal to refine and extract the chakra from tailed beasts has yielded results. The 4-tailed beast has been drained, its physical form transforming into a red-haired monkey, while the chakra from its 4 tails has been concentrated and refined into pure chakra orbs. Anyone consuming these chakra orbs would gain an extraordinarily terrifying amount of chakra, virtually inexhaustible in nature. Madara consumed one of these orbs himself and offered a second to Scorpion. Currently, Madara holds the 1-tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura, the 2-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, the 3-tails Jinchuriki, Yagura, and the 9-tails Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. These 4 individuals are all under Madara's control, and there is no necessity for him to refine their tailed beasts. However, it was indeed a miscalculation to send a team to capture the 5-tails Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, as the Akatsuki organization is still too small in numbers. Yagura is attempting to harness the chakra of the 1-tail, while Yujito is still too young. Yagura is tasked with managing Kirigakure, and Kushina is pregnant, a result of her previous encounter with Mark. Nonetheless, Madara has cleverly used Mark's identity to persuade Kushina to remain by his side. Kushina insists that no harm come to the people of Konoha, to which Madara agrees. As Konoha remains his ultimate target, the confrontation can be postponed until later. Madara's initial ambition was to revitalize the Uchiha clan, and now that world conquest is within reach, this aspiration can be conveniently fulfilled as well. Konoha fears the power of the Uchiha clan, which is why they have appointed them to the security forces. It may appear as though they are being entrusted with significant responsibilities, yet the true intention is to remove them from positions of management. The current head of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Fugaku, a young man who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan during the previous war, but lacks the ability to wield it. Madara is eager to teach him, yet now is not the opportune moment. According to Mark's memories, the ideal time would be after the war concludes. The narrative has completely diverged from the main storyline in Mark's mind. The 9-tails is now under Madara's control, and he does not wish for it to attack Konoha. In the future, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke will become pivotal members in Madara's quest to restore the Uchiha clan. In a surprising twist of fate, the protagonist from the original work, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kushina have given birth to a daughter, whom Uchiha Obito has named Uzumaki Akiko. Although she is not his child, there is no necessity for her to bear the Uchiha name. However, Obito finds himself somewhat apprehensive should he harm Mark's beloved again. It is conceivable that Mark might reclaim control over his body. Therefore, Obito decides to treat Mark's woman with greater kindness, eschewing the role of a villain. The first Kazekage, Satetsu, single-handedly rescued the surviving ninjas from the desert and founded Sunagakure. The second Kazekage, Sabaku, the progenitor of both puppet technique and sand release, devoted his efforts to the militarization of tailed beasts, employing the 1-tail, which had been sealed within Sunagakure's temple since ancient times, as a weapon. He developed a series of puppet ninjutsu to replace the actions of sand ninjas and skills to manipulate sand, allowing for the strategic advantage of small forces against larger ones. Sabaku's policies of strong military development marked a revolutionary advancement for Sunagakure, steering the village towards an era of military expansion. The third Kazekage, Magnet Release, renowned as the strongest magnet release ninja, upheld the dignity of Sunagakure with his formidable strength. Now, the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, also a magnet release ninja, finds himself constrained by the demands of Kirigakure. The acclaimed genius of Sunagakure, Sasori of the Red Sand, seems even more suited to the role of Kazekage. A pervasive sense of inferiority clouds Rasha's heart. Currently, the Land of Wind is the least developed among the 5 great nations. Although Rasha understands that this burden does not rest solely upon Sunagakure, as the newly appointed 4th Kazekage, he yearns to lead the village towards prosperity. Thus, he arrives at a resolute decision. In the conference room, Rasha presents his proposal to the high-ranking officials of Sunagakure. I wish to establish an alliance with Konohagakure. Behind Rasha stand the statues of the 3 previous Kazekage, watching over all present. The attendees of the meeting include Scorpion, the head of the Umbu, Kururo, a sand-release ninja and Rasha's wife, Monzaemon, the puppet technique advisor and head of the puppet department, Kinjo, the wind release advisor and head of the Sunagakure Ninja Academy, and several administrative advisors. The 3 most formidable techniques in Sunagakure undoubtedly are sand release, puppet technique, and wind release. Magnet release, being a bloodline limit, is rare, while sand release requires a substantial amount of chakra and precise chakra control, necessitating a certain level of talent. Puppet technique is relatively easy to begin but difficult to master, particularly in the crafting of puppets, while wind release has matured significantly through years of refinement. In a land where 80% of the territory is desert, mastering wind-based ninjutsu is undoubtedly advantageous for survival. Currently, administrative advisors wield little real power. After all, a nation's military strength directly impacts its political authority. The future of the Land of Wind rests firmly on the shoulders of Kazekage Rasha and these 5 prominent ninjas. Kururo, already a powerful sand-release ninja, may lean towards supporting the Kazekage's vision. Jin Human, a close friend and personal bodyguard of Luo Sha, appeared to lean towards Fengying's side. I found this notion to be inappropriate. As anticipated, Chiyo's disciple, the descendant of the first puppet master Monzawa Wuchang, voiced his dissent. Given that it has been confirmed that the one who assassinated the 3rd Fengying was a ninja from Konoha, why should we humble ourselves and become Konoha's lackeys? Luo Sha, are you truly comfortable playing the role of a lackey? What did you say? Before Luo Sha could respond, Jin Human slammed his fist onto the conference table, creating a sizable dent. Am I wrong? Accepting the financial aid from the Hidden Mist Village without valid reason, while it may have alleviated Sunagakure's immediate plight, has utterly trampled upon our dignity. Luo Sha, what sort of deal have you made with the Hidden Mist Village? Monzawa Wuchang stood, pointing accusatorily at Luo Sha. Naturally, Luo Sha could not disclose the condition under which the Hidden Mist Village appointed Scorpion as the head of their Umbu, as it was part of their agreement. Consequently, the outside world would only know that Luo Sha received 50 million ryo from the Hidden Mist Village without giving anything in return, which would undoubtedly lead to speculation. With his fingers interlaced, Luo Sha surveyed the assembly. Finally, he sighed and said, "Indeed, it is my fault for not fully disclosing my dealings with the Hidden Mist Village to all of you. Therefore, allow me to personally unveil the true nature of this plan. The world of ninjas is fraught with deception and lies." Although Luo Sha did not wish to deceive his comrades who fought alongside him, the truth being unspeakable left him no choice but to resort to falsehoods. I have entered into a long-term strategic cooperation agreement with the Hidden Mist Village. The ultimate direction of this plan will have global ramifications. Our strategy is straightforward. After the battles between Konoha, the Wagakure, and Kyomogakure, Sunagakure, and the Hidden Mist Village will join forces to seize Konoha, and then collaboratively defend against attacks from a Wagakure and Kyomogakure. Ridiculous. This is clearly a scheme of the Hidden Mist Village. They have already expanded their territory to the outskirts of Konoha, using us to divert Konoha's attention. The majority of resources will be seized by the Hidden Mist Village. Jada exclaimed angrily, "No matter what we lose, we cannot lose our dignity." In the face of Jada's rebuke, Luo Sha glanced at Scorpion, who was expressionless, staring at the ceiling, seemingly disinterested in the proceedings. Luo Sha managed a wry smile and said, "Jada, do you truly believe I am the type to compromise our integrity? I would never jest with Sunagakure's future. However, our economy is indeed in dire straits and requires some time to recuperate. This money is essential. Nevertheless, I will not adhere entirely to their demands. At most, I will put on a facade." Exactly. The Hidden Mist Village believes we will covet Konoha's land and genuinely collaborate with them, but we still have a Wagakure to contend with. We might as well seize this opportunity to take control of the surrounding small nations. There is no need to be so greedy, Jin Human said excitedly. The advisors present nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Scorpion has transformed himself into a mere puppet. Otherwise, he might be laughing out loud. The fact that Sunagakure has not been utterly destroyed under the control of these fools is solely due to the arid expanse of the Wind Country. Had the Wind Country been situated in a more advantageous location, nestled by mountains and waters, the Second Great Ninja War would likely have ended long ago. These formidable ninjas are devoid of intellect, with their administrative advisors succumbing to economic pressures. Scorpion has discerned that these individuals are not blind to the issues at hand. They simply lack the motivation to uncover the truth, as they have already pocketed their earnings. Whatever schemes may exist, their priority is to satiate their hunger first. As anticipated by Lord Madara, initially, Uchiha Madara sought to have Scorpion return to Sunagakure to reclaim power, a proposition Scorpion rejected as a thankless endeavor. However, upon observing the current state of Sunagakure, which is now on the brink of collapse, he realizes that he must grasp any lifeline available, regardless of its potential dangers. Yet, it is not the right moment to officially take control of Sunagakure. The Third Great Ninja War is still ongoing, and any significant movements from the Wind Country might attract unwanted attention. Scorpion does not wish to be overly involved in managing the village. He plans to find a trustworthy individual to assist in overseeing the Umbu. Meanwhile, he intends to continue developing new techniques. His previous mastery of the 100 Puppets technique remains his pinnacle achievement. However, with the chakra ball bestowed upon him by Lord Madara, his chakra has expanded immensely. With such a vast reservoir of chakra, Scorpion believes he can devise even more powerful techniques. Very well, since there are no objections to my decisions, I shall proceed to articulate my reasons for allying with Konohagakure. Everyone settled down to listen to Raza's discourse. First, the various industries of Konoha are also beleaguered by the war, reflecting our own plight. If we temporarily ally with Konoha, our economy may experience a resurgence. However, I do not intend to send ninjas to assist Konoha in combat. Rather, we can monitor Iwagakure's movements. Raza, we must not provoke any major nations at this juncture. Our overall strength has diminished significantly, necessitating a period of recuperation. I understand, and Konoha is aware as well. Most importantly, the common folk comprehend this. We can engage in cooperative exchanges both nominally and economically, providing only minimal military support rather than deploying substantial forces. This alone could achieve a win-win scenario for both Sunagakure and Konoha. Ah, I see now, you refer to public sentiment? Indeed, due to the war, the morale of our populace and that of Konoha has waned. A brief alliance could provide some solace to the people. More crucially, an alliance between two great nations could potentially provoke attacks from other powerful countries. Could it be? Are you suggesting? Precisely. I intend to bring about the downfall of Konoha, seize the opportunity to acquire territory, and subsequently relocate the capital of the Wind Country and Sunagakure Inland. Thus, this war is of paramount importance. In this manner, it will indeed benefit the future development of the Wind Country. Now, I have concluded my remarks. Who is in favor? Who is against? The fourth Kazekage, Raza, rose to his feet, exuding an air of authority as he regarded the others. Very well, since we are in agreement. I shall extend an invitation to Konohagakure, requesting them to send representatives for a detailed discussion, or shall we send our own to engage in dialogue? No, let them come. Among the ninjas of Konohagakure, there are numerous masters of illusion techniques. It would be unwise for us to venture alone. Scorpion remarked. Indeed, Scorpion speaks wisely. As the most talented ninja of Sunagakure, Scorpion possesses unparalleled skills in puppet techniques, and his craftsmanship is unmatched, earning him the respect of all in the village. Moreover, he currently holds the position of leader of the Umbu, a role sharing power only with the Kazekage. A messenger raven took flight towards Konohagakure. In Konohagakure, at a training ground, wood style, for pillar prison, a wooden cell ensnared Hinata Tanasuk. With a mighty effort, Tanasuk smashed through the cell. Excellent. This technique is quite effective. I exerted only a modicum of strength to break it. In actual combat, this maneuver could briefly thwart an adversary's offensive momentum. If only one could simultaneously attack while deploying the prison, that would be ideal, Tanasuk commented. Senju quickly replied, panting, how infuriating, sensei. Aren't you exhausted? Tanasuk wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, my body may feel fatigued, but my spirit has grown accustomed to strain, allowing my focus to remain unwavering. Look over there at that raven. Even from such a distance, I can discern the contents of its message through my Byakugan. Noticing Tanasuk's furrowed brow as he gazed at the raven, Shook inquired, Sensei, what troubles you? Tanasuk responded with a smile, Shook. It appears we may find a superior training ground. The training facilities in Konohagakure are rather limited. Let us proceed to the third Hokage, thereafter. We shall train in the desert utilizing wood style. At that moment, the third Hokage had just received a letter from Sunagakure when Tanasuk and Senju Shook knocked and entered. One is the finest psychological ninja in the village, and the other is the youngest jonin. Anyone would defer to them, and the Hokage's guards allowed them entry without objection. After reading the letter, the third Hokage tossed it onto the table and inquired, What is it? Is there something amiss? Tanasuk smiled slightly and replied, Honorable third Hokage. I believe that the village is not an appropriate setting for Shook's training in wood style. Practicing wood style in fertile lands is exceedingly simple. If Shook wishes to advance further, he must train in a more perilous environment. The third Hokage frowned, having just read the alliance letter from Sunagakure. It was evident that Tanasuk had surreptitiously peered at the document. What audacity! The Hokage himself had not yet examined the diplomatic correspondence between the two nations. Yet this young man had the audacity to utilize his Byakugan to spy on it. However, lacking evidence, the third Hokage could only follow Tanasuk's lead and asked, So you are suggesting that? In the fields, T&I continued to smile and said, I pondered that the rumors of war might lead Yunin village to target Shook. A year ago, Brother Watergate faced off against the AB duo from Yunin village. If Brother Watergate could not overcome them, then it seems rather distant for Shook to contend with the world's top-tier forces. My suggestion is to forge an alliance with the Wagakure and Sunagakure, allowing Shook to train in perilous environments. The third Hokage gazed at Shook and remarked, Ah, young lad. Are you already stirring up thunder? Sunagakure has just sent an alliance letter, and here you are seeking an alliance, adding a Wagakure to the mix for good measure. The third Hokage sighed and said, Do not feign ignorance. We all know you've been eavesdropping. Alas, you are one of the strongest forces of the Hyuga clan, and Shook is the focal point of Konohagakure. If anything were to happen in Sunagakure, I would bear the consequences. Even though this is an alliance, the third Hokage was also concerned about the two being targeted in Sunagakure. T&I contemplated and replied, Rest assured. We are not merely going to sign an agreement. Shook's Mokutan requires time to cultivate. We can act as diplomatic ambassadors of the Land of Fire. That should mitigate any issues. Furthermore, Shook's Mokutan can aid in enhancing the environment of the Wind Country. Would Sunagakure really refuse such greenery? The third Hokage continued to shake his head. I cannot stop you, can I? Sigh. Well, if you are determined to go, you must assemble a 4-member team. Consider it a mission, albeit without remuneration, an A-ranked mission. T&I scratched his head and exclaimed, What? No remuneration? That's rather dismal. We are diplomatic ambassadors, after all. Perhaps we should stay in Konoha. Well, Tsunade, as one of the legendary 3 and the head of the medical department, has sufficient funds. We can ask Shook's mother for support. Very well, I shall dispatch an Umbu to assist you, the third Hokage declared with a snap of his fingers. For Umbu suddenly appeared in the room. You will accompany T&I and the others. T&I, find one more Genin. Having 4 Jonin might be a bit intimidating. Understood. Thank you, Lord Hokage. When you next see Shook, he will undoubtedly have grown into a formidable presence like Brother Watergate. Let us hope so. The 4-member team was formed. Shook initially wished to recruit his former teammate, Yamashiro Aoi, but she had been assigned to the battlefield. However, his teammate, Yuzuki Yuin, remained unassigned and was still a Genin. Thus, the team was finalized. Team leader, Hyuga T&I, Jonin. Team members, Senju Shook, Jonin, Naruto, Special Jonin, Yuzuki Yuin, Genin. The journey from Konoha to Sunagakure would take approximately 3 days, traversing through the land of rivers. Why must we run? Naruto inquired somewhat helplessly. After all, we are going as diplomatic ambassadors. Wouldn't it be better to travel by carriage? Currently, the 4 were leaping from tree to tree, making their way towards the Wind Country. Hyuga T&I wore his characteristic smile. Running for 3 days will strengthen our bodies. Fear not, I have brought plenty of soldier pills, acquired from Tsunade. This journey to Sunagakure will surely offer us ample knowledge. Shook, you must keep your spirits high. The desert is indeed unlike the forests we know. It is likely devoid of water. Previously, you utilized chakra to absorb the energies of the land, trees, and water to create wood. However, now you must conjure objects from thin air. I understand, Teacher Tanya, that before I can rescue him, I must surpass everyone. Wood release, wood extension technique. A segment of wood emerges from the ground, and as the chakra of the tree grows more concentrated, Tree K leaps to the apex of the elongated wood, which swiftly charges forward. Hey, don't expend chakra so recklessly, Hinata Tanya exclaimed helplessly. In Sunagakure, the news of Tanya's arrival had already been conveyed through carrier pigeons. Upon seeing the diplomatic roster, Scorpion discerned an issue. Wasn't Hinata Tanya and Senju Tree K the formidable individuals Lord Madara had previously mentioned? Scorpion marveled once more at Lord Madara's foresight, pondering whether he truly possessed the ability to foresee the future. Anticipating Tanya and Tree K's arrival in Sunagakure and thus arranging for him to be here. If that were the case, Scorpion resolved to devise a plan to eliminate these two. However, given Sunagakure's precarious position, it would be prudent to avoid a hasty conflict with Konohagakure. Scorpion contemplated an assassination instead, but the task would be exceedingly challenging. The greatest obstacle was undoubtedly Hinata Tanya, with his Byakugan capable of perceiving and detecting any subtle movements. An assassination within the village would surely be detected. The optimal strategy would be to lure them into the desert and feign their demise in a sandstorm. Although this might arouse suspicion in Konohagakure, without evidence, they would lack a reason to declare war, especially as they were currently engaged in conflict with Kimogakure, making it unlikely they would seek new enemies. Even before Tanya's team arrived, Scorpion had already begun plotting how to carry out the assassination once they did. Days passed, and Tree K continued his training along the journey. Tanya first created a ninja identification card for Tree K, allowing him to clearly see his progress once they departed from Sunagakure. Senju Tree K, Ninjutsu level, average Jonin. Taijutsu level, average Jonin. Jinjutsu level, special Jonin. Physical quality, above average. Reaction speed, above average. Chakra amounts. It must be said that Senju Tree K is truly a prodigious talent. Achieving such attributes at the age of 9 is akin to having an advantage. Perhaps Senju Tree K is indeed more suited than Mark to be the protagonist in Hinata Tanya's heart. Yet, a place for Mark has always remained in Tanya's heart. After several days of travel, Tanya's group finally arrived at Sunagakure. The village's leadership welcomed them with open arms, though the turnout was modest, reflecting the village's strained economy. Tanya was unfazed. As their primary purpose for coming was training, matters of diplomacy could be left to Narashikaku, who was entrusted with handling such arrangements. Regarding the diplomatic agreements, Tanya and Narashikaku engaged in vigorous discussions with the higher-ups of Sunagakure, and both nations prepared to enhance exchanges through the establishment of mutual embassies. As the Hidden Leaf Village is currently embroiled in conflict with the Hidden Cloud, there is little time to attend to other matters. In the Hidden Sand Village, the Wind Shadow, Raza, initially intended to fund the construction of a residence for the envoy, but was met with refusal from the envoy, who merely requested a plot of land. Suddenly, a house manifested before everyone's eyes, courtesy of the wood release technique. The higher-ups of the Hidden Sand Village and the nearby residents were left utterly astounded. Indeed, the wood release is a remarkable skill. Furthermore, the envoy pledged to enhance the greenery of the Sand Village, with each acre requiring 1,000,000 Ryo to transform the desert. This was an extraordinary opportunity for the Sand Village, where even 5,000,000 Ryo per acre would not be deemed excessive, given their struggling economy, primarily due to a lack of vegetation. The wood release of Senju Haruka can bypass the limitations of arable land to forcibly plant trees, a boon that the Sand Village desperately needs. If only Senju Haruka could remain in the Sand Village a while longer, the environment would surely improve. Raza even contemplated pairing Haruka with a seedling to produce several wood-release ninjas for the Sand Village. However, with Hinata Tania and Naradu guarding him, such an approach was futile, as Tania forbade anyone from approaching Haruka, leaving Raza with no chance to build rapport. Despite the rudeness displayed, Raza found himself powerless, as Haruka's wood release had indeed provided significant assistance to the Sand Village, and one could even argue to the entirety of the Wind Country. A week passed, during which nearly all residents of the Sand Village expressed their admiration for the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf. The Sand Village contributed 1,000,000 Ryo to Tania for the greening project. With the wood release technique, Haruka transformed his chakra into trees, and a small grove emerged amidst the verdant leaves. Panting, Haruka gazed at his creation. Tania observed through his Byakugan and nodded approvingly, noting, "Excellent. Today, You've grown 3 more trees than yesterday. Haruka, your chakra reserves are expanding. In future confrontations with formidable foes, greater chakra means greater possibilities. Though your chakra already surpasses that of an ordinary person, your ultimate adversaries will not be mere ninjas. I understand. I shall surpass them and become a stronger being. Haruka declared, then began to meditate to recover his chakra. In the distance, the head of the puppet division, Monzwa Wuchang, remarked, truly impressive. It is unfortunate that only the first Hokage and this young boy possess the wood release. If our sand village could have such talents, our national strength might rise swiftly. Standing beside him, Scorpion chuckled. While he is an ally to us now, who knows, he may become our greatest enemy in the future. Monzwa Wuchang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, oh, what insight do you have, Lord Scorpion? Wuchang, you should test their abilities, Scorpion suggested. Oh, how so? I am the head of the puppet division of the Sand Village. Losing would be quite embarrassing. I understand, which is why I wish to give it a try. We are still uncertain about the true strength of these 4 individuals from Konoha. That young Shuriku is already remarkably powerful at such a tender age. And Hinata Taniya shines as a new star of the esteemed Hyuga clan. The Nara family is also one of Konoha's ancient clans, while the girl named Yuzuki Yuin appears rather ordinary. Now, Scorpion, surely you do not consider them enemies? We are allied with Konoha, after all. Any issues they may have should not pose a threat for the foreseeable future. If circumstances were to change, we could address them then. Monzaemon is reluctant to play the villain, especially after witnessing the immense chakra of Senju Shuriku. It has become evident that their strength surpasses his own, particularly that of Shuriku. As for the others, his puppet technique is perfectly suited to counter the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, which relies on taijutsu and the severing of chakra pathways as its primary combat method. Puppets, lacking such pathways, fundamentally restrain Hinata Taniya's capabilities. Aside from Shuriku's wood release, Monzaemon feels confident in handling the other 3. However, there is no compelling reason for him to engage them in battle. Although Scorpion's concerns hold some validity, Konoha is unlikely to stir trouble at the outset. For the time being, they can comfortably remain in Sunagakure, and should any issues arise, we can deal with them then. Hoping for a peaceful resolution where all can be content, Scorpion, feeling somewhat exasperated, reflected on the incompetence of these individuals. It is no wonder that Sunagakure has become the weakest among the 5 great nations. These fools, upon attaining high positions, seem solely interested in indulging themselves, utterly devoid of any sense of responsibility. Scorpion said, Monzaemon, you should assess the strength of Hinata Taniya. After all, he possesses the Byakugan, which grants him remarkable insight and distant vision. Should he utilize the Byakugan to spy on confidential documents within our village, would not all our secrets become known to Konoha? Indeed, Scorpion, I previously wondered why Konoha would send someone from the Hyuga clan, as well as Senju Shuriku. While I can understand Shuriku's presence as the sole heir of wood release, conducting friendly exchanges in our village is quite appropriate. The Byakugan, however, is a prized possession of Konoha and should not be casually sent to other nations. Exactly. It is quite possible that Hinata Taniya's secret mission is to investigate our Sunagakure's secrets. He may very well be a spy. How infuriating. I shall promptly inform the Kazekage of this matter. Wait, Scorpion exclaimed, pulling Monzaemon back. First, do me a favor and engage in a match with Hinata Taniya. I wish to gauge the limits of his Byakugan and urge him to demonstrate his true prowess. Of course, as you command, Scorpion. I will assist you with this task. I shall proceed at once. With that, Monzaemon summoned a puppet and made his way forward. Scorpion, observing the puppet summoned by Monzaemon, let out a derisive laugh. The level of puppet mastery in Sunagakure seemed to be waning. The head of the puppet department's skills were merely at the level of 5-finger control, a true disgrace. However, there is little to be said about Scorpion. Perhaps it is due to his extraordinary talent, or perhaps the puppet masters of the entire village are merely mortals. From a distance, Monzwa Wuchang can be seen approaching with a puppet in tow. Hyuga Tanino strides forward to intercept him, inquiring, what are your intentions? I am the puppet arts advisor of Sunagakure, he replies. I am aware of your role, but what do you truly seek? Nothing much. Merely wishing to witness the prowess of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Monzwa Wuchang responds with a mocking expression. Puppet masters fear not those who wield taijutsu. Most individuals cannot endure the mechanisms of puppetry, and even those who reach the level of raikage would struggle against the toxic assaults. The greatest fear of puppet masters lies in ninjutsu, and the chakra of the Hyuga clan is distinct, thus they may not be particularly adept at it. While Min's Wuchang might falter against the others among the four, he would not fall short against Hyuga Tenino. Hyuga Tenino smiles and asks, "Is this your own idea, or that of your Kazakage?" "It is my own notion. Since Konoha has dispatched diplomats, as fellow shinobi, it is only natural that we engage in some academic exchange to ascertain each other's strengths. We do not wish to forge relations with a weak nation. If your abilities are lacking, we could send a few ninjutsu instructors to enlighten you, thereby fostering our relationship. Wouldn't that be beneficial?" Min's Wuchang, having been somewhat incited by Scorpion, retains his composure, though his words are laden with irony. Beside them, Atsuki Yuin can no longer contain herself. "You are a puppet master. Teacher Tenino is a master of taijutsu. Do you have no shame? Why not challenge us to a match instead?" Min's Wuchang chuckles. Senju Shuku is indeed impressive. A genius in his own right, but he is currently our esteemed guest, working to green our desert. Naturally, I would not dare to engage him in combat. Since I cannot demonstrate my true strength, what value would a contest hold? "Oh, so you can display your prowess merely by sparring with me? However, in your village, it is not the puppets that are most formidable, but the insidious toxins. If you were to unleash poison gas now, I would be rendered powerless. After all, I had no intention of doing you harm. In a real battle, you would not even have the chance to approach." Upon hearing this, Min's Wuchang quickly responds, "That is agreeable. I can forego the toxins. We can merely engage in a few exchanges of puppet techniques from a distance, without disturbing Lord Shuku's meditation." Min's Wuchang seems to harbor no significant hostility, and Hyuga Tenino does not dwell on it too long. He had previously observed him conversing with Scorpion, though the Byakugan could only see, not hear. Scorpion was wrapped in layers of dark fabric, which was understandable, as it was another nation, and Shuku's prominence would inevitably incite envy. However, Tenino did not anticipate that the young ones of Sunagakure had yet to stir trouble, while Min's Wuchang had stepped forward instead. Nevertheless, this might serve to enlighten the youth that even their puppet advisor could falter, likely deterring them from provoking conflict. Initially, Tenino's purpose for coming here was twofold: diplomacy and training. The first objective had already been accomplished. The latter must be expedited. Who is aware of whether Uchiha Madara will stir up trouble in the coming years? Ideally, the Soul Vine Whip from that time would not merely injure Mark, but also manage to wound Uchiha Madara's soul. Senju Karak requires additional time for training. He must become the strongest entity to triumph over Uchiha Madara. The two arrived at an expansive arena. Although the use of poison was prohibited, Min's Wuchang never intended to genuinely harm him. It was merely a show of strength. As Scorpion remarked, if Hinata Tanya were indeed a spy dispatched by Konoha, it would pose a significant dilemma. It was time to showcase the prowess of Sunagakure. Serving as a warning to him, Hinata Tanya glanced at Min's Wuchang and remarked, "Your shoes are quite peculiar. Why are they round?" Min's Wuchang's footwear resembled a large plate rather than conventional shoes, yet they were indeed worn upon his feet. Wuchang then observed Hinata Tanya's feet, which were bare, clad only in sand-proof shoes, given that the vicinity of Sunagakure was predominantly desert. "Let us commence," Min's Wuchang stated, his intention not to engage in idle banter with Hinata Tanya. Scorpion had instructed him to compel Tanya to reveal his full capabilities. As long as the gentle fist did not come into close proximity, there should be no issue. However, it was likely that the opponent was aware of his own weaknesses. Having experienced the entirety of the Second Shinobi World War and participated in the early stages of the Third against Konoha, Min's Wuchang had risen to prominence following Scorpion's defection and Chiyo's retirement, becoming the foremost user of puppet techniques. Thus, Hinata Tanya launched a kunai. Min's Wuchang deftly evaded it, inquiring, "Tanya, I am aware of your weakness. The moment your gentle fist chakra touches me, I am finished. Therefore, you will incessantly create opportunities to approach me, will you not?" "No, you have already lost. Cannot you see?" Hinata Tanya replied with a confident smile. As Min's Wuchang turned his head, the kunai he had just dodged unexpectedly curved back around. It turned out that Tanya had tied a chakra thread to the end of the kunai. The chakra from the gentle fist flowed through the thread and into Min's Wuchang's body, wrapping around his neck. However, Tanya furrowed his brow. Before him, Min's Wuchang and the puppet lacked chakra pathways. Both were merely puppets. Boom. The true Min's Wuchang erupted from the ground, seizing Hinata Tanya's ankle and proclaiming, "I have one." "No, It is still I who has triumphed, Hinata Tanya responded, his smile re-emerging. Did you believe my chakra could only be transmitted through my hands? What? The chakra from the gentle fist surged directly from Hinata Tanya's ankle into Min Zhuo Wuchang's body. From a distance, Scorpion sighed in disbelief and departed. This battle had failed to showcase Hinata Tanya's true potential. Min Zhuo Wuchang collapsed into the earth, having intended to employ his decapitation technique. Yet he had not anticipated that a member of the Hyuga clan could transmit chakra through mere skin contact. Is the Hyuga clan truly so formidable? Monzaemon, deeply impressed, found all his schemes unraveling before him. Hinata Tanita yanked Monzaemon from the ground, laughing. It is not the Hyuga clan that is strong, but rather I, Hinata Tanita. I have no desire to provoke your nation, so I advise you not to provoke us. Has this friendly spar come to an end? Monzaemon smiled wryly. Indeed. It has concluded. You have emerged victorious. Please release my chakra points, as I feel quite itchy all over. Hinata Tanita found it peculiar. Monzaemon had been sealed at several chakra points by his own chakra, and under such conditions, he should have felt utterly numb. Nevertheless, Tanita proceeded to unseal Monzaemon's points. In the hidden sand village, there existed a shadowy division long before Scorpion's arrival, as nearly every village harbors such clandestine forces. The leader, or Hokage, operates in the open, while the dark division functions as the true shadow, perhaps even the shadow of a shadow. The righteous are represented by the Hokage, while the nefarious are dealt with by the dark division. A purely virtuous world is a fallacy. Only when the hidden righteousness endeavors to seal the malevolence within darkness can those in the light genuinely experience warmth. While evil cannot be entirely eradicated, it can certainly be concealed. The purpose of the dark division is precisely that, to draw all malevolence from the reach of the common people into the shadows. The righteousness in the light safeguards the good, while that in the darkness is tasked with vanquishing evil. Scorpion summoned the upper echelon of the Sand Village, excluding the fourth Kazekage, his wife, and Monzaemon, who was currently receiving a reprimand in the Kazekage's office. In times of national frailty, the powerless upper ranks wield no authority. Thus, the only individuals present with any real influence were Scorpion, Kankuro, and Jado. So, Scorpion, what matter do you wish to discuss with us? Jado noted the absence of the pivotal trio. Indeed, since you called me here, it cannot be that you wish to conspire behind the Kazekage's back, can it? Kankuro, a loyal confidant of Raza, felt a twinge of suspicion regarding the current assembly. What I am about to disclose must indeed be kept from the fourth Kazekage. But it is not a conspiracy, Scorpion stated, surveying Kankuro and Jado, knowing Monzaemon could not be relied upon, and it was time for these two to take action. First, I must express my views. The diplomatic envoy from Konoha harbors ill intentions. What? Scorpion, do you have evidence? Jado inquired, aware that diplomatic matters involving other nations must be treated with utmost caution. Scorpion smiled slightly. Have you examined their jutsu closely? One wields wood release, another possesses Byakugan. One utilizes shadow techniques, and another excels in swordsmanship. That is essentially the extent of it. Aside from the wood release, which is likely unique to this individual, the other three are rather ordinary. Having faced numerous battles, Kankuro regarded the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the shadow techniques of the Nara clan as rather unremarkable. Scorpion nodded and remarked, among these individuals, there are indeed spies, though they cannot all be so. Otherwise, Konoha would not have dispatched a mere Chunin. The prowess of that Yuzuki Yugao is evidently quite ordinary, while the strength of the other three appears to be at the level of Jonin. If all four were spies, they would have sent 4 Jonin instead. Jia pondered for a moment and said, if there truly are spies, the likelihood of Hyuga Tanaka being one is quite high. It is also possible that all 3 are spies. Scorpion, could it be that the Umbu have uncovered something? Scorpion nodded again. Indeed, but the time is not yet ripe. I fear that Hyuga Tanaka may already be watching us. What? Jinhu, being rather straightforward, immediately drew the large fan strapped to his back and assumed a combat stance upon hearing that Tanaka might be observing him. Do not be hasty, I said might. For it is impossible for anyone to ascertain the capabilities of the Byakugan. If I were to present evidence to you, he could very well see it as well. Thus, I will not show you any proof, but you must trust me. I am the head of the Umbu of Sunagakure. I would not deceive you. Scorpion's gaze sharpened. The gentle fist technique involves infusing one's chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging the chakra pathways and internal organs. Only the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can effortlessly perceive the body's chakra network, making this a secret art of the Hyuga family, as internal organs cannot be conditioned. Even the most formidable ninja can suffer fatal consequences when struck by the gentle fist. The most fundamental move of this technique is the chakra point striking, which targets 361 chakra points within the body's network. This technique relies on striking these points to arbitrarily obstruct or enhance the flow of the opponent's chakra. The chakra point striking is classified as a B-rank technique. The heavenly spin is a secret technique passed down through generations of the Hyuga clan. By releasing chakra from all their chakra points while swiftly rotating their body, the practitioner creates a spherical barrier that rebounds all physical attacks. The heavenly spin is classified as an A-rank technique, though currently only members of the main family know the method of its cultivation. Even Hyuga Tanaka has not mastered this technique. The 8 trigrams 64 palms is another technique passed down through the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Before its use, a massive 8 trigrams diagram appears beneath the user's feet. This technique involves rapidly striking 64 chakra points on the enemy's body to hinder their chakra flow, rendering them incapable of producing or utilizing chakra. The simplified 32 palms is a C-rank technique, while the 64 palms is a B-rank technique and the enhanced version. The 128 palms is classified as an A-rank technique. The 8 trigrams empty palm is also a technique inherited through generations of the Hyuga clan. It traps the opponent within an 8 trigrams formation, unleashing chakra shockwaves to inflict damage, akin to a long-range gentle fist. The 8 trigrams empty palm is classified as a B-rank technique, with its upgraded version, the 8 trigrams empty wall palm, being an A-rank technique. Thus, essentially, aside from the basic and limited Byakugan, the members of the Hyuga branch family predominantly practice only the chakra point striking technique of the gentle fist. However, with the exception of Hyuga Tanaka, no other members of the Hyuga clan can release chakra solely through their skin. The method of releasing soft fist chakra from the skin is an original technique conceived by Hinata Tenahira, derived from medical ninjutsu. The principle of medical ninjutsu, which encompasses the mastery of sage arts, involves transmitting one's chakra into another's body for healing purposes. In contrast, Tenahira's technique allows for the transmission of his chakra into another's body to perform acupuncture. It can be asserted that, in contemporary times, any ninja, including Uchiha Madara, would be rendered immobile upon being touched by Tenahira. However, Tenahira is acutely aware that despite his formidable strength, limitations persist, and Uchiha Madara would never afford him the opportunity to engage up close. While the talent of Senju Shikaku is indeed formidable, Uchiha Madara's prowess is equally noteworthy. Tenahira finds himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to rescue Mark or to focus solely on training Shikaku. Undoubtedly, rescuing Mark presents the greatest challenge, for taking a life is far easier than saving one. If he were to disregard Mark and solely contemplate eliminating Uchiha Madara, the odds might be slightly more favorable. However, the endeavor to defeat Madara without inflicting harm on Mark, and to assist the wounded soul of Mark in reclaiming control over his body, would undoubtedly prove exceedingly arduous. As he observes Shikaku diligently training, Tenahira reminisces about his own life. The reason Shikaku is so determined is entirely for his father, or rather, for his mother. Shikaku desires to bring Mark back in order to bring joy to Tsunade. Tenahira chuckles, covering his face with his hand, pondering the absurdity of contemplating the option of giving up. After all, he has lived numerous lifetimes and faced death countless times. Is it truly so troublesome to assist a child in fulfilling his wish? Tenahira has resolved the path he intends to pursue. The Tenahira team has been in Sunagakure for half a month. The desert greening project has commenced, covering about an acre. Essentially, every time Shikaku utilizes the technique of wood release, birth of the world, he begins to replenish his chakra, and once restored, he employs it again, continuing the cycle. This method allows Shikaku to consistently expand his internal chakra reserves. Shikaku also enjoys considerable sleep, with 10 hours of restorative slumber preventing him from becoming overly fatigued. The task of guarding Shikaku is primarily shared among Nara Shikaku, Yuzuki Yuyasumi, and Hinata Tenahira in rotation. Yuzuki Yuyasumi, an 11-year-old girl, possesses average abilities with no particularly remarkable talents, yet she is diligent, occasionally practicing basic techniques with Nara Shikaku. Though Nara Shikaku is an Umbu ninja, his strength may not be extraordinary, Yet his wealth of experience and exceptional analytical skills are noteworthy. He has observed that while the ordinary citizens of Sunagakure hold Senju Shikaku in high regard, a considerable number of ninjas harbor jealousy towards him. Had it not been for Tanahira's display of strength against Minzo Wuchang, it is likely that numerous challengers would have emerged by now. Tanahira has also remarked that during that battle, Minzo Wuchang did not exert his full strength, ostensibly with the intention of using his defeat to caution the ninjas in the village against recklessly confronting Konoha. Upon reflection, it seems that Sunagakure may hold two distinct perspectives towards them. One faction, akin to the younger shinobi, harbors jealousy towards the outsider, Senju Shikaku. Conversely, another segment genuinely desires an alliance with Konohagakure, striving to bolster their credibility. Suddenly, someone approached. Just as Shikaku was about to execute the wood release, Birth of the World Tree, the Wind Shadow's bodyguard, Kinju, advanced towards him. They had all encountered Kinju before, and as the bodyguard of the Wind Shadow, it was evident that he bore important news. May I inquire about the matter at hand? The payment for the second greening site has already been remitted by your finance department's minister. If this pertains to that issue, Hinata Tanida interjected, stating that, aside from the Wind Shadow himself, who would also need to be momentarily halted for inspection, Kinju must also be checked. Fortunately, Tanida did not require any physical examination. Activating his Byakugan was sufficient to scrutinize Kinju's chakra pathways. Kinju was a fan ninja. His enormous fan had been crafted into a unique tool. Initially designed to generate stronger wind techniques when the air was still, by first creating a breeze and then channeling chakra along its currents. However, over time and through various experiments on the battlefield, a specialized form of wind release utilizing the fan emerged. Unlike conventional wind techniques, this fan-based wind release did not necessitate a barrier, akin to a chakra blade. These fans were made from special materials, chakra fans. The winds produced by the fan were inherently infused with chakra, allowing the user to unleash formidable wind techniques merely by altering the rhythm of the airflow. The colossal fan Kinju bore was over a meter in length, which suggested the immense power of the winds it could generate. As Tanida activated his Byakugan to inspect Kinju, he observed that the chakra within Kinju did not exhibit any signs of movement. Nevertheless, a significant amount of chakra was amassed within the fan. However, Tanida remained uncertain about the training regimen of fan ninjas. Perhaps the fan required continuous charging. The Wind Shadow is currently engaged in training, deep within the desert, and wishes to show you something. Follow me, Kinju declared, proceeding deeper into the sands without awaiting a response. The four exchanged glances, finding no justifiable reason to decline, and thus followed suit. Within the heart of the desert, the atmosphere was still. The relentless sun beat down upon the golden sands. Ahead lay a vast sand pit, where the head of the Umbu, Sasori, along with 4 Umbu ninjas and Sunagakure's ninjutsu advisor, Jado, awaited them at the edge of the pit. Beside the sand pit stood a small hut. Please, this is a training ground unique to Sunagakure, specifically designated by the Wind Shadow for practicing magnet release. Indeed, this pit is quite profound, and yet one can faintly discern a figure seated at its center. However, despite Tanida's Byakugan being activated, the pit seemed to be encased in a barrier, preventing his vision from penetrating its depths. I apologize, Hinata clan member. Given that this is the Wind Shadow's training site, a barrier is indeed necessary. You may enter, primarily for Mr. Shikaku, but only 2 of you may enter at a time. The barrier accommodates a maximum of 3 individuals. Kinju appeared to have no intention of entering himself. Hinata Tanawa contemplated for a moment and said to Nara-Do and Yuzuki Yueying, "You 2 should remain here. Shook and I will proceed inside." Do and Yueying were ushered into a nearby room, while Shook and Tanawa entered the sand pit. "Teacher Tanawa, I sense something ominous," Shook remarked, aware that his extensive battle experience had ingrained a sense of danger deep within his instincts. "I too have observed the limitations of the sky. Should a true peril arise, we shall ascend." The master and disciple, in perfect harmony, approached the Wind Shadow. However, upon reaching a distance of 10 meters from the Wind Shadow, an unsettling feeling enveloped them. With a swift motion, Tanawa launched a shuriken that struck the Wind Shadow squarely in the head, causing it to topple. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was no Wind Shadow, but rather a mere humanoid puppet. They turned to see Jin Homong standing at the edge of the sand pit, brandishing his fan. To their astonishment, the fan unfolded with a loud crack, revealing an enormous folding fan. The original surface had a radius of 1 meter, but when fully extended, this colossal 9-star fan, with a radius of 3 meters, cast a shadow akin to butterfly wings blocking out the sunlight. Damn it, Hinata Tanawa fumed, realizing with anger that Sunagakure had dared to play such a trick on them. Wind release, sandstorm. Jin Huamong summoned all his strength and chakra to execute his most formidable technique. In an instant, the entire sand pit transformed into a vortex of wind. A fierce sandstorm roared within the confines of the barrier, sweeping away everything in its path. Outside the barrier, in that small room, there were no windows facing the barrier. And due to its nature, Naruto and his companion heard no sounds. Scorpion and 2 Umbu ninjas awaited the outcome. Inside the barrier, although the winds of the vortex initially seemed mild, this was no naturally occurring sandstorm. Ninjutsu is far more complex. The storm encircled the two, relentlessly advancing inward. Shook, Tanawa called to his companion, realizing that Shook's gentle fist technique was rendered ineffective, leaving him to rely solely on wood release. Fortunately, Jin Huamong's invitation had not come after Shook had exhausted his chakra, and compared to half a month ago, Shook's chakra reserves had improved slightly. Wood release, advent of the tree world. Despite the ground being covered in yellow sand, trees began to sprout forth, quickly forming a dense forest, within which the sandstorm could not swirl. This formidable sandstorm technique was rendered ineffective. Teacher Tanawa, I've run out of chakra, gasped Senju Shook. All right, it's my turn, Hinata Tanawa declared, charging towards the edge of the barrier where Jin Huamong stood. Damn it, Jado, I've exhausted my chakra. That last technique was Jin Huamong's most powerful strike, and it was remarkable that Senju Shook had enough chakra to forcefully counter it. Seeing Hinata Tanawa rushing towards him, Jado urged, you need to exit quickly. This barrier only permits 3 individuals inside. Jin Huamong then recalled this fact and hurriedly exited the barrier. Gentle fist, 10-point strike. Hinata Tanawa activated his Byakugan. Although the power of the Byakugan was hindered within the barrier, he could still discern Jin Huamong's chakra pathways. Just as Tianai was about to collide with Jin Humeng, Jia Duo grasped Tianya's arm. Yet, it was not a mere touch of flesh. Utilizing the wind release technique, Jia Duo's hands, enveloped in formidable wind blades resembling serrated gloves, completely encased his own hands. With a grin, Jia Duo proclaimed, we have discerned all your weaknesses. Your demise is inevitable. Hyuga Tianai swiftly retreated, his arm injured by the wind release technique, but fortunately, it had not been severed. He glanced towards the small house near the barrier. Naradu and Uzumaki Yuin had not emerged. Was it due to the barrier muffling sounds, or had they already perished? There was no time for such contemplation, as Jia Duo charged forward. In a burst of wind release chakra mode, Jia Duo's clothing was instantly shredded, his entire being enveloped by a tremendous wind pressure, which rhythmically swirled around him, forming a suit of wind armor. This chakra mode was indeed highly depleting. Upon inspecting Jia Duo's chakra pathways, Tianai estimated his capacity to be at most 4A. In this state, he could likely sustain it for just over 4 minutes. However, that time would certainly not be squandered by his opponent. Tianai needed to devise a way to alert those inside the house. In the worst-case scenario, they might have already been eliminated. If so, he and Shook would need to flee in the opposite direction. Conversely, if they were still alive, he must find a way to rescue them. Now, Tianai realized how egotistical he had been, once believing that he and Shook could easily handle a single Uchiha Madara. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was evident that Madara would effortlessly counter such a situation. Currently, Shook had exhausted his chakra fighting against the sandstorm, while Tianya's gentle fist technique was completely countered by the enemy. Learning from the past experience with Min's Wuchang, it was clear that Jia Duo would not afford him even the slightest opportunity to make contact. He found himself in a true predicament, indeed, a dire one. This was undeniably a blunder on Hyuga Tianya's part. He pondered incessantly why Sunagakure would seek to harm them. There seemed to be no rationale behind it. Even if the higher-ups of Sunagakure distrusted Konoha, such an assassination attempt was unfathomable. Of course, Tianai could not fathom that among the ranks of Sunagakure's elite was a subordinate of Uchiha Madara. This was not mere oversight, but rather a cruel twist of fate. Jia Duo surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Hyuga Tianai soaring. The spiraling impact nearly pierced through Tianya's abdomen, yet he managed to brace himself with chakra. Nevertheless, Such enhanced musculature was evidently insufficient to fully withstand Jia Duo's assault. As Tianai plummeted, he glanced towards the center of the barrier where Senju Shuk stood. "Shuk! Watch out!" Tianai shouted. Shuk turned to look in Tianya's direction. Jia Duo, enveloping his head in wind-released chakra, rendered himself invisible. But he had positioned himself at Tianya's landing spot, poised to shred him with a ferocious whirlwind. Astonishingly, Hyuga Tianai unleashed a punch aimed directly at Jia Duo. This confrontation is not a mere clash of strength with Jado's armor, but rather an application of one's chakra to penetrate the defenses of Jado's armor from within. The gentle fist technique strikes at vital points. True strength lies in the ability to exploit an opponent's weaknesses, relentlessly pursuing victory at all costs. Hinata Taniya's hand was ruthlessly torn apart by the whirlwind, exposing bone. Jado fell to the ground, defeated by Taniya's gentle fist. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is truly formidable, Jado lamented as he lay incapacitated. Taniya smiled and repeated to Jado, "It is not the Hyuga clan that is strong, but I, Hinata Taniya." With a thud, Taniya collapsed to the ground, having concentrated all his chakra into that one punch. Yet still suffering injuries from his adversary's whirlwind technique, his flesh torn asunder. "Teacher Taniya." Senju Shuku rushed forward, hastily summoning a slug. This slug is a fragment of the Sage of Whetbone Forest, a colossal creature that has survived for over a millennium since the era of Kagaya. It is a powerful entity capable of summoning storms and possesses the ability to divide, making it invaluable for large-scale healing. However, Shuku's chakra had not yet replenished, so he could only summon a slug of modest size. "Young Master Shuku, what has happened?" The slug is a familiar summoning beast of the Senju clan, shared by both Hashirama and Tsunade, which is why it is also Shuku's summoning. A summoning beast with healing abilities is quite rare. Shuku urgently placed the slug on Taniya's body, saying, "Hurry, heal Teacher Taniya's arm." The slug attached itself to Taniya, channeling chakra. However, mere healing would not suffice, as the muscles in Taniya's arm had been shredded, leaving him with no choice but to fashion a prosthetic. Taniya could feel his strength waning, and he struggled to instruct Shuku, "First, stop the bleeding, and use wood release to create a prosthetic for me." "Oh, right." Shuku, in a flurry, began crafting a prosthetic to fit over Taniya's shattered arm. The slug entered the prosthetic to staunch the bleeding and alleviate Taniya's pain. Gritting his teeth, Taniya rose to his feet, gazing toward the edge of the sand pit, where Kin Kumo stood, seemingly recovering chakra, accompanied by a member of the Umbu, presumably a medical ninja assisting in his recovery. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind them as a small structure was obliterated. Naradu shielded Yuzuki Yuin as they emerged. "Release the barrier." Scorpion and 3 Umbu surrounded Naradu and Yuin. The Umbu ninja aiding Kin Kumo halted his actions and dispelled the sand pit's barrier. "It seems you two are not up to the task. Kin Kumo, Jado, I expected you to be among the elite of Sunagakure. Dispatching 2 unprepared individuals should have been effortless." Scorpion's tone dripped with sarcasm, clearly underestimating the stature of Kin Kumo and Jado. "Damn, Scorpion," Yu Haven T lifted a finger. "If they were that easy to handle, why are you hesitant to strike?" Jinhu fiercely shouted, filled with rage. Scorpion had been scheming all along, yet he had no intention of taking action himself. He felt utterly betrayed, after he and Jado had nearly defeated Hinata Tannen and Senju Shuku. Scorpion emerged to claim their victory, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. With a sinister smile, Scorpion declared, "Well then, it appears it is time for me to take action. Farewell." In a swift motion, a steel blade was hurled from Scorpion's hand, piercing Jinhu's vital organs directly. Jinhu could utter no more, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The members of the Umbu stood without question, awaiting Scorpion's command, having long since become his loyal assassins rather than the shadowy protectors of Sunagakure. "Go and eliminate Jado as well. Severely injure Hinata Tannen and Senju Shuku. I have my own plans for them, and as for those 2, they can be disposed of," Scorpion commanded with unwavering confidence, believing everything was under his control. Currently, Senju Shuku had exhausted his chakra, and Hinata Tannen's energy was significantly depleted, with severe injuries to his arm. Naradu and Yuzuki Yugao were seen as inconsequential. 3 Umbu were sufficient to deal with them. Everything was meticulously orchestrated in his favor, and he had already arranged a replacement for Jado. Scorpion's true ambition was to gradually erode Sunagakure, turning all its high-ranking officials into his puppets. Thus, Jinhu's demise was imperative to weaken the Kazekage's influence. The alliance must not succeed. If it did, the trust of Tsunagekyu's residents in the Kazekage would strengthen, complicating Scorpion's future endeavors to seize power. He needed to portray the fourth Kazekage as the most incompetent of all, enabling him to forcibly claim the title of fifth Kazekage. To honor Madara's trust in him, Scorpion aimed to firmly grasp control over Tsunagakure and the Land of Wind. It appears I have been deceived. Tannen, release my chakra points. Our positions are now aligned. Jado, collapsing to the ground, spoke up. Though he had already expended half of his chakra, he still felt stronger than Shuku and Tannen. Tannen glanced at Shuku and Jado, then replied, very well, it seems we have no choice. He extended his hand and released Jado's chakra points. Jado rose to his feet. Scorpion approached the edge of the sand pit and remarked, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. Jado began forming hand seals. Scorpion, do you intend to betray Tsunagakure? Scorpion shook his head, asserting, no, I merely wish to replace the Kazekage. Understood. Jado replied. Wind release, wind blade. This was an A-rank ninjutsu, channeling chakra to his fingertips, resembling a chakra scalpel, yet imbued with wind nature. Furthermore, it could be launched as a ranged wind blade. Jado unleashed the wind blade, which shot towards Scorpion at incredible speed. Without hesitation, Scorpion yanked an Umbu member in front of him. The Umbu member screamed in agony as he perished. What? You despicable scoundrel! Jado roared in fury. Scorpion immediately activated his own jutsu. This is the forbidden technique of Tsunagakure, based on the principle of controlling corpses as if they were puppets. The anatomical structure of a human body is inherently different from that of a puppet, making this technique significantly more challenging than conventional puppetry. However, the crux lies in the inhumane nature of this ninjutsu, which has drawn the ire of the world and thus earned its classification as forbidden. Scorpion, indifferent to the moral implications, manipulated the lifeless body of a recently deceased ANBU ninja, drawing forth his blade to strike at Jado. Jado, sensing impending doom, realized he was left with merely a quarter of his chakra. He could manage one more wind blade, but if Scorpion could thwart it once more, it would be futile. Konoha, we must collaborate. Jado gritted his teeth and declared. Tain nodded in agreement and turned to Shuriku, saying, we must preserve our strength. Let us withdraw and return to Tsunagakure when we have regained our power. Hyuga Tain had gleaned a semblance of the Flying Thunder God technique from Minato Namikaze. However, due to his lesser innate talent, he required a moment to gather chakra before executing it. Thus, Hyuga Tain and Senju Shuriku vanished from Jado's view. Damn it, Tain. IXXXX. Jado cursed in despair, only to be struck down by the corpse's blade. Scorpion then turned his gaze towards the other two. At that moment, Nara Shikaku had ensnared 3 ANBU ninjas using his shadow bind technique, but it was too late. The trio of ANBU had already plunged their short blades into Shikaku's chest, and he now stood as a barrier against the enemy at the cost of his life. Yuyuki, run! Shikaku shouted, blood pouring from his mouth. Yet, Adzuki Yuyuki, an 11-year-old girl who had completed dozens of missions and had become a capable ninja, found herself paralyzed by fear at the unfolding scene. Her legs trembled, and despite her desire to flee, she was unable to move. Scorpion approached Yuyuki, only to be momentarily halted by Shikaku's binding technique. Scorpion, somewhat taken aback, observed Shikaku's appearance, which indicated he was nearing death. Indeed, a dying person can unleash their most formidable strength. Hurry, go, were Shikaku's final words, uttered to a terrified girl who could not budge. The shadow bind technique was released, and the 3 ENBU ninjas swiftly withdrew their blades from Shikaku's body, surrounding Adzuki Yuyuki. Wait, don't kill her yet. She still has value as a hostage, Scorpion commanded, seizing Yuyuki and swiftly injecting her with a poison needle, rendering her unconscious. Subsequently, Scorpion cast Yuyuki into the dungeon, preparing for severe torture to extract a confession that she was an assassin sent by Konoha to eliminate the high-ranking officials of Tsunagakure. This incident ignited a considerable uproar throughout the Wind Country. According to Scorpion's report, the so-called diplomatic envoy sent by Konoha was, in fact, an assassin targeting the upper echelons of Tsunagakure. Disguised as a diplomatic envoy, they sought to gain the trust of Tsunagakure using wood-release techniques, subsequently employing Byakugan to gather intelligence on everyone. The plan was to lure Kinshimen and Jado to a secluded location for assassination. However, Scorpion learned of the plot and hastily dispatched an ANBU to follow. The outcome was tragic. Kinshiman, Jado, and the ANBU ninja sent by Scorpion all perished. At that moment, the dark ninja dispatched by Scorpion sensed that something was amiss and promptly sent a message requesting reinforcements. Scorpion, accompanied by 3 skilled warriors, hastened to the scene, only to find the battle had concluded and 3 had perished. However, due to the successful ambush by the Leaf Village, Senju Tsurugi and Hyuga Taniya still possessed ample chakra, while Naruto had expended a portion of his chakra due to the surprise attack from Scorpion's Dark Ninja. The ensuing confrontation between Scorpion's quartet and their opponents resulted in the demise of Naruto, the capture of Yuzuki Yukino, and severe injuries to Hyuga Taniya, who may have lost the use of one arm. Senju Tsurugi utilized space-time ninjutsu to escape with him. Nonetheless, their chakra reserves were critically low, suggesting they had not fled far and likely remained within the desert. Scorpion produced a list of high-ranking officials from Sunagakure, claiming it had been retrieved from Naruto. Presently, Yuzuki Yukino was undergoing treatment for a severe poison under Scorpion's care, and once her recovery was complete, she would be presented before the Kazekage for rigorous interrogation. After hearing the report, Kazekage Rasha expressed a desire to meet Yuzuki Yukino, but Scorpion declined, citing the risk of contagion from the potent toxin, insisting that the meeting could only occur post-treatment. Rasha was utterly perplexed. The situation was exceedingly unexpected. Yet, the grim evidence lay before him in the form of 4 ninja corpses, compelling him to accept the reality. What you must do now is issue a nationwide order for the extermination of the Leaf Ninja. Do not notify the Leaf Village just yet. We must first ascertain whether this was the initiative of a particular high-ranking official or a collective agreement of the council. Regardless, these murderers must be apprehended. Scorpion did not allow Rasha a moment to ponder. Overwhelmed and agitated, Rasha reluctantly acquiesced to Scorpion's approach. Kazekage-sama? Kazekage-sama, do you hear me? Rasha's thoughts returned from a distant realm to the present. What is it? During Rasha's tenure, the Jinchuriki of One Tail had vanished. They had suffered losses in war. The nation's credibility had diminished, and they faced threats from Kirigakure. He was likely the most ineffectual Kazekage among the 4. Perhaps, just perhaps, Sunagakure would crumble under his leadership. Kazekage-sama, it is time to declare war. We must wage battle against the Leaf once more. This is a matter of absolute dignity. Our Sunagakure has been so grievously trampled upon by the Leaf. It is an unbearable humiliation. I cannot tolerate it. Manzaka Mujo exclaimed in fury. No, let me ponder this further. Something feels amiss. Rasha's mind was in disarray, yet he understood that he must have overlooked some crucial clues. If the Leaf had indeed dispatched individuals to assassinate their village's high-ranking officials, would they also send a mere genin? Even if they did, could that genin possibly be privy to all the details? No, I must have a serious conversation with that female genin. Scorpion, I still require an audience with the kunoichi named Yuzuki Yukino. Rasha's tone grew unexpectedly assertive. Understood. Scorpion, having shifted from his prior reluctance, surprisingly consented. And what of the matter regarding declaring war on the Leaf? Though Wushang had a strained relationship with both Jin Huming and Jiadwa, they were comrades who fought for the village of Sunagakure, and thus a bond of camaraderie lingered. The death of a fellow warrior demands an explanation, not solely for personal reasons, but for the sake of Sunagakure. The village could no longer endure its own impotence. Various pressures weighed heavily on Rasha's heart, rendering him breathless. He yearned to unleash his chakra and then indulge in a restful slumber. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions erupted from the direction of the Umbu headquarters. Someone had triggered my explosive tag trap, likely a Leaf Ninja. We must go, Scorpion assessed calmly. No, you stay here. Protect the administrative advisors. If their target is the upper echelon of Sunagakure, we must allocate our forces here as much as possible. I will go. The ninjas in the village must have heard the explosions. Wushang, Scorpion, Karuro, safeguard the advisors. With that, Rasha dashed outward alone. Magnet release, sand gold. Countless grains of sand and gold surged from every direction. The entirety of Sunagakure was his domain, filled with sand and gold he had strategically placed beforehand. No one could defeat him here. The sand and gold formed a wave, propelling Rasha to great heights. A long wooden trunk erupted from the ground, atop which stood Senju Karaki. Hinata Tannen was nowhere to be seen, likely off to rescue Yuzuki Yuin, but the Umbu should still have Scorpion-S ninjas, who might withstand for a time. Karaki and Rasha locked eyes and shouted in unison, Kazekage, why betray Konoha? Konoha, why betray Sunagakure? They paused simultaneously, taken aback. At that moment, the residents of Sunagakure emerged, and Rasha quickly urged, everyone, return home and take cover. Where are the elite shinobi of Sunagakure? Dozens of elite shinobi rushed forward, completely surrounding Karaki. Karaki, no longer hesitating, unleashed his most formidable technique. Would release, Flower Tree World. Would release, like other Kekkei Jinkai, is formed by the fusion of two basic chakra natures. It combines earth release and water release. However, due to Senju Hashirama's status as a sage, it also incorporates yang release chakra, rendering his wood release more powerful than other bloodline limits. The Tree World, a signature skill of the first Hokage, utilizes one's chakra as the source of life, rapidly sprouting multiple trees from the ground. These trees seem uprooted, capable of creating a forest in an instant. With all offensive and defensive maneuvers controlled by the user, its difficulty is classified as A rank. However, the Flower Tree World is not merely a variation of the name. The technique itself is an S-rank super ninjutsu. This skill uses one's chakra as nourishment, causing slumbering trees in the earth to grow rapidly and enlarge, allowing for their manipulation. The massive branches that rise from the ground can cleave through mountains, traverse rocks, and envelop the entire surface. On the trees bloom numerous flowers, which, upon blossoming, produce toxic pollen that can render one unconscious upon inhalation. In the barren expanse of the desert, the Senju tree cannot execute this maneuver, as it necessitates a certain amount of plant life underground. However, within the confines of Sunagakure, a plethora of plant seeds has been sown for the sake of greening. And when the Senju tree unleashes its technique, the entire village is swiftly besieged by the burgeoning trees. The immense blossoms remain in bud form for now, but soon they will unfurl, releasing countless incapacitating pollen particles into the air. Magnet release, a fusion of wind and lightning release, could potentially protect the village if Rasha were to unleash a desert burial, covering the entire Sunagakure with sand. But such an act would result in the total annihilation of the village. Cursed be this situation. To employ such a technique within the village, Rasha seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. At this moment, the floral realm was akin to a parasite, infecting the entire Sunagakure. If Rasha were to retaliate, the village would face ruin alongside him. Now, the entire Sunagakure had become hostages, and Rasha's final psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. As the fourth Kazekage, he found himself utterly incapable of safeguarding his village. This nearly despairing sense of impotence weighed heavily upon Rasha's body. Senju, we've rescued her. Let us flee. Hinata Tanasuke emerged, cradling the unconscious Yuzuki Yugao. Where do you think you're going? The elite shinobi of Sunagakure surged forward, encircling them. Rasha stood there, transfixed, unable to move. Blossom. The massive bud unfurled. A potent floral fragrance assaulted Rasha's senses, causing him to collapse to the ground. When he regained consciousness, Scorpion informed him that all the administrative advisors of Sunagakure had been assassinated, leaving only him, Monzaemon, and Kururo unharmed. Once again, Rasha succumbed to despair and fainted. During this time, Scorpion seized control, issuing execution orders against the Leaf Village ninjas under Rasha's name, while also commencing research on an antidote for the pollen toxin. Rasha was unaware of how many days had passed, but when he awakened again, Scorpion revealed that Monzaemon had also been assassinated. Rasha was taken to a secret location, confined with his wife and child, guarded by 10 Umbu operatives. Scorpion explained that to ensure the safety of the Kazekage, such drastic measures were necessary. Rasha realized that Scorpion had begun his betrayal. Returning to the meeting, someone had triggered my explosive tag trap. It must be from the Leaf Village. Go. Scorpion aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Senju and Tanasuke, having fabricated the assassination of the Sunagakure higher-ups as a ruse to compel Rasha to mobilize forces to seek out the two. With their unwitting entrapment, Scorpion could not let this chance slip away. No, you stay here. Protect the administrative advisors. If their intent targets the higher-ups of Sunagakure, we must position our combatants here as effectively as possible. I will go out. The ninjas in the village must have heard the explosion. Monzaemon, Scorpion, Kururo, ensure the advisors' safety. With that, Rasha charged out alone. Cursed be this situation. The individuals from Konoha have taken down Jado and Kinhu, Their strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Lord Rasha may find himself at a disadvantage. I shall join the fray. Scorpion, Kururo, ensure the safety of the advisors. With that, Minzo no Jo rushed out, seemingly speaking to someone as he departed. Shortly thereafter, Furjonin entered, stating, Lord Scorpion, Lord Kururo, Lord Jo has sent us to establish a barrier for your protection. Kururo slapped his thigh and declared, I must protect the children. Scorpion, you are to safeguard the advisors. With that, Kururo dashed away as well. The four Jonin positioned themselves in the corners of the room, ready to initiate the barrier. Suddenly, Scorpion struck, eliminating everyone in the room in an instant. Humph! What a nuisance! Scorpion exited the chamber. From beneath the ground, a figure emerged. This was the Earth Release technique, a ninjutsu for burrowing underground. And the individual rising was none other than Minzo no Jo. He had long suspected something amiss with Scorpion, ever since the arrival of Konoha's diplomatic envoy. Scorpion had displayed hostility towards these individuals. Thus, Minzo no Jo had been observing Scorpion. Although Scorpion had transformed his body into a human puppet, rendering his expressions inscrutable, his recent actions undoubtedly began to reveal the truth. Scorpion is a traitor. Cursed be it. If that is the case, we are doomed. Minzo no Jo began to contemplate strategies. At present, the only beings capable of overcoming Scorpion appeared to be himself, the fourth Kazekage, and Scorpion's grandmother, Chiyo. Two of Tsunagekyu's strongest forces had already fallen to Scorpion, and it was likely that the events in Konoha were orchestrated by him as well. Regardless of Scorpion's ultimate objectives, Minzo no Jo would not remain idle. This matter must be communicated to the fourth Kazekage. He understood that he could not resolve this issue alone. He required the support of the fourth Kazekage. However, the fourth Kazekage had collapsed during his battle with Senju Shiraku. Scorpion dispatched Umbu to place Rasha, Kururo, and their families under house arrest in a secret villa under the pretense of ensuring the fourth Kazekage's safety. In truth, Scorpion had begun to usurp power from the Kazekage. Minzo no Jo found himself unable to enter the villa. Scorpion barred anyone other than the Umbu from entering the secret location, even denying Minzo no Jo access. Scorpion sent numerous ninjas into the desert to pursue the trio of Tanin and commenced research on the toxic powders of the Hanamatsu realm. After pondering for a day and a night, Minzo no Jo resolved to summon all dispatched ninjas to expose Scorpion's conspiracy and collectively rescue the fourth Kazekage. He packed his belongings and prepared to depart. As he opened the door, Scorpion stood waiting at the threshold. Minzo no Jo endeavored to compose his expression, scrutinizing Scorpion closely. Scorpion's appearance had transformed entirely, yet as a fellow puppet master, Minzo no Jo recognized that Scorpion had concealed himself within a human puppet, akin to donning a suit of armor. What are you planning to do, Lord Jo? At that moment, Scorpion's visage was grotesque, resembling that of a hunchbacked elder. Without altering the essence of the narrative, here is the refined translation. The Minister of Puppetry, Minzo Wuchang, spoke without a flicker of emotion. Ah, it's Lord Scorpion. I surmise that since Lord Wind Shadow now requires protection, it is my duty as the Minister of Puppetry to consider his welfare and undertake certain tasks within the village to alleviate some of the burdens on Tsunagekyur. Scorpion raised his hand, interjecting, enough with the trivialities. I am aware that you are aware, Minzo Wuchang. Yet, I must commend your audacity in not fleeing. Upon hearing these words, Minzo Wuchang understood that escape was no longer an option. He would have to devise a way to eliminate Scorpion. Cautiously, he retreated to his room, a sanctuary adorned with various mechanisms. Although these devices would likely be of little consequence against a master puppeteer like Scorpion, they might enhance his odds in this dire situation. Minzo Wuchang carelessly placed his belongings aside and settled onto the sofa, gesturing to a nearby stool. Please, take a seat, Scorpion. Let us have a thorough discussion. He had long recognized that Scorpion had transformed himself into a human puppet. Yet the location of Scorpion's core remained a mystery. In a duel between experts, a single misstep could prove fatal. Unlike Scorpion, Minzo Wuchang had not undergone such a transformation, although he had sustained injuries on the battlefield that led him to augment his own body. Currently, Scorpion's core was concealed within his true form, which was itself hidden within this human puppet, known to Minzo Wuchang as Fei Lu Hu, a rogue ninja captured by Scorpion. While he was unaware of the specific modifications Scorpion had made to Fei Lu Hu, Min Zhuo Wuchang's instincts as a fellow puppeteer told him that this outer shell was no mere facade. He needed to devise a strategy to draw out Scorpion's true form. Seated on the stool, Scorpion remarked, "You could have survived had you chosen not to interfere with my plans. Alas, you are simply ungrateful." Min Zhuo Wuchang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but I still wish to clarify one point. Scorpion, what is your true objective? If your intentions are genuinely for the village, then surely you need not eliminate the exceptional talents of Sunigakure. It seems that Lord Windshadow will soon meet a similar fate." With a light chuckle, Scorpion replied, "It is not as convoluted as you might think. I merely seek to exercise complete control over Sunigakure. Under my 5th-generation Windshadow's governance, the village will become an absolute dictatorship, and I shall wield total dominion over the land of wind." Ah, such ambition. A young man should indeed be so audacious. However, if you eliminate so many skilled individuals from Sunigakure, what will happen if other villages seek to plunder? They shall be killed. Very well, then heed my words, Scorpion. Suddenly, Min Zhuo Wuchang launched a surprise attack mid-sentence. Normally, one would expect a conversation to continue here, leading to a lapse in defensive focus, making this a prime moment for an ambush. However, Scorpion was no ordinary adversary. 3 shurikens were propelled forth as he swiftly raised both hands. Instantly, 2 puppets emerged to intercept the assault. Scorpion had prepared for this. On Min Zhuo Wuchang's side, 2 puppets mirrored Scorpion's stance, both masters of puppetry. However, Scorpion exuded greater confidence, having perfected his puppet technique to its highest realm, rendering him invincible against any puppeteer. The technique of sand manipulation ensued as Min Zhuo Wuchang commanded a puppet to unleash a torrent of yellow sand. In an instant, the room became engulfed in the golden grains. Within this sandy tempest, one's sight and sense of smell were inevitably subdued. Both combatants were thus compelled to rely predominantly on touch and sound to discern their opponent's position for an assault. Yet within the swirling sands, any movement would quickly transmit sound through the air. Moreover, the sand was infused with wind-release chakra, causing it to dance erratically. A peculiar sensation coursed through Min Zhuo Wuchang's body, and he realized that Scorpion had erected a barrier. Scorpion, having witnessed Min Zhuo Wuchang's battles, understood that his typical strategy involved burrowing underground with earth release and manipulating puppets through chakra threads from below. Previously, during his encounter with Hinata Taniya, Min Zhuo Wuchang had audaciously attempted to make physical contact with her skin, a feat that seemed improbable even for a normal individual to perform through their ankle skin. Scorpion found himself perplexed by Min Zhuo Wuchang's conduct. As one of the premier forces of Sunigakure, Min Zhuo Wuchang ought not to exhibit such folly. Yet upon reflection, Scorpion comprehended the truth. Min Zhuo Wuchang was not inherently foolish. He merely lacked the motivation to exert himself against Scorpion's command. Recognizing it as merely a spar, thus affording a favor to Konoha, it was indeed the wisest choice for Min Zhuo Wuchang to succumb to defeat at the hands of Hinata Taniya at that moment. Truly, experience prevails. Min Zhuo Wuchang was an old hand, never utilizing his full strength unless absolutely necessary. Was he? Were he to breach the barrier, Scorpion would undoubtedly sense it. Currently, Scorpion had encased Min Zhuo Wuchang's entire residence within the barrier, and Min Zhuo Wuchang was no fool. This predicament could not simply be resolved by retreating. A resolution was imperative. It was a matter of kill or be killed. The clash of blades echoed as Scorpion's puppet's sword met Min Zhuo Wuchang's puppet's blade. Clang, clang, clang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce duel of their puppets, although both understood that it was their puppets clashing. Such encounters could still reveal the general trajectory of their opponent's movements. Scorpion recognized that Min Zhuo Wuchang's skill was limited to controlling a mere 2 puppets. As a prodigious puppeteer, he could not be mistaken. Thus, the extent of Min Zhuo Wuchang's control over his puppets could only encompass 2. Presently, Scorpion's 2 puppets were indeed locked in combat with those 2, and while such a confrontation could potentially inflict harm, it did not imply that Min Zhuo Wuchang would shy away from personally engaging in the fray. Scorpion was not one to act without thought. He considered all potential strategies during battle. Therefore, he would never accept defeat. It was now nearly certain that Min Zhuo Wuchang had only 2 probable positions, either boldly masquerading as a puppet, engaging in combat with Scorpion's puppets amidst the yellow sand, or, as before, hiding underground while maneuvering his puppets. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances. If Minzuo Wuchang failed to take further action, victory would surely belong to Scorpion. Both individuals were manipulating two puppets, requiring an equal amount of chakra to wield their puppetry skills. Scorpion unleashed a barrier, while Minzuo Wuchang employed techniques of sand manipulation and earth escape. Each of these three techniques continuously consumed chakra. However, Scorpion possessed a chakra pill bestowed by Uchiha Bido, which would allow him to sustain his efforts for an entire month, a feat that Minzuo Wuchang could never hope to match. Scorpion merely needed to bide his time, knowing that Minzuo Wuchang would inevitably make a new move, and when he did, Scorpion would strike swiftly to catch him off guard. A peculiar sound reached Scorpion's ears. It was coming from underground. Suddenly, a figure erupted from below, its blade aimed straight at Scorpion's head, with one hand controlling the two puppets amidst the sand. Scorpion grasped the assailant's sword with his other hand, feeling no pain due to the nature of his puppet, Hiryu. Upon closer inspection, Scorpion realized that the figure emerging from the ground was merely a puppet. This meant that Minzuo Wuchang himself was currently engaged in a duel with Scorpion's puppets amidst the sand, was it not? Scorpion dismissed any further doubts. Then came a series of explosive sounds. From the very beginning, Scorpion had placed numerous explosive tags inside his puppets, anticipating such a scenario. Once the explosions subsided, the sand settled, seemingly resolving the situation. Scorpion exhaled in relief, realizing that the puppet masters of Sunagakure were woefully inadequate, unable to contend with him. However, as he approached, he suddenly noticed the absence of blood among the debris from the explosion, troubling indeed. But by the time Scorpion processed this realization, it was too late. Three puppets suddenly emerged, each wielding a steel fork aimed directly at him. Hiryu was unable to evade, and Scorpion could only dash away from Hiryu to avoid the onslaught. Looking up, Scorpion was astonished to see Minzuo Wuchang with four hands pressed against the ceiling. Wait for hands. Scorpion stared in disbelief at Minzuo Wuchang, who indeed had four hands. Where 2 feet should have been, he had instead grown another pair of hands. Minzuo Wuchang smirked and said, "Ah, the elders are well aware of my secret, but you, little brat, remain oblivious. I, Minzuo Wuchang, was born a freak, lacking the feet of a normal person. Instead, I have 2 hands in their place. Hence, those peculiar shoes of yours." Scorpion suddenly understood. Indeed, his hands were supporting him on the ground, necessitating specially designed circular shoes. Your vision is impressive. It seems you have discerned my puppetry skills. However, I am not an ordinary person with 2 hands. I am a freak with 4 hands. Thus, I can manipulate 4 puppets simultaneously. Scorpion comprehended now that after initially casting the sand technique, Minzuo Wuchang had leaped to the ceiling, allowing 2 puppets to engage in battle with his own, while another puppet executed an earth escape, exploiting the information gap to catch Scorpion off guard. Fortunately, he had Hiryu as his shell. As Scorpion pointed out, "Look at your puppets. Hiryu is my specially crafted puppet." When your 3 puppets pierced Hiryu's body with their steel forks, Hiryu had already dispatched chakra strings to ensnare your puppets. Indeed, the entity known as Minzuo Wuchang could sense that his 3 puppets were beyond his control. Now, your secret has been unveiled to me, and my true form has been laid bare before your eyes. You have glimpsed the core of regeneration nestled within my chest, have you not? Should you possess the ability to destroy it, my demise would be inevitable. However, you have no time left to summon your puppets, whereas I can summon mine with ease. The only puppet remaining at your disposal is the one that has just emerged from the earth, is it not? Everything has been discerned by Scorpion. Minzuo Wuchang smiled wryly, acknowledging, "You are indeed a genius. Yet, what good is genius if you fail to act? The moment you laid eyes upon me, you should have slain me, rather than engage in this pointless discourse. Do you believe this is some sort of detective novel? Scorpion, you have granted me the time to gather my chakra. Remember this. It shall be the cause of your demise. In this world, only I can wield the sealing technique I have uniquely developed over a decade, the 4-handed ultimate seal." With a sudden burst, Minzuo Wuchang's 4 hands shot forth like cannonballs, seizing Scorpion's limbs with unyielding force. Scorpion found himself firmly ensnared, unable to move under the immense chakra radiating from those hands. This is bad. Scorpion realized his precarious situation. He could not form any seals, and all of his puppets lay in ruins. He now found himself teetering on the brink of danger. Yet, fortune smiled upon him. Min Wuchang had lost all 4 hands and could no longer manipulate his puppets. At that moment, the solitary remaining puppet of Min Wuchang rose and retrieved a short blade. What? Scorpion gazed in astonishment as the puppet approached him. He looked up at the ceiling. Indeed, Min Wuchang had lost his 4 hands, yet his body seemed to dance upon the ceiling with relentless vigor. Damn it! He is using his limbs and head as if they were fingers? It was utterly unprecedented. Scorpion could scarcely fathom what this battle-hardened veteran had endured. Min Wuchang had survived 2 ninja world wars, his fighting spirit far surpassing that of ordinary men. He would employ any means necessary to vanquish his foes. This is the creed of a warrior. Scorpion, you would not comprehend the will of the Wind Country's Sunagakure. It is an unwavering resolve to protect. With a flash, the blade lunged toward Scorpion's core of regeneration. The molten chakra mode. The blade was poised to pierce Scorpion's core, yet an intense heat melted the weapon away. Thud! Min Wuchang plummeted from the ceiling, his final strike thwarted. Scorpion's formidable chakra had forcibly dismantled the 4-handed seal. Scorpion sighed, fortunately. Lord Madara's foresight has proven accurate. He must have anticipated my inadequacies and bestowed upon me a chakra pill in advance. Otherwise, I would have met my end this time. Coughing, Min Wuchang found his chakra depleted, and the blood streaming from his severed limbs seemed to form a character beneath his body. Scorpion kicked Min Wuchang's body aside, observing as the blood coagulated into the character Scorpion. With a slight smile, Scorpion remarked, on the brink of death, and yet still resorting to such trivial antics. Did you think I would not notice? Ahem, it is inevitable that someone will witness Scorpion. Regardless of your cunning schemes, Sunagakure will not yield. We shall protect it resolutely. This is my ninja way. The death of the gatekeeper, Manzai Wuju, has occurred. Scorpion's foot crushed the ground, and the final words of Manzai Wuju faded into oblivion. Within the secret villa, the infant Kankuro was wailing loudly, prompting Karura to rush over to ascertain the cause. It turned out that the toy puppet gifted to Kankuro by Manzai Wuju had shattered. Darling, come quickly. Raza approached, noticing a note within the remnants of the puppet. It read, please safeguard Sunagakure, Kazakage-sama, the one who killed me. At that moment, red ink began to seep from the note, revealing the final word, Scorpion. Raza clutched the note tightly in his hand, just as the villa's door swung open, and Scorpion entered, appearing quite disheveled. Kazakage-sama, the Konoha assassins have struck again. Manzai Wuju has been slain. I understand. You may leave, Raza replied, turning his back to Scorpion, who then departed. Wuju, I shall fulfill your dying wish. It seemed there was only one course of action left, as Wuju had mentioned in the council. Raza burst from the villa, channeling his chakra to declare, we shall go to war with Konoha. His voice resonated throughout Sunagakure. This was indeed the most prudent course of action, regardless of Scorpion's intentions. When Sunagakure and Konoha officially clashed, Scorpion would undoubtedly use his position as a shield. While Raza preserved his status as Kazakage, he aspired to achieve far more than that. Scorpion, brace yourself. Soon, you shall experience the wrath of Sunagakure. 1 month later, the Tsuchikage arrived at the palace of the Land of Iron's daimyo. Accompanied by a cart laden with corpses, 12 elite jonin from Iwagakure stood in 2 orderly rows, presenting a formidable front. The Tsuchikage discarded the cart of bodies aside and entered the palace with 2 guards. A group of elite samurai surrounded the walls. The newly appointed daimyo of the Land of Iron, Itachi Raku, sat at the dining table, indulging in a feast. Please, take a seat, Tsuchikage-sama. To be honest, when I first heard you were bringing a cart of corpses, I imagined a cart full of bodies, not just this fellow, Itachi Raku said, swirling his goblet of red wine with a soft smile. In this world, fine wine was exceedingly rare, reserved for the wealthy merchants and powerful daimyo. Itachi Raku possessed both wealth and authority. He had once aspired to be a billionaire, and he succeeded. He had once sought eternal life, and he achieved it. He had once desired to become a ruler, and he accomplished that as well. Now, he yearned to conquer the world, an ambition yet unfulfilled. In truth, prior to the cart of corpses, Itachi Raku had sent suggestive letters to the daimyo of the Land of Earth, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Fire. However, due to the ongoing conflict between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, they lacked the time to address the matter. Anoki sought this opportunity. I knew you wouldn't care about this fellow. However, You should be grateful that the traitor from your country did not harm any of our village's vital jinchuriki. Otherwise, I would have truly caused you some trouble. Daimu seated himself nonchalantly upon the chair, unceremoniously seizing a chicken leg from the table and indulging in it. 2 guards stood vigilantly by his side. I aspire to claim a substantial portion of the Land of Lightning, for which I have prepared an army of 20,000 warriors. Ah, splendid. I too wish to partake of the Land of Fire, with a contingent of 15,000 ninjas at my disposal. What do you propose we do? You assist me in conquering the Land of Lightning, and I shall aid you in vanquishing the Land of Fire. It is as simple as that. Very well. I shall devise a strategy to forge an alliance with the Land of Lightning, compelling them to concentrate their forces at your borders. And then we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate them together. Agreed. What is our next move? We will ally with the Land of Lightning. Consequently, the Land of Fire will undoubtedly amass their troops at the borders. Our combined forces will far exceed theirs. And when you assist me in dispatching the Land of Fire's army, our pact will be sealed. Excellent. No objections here. At that time, I shall claim my share of the Land of Lightning, while you take your portion of the Land of Fire, and we shall maintain a respectful distance from one another. For subjugating a great nation necessitates years of governance. I did not expect you to be so agreeable. You are indeed quite different from the previous daimyo. Daimu smiled faintly, discarding the remnants of the chicken leg and wiping his hands with a napkin. By the way, Lord Tsuchikage, are you aware of an organization called Akatsuki? Akatsuki? I have not heard of it. Oh, I see. However, even if we manage to consume these 2 great nations, we must not forget the presence of 2 others nearby, the Land of Wind and the Land of Water. Once we establish dominion over the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, these 2 nations will undoubtedly become restless. Oh, are you suggesting that we continue our collaboration thereafter? An alliance, perhaps? Huh, indeed. Let us form an alliance. Daimu departed merrily. Ishida Romu waved his hand, and Samurai presented a cart laden with corpses before him. Romu gazed at the already decaying bodies with a sigh, then cast the chicken bones that Daimu had discarded onto the pile of bodies. From the perspective of the map of the Land of Fire, this continent is home to numerous countries. However, the number of nations possessing ninja villages is quite limited. The Land of Fire is situated in a hilly region, with a temperate climate and abundant sunshine. The country boasts ample farmland, a thriving economy, and a large population. Being centrally located on the continent, it serves as a vital conduit for communication among nations. Additionally, the Land of Fire is home to the most powerful ninja village, Konohagakure. Thus, it has long been the most influential nation among the 5 great countries. The Land of Wind is the largest nation in the Naruto universe. It is characterized by its arid desert landscape, with scant rainfall, and its citizens reside in uniquely constructed buildings of sand. The population is sparse, yet it shares a close relationship with the Land of Fire. The ninja village of the Land of Wind is Sunagakure, renowned for its mastery of puppetry techniques. The Land of Wind lies to the west of the continent. The Land of Water is an island nation surrounded by the sea, with its terrain primarily consisting of mountains and scattered small islands. The country is dotted with numerous lakes, featuring a cool, misty climate. Winters are cold and snowy, with citizens living on the main island and its surrounding smaller islands, adhering to their distinctive traditional culture. The ninja village of the Land of Water is Kirigakure, famous in the Naruto world for its diverse range of bloodline limits. Since conquering numerous small nations in the vicinity, the Water Country's territory has nearly equaled that of the Wind Country, particularly when considering its maritime expanse. The Water Country is situated on the eastern side of the continent. The Lightning Country boasts towering peaks that pierce the heavens, accompanied by the resounding roar of thunder, which inspired its name. The rivers coursing through the central mountain range carve a serpentine coastline at their estuaries, and the land is dotted with numerous hot spring regions. The ninja village of the Lightning Country is known as the Hidden Cloud Village, perched precariously upon the cliffs of vast mountain ranges. The Lightning Country lies to the northeast of the Fire Country and north of the Water Country. The Earth Country is predominantly characterized by desolate rock cliffs, with its stones seemingly lining the borders, effectively obstructing transportation with neighboring nations. Additionally, winds from the north traverse the lofty mountains, carrying small rocks to other countries, a natural phenomenon famously termed rock rain. The ninja village of the Earth Country is known as the Hidden Stone Village. The Earth Country is located to the northwest of the Fire Country and north of the Wind Country. The Iron Country lies north of the Fire Country, nestled between the Earth and Lightning countries. Lord Third Star Shadow, where are we now? A curious child inquired, raising their hand. The Third Star Shadow smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Despite being in his advanced years, he possessed remarkable agility. He drew a circle on the map he had sketched, stating, "We are here, between the Earth Country and the Wind Country. To our west lies the Phantom Great Canyon, and to our east is the Rain Country. Our village, Star Hidden Village, resides within the territory of the Bear Country, as our land is home to numerous wild bears. Will people from the Earth Country and Wind Country come here?" Another child raised their hand to ask. The Third Star Shadow shook his head, replying, "It is unlikely, for the desert borders the Wind Country, while the Gobi Desert lies adjacent to the Earth Country. Thus, the harsh geological conditions to our north, south, and west restrict us to trade only with the Rain Country. Venturing farther presents complications. Oh, but I saw Sister Summer Star returning to the village from the south with 3 strangers this morning." "What? Is that true?" "Yes. Those 3 are still unconscious." "Ah, and Sister Summer Star asked us to inform you. Let us go take a look." The Third Star Shadow led the village children to the home of the ninja Summer Star. Upon arriving, Summer Star bowed and invited the Third Star Shadow inside. He observed the 3 individuals on the bed. Their garments appeared tattered, as if they had endured the ravages of sandstorms, suggesting they had emerged from the desert. "Oh, did they encounter a sandstorm?" The Third Star Shadow mused, glancing at them. 2 children and 1 adult. One might assume that a merchant caravan had faced a dust storm, with the adults struggling to escape with the children. Summer Star handed the Third Star Shadow a headband, saying, "This belonged to the little girl. Oh, it bears the symbol of the hidden leaf. Are they ninjas from a great nation? It is rather peculiar. Never mind, let us not dwell on the reasons for now. Instead, we must find a way to awaken them. The Land of Fire occasionally sends hunters to our realm to procure bear paws and pelts. Thus it can be considered a friendly nation. We must take good care of them." Indeed. The third Hokage stepped outside. Summer Star continued to attend to the 3 individuals. Unexpectedly, the first to awaken was not the adult, but rather the young boy. Senju Shook had regained consciousness, and although their clothing had been changed, they remained within Summer Star's abode. After all, this is a small nation, and the scale of the ninja village is modest, comprising merely a few hundred souls. With approximately 30 ninjas, there are not many vacant houses. The moment Senju Shook awoke, he vanished using the body flicker technique. Summer Star, who had just finished heating water to rehydrate the 3, turned around only to find that Senju Shook had disappeared from the bed. In the next instant, a shuriken was pressed against Summer Star's neck, with Senju Shook precariously standing on a stool, just barely reaching her throat. "Where's this? Who are you?" Senju Shook inquired. His body still frail from having been unconscious for several days, his strength severely depleted. Fortunately, his sage body possessed the ability for self-restoration. Summer Star, feeling somewhat anxious, swallowed hard and replied, "This is the Bear Country's Hidden Star Village. I am a ninja from this village. You are from Konoha, are you not? Our 2 nations are allies, so there is no need for concern. Did you traverse through the desert?" Upon hearing this, Senju Shook lowered his shuriken and approached Hinata Tanaka and Uzumaki Yuin. They lacked the sage body, and after enduring a month in the desert, although they had managed to survive through great hardship, their condition was far from optimal. Teacher Tanaka, being an adult, possessed the Byakugan and could manipulate his chakra at will. However, Uzumaki Yuin was merely an ordinary female ninja, and still quite young, had it not been for Shook summoning a slug for her in advance. She might have already succumbed to the elements. Summoning technique, slug. Senju Shook invoked the summoning technique once more, and then collapsed to the ground. "Your body cannot withstand any jutsu right now. You must rest for a few more days." Summer Star felt compelled to assist Shook. He shook his head and said, "They likely cannot endure much longer. I would be most grateful if you could provide me with some food. I need to recover my chakra quickly. I possess medical ninjutsu that can aid them." The slug split into 2, attaching itself to the 2 individuals. Upon hearing his request, Summer Star exited in search of the 3rd Hokage. Meanwhile, Shook began to meditate in an effort to restore his chakra. With his unique constitution, he could indeed regain strength without sustenance, yet it would be wise to replenish some energy. Earlier, while threatening Summer Star with the shuriken, he had actually implanted a seed within her body. Once Shook activated it, the rapidly growing tree would burst forth, expanding within her. "Hokage-sama, the 3 Konoha ninjas have awakened," Summer Star exclaimed anxiously. The Hokage immediately followed her to Senju Shook's side. Both the Hokage and Summer Star stood watching as Shook meditated, and after over an hour, Summer Star's legs began to ache. At that moment, Senju Shook opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Greetings, I am the shadow of this village. You must be the ninjas from Konohagakure, correct? Xingying extended his hand. Shook stepped forward to shake it and replied, Indeed. We inadvertently lost our way in the desert and must find a way back to the leaf. Xingying nodded and said, Very well, there is no issue. You and your companions may rest here temporarily. I will dispatch a carrier pigeon to inform the Hokage. May I have your names? Shook glanced at Xingying and said, Simply write down field team. Understood. Thank you. I will compensate you for your assistance, Shook replied, summoning a scroll through a summoning technique. He then used the scroll to conjure a chest filled with money. Handing a stack to Xingying, he said, Here is 100,000 ryo. To serve as provisions and accommodation, as well as for your life-saving assistance. Once my companion has recovered, I will express my gratitude further. With that, the scroll and chest vanished in a puff. Xingying accepted the money and instructed, Xiarixing, you shall tend to them, as this is your home. With that, Xingying departed. Xiarixing prepared a meal for Senju Shook, and the two remained silent throughout the night, until the following day. Hinata Taniya awoke. Having infused some of his chakra into Tsukiyomi before losing consciousness to sustain her life. Fortunately, his strong mental fortitude, combined with the slug's healing capabilities, allowed him to persevere. Teacher Taniya, you're awake? Xiarixing exclaimed, excitedly running toward Hinata Taniya. Shook's previous demeanor had not suggested he was a child. But now he truly exhibited the behavior of one. Xiarixing was startled by the sight of Hinata Taniya's eyes, as the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was renowned worldwide. She marveled internally, realizing that these three individuals were likely not ordinary ninjas. What is happening? Shook, where are we? Who is that woman? And why is there an old man dressed like our Hokage several hundred meters away? His hat reads star? Upon waking, Hinata Taniya was bombarded with questions. After Shook detailed their current situation, Taniya nodded and said, All right, I understand. It seems we shall wait for Tsukiyomi to awaken. Once she does, we will depart swiftly back to the leaf. We cannot be certain if the sand village will pursue us. I am aware, but Tsukiyomi's condition may not be favorable. Although the slug can restore her physical state and chakra, she is still very young, and the harsh winds and sand may have ravaged her spirit and body too severely. I believe we need a qualified medical ninja. My healing techniques are of no use here. Shook expressed his concern for Tsukiyomi. Taniya nodded slightly and addressed Xiarixing, saying, I wish to meet with Xingying to discuss some matters. Of course, I will fetch him right away, Xiarixing responded, hurrying out to find Xingying. Taniya then engaged in conversation with the third star. Tian-Yi gained a brief understanding of the happenings in this place, while the third-generation star Shadow merely listened to Tian-Yi's fabrications. It was nothing more than a tale about the cultural exchange with Sunagakure that led to them losing their way and wandering into the desert. The third-generation star Shadow remarked that a month prior, war had broken out between the land of wind and the land of fire. Tian-Yi thought to himself that it was indeed so, yet he lamented that they had embarked on diplomatic missions for this very reason, only to be met with natural disasters. By the way, Lord Star Shadow, I have a matter that perplexes me. As you are aware, I hail from the Hyuga clan. Upon regaining consciousness, I employed my Byakugan to survey the surroundings and noticed a group of individuals meditating around a small stone. What might that be? Upon hearing this, Lord Star Shadow realized he could not conceal the truth and explained, 2 centuries ago, a meteorite fell into our bear country. This meteorite is known as the Star Stone, and our ancestors discovered that meditating near it could enhance chakra. Thus, the village of Hashigakure was established. I am the third-generation Star Shadow, and that Star Stone is our national treasure. Tian-Yi nodded, saying, I see, this is indeed wondrous. However, Lord Star Shadow, you must be aware of the capabilities of our Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which can perceive the body's chakra pathways and see great distances, with proper training. It can even discern the existence of souls. I must earnestly inform you that your soul has sustained damage. Star Shadow involuntarily glanced at Tian-Yi's arm, ensnared by the wood release, pondering the prowess of this Byakugan wielder who had lost a limb. He sighed and spoke, in truth, my predecessor, the second-generation Star Shadow, also sensed this risk and warned me about the dangers of the Star Stone. Meditating near it can inflict irreparable harm to one's soul. Humanity has its limits, and only those exceptionally gifted can genuinely benefit from its proximity. Tian furrowed his brow. I am one of those exceptional individuals, as is Natsu Hoshi. But others may not realize when their bodies can no longer withstand the transformations brought about by the Star Stone, leading to sudden demise. This is not a secret. Then, knowing this, why do you still allow them to take their chances? It is the ambition of humanity to pursue power. While the surrounding great nations are embroiled in relentless warfare, what can our small bear country do? We can only desperately bolster our strength to protect ourselves. Even if it means sacrificing some lives, it is better than being slaughtered by invading nations. That is true, and I find myself unable to assist you further. I can only contribute a bit more towards your accommodation expenses. Whether in times of war or peace, money eternally holds its value. Then, I thank you. Thus, the exchange between the two concluded. Tian Yi returned to Natsu Hoshi's abode. Natsu Hoshi appeared quite ordinary, possessing a simple yet captivating beauty, reminiscent of a countryside girl. Knowing much about the world that Tian Yi was oblivious to, while she was also aware of many things he did not, Xingying spoke the truth within the entire village. Only he and the Summer Star could withstand the influence of the Star Stone. This phenomenon appeared to be random, as even Hinata Tanya could not escape it. Nor could Senja Shuk. They merely had to await the awakening of Xiang, and thus several days passed. Hinata Tanya activated his Byakugan, scrutinizing Xiang's form. Teacher Tanya, how is she? Shuk inquired anxiously from the side. Tanya shook his head, expressing, the situation is far from optimistic. Despite my infusion of chakra to stabilize her and the slug's healing techniques, Xiang is barely clinging to life. She has previously experienced chakra depletion, and this condition has persisted for several days. She is nearing the end of her strength. What? How can this be? Damn it! Shuk exclaimed, furiously waving his arms. Though he possessed considerable strength, it was limited. Even the mightiest could face the loss of something precious. Tanya observed Shuk's turmoil, having witnessed death both on the battlefield and a month prior with Naradu's passing. To Shuk, these individuals might merely be transient figures. Udzuki Xiang had been a companion of Shuk for 2 years, and a bond, however slight, had formed. For Shuk, Xiang and his former teammate Aoba represented true comrades. Alongside his role as their guiding teacher, the demise of any of the three would plunge Shuk into despair. Tanya was acutely aware of this. Shuk's fate was indeed peculiar. It could be said that the very enemy responsible for his father's death resided within his father's body. To seek vengeance could ultimately lead to patricide. Such a predicament would trouble anyone. Moreover, the death of a friend could thrust Shuk into an even deeper abyss. While Tanya remained indifferent to whether those he assisted were virtuous or malevolent, he recognized that if Shuk were blinded by hatred, he would reach a breaking point. Only those with a heart to protect possess limitless potential. Having traversed numerous worlds, Tanya understood this well. It seemed there was no other course. Tanya made a decision. Surveying the surroundings with his Byakugan, the Summer Star had gone off to train, and there were few people near the house. Tanya addressed Shuk. Actually, I possess a method to save Xiang, but... Teacher Tanya, what is this method? I will do anything. Shuk responded, still a child, having experienced little. Tanya pondered how to convey the feeling of losing a comrade at such a young age. Yet Shuk was unlike ordinary ninjas. Others might succumb to darkness and be killed. But if Shuk were to fall into darkness, few could match him, and he might even be swayed by Uchiha Madara. Tanya had to ensure that Shuk's inherent goodness remained intact. In the village of Star Hidden, the Star Stone possesses the remarkable ability to enhance Xiang's chakra. Currently, Xiang faces a critical situation, having depleted a significant amount of chakra to replenish her life energy, leaving her severely lacking in this vital resource. Although the two of us provide some assistance, it is ultimately futile. Only her own chakra can mend itself. If only your mother, the esteemed Tsunade, were here. She might devise a more effective solution. Yet, given our predicament, this is the only course of action I can conceive. What must we do? Shuk's gaze grew resolute. T&I continued, stating that she would need to recline beside the Star Stone for healing. However, the village regards that Star Stone as a national treasure, and their peacock mystique is a closely guarded secret, seemingly impervious to dissemination. Although I have managed to glean some insights through Byakugan, I doubt they will permit us to witness the methods of cultivation. If they do not partake in the training alongside us, the healing process may be exceedingly protracted. What shall we do? Should we implore them? Or perhaps offer them more wealth? Shuk's anxiety began to mount, Relying on force in this situation would likely prove ineffective. No, there is indeed another approach. Tianya's expression wavered, uncertain whether to voice his thoughts. I believe that if we could integrate the star stone within Xiang's body, we could fully awaken her latent chakra. For instance, transforming the star stone into powder or ingesting it might suffice. Given Xiang's dire condition, it seems this perilous method may be our only chance. Although Hinata Tianai felt somewhat remorseful towards the village of Star Hidden, his bond with Xiang transcended moral constraints. Emotions often surpass the thresholds of human ethics. With a swift motion, Shook vanished. Tianai glanced at his damaged arm. While the wooden prosthetic Shook had fashioned barely served its purpose, it was merely a piece of wood. He was acutely aware of the extent to which the arm within had decayed, knowing he should have perished in the desert. Yet, the wood release of Senju Shook seemed to possess an extraordinary vitality. Humph, Shook, I shall regard you as a savior of sorts. My life, as Hinata Tianai, will endure until the end. There had been instances in the past when, after sustaining disabilities, he sought opportunities to end his life. However, whether by some unseen decree or fate, those who attempted suicide found themselves in abysmally tragic circumstances upon traversing to another realm. Thus, Tianai endeavored to imbue each life with meaning. At the very least, I hope Lord Mark can return before I draw my last breath. Tinya's heart had wrestled with such turmoil countless times, each moment seemingly a reaffirmation of his belief, yet revealing deeper uncertainties. Could this truly be accomplished? Halt! Thief! Robber! The furious shouts of the ninjas from the village of Star Hidden echoed from outside. It appeared that Shook had indeed taken action. Alas! We must now engage in combat with these individuals. Tianai lifted Xiang, seemingly prepared to flee, though he felt a twinge of guilt towards the villagers. The benefits of the Star Stone for them paled in comparison to its potential to save Xiang's life. Humans are invariably selfish. However, if one were to say so, even Tianai cannot find solace. Yet, having lived for several lifetimes, he is rather indifferent to the nuances of moral philosophy. Alas, such sentiments may indeed bring trouble to Konoha village. Never mind, there is little I can do about it now. Clutching Xian, Tianai dashed out of the house. Teacher Tianai. Run, run, Shook cried, clutching the star stone, pursued closely by a dozen ninjas from Hashigakure, while Xinging seemed to be conspicuously absent. Tianai activated his Byakugan to scout for an escape route. The chase extended over 4 arduous hours. The ninjas of Hashigakure relied heavily on the star stones for their training, and their chakra reserves were not particularly robust. After 4 hours of pursuit, they had nearly exhausted their chakra and failed to catch up with Shook and Tianai. The trio sought refuge in a cave. They were likely still at the border of the Bear Country. They decided to rest momentarily before entering the Land of Rain to find a suitable place to treat Xian. Teacher Tianai, can this stone truly help heal Xian? Shook panted. Though he had ample chakra, his youthful legs were shorter than an adult's, leading to quicker fatigue. Yes, based on my knowledge. This is the only method available to us now. Damn, are those ninjas from Amigakure? Tianai suddenly turned his Byakugan towards the direction of the Land of Rain. What is it, Teacher Tianai? Never mind, let us treat Xian first. It seems something is amiss. A few days prior, Amigakure had received a carrier pigeon from Hashigakure, bearing an urgent message directed to Konoha. The ninja in charge of the pigeon delivered the missive to the leader of Amigakure, Amaterasu. Amaterasu had met with Uchiha Madara when Scorpion departed from Amigakure and had fully become one of Madara's disciples. Although his strength did not yet qualify him for membership in Akatsuki, his status was comparable to that of Shimada Ro, primarily assisting Madara in managing the smaller nations. Amaterasu understood well that the next era would belong to Uchiha Madara. The bounty Madara issued targeted only 2 individuals, one named Hyuga Tianai, and the other, Senju Shook. Amaterasu needed only to capture either of them or eliminate both to qualify for a higher rank. This was akin to Shimada Ro, regardless of who it was. The initial ambition to attain a certain status often led to a false sense of contentment once that status was achieved. However, the truth was starkly different. Those who aspire to high positions often find their ambitions to be insatiable. If given the opportunity to ascend further, they would boundlessly extend their desires. Amaterasu opened the letter, and upon seeing the names of Tianya's team from Konoha, he nearly succumbed to a heart attack from excitement. Amaterasu personally led a contingent of 10 jonin, 40 chunin, and 50 genin, amassing nearly 100 ninjas from Amigakure. His singular objective was to eliminate everyone from Hashigakure in a surprise attack. Had they been forewarned, Tni and his companions would surely have sensed the danger, for they were members of the Hyuga clan, and the Byakugan would detect them from afar. Thus, they showed no mercy, directly invading the land of bears and storming into Star Hidden Village, annihilating all its inhabitants. Subsequently, they sought to uncover the identities of Hinata Taniya and Senju Shook. The enigmatic god of oblivion realized that even the formidable Uchiha Madara would deem it a fool's errand to attempt capturing them alive. It appeared he would only return to Madara bearing the corpses of 2 individuals. Consequently, 100 ninjas from Rain Hidden Village surged into the territory of the Bear Country. Meanwhile, within the village, the Chunin Akahoshi led a group of genin to search for Hinata Taniya and her companions. Yet they were met first by the ninjas from Rain Hidden Village. Who are you? Are you ninjas from Rain Hidden Village? Why have so many intruded upon our borders? Was there any prior notification? Akahoshi demanded angrily. What should we do, boss? Eliminate them. The god of oblivion was indifferent to the ninjas of Star Hidden Village. He merely wondered why his movements had been exposed so swiftly. Could it be that there were barriers along the border? Dismissing such thoughts, he realized that since Star Hidden Village had already detected their presence, they must hasten their advance. The ensuing conflict could hardly be termed a battle. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Only 6 of the 100 ninjas from Rain Hidden Village engaged, swiftly dispatching all the genin from Star Hidden Village in an instant. Akahoshi unleashed the peacock method, transforming his chakra into wings to flee. But his escape route fortuitously led him directly towards the cave, where Hinata Taniya and her companions were hiding. Damn it, they are coming. Shook, prepare yourself. Taniya and Shook readied for combat. Swish, swish, swish. Akahoshi's body was pierced by several strikes. 2 ninjas from Rain Hidden Village pursued and delivered the finishing blows. Quickly, catch up with the main force. The boss said that whoever slays Hinata Taniya and Senju Shook personally will be promoted. The 2 jonin hastened away, leaving Taniya and Shook in shock. Did you hear that, sensei? Shook asked, perplexed, gazing at Hinata Taniya. Taniya, her expression darkened, nodded. Is it Sunagakure? Or Uchiha Madara? The people of Star Hidden Village have recently clashed with them. They surely cannot be allies summoned by Star Hidden Village. How infuriating. Enemies keep appearing one after another. We must heal Yuin swiftly and return to Konoha. All right. Together, Shook and Taniya shattered the Star Stone into powder and sprinkled it over Yuin's body. Taniya placed her hand on Yuin's tendon point, channeling her chakra to assist Yuin in absorbing the energy from the Star Stone. Within mere minutes, Taniya began to sweat. Shook, summon the slug, and you, assist me in transferring chakra. Yuin requires more chakra for guidance. Understood. The healing had only just commenced. Meanwhile, in Star Hidden Village, the loss of the national treasure, the Star Stone, had already incited widespread chaos. The 3rd Star Shadow continued to deliver a speech to restore order. As he did not desire a confrontation with the ninjas of Konoha, having conversed with Taniya previously, he recognized her power as potentially surpassing his own, and thus he could not believe they would seize the Star Stone merely for strength. Moreover, Taniya was already aware of the Star Stone's side effects. Indeed, many witnesses observed that one of the boys from Konohagakure seized the Star Stone, and following the theft, the trio abruptly vanished. The 3rd Star Shadow found himself incapable of persuading his subordinates to remain calm. He could only advise them to consider strategies for the search, particularly since the girl from Konoha had sustained severe injuries and was certainly unable to embark on a long journey. At that moment, a series of explosions erupted outside the village. Not good. Lord Star Shadow, the ninjas from Amigakure are attacking. A Chunin, with several kunai embedded in his body, uttered these words before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens were launched toward the 3rd Star Shadow. Peacock technique. The chakra within the Star Shadow surged forth, deflecting all the shurikens away. The essence of the peacock technique lies in the external manifestation of chakra. Yet this ninjutsu demands an exceptionally potent chakra to execute. Therefore, the ninjas of Hashigakure utilized the Star Stone to cultivate their powers, having enhanced their chakra. They could also project it externally and manipulate it through the peacock technique. Thus far, only one individual has truly mastered the peacock technique, the 3rd Star Shadow himself, whose proficiency has reached a level devoid of flaws, whereas the other ninjas of Hashigakure exhibit various shortcomings in their execution. Consequently, following the incursion by the ninjas from Amigakure. Only the third star shadow remained within the village after an hour. The star shadow felt a sense of relief. As most of the village's ninjas had ventured out in search of Taniya and Shuriku, they were not present in the village. Although nearly all others in Hoshigakure had perished, at least the nation retained a flicker of fighting spirit. As long as life persists, hope shall not be extinguished. Damn that old man. He dares to call himself Star Shadow. He has slain 2 of our Jonin. The Star Shadow employed the peacock technique to eliminate 2 Jonin from Amigakure, along with 1 Chunin and 3 Jinin. However, this was the extent of his capabilities. His chakra was utterly depleted. Lord Oboro. The ninjas of Amigakure parted to allow their leader, Oboro, to advance. He gazed at the third star shadow and inquired. Hinata, Taniya, and Senju Shuriku were here in your village, weren't they? But now they are gone. Where are they? Huh, I wish to find them as well. The third star shadow replied with a resigned chuckle. Humph, never mind. Once I extract your memories, I shall know. Oboro extended his hand toward the third star shadow. Hours later, within a cave, Hinata Taniya finally managed to tend to the injuries of Yueying. Although his own spirit bore slight damage, having traversed countless worlds, his soul had become formidable. Such minor harm was inconsequential. In contrast, Yueying now possessed an unfathomable potential. Merged with the Starstone, she had acquired an extraordinarily powerful spiritual force, and her chakra had escalated to a level approaching that of a tailed beast. Ugh, my head feels a bit dizzy. Yueying awakened. Yueying, you have finally awakened, Shuriku exclaimed, embracing her with overwhelming joy and tears. Hinata Taniya observed the 2 youngsters, sighing To be young is truly a blessing. One can weep whenever they desire. Hinata Tanino opened his Byakugan, surveying the surroundings. It appeared that the ninjas of the Rain Village had begun their return to the Land of Rain. One could only wonder how things were faring in the Star Village. It seemed they had inadvertently brought trouble upon that group. Not only had they stolen their national treasure, but this time it truly felt like an act of ingratitude. Alas, there was little choice but to find a way to repay the kindness of the Star Village in the future. Hinata stood at the entrance of the cave, using his Byakugan to peer into the distance. Iyaka, blushing, pushed aside the 2 children who were fidgeting. Tanino remarked, "It seems we cannot pass through the Land of Rain. If that is the case, we have but one option left. We must head north. We will move from the border of the Land of Earth to the Land of Grass, and then traverse through the Land of Grass back to the Land of Fire." What on earth is happening? Iyaka, just awakened, was still unclear about the situation, her memories lingering in the desert. Shuka smiled and said, "Let us be on our way. We will explain as we go. Time is of the essence." Hinata nodded, saying, "Indeed, Iyaka. As we journey, I shall teach you a ninjutsu called the Peacock Method, which will assist you in controlling the chaotic chakra within you." A day later, at a secret training ground in the Land of Earth, Han, the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, was engaged in training. Clad in vibrant red armor that enveloped him entirely save for his eyes, Han possessed the Kekkei Genkai of Steam Release. Known as the Steam Ninja, he was a remarkable figure at merely 15 years of age, already a competent Chunin. And with a year or 2 more of training, he would likely attain the rank of Jonin. Beside him stood his guards, for Jonin of formidable strength. As the only Jinchuriki in the village, Han bore the responsibility of growing stronger, to be potent enough to safeguard his village. While the Iwagakure had established itself as a formidable military force among the nations, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was not one to underestimate the value of strength. The departure of old Zetsu had greatly angered Inoki, though it could not be classified as treachery. He had merely left to wander as a monk. However, losing contact with him caused Inoki considerable distress. The village had lost a significant combat asset, making Han a prime candidate for focused training. Perception ninjutsu serves to probe the surrounding environment, assessing the status, location, or chakra of nearby beings. The most renowned perception technique is undoubtedly the Byakugan, whose abilities of X-ray vision and long-range sight evoke envy among many perception-based ninjas. However, this is a form of ocular perception ninjutsu. Basic perception ninjutsu relies on the dispersive action of mental energy. An exceptional perception ninja typically has a maximum range of perception of around 10 kilometers. However, unlike the Byakugan, perception ninjutsu does not allow one to discern the appearance of individuals, merely sensing the existence of chakra. As for the Byakugan, Hinata Tain, the strongest of the current Hyuga clan, possesses a maximum range of vision of approximately 6 kilometers, beyond which details become indistinct. However, to observe the chakra pathways of individuals, one must be relatively close. At a distance, only the surface of the human body can be discerned. After entering the land of Earth, Tane and his companions relied on their Byakugan to sense their surroundings. Yet, upon entering a dense forest, they found themselves utterly lost. Unfamiliar with the terrain of the land of Earth, their initial plan to follow the borders inexplicably led them closer to the heart of the country. Everyone. There are 3 individuals within my sensory range. One of them appears to be perceiving in some manner as well, though my range surpasses theirs. Stone chair. Ready for combat at any moment. Yes, stone table. The ninjas from Iwagakure detected Tane and his companions, but were unaware of their identities or intentions regarding the nearby training grounds where the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, was currently training. If their aim was to confront the Jinchuriki, 3 individuals would surely be insufficient. As the Tsuchikage had already assigned a guard to Han following an assault involving a battalion of warriors. Han was accompanied by 4 elite jonin, and the training grounds were encircled by 8 reconnaissance points, each staffed with a sensory ninja, a stealth ninja, and a taijutsu ninja. With 24 peripheral ninjas and 4 personal guards, this configuration left no openings for anyone to reach Han, should an enemy attack be detected. The 4 elite jonin would swiftly escort Han toward Iwagakure. After walking for a while, Tane and his companions decided to rest. Shook, Yuin. The traps in this area are unusually abundant. This does not seem to be an ordinary place. I suggest we circumvent this forest. Shook summoned a scroll filled with provisions prepared by Tsunade. Tane gazed at the sumptuous food within the scroll, feeling exasperated. Tsunade indeed dotes on Shook. Yet in the world of ninjas, such indulgence is unlikely to lead to harm. Tane glanced at his own arm, contemplating that if Tsunade were to learn of this mission, she would surely prohibit Shook from wandering about. After losing an exceptionally skilled jonin and injuring one of his own hands, Tane wondered if Tsunade's medical prowess could mend such a grievous injury. If it could not be healed, he would have to rely entirely on Shook for future confrontations with Uchiha Obito. Tane observed Shook, still a child, not a time traveler, but a normal child born into this world, unexpectedly burdened with such a significant responsibility at such a young age. Tane harbored no interest in saving the world. His initial intention had been to assist Mark in conquering it, yet events had unfolded in an entirely unforeseen manner. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito appeared before the trio. "I am curious to see how much you have grown, my child," he said with a mysterious smile. Uchiha Obito. As Chinsho Shook beheld Uchiha Madara, an overwhelming rage surged within him. All of this turmoil stemmed from him. Uchiha Madara, the very embodiment of original sin. "Focus, Shook. Do not lose your composure," Hinata Tannen shouted. Glancing at his own hands, now diminished by the loss of an arm, his strength significantly curtailed, uncertain whether he would have the opportunity to confront Uchiha Madara. Would release, silent binding technique. With the abundance of trees surrounding him, Chinsho Shook's power surged, a branch suddenly sprouting to ensnare Madara's form. "Humph, is that all?" Madara retorted, unleashing the formidable energy of his chakra. In an instant, he burst forth, shattering the wooden bindings. Hinata Tannen activated his Byakugan, directing his gaze towards Uchiha Madara. But upon a mere glance, he was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Chinsho Shook remained undeterred in his assault. Would release, violent spear trees. Countless wooden spears erupted from Shook's form, aimed directly at Madara's Susanoo. Yet, the Susanoo, a manifestation of pure chakra energy, was impervious to such feeble attacks. Damn it. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that technique. Reluctant to squander chakra, Shook unleashed an attack targeting the soul. Would release, soul whip. This technique had once delivered a severe blow to Mark's soul. Though Shook was unaware of this outcome, he reasoned that, judging by Madara's demeanor, it should prove effective, at least in Shook's estimation. Indeed, this technique could harm the very essence of a soul. However, against the very attack Madara should have feared most. The soul whip pierced through the Susanoo, striking directly at Madara. To Shook's astonishment, Madara extended his hand to grasp the soul whip. What? How is this possible? Shook could hardly believe that his sole means of inflicting soul damage had been countered by Madara. Madara smirked, stating, "Since you have previously employed this technique against me, it would be foolish to attempt it again." Would release, wood chip technique. The soul whip penetrated the Susanoo, while the wood chip technique transformed the front of the Susanoo into scattered wood shavings. Had Shook actually managed to dismantle Uchiha Madara's Susanoo? Tanin-sensei, hurry. Shook, having exhausted his chakra with successive techniques, could only implore Tanin to attack. Yet, Hinata Tanin stood frozen, as if confronted by a specter. Damn it! Has he fallen under a genjutsu? Shook pondered, perplexed, realizing that although he had forcibly breached the Susanoo, he was now at an impasse. I shall take action. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuin stepped forward, drawing a short blade, executing the leaf-style sword technique. Misty Moonlight, aimed at Uchiha Madara. Madara kicked it away, releasing the soul whip and retreating several paces, the Susanoo reconstituting itself. Curse it! Shook has squandered a prime opportunity. Shook, have you not realized yet? Hinata Tanin suddenly inquired. Shook turned to Tanin, perplexed. That fellow is merely a shadow clone. Tanin unveiled the truth. What? How is that possible? Shikaku gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Madara. Madara surveyed his surroundings. Even the vigilant Byakugan of the Hyuga clan had noticed the commotion, drawing the attention of the shinobi from Awagakure. Very well, impressive growth. But still insufficient. Until we meet again, he declared, dispelling his shadow clone. Was it truly just a shadow clone? How could I, even in this form, fail to overcome it? In that fleeting moment, Senju Shikaku lost his fighting spirit. At the training ground, a child clad in red armor sat meditating at the center, surrounded by 4 shinobi in a similar meditative state. What is happening? One of the sensory-type ninjas received a telepathic message from his companions. Enemies are approaching. One possesses the Byakugan. It's a member of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. Their true intentions remain unclear. Exercise caution. Understood. Yet, the sensory ninja was instantly decapitated. The other 3 ninjas sprang to their feet, only to meet the same fate in an instant. This was not the result of a mere instantaneous ocular technique, but rather the genuine speed of Uchiha Madara's lethal strikes. Even without his extraordinary ocular prowess, Madara remained the strongest in the world. Please, don't kill me. The child in red armor began to plead in terror. Madara seized him, thrusting his hand through the boy's body. Humph. So it was a mere substitution jutsu that deceived me, Uchiha Madara. Awagakure has some tricks up its sleeve, but you are still too inexperienced. Madara pressed himself against the ground, a part of his being melding into the earth. I am the earth itself. No one can evade my gaze. With the substitute eliminated, the enemy realized the ruse. Now, cover Lord Han and retreat to Awagakure. The 4 elite jonin surrounded the Jinchuriki, Han, who nodded in agreement, clad in his red armor. Shinobi from 8 directions began to encircle Uchiha Madara, who stood and addressed Han. Are you there? Humph. Let us see how much my fire release has been enhanced by your lava release chakra. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Madara, incinerating the trees in the forest in an instant. On Han's side, the 4 elite jonin exerted their utmost effort to unleash water release in defense, yet were still consumed by the flames. Han, however, displayed a modicum of cleverness, punching through the ground to create a hole and taking refuge within, narrowly escaping death. The sea of flames surged towards Shikaku and his companions. Damn it, I have no chakra left. Shikaku gazed helplessly at the impending inferno. I will handle this. Yuzuki Yuin positioned herself before the 2. Peacock Mystic Shield. The flames surged forth. Half of the approaching shinobi perished in an instant, engulfed by the blaze. Madara looked upon the scorched earth with a faint smile, remarking, having expended only half of my chakra, this scene is rather unsightly. Humph. A single chakra pill is indeed insufficient for me to greet this world. Once I refine the 5 tails, I should possess a more intriguing chakra pill. Emerging from the hole, Han, endowed with steam release, could withstand the intense heat. He glanced at the charred remains of the 4 who had guarded him, lamenting. What a pity, Awagakure has lost these formidable warriors. Han realized that the enemy's strength was beyond his capacity to confront. Thus he sprinted towards the direction of Awagakure. To his astonishment, Uchiha Madara appeared beside him in an instant. With a sly smile, Madara remarked, my fire release possesses a sensing capability. You are indeed a terrifying creature. Cold sweat beaded on Han's forehead. However, as a formidable warrior, he would not concede so easily. Boil release, unmatched strength. Han concentrated his chakra into his elbow and unleashed a powerful jet of steam, propelling himself forward to strike Madara. Susanoo. Though he activated Susanoo, Madara was still pushed back a step, yet it was merely a single step. Genjutsu. The Sharingan in Madara's eye began to rotate, and Han collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Madara lifted Han and vanished with a Flying Thunder God technique. Despite having learned the original version of the Flying Thunder God from the second Hokage, the technique consumed immense chakra. Without the Flying Thunder God mark and a period to gather chakra, Madara could only teleport a few kilometers at once. He intended to take Han to the Rain Village to rest before regaining enough chakra to return to the Mist Village. Suddenly, swish, Hinata Tannen launched a punch, but Madara deftly evaded it. As he dodged, he countered with a swift kick, sending Hinata reeling, though he landed gracefully. Madara observed Hinata's injured hand and taunted. Even with one hand lost, you still wish to battle me, Uchiha Madara? You are quite the foolish man. Hinata shook his head resolutely. No? I am fully aware of your overwhelming strength, Uchiha Madara. If I do not muster the courage to confront you now, the disparity in power will only intensify, and I may lose the courage to take even a single step forward. A smirk played on Madara's lips. I did not expect you to be so rational. Very well. I shall grant you an even deeper despair. Swish. Madara teleported in front of Hinata. What? That very kick had imprinted the Flying Thunder God mark onto Hinata's clothing. Madara seized both of Hinata's arms. With a sickening crack, Hinata's arms were forcibly broken. Aya! The agony of severed limbs. Who could truly understand it? Madara carelessly tossed aside the severed limbs and declared, No one in this world can obstruct me, Uchiha Madara, whether they are travelers from other worlds or anything else. I shall dominate the entire realm. At that moment, Summerstar unexpectedly appeared. Madara halted his laughter and turned his gaze towards her. Hinata Tannen, I originally came to seek vengeance against you, but how infuriating. Peacock's mystical art. That Uchiha over there. How dare you harm my adversary? Madara approached Summerstar with an impassive demeanor. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Is your forehead protector from the Star Village? I had previously overlooked the striking resemblance between your ninjutsu and the Susanoo of our Uchiha clan. Haha, come with me. I wish to study this further. Peacock Mystique. Uchiha Madara struck Summerstar down with a single blow. Hinata Tanikawa lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, her shattered arms revealing exposed bone. Previously, it had been the bones of her hands, but now it was her shoulders. Blood flowed ceaselessly from Hinata Tanikawa and Uchiha Madara. Indifferent to the prospect of delivering a final blow, deemed her no longer a threat to him, regardless of whether she would survive. Uchiha Madara carried both Han and Summerstar away, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to a more distant location. After a while, they found her. It's Shuriku. It's teacher Tanikawa. Yuzuki Yuin and Senju Shuriku finally located the unconscious Hinata Tanikawa. Upon witnessing her grievous state, Yuin could not bear to look a second time. Meanwhile, Shuriku employed wood release to cover Tanikawa's wounds, staunching the flow of blood. The slug commenced treatment, yet remarked, Young Master Shuriku, even if she awakens, it seems her arms may never heal. Even Lady Tsunade's medical skills may prove inadequate. I understand. Let us return to the hidden leaf, Shuriku responded, his despair from being trampled by Uchiha Madara transforming into an unquenchable fury buried deep within. Shuriku carried Tanikawa and walked alongside Yuin into the land of rain. Look, it's Hinata Tanikawa and Senju Shuriku. Quick, inform Lord Oboro. We must intercept them. The ninjas of the Rain Village became aware of their presence. Yet, Shuriku boldly declared, Yuin, do not engage, stay close to me. Wood release, cutting technique. Dozens of ninjas surrounded Shuriku and his companions, yet Shuriku pressed onward without hesitation. Suddenly, several wooden spikes erupted from the ground, piercing several ninjas. Whoosh! The spikes took root within those ninjas, penetrating them from within like a parasitic virus. Swish, swish, swish. After penetrating those few ninjas, the wooden spikes shot out additional spikes that struck several others. Crack, crack, crack. In the span of a minute, dozens of ninjas perished on the spot. Their deaths excruciatingly horrific, succumbing to the wooden spikes that sprouted from within. The roots of the wood connected to Shuriku, allowing him to absorb the life energy of these ninjas and subsequently channel it into Hinata Tanikawa's body. Please don't die, Teacher Tanikawa, Shuriku said. His expression darkened as he continued onward. For him, slaying these individuals in an instant was a trivial matter. Yuin, filled with terror, followed Shuriku without uttering a word. She was engulfed in fear. Was this truly the Shuriku she once knew? The gentle, warm-hearted Shuriku who once shone like the sun? The ninjas of the Rain village surged forward, and Shuriku met them with merciless resolve, taking down one, then two, and for a radius of 100 meters. Any life that entered their vicinity fell prey to the cutting technique, resulting in countless life energies flooding into Shuriku. After filtering the purest essence of life energy, he transferred it into Hinata Tanikawa. As the casualty count reached 200, the enigmatic deity known as Obscure God made its appearance. Shuk showed no surprise or any other reaction. He simply continued onward, even in the presence of the leader of Rain Hidden Village. From a distance, Obscure God gazed at Shuk and commanded the subordinates of Rain Hidden Village, "Do not approach him. Prepare long-range ninjutsu. Concentrate your fire. He must have exhausted much of his chakra. Who dares to harm my son?" Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated, creating a massive crater. Tsunade, accompanied by dozens of elite leaf shinobi, arrived on the scene. The presence of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of the Leaf, filled Obscure God with foreboding. Far too much time had been wasted writing a report to Lord Madara, and by the time he arrived, Shuk had already reached the border. Mother! Upon catching sight of Tsunade, Shuk's consciousness faded, and he collapsed to the ground. The murderous aura emanating from Tsunade rendered everyone present motionless. A cold sweat trickled down Obscure God's forehead. "Retreat. We must withdraw." Leading the retreat, Obscure God realized that in this dire situation, even if he could eliminate Shuk, he would likely meet his own demise. Although he held some loyalty to Uchiha Madara, it was not to the extent of sacrificing his life. Tsunade returned to the Leaf with Shuk and the others. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, received a verbal lashing from Tsunade, only to be further reprimanded by the Hyuga clan. During the expedition of the field team, the Land of Wind, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Rain all formally declared war on the Land of Fire. The Land of Wind's justification was the assassination of their high-ranking officials by the field team, while the Land of Earth claimed that Leaf ninjas had abducted their Jinchuriki. The Land of Rain, during the third Hokage's personal inquiry, signed a peace treaty with the Hokage. Although Hinata Taniya had escaped with his life, his arms could no longer be reattached. Even the creation of puppet prosthetics seemed unfeasible. Senju Shuk dedicated himself to rigorous training alongside Yuzuki Ieyasu. Thus, a year passed. The Land of Wind dispatched 1,000 troops and invaded the Land of Rivers, while the Leaf could only send 400 to resist. The Land of Earth sent 2,000 troops into the Land of Grass, and the Leaf responded with 1,000. The Land of Lightning appeared to have conducted a large-scale troop withdrawal, yet retained approximately 1,000 soldiers for cleanup, leaving the Leaf with merely 500 for the same purpose. 8 years prior, the Leaf boasted an army of 20,000 ninjas. 8 years later, only 7,000 remained. Sunagakure found itself at a critical juncture of survival. Sunagakure, population 1 star, military 1 star, economy 1 star. Although previously supported by the funds of Kirigakure, all resources were now under the control of Sasori. Sasori's subordinates became the backbone of Sunagakure, even manipulating the feudal lord of the Land of Wind. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, could barely maintain his position through hostility towards the Leaf, but it was evident that Sasori would not tolerate this for long. Indeed, upon accepting the funds from Kirigakure, had Sunagakure already sealed its fate? Raza spent most of his time under house arrest in a secret villa, while Sasori began to traverse Sunagakure. Currently, most of the populace still recognized Raza, but this situation was unlikely to endure much longer. In a few years, the citizens would likely realize that Sasori's governance was far superior, leading to Raza's impeachment. Time is running short for Iwagakure. Although the village has been steadily developing, the abduction of the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails has created a precarious situation. The Tsuchikage is acutely aware that Konoha is incapable of dispatching forces to capture any tailed beasts under the current circumstances, and yet, the whereabouts of Mark remain elusive, compelling them to continue hostilities against Konoha. Iwagakure boasts a population rating of 4 stars, military strength of 4 stars, and economic stability of 4 stars. However, having lost all tailed beasts, the village dares not launch an immediate full-scale assault, necessitating reconnaissance on the status of tailed beasts in neighboring nations. The imperative is to maintain stability. Kumogakure's warfare has escalated excessively, yet they find themselves unable to penetrate the heart of the Land of Fire. The third Reikage has received a request for collaboration from the Tsuchikage, proposing a joint effort to conquer Konoha, acknowledging that his village alone is insufficient for such an undertaking. The Raikage consents to the alliance, albeit with the stipulation of a period of recuperation. Kimogakure holds a population rating of 3 stars, military strength of 2 stars, and economic stability of 3 stars. With all metrics in decline, the Raikage must prevent other nations from perceiving his village as faltering. Thus, he intends to concentrate all military resources on the forthcoming joint campaign. Kirigakure has emerged as the most formidable of the 5 great nations. It boasts a 5-star rating in population, military, and economy. Uchiha Madara has successfully refined the 5 tails and the 6 tails from his homeland, along with 11 chakra orbs. After consuming one of the 5 tails, and with 2 remaining from prior endeavors, he now possesses 12 chakra orbs, each capable of elevating a Chunin to the level of a Kage. This is an extraordinary advantage. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara has finalized his plans for all Akatsuki members. Only the 7 tails and 8 tails remain unattained. Soon, Uchiha Madara will formally embark on his conquest of the world. Meanwhile, the once mighty Konoha lies in ruins. The strongest nation has crumbled into a devastated shell of its former self. The populace is rife with grievances regarding the war, all clamoring for its cessation. Some high-ranking officials advocate for a surprise attack, suggesting territorial concessions for peace. Such voices have been silenced by the Umbu's covert executions. Umbu Minister Shimura Danzo, however, feels a surge of exhilaration. The 3rd Hokage's prestige has plummeted, and he senses an opportunity to seize the title of Hokage for himself. Upon Hinata Taiga's return to Konoha, his first course of action is to report to the 3rd Hokage regarding Uchiha Madara. He has come to deeply comprehend Madara's formidable strength, recognizing that he is not an adversary that Senju Hashirama can contend with alone. Moreover, Uchiha Madara is not fighting in isolation. He commands a vast following. Consequently, Hinata Taiga conveys everything he knows about Uchiha Madara to the 3rd Hokage, including the incident of Madara seizing Mark's body. Although he lacks detailed insight into the circumstances between Madara and Mark, the mere mention of Uchiha Madara leaves the 3rd Hokage in a state of bewilderment. Hinata Taiga subsequently provides an in-depth analysis of the necessary courses of action for the Hokage moving forward. Firstly, Hinata Taniya seeks to establish an organization with the purpose of countering Uchiha Madara. The members of this organization must possess the strength of elite jonin. Aside from Hinata Taniya himself, who has lost both arms, being able to contend with even a Chunin is already a remarkable feat. Furthermore, this individual must exhibit absolute loyalty to the organization. The 3rd Hokage initially intended to implant a curse mark in all members, akin to the method employed in governing the Umbu under Danzo, to ensure that no one would betray the organization. However, this proposal was firmly rejected by Taniya. In the eyes of someone of Madara's caliber, a curse mark holds no significance. He is already the strongest in the world and has no need for intelligence, as he could vanquish nearly all adversaries at will. Subsequently, the 3rd Hokage aspired to enlist the most formidable elites from each clan to join the organization. Yet this too was rebuffed by Hinata Taniya. Such a course of action could potentially disrupt Konoha, as the existence of this organization is not something that can be brazenly displayed. If the strongest members of every clan were to vanish simultaneously, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, Taniya believed it prudent to invite the strongest member of the Uchiha clan, for Uchiha Madara is their progenitor. They have the right to be informed. Moreover, it is possible that Madara may seek to recruit the Uchiha of Konoha, so it would be better for Taniya to assist them in solidifying their resolve now than to allow uncertainty to later sway the Uchiha clan. As for the candidates for the organization, it is preferable that they are renowned ninjas, for if they were to disappear for a period, they could be presumed to be on a special mission, thus drawing no suspicion. After considerable deliberation, the preliminary members of the organization were selected. Firstly, Hinata Taniya and Senju Tsuke are assured inclusions. Next is the 3rd Hokage himself, while the matter of whether to inform Danzo, the head of the Umbu, remains under contemplation by the 3rd Hokage. The legendary Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade are currently the strongest forces of Konoha, and informing them could enhance their chances of success. Upon learning of this matter, Tsunade nearly rushed into the Hidden Mist Village. Jiraiya volunteered to personally investigate the Hidden Mist Village, given that Uchiha Madara had previously associated with a Chunin from there, making the village the prime suspect and likely the headquarters of Madara, especially considering the village's remarkable advancements in recent years. The strongest member of the Uchiha clan is naturally the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. Upon learning of these developments, Fugaku pondered for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to stand alongside Konoha. In his heart, Uchiha Madara has long since become a relic of the past. He sees no reason to jeopardize the present happiness of his clan for bygone grievances. The final member is the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Upon discovering the current state of affairs regarding his former teacher, Minato felt it was his duty to act. Following Jiraiya's reconnaissance, it was revealed that Uchiha Madara has established the Akatsuki organization. It appears that Madara no longer intends to keep this under wraps, having publicly acknowledged the Akatsuki in the Hidden Mist Village. Furthermore, Taniya has bestowed a name upon this organization, Dawn, symbolizing the breaking of day.